He's not from this world, but he's one of us now.
No one hurts my guild.
A ninja's heart beats strongest when he finds a family.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Became the Fairy Guardian of Fairy Tail movie. Before we start, please go support Oz A 137,788 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. In the past, he was a man known by many names. The Demon Brat, the hero of the 4th Shinobi World War, the 7th Hokage of the Leaf Village. Now, he is known as the very own guardian angel of the fairy tale, an urban legend from the magic world, who goes by the name of Fairy Guardian. Chapter 1. Is this that time of year already? The man voiced his thoughts aloud as he saw a ship approaching the island from afar. You say this as if it's a bad thing. He didn't have to turn around to find out who said that because she was someone he was too familiar with. It is. He grumbled irritably under his breath, but the young lady could hear him very well. Taking on the appearance of a girl in her 13s or 14s, the young woman had very long, wavy pastel yellow blonde hair that reached down to her feet with a single lock pointing upwards. Large green eyes without pupils. Superb skin and a slightly childlike build. She wore a ruffled, layered pink dress with a red ribbon tied in a bow around her neck. Around her chest were 3 blue diamond patterns with 2 blue triangles above them, each set of these outlined in a warm pink. She wore wing-like ornaments around her ears and small hoop earrings. Mavis Vermilion's ethereal body was just feet behind him, her bare feet bearing down on the hot sand. She gazed at the ship carrying the next generation of her proud guild, a warm smile spreading across her face. It had been a year since any of them had last been there, and while she was certain there would be many unfamiliar faces, Mavis couldn't wait to see them. She was, after all, the founder and first guildmaster of Fairy Tail. Don't you want to look? She asked carefully, but Mavis already knew the answer. No. That was his short reply before the man stood up from his position on the beach of Tenro Island and disappeared into the forest without a sound. Mavis didn't try to follow him, not that she could. The smile faded as she drifted off, disappearing from view as first mage, a young man with pink hair, accompanied by a blue cat with white wings and Exeter arrived over the Fairy Tail Holy Land. The annual Fairy Tail class promotion test had begun and Mavis and someone else were secretly watching her from the shadows, but she still knew so well. This was always an interesting thing to see, especially the test that had taken place 5 years ago. Surprisingly, the rules were exactly the same as last time. For the first test, the candidates and their partners had to choose one of 8 different paths, 4 of which were joined to another path, so teams that met them had to fight each other to continue. Meanwhile, 3 of them had the Fairy Mag's current Tail Class S on them, so to continue further in the test, teams that found them had to fight and win. In the end, there were only 5 out of 8 contestants who passed the first test. The next stage of the promotion test was something new. The remaining participants were given 6 hours to locate and find their tomb, or they would be disqualified. Numerous obstacles made this task difficult, such as the gigantic beasts that dwelled in the forest. Finding the tomb itself was also a great challenge because, first, the master gave no explicit hints or clues as to its location, and second, it was a fake tomb to begin with. The purpose of this test was to challenge the participants' intellect, unlike the first, which was a test of strength and magic. But you really know he's here, right? A voice came from behind her, and Mavis could only nod her head. Her face showed no emotion, but he knew better. The conversation about being in the right place at the right time, he said playfully, leaning his head back against a tree trunk before closing his eyes, folding both hands behind his head. You're not going to do anything. This wasn't a question. No. Again, he answered. They die. Not your problem. As she sat upon a tree branch and peered at the evidence with piercing eyes, Mavis was impressed to see how this had turned out. First, it was the first meeting between 2 brothers, one destined to kill the other. This was a brief encounter, but enough for the older brother to know that his brother was nowhere near ready to carry out his inner goal yet. Then came the arrival of Grimwar Guild, one of the dark guilds of the Balam Alliance, commonly considered the strongest dark guild in the world. Mavis was impressed and horrified to see that the guild master, Hades, was none other than Prekdebulg, her old friend and also the second master and one of the co-founders of Fairy Tail. Sensing her magical signature and, surprisingly, hearing her voice from over a mile away, even the man who had his eyes rested for the entire time had to let out a sigh and speak, raising his eyes, yet still closing. I guess that's what they really meant when they said you're more likely to die a hero than live and see the day you become a monster. It was so true, and the man believed those words might still apply to him, in some degree. All out, the battle erupted between Fairy Tail and Grimwar Heart, with the target being none other than the legendary Dark Mage currently residing on the island. Fairy Tail's third master, Makarov Dreyer, threatened to cast out Fairy Rite, but Hades showed no fear and easily countered with his own version of the strongest spell of the three great fairy magics, Grimoire Rite. Caught off guard by the true identity of the Dark Guild Master, Makarov shrank down to his original size and was easily defeated by a blast of energy, piercing his body. "Aren't you going to help them?" Mavis had finally decided to ask when the battles all around the island reached their climaxes, with the favor belonging to the mages of the Dark Guild. "No," he repeated, refusing to budge an inch from his position. "But Naruto. From my perspective, they only issue the fine." The man, whose name was Naruto, opened his right eye to look at her. "Moreover, Tenru the tree only does its job of cleaning. That's better, because after all, it was he who made sure of this. Can you see that they're trying to bring him down? Then I'll cultivate it back when it's all over." Giving what Mavis would call an irresponsible reply, Naruto rolled his eyes before smiling smugly at her. "And I thought you were the one who had the most faith in Fairy Tail." Mavis blushed and looked away. "You're the one who had the most faith in Fairy Tail, and that ridiculous power-up of yours, that naive guessing, is something that will never change in your guild." He sneered, ending their argument. When Kana Alberona reached his tomb, Mavis granted her the second spell of the three great fairy magics, Fairy Sparkle, to save her friend. However, because she was unfamiliar with such a powerful spell, the attack was stopped by a mage far superior to her. Luckily for Kana, the Fairy Tail ace, Gilded Clive, who was none other than her biological father, arrived and saved Kana and her friends. What followed was a battle that shook the entire island, and the strongest Fairy Tail mage emerged victorious. There were victories, there were losses, but in the end, when reinforcements had finally arrived, Fairy Tail was able to push back the attacks and secure the Great Tenru Tree and in turn, its own safety. But in an attempt to destroy the Fairy Tail's limitless source of power and its legacy, using his magic tree bow, Gran, Azuma was able to uproot the Tenru Tree from the ground. As a result, all the Fairy Tail members began to lose their magic and were unable to move, allowing the Grimoire Heart to gain the upper hand. However, recognizing the power of his opponent, Azuma had left Urza Scarlet, Fairy Tail Titania, unharmed to begin their battle. "She loses," Mavis commented as the next suit of armor broke and fell off her body. "And? You still refuse to help?" Mavis asked, almost in disbelief. "Was she the sole reason Naruto was there all those years ago on Fire Island? At least you can plant the tree back." "Like I said, I'll cultivate it back when it's all over." His words clearly showed that he had no concerns about the outcome of the battle. This made Mavis narrow her eyes and frown at the response. "We know who she is, so she'll be fine. Trust me, she'll win." His statement seemed obvious, as well as rather ridiculous, but Mavis didn't object. Surely against a mage of Azuma's caliber, Mavis was still worried about her safety, but she decided to trust him, knowing perfectly well who the woman Naruto was talking about was. The battle continued for another 5 minutes, with the only motivations for being Fairy Tail and her companions being that she kept it on her legs and sword in her hands. Urza fought with everything she had left, and true to Naruto's words, Urza struck Azuma and defeated him. Naruto laughed mockingly at Mavis, who, in turn, laughed smugly because once again, a mage of her Fairy Tail's pride had proven that duty and friendship could overcome anything. However, he was happy for her, but felt a little sad in the end. Such negative feelings appeared and disappeared in just a fraction of a second. He used her and paid too much of a price to his mind. The end of the battle was the most interesting to watch, at least in Naruto's opinion. A bunch of inexperienced brats defeated an old man with years of experience and immense magical power. They had help, lots of help. The arrival of the third master's grandson, who was in a league of his own. The secret mission of the Exceed, who destroyed an organic device called the Devil's Heart, cutting Hades off from his power source. And finally, the restoration of Tenru Tree by Ultior Milkovich, a Grimoire Heart mage who suddenly changed her mind after a conversation and decided to help them. But in the end, this was an impressive achievement for children as young as them. "Where?" "He's on his ship." Naruto gave the answer even before Mavis could finish her question. "Perhaps you should keep your eyes on him for a moment or two, instead of staring at them all the time." He glanced at the airship flying away from Tenru, but his words pointed to Fairy Tail Mag. "Are you sure you don't care about them as you claim?" Mavis asked teasingly, deciding she'd had enough of his dull remarks. "I had the strength to keep my eyes averted when all this came crashing down on my island." He indicated, pressing his claim to Tenru Island. "Moreover, it's funny to see them trying to act tough, and their power of friendship always gave me a good laugh." Naruto commented. They had to learn, sooner or later, that friendship wasn't going to help them overcome everything. As if Mavis could read their minds, she spoke over, "Surely you can teach them something different." "Not going anywhere." He knew what she was trying to do, and he wasn't going to fall for it. "Not in a million years." "So you'll consider it a million years later?" "No." Mavis laughed foolishly. She knew she'd gotten him there. Luckily for him, it didn't last long, because when the Grimoire Hard airship disappeared from sight, he could sense an immense magical power approaching the island from afar. Since she wasn't a normal ghost, Pale Mavis was sensitive because she could sense it too. These here Mavis's eyes widened in shock and horrification. She then turned to Naruto and bit her lower lip when she saw him give no response, showing no concern. For once, Naruto, please just don't lie back and stare so ruthlessly like that. Mavis spoke before he hurriedly drifted off. Looking up, he lifted piercing blue eyes. Naruto could see him approaching. Unlike those who had noticed his presence, Naruto showed no emotion, no fear, no nervousness, or any other kind of concern. The amusement he had displayed when he was approaching Mavis had also vanished, replaced by a blank expression that clearly showed he still didn't care who was coming or what she was truly capable of. On December 16, X 784, Fairy Tail was under the hot rays of the sun when what could be its inevitable end came. This was going so well for them until Acnologia, the Black Dragon of Apocalypse, arrived. But instead of escaping like normal people, the Fairy Tail loaded into Acnologia. The younger generation of Fairy Tail, against the Dragon King of Apocalypse, led by Scarlet Urza, other Fairy Tail members returned to aid Natsu in his assault against the dragon, to protect their master, to protect themselves, as a family. Pouring forth everything they had left within them, the Fairy Tail team attacked Acnologia, reducing wave after wave of magic upon his gigantic body. You little. Makarov, the third master of Fairy Tail, said in a daze, completely startled by what had happened before his eyes. He had tried to fight Acnologia himself, buying them some time to escape, but he was crushed by the powerful beast faster than he could even see it coming. The moment he was about to face his end, they rose up and attacked Acnologia with everything they had, doing the very thing he, as a father to them all, should be doing. I want you to know this, Jai-san. Laxus looked at his grandfather and smiled broadly. I was against this. But do you really think they're the kind of people who can just run away and leave the old geezers behind? His broad smile turned bewildered as his hands crackled with electricity that could kill dragons. This is your guild, after all. You idiots. Tears bulged at the corners of Makarov's eyes. He couldn't believe it and he didn't know what to say. He just sat there and stared, sobbing silently. In the middle of the fairy guard, a man stood up from his position and approached the Tenru tree, where he placed his hand upon it and closed his eyes. This all came to pass at this moment. Roar. The black dragon roared in anger and stomped its feet on the ground, striking Fairy Van's limbs and making them shrink as if they were mere birds. The Dragon Kings spread their wings and soared into the sky before looking down at the island and opening their jaws, sucking in a powerful gush of air. Yue. Natsu yelled, falling on top of Lucy behind him. Is everyone alright? Urza asked loudly as she stood up from the ground. None of our attacks work at all, Elfman said through gritted teeth, his sister standing beside him forcing him to deactivate his Satan soul form. This thing doesn't use the force this thing used when it fought me, Gilder thought as he gritted his teeth, looking up at Acnologia. This thing is just toying with him. This is a breath attack. Gadgiel shouted as he saw energy begin to swirl around Acnologia's mouth. Does this think it will ruin the entire island far away? Kana asked in the crash. No way. Seriously? Everyone who can use defensive magic, put the power you have into it, now. Urza ordered, pointing behind her group. Straight. Wendy nodded. There isn't enough time to draw the stamps. Released, he muttered. There's a lot of defensive magic that doesn't require written symbols or seals, the imposition said hurriedly, sweat pouring down his forehead. Even from here, someone could still sense the enormous amount of magic Acnologia was emitting. Each one, focus all your magical energy on liberated, Lysana shouted. Go shake hands together. Marahan Strauss said and offered her hands to the nearest person, her brother, as he took them. We can't let it end here. Natsu shouted and grabbed Lucy's hand, his other hand quickly taking Urza's hands in his. Good. We'll never give up. Lucy shouted, tears streaming from her eyes. Each one, join your power together as one. The grey color also participated, holding Juvia and Lucy's hands as the fairy tale supported in a circle. Laxus turned to his grandfather and offered him his hand, laughing softly at the tiny old man whose body was trembling, looking at his children in utter shock. Then, carefully, he placed his hand on the much larger Laxus, and a laugh came to his face. We'll all go home together, he said. The fairy tales stood in a circle as magical energy blazed around them. Fairy tale. They suddenly shouted, looking up at Acnologia who then unleashed a gigantic blast from his aspiration. Avis looked at them, unable to stop smiling, despite the sadness visible in her green eyes. The next generation of Fairy Tail fighting against the strongest dragon. Anyone who knew the Dragon King's strength could see that Fairy Tail was fighting in vain, as their attacks did almost no damage to the Black Dragon. The first master clasped his hands and prayed. Their obligations and faith in one another. They were truly something incredible. Mavis could feel it, and she believed. No, she knew they would be more than enough for the final spelling of the 3 great fairy magics to be activated. And suddenly, after she had successfully spelled it out, a hand was placed on the top of her head. My island better not have a single scratch on it, got it? It happened so fast that by the time her eyes had snapped open, he had already disappeared, leaving behind a peaceful swirl of leaves. The entire sky lifted above as Apocalypse's massive attack approached them, the whole of Tenro Island, violently shaken by the amount of magic released by the Black Dragon. Staying far away from my island. It was the last thing the Fairy Tail members heard before the blinding light of Aknologia's breath attack blocked their vision. Had they been able to see clearly, they would have seen a man with shimmering blonde hair blasting through the air with neck-breaking speed, just as the entire island was completely engulfed in a blazing golden sphere. When he reached his maximum height, Naruto placed his feet on top of the gigantic sphere, using it as a platform to leap even higher and faster into the air, toward Aknologia. However, the force of her leaping was so powerful that it created a shockwave that knocked everyone on the outer fairy sphere back upon impact. Although their eyes couldn't follow her movement, the protected island nevertheless had a different, much more astonishing effect on the people watching from afar, shocked and awestruck. He was pushed back into the ocean, which slams shut at the bottom of the sea. Enveloping his right hand in golden energy, Naruto extended his arm forward, palm open, to block Aknologia's massive roar attack, disintegrating it into smaller beams that shot out in every direction around him. Cocking his other arm to return the blast and balling it into a fist, Naruto continued to push forward until he was out of Aknologia's path, aiming for the dragon's torso before delivering a devastating punch to his chest. His knuckle collided with Aknologia's scale, causing the black dragon to roar in pain. Naruto's fist nearly sliced through its scale like a bullet through human skin, but luckily for him, the shockwave created by the impact knocked him helplessly out of the way, preventing him from regaining his balance before Naruto could drive his fist into its flesh. Aknologia flew, but not with his wings. He tried to flap his wing, but Naruto wasn't that generous. He kept going, somehow flying as fast as he could control, and pierced the dragon again, sending him higher into the air before he fell and crashed to earth. Rolling across the earth, leaving a long trail of destruction behind, they forced Aknologia back into his human form. Taking the appearance of a rather muscular young man with dark skin, bearing the dark markings he had when he was a dragon, and long, dark blue hair, he wore a high-collared black coat and baggy pants, bearing the same draconic markings. He rolled across the ground for a few times before rising to his feet, growling in anger. In a split second, just as he was able to stand at his feet, Naruto appeared directly in front of him in a flash of yellow. His body crouched low, his hand on his hip in a manner similar to a man holding a sword, and he was about to stab him. Panso. A large magical golden circle appeared in the palm of his hand, allowing a sword to manifest in his hand. His eyes widened, and Aknologia tried to attack Naruto and stop him from doing whatever he planned to do. However, every move he made, every decision he made in his mind, was simply a second too late, or particularly not enough against him. Faster than his eyes could follow, Naruto slashed his sword across, leaving no afterimage and, of course, an exceptionally clean cut. Aknologia didn't yet have the chance to recognize what Naruto had cut because the man suddenly threw his sword into the air and fired a shot to grab the Dragon Slayer's forehead and slammed it down to the ground with enough force to split the skull in and create a huge crater on the ground. It was at that moment that Aknologia realized that his left arm had been severed from his body. Blood had begun to flow from the wound on his right shoulder. The pain had finally arrived, and despite it, he managed to utter a single word when he had finally gotten a good look at the man and felt his blood run cold. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches tall and possessing a lean yet muscular build, with spiky blonde hair and bright blue eyes that seemed to glow with raw, pure power, he was dressed in a high-collared white jacket with dark blue arm warmers, worn over a dark-colored shirt and long black trousers, and matching colored sandals. His most striking feature, however, was the faint hair-like markings on either side of his cheeks, giving him a fox-like appearance. It was him, Aknologia thought in horror, the same man who completely destroyed him 400 years ago when he was foolish enough to challenge him. But what impressed him most was her appearance. This never changed in the slightest. He hadn't aged a single day since their last meeting almost 400 years ago. Naruto gave no response. Instead, he reached for his other sword and grasped the blade that was now within arm's reach. Twisting the blade around in his palm, Naruto then gripped the hilt tightly and stabbed down Aknologia's arm, tearing through the flesh of the dark blue-haired man and impaling him deep in the earth. Aknologia groaned in pain, but tried his best to spare him, refusing to show weakness to the man whose powers surpassed all common sense. He finally said with a satisfied smile. Now, if I were in your situation, I'd stay exactly where you are. I only sucked out the flesh, so with proper treatment and a decent amount of time, you can save that arm. As for the other one, well, Naruto removed his hand from the Dragon Slayer's forehead and mockingly brushed the dust, dirt, and blood off the right side of his cloak, near his bleeding shoulder. I can't say the same. And you, what were you doing there? He growled in hatred, but wisely kept his body still. He didn't show it with his words, but with the dangerous flashes in his eyes, which promised. Move a muscle, and you'll lose more than just your right arm. Don't you know? The island you attacked, Tenru, is my island. Naruto replied. Unlike Dragnov, I created it, built it, and made it my home. You don't enter someone's house unless you're going to pick a fight. His expression darkened. I don't tolerate disrespect, so consider yourself lucky you didn't lose your other arm or your head. If Mavis were there, she would probably have scolded him for not doing anything when the Grimoire Heart attacked Tenro Island, because he could fix the damage to the Forgotten Heart Grimoire and easily rebuild it when it was everywhere. Acnologia's attack, however, would completely annihilate the entire island. While he could recreate an entire island, making an exact replica of the island, Tenru was a land with a very special origin to him, and Naruto refused to have anything, let alone create something to replace his existence. So remember this to your heart. Stay the buck away from my island. Naruto clicked his forehead and stood up. Turning, he stepped back and pressed his fingers the moment he passed Acnologia's severed arm. You won't need this, I mean, you're still quite the most dangerous threat to the people of this world with only one arm. His arm burst into flames, blew fire, and burned to ash directly in front of his eyes. Leaving Acnologia behind, Naruto walked to the edge of the land, looking at the place where Tenru had been. With the fairy sphere activated, Mavis had ensured the safety of her homeland because nothing, not even time, could do it any more harm. There was no way he could return to Tenru with the fairy sphere still intact. He didn't know how long the sphere would last, but he understood this was going to be a damn long time if the casters had that much faith and trust in each other. And quite sadly, from what he could see, the fairy tale was full of them. What to do? Naruto muttered as he put his hand on his hip and looked around. Last of his era. Naruto Uzumaki was an immortal, after all. He had all the time in the world to decide, after all. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. Did you find out? About the newspapers? It's not just the newspapers, everyone's talking about it. Half a fairy tale mag disappeared in a single afternoon, including the current master and his entire class of magicians. Yes, I heard some rumors that they used to travel to their personal island located somewhere far from the country. That has completely disappeared with them as well. Do you think they are dead? I don't know, other guilds seem to think differently. The Blue Pegasus and Lamia's Ladder are helping the remaining members of Fairy Tail, but I don't think they'll have much luck. Seriously, what could possibly defeat a guild as strong as they are and bring down an entire island with them? Also, what would happen to Fairy Tail now? There were two things Naruto liked about bars. They were always great sources of information, as well as a perfect place to hear people's truthful thoughts on certain events happening around the world. A few cups drunk and then nothing that came out of their mouths was a lie, spoken from the depths of their hearts. It had been 3 days since the fall of Tenro Island, and from what he could see, the magic users of the magic world and the civilians didn't take the news too well, which was completely understandable because they were kind of a big deal, being the strongest and #1 guild in Fiori, after all. However, Naruto didn't pay any attention to those words and opinions because he knew better, and he simply didn't care. It was he who had hidden Tenru from the world in the first place. Using not only magical barriers but also his more traditional seal hunting techniques, Naruto was able to make his home island impossible to find, no matter what magic or technique was used, blocking it from the watchful eyes of humanity. Even now, deep beneath the ocean, the barriers still did their job, protecting Tenru and the fairy sphere from those who sought the fairy tale. There's no way they could find him anytime soon, but he'd like to see them try. He'd been generous enough to allow Mavis to use Tenru as the holy ground of her guild's pride. There's no way he's going to let her or have any more than this. Taking a gulp of the last of his drink, Naruto stood up, paid for his drinks, and turned to leave the bar. The city where he was currently staying, located in the far east of Fiori, was quiet and peaceful, something he always preferred to a bustling place. However, he never stayed in one place for more than a few months, so he wouldn't attract unnecessary attention. Give me your money, idiot. Without even looking at the hooligan, Naruto raised his arm and elbowed him in the face, sending him flying across the street before he crashed through the window of a local shop. His friends, fellow hooligans, stared at Naruto with wide eyes and walked away in fear, making a path for him to walk through. With a sigh, Naruto left the city and disappeared into the forest. It should be noted that he wandered aimlessly because he hadn't decided where he should go next. 10,000 years had passed and still nothing had changed. There would always be something to expect and everything at the same time, and even without needing to go through and experience it all himself in the past, he knew this to be true. After all, his life had been screwing with him for as long as he could remember, and the lover. He had to admit that while he was truly impressive, he was screwed over at the same time. People hated him then adored him, some secretly loved him, and others saw him as an orange-like idiot who wouldn't stop at having a dozen bowls of ramen every meal. Which was what he used to be, but wasn't the point. Either way, he didn't expect his life to turn upside down so quickly. From angry people with bloodthirsty eyes who chased him out of rage, perhaps just for the amusement of it, to the year he pushed a hand across his chest and later hoped to take control of the entire world and kill him for his pessimistic view of peace. Sadly, that year turned out to be a person he wouldn't call his brother's blood anything. His life finally took a turn for the worse when a war began over him. The Ten Tails was revived, and so was Madara Uchiha, who later received the fastest transgender surgery in history by turning into a woman who quite frankly freaked him out with her abnormal affection for his offspring. One should always expect something and everything at the same time, but he didn't expect to become immortal. This really impressed him, because he frankly didn't expect to transcend everything else. Imagine his face when he woke up one morning and had everyone tell him exactly what was happening. He took it as hard as anyone who could die could. He drowned in self-pity, in the sadness of the thought of seeing his loved one slowly dying around him, while he alone would be forgotten. It took them no less than a few centuries to choose each other and decided that if he could not die, then courage could too. He witnessed a generation filled with miracles, but also one where blood and hatred slowly died after a long life, and then witnessed the birth of a new one from the ashes of the previous era. It was a generation that knew only peace. Under their watch, they never knew what war was or how much pain and suffering it could cause and bring. But much like the cycle of hatred, something he had hoped to end, he understood that it would never end as long as humanity remained the same. This cycle repeated itself. A new era rose, and a new one took his place. Many times, the cycle continued and seemed to have no end. Quite soon, he grew weary, tired of being a god to his people. Tired of the way they looked at him, the way he had come to like them, and the way they had worried about him forgetting who he was before and after them. And tired of trying to be a hero, all he had done, and in return receiving nothing but pain and suffering. With a heavy heart, he left his home and began to wander the lands as they changed with time. Time passed far more quickly than he had expected, and before he realized it, he had been forgotten. They had even reduced his homeland to the size of an island by the ocean. The same island they now called Tenru. Elemental nations had changed, and while historians only knew that the deepest excavations of ancient times had been completely forgotten by others. The world leader was now called Earthland, and with its name, the knowledge of chakra and shinobi arts had also vanished. Once feared by civilians, magic had risen and become an everyday phenomenon. Even Naruto, who had spent nearly 1,000 years mastering every shinobi art, couldn't resist trying his hand at magic. When he first learned to use magic, he was like a kid in a candy store because the magical elements gave him a thrill unlike any other. This was an interesting way for Naruto to spend his endless time, but it also reminded him of the old days, the time when his first ninja techniques were taught to him by his teachers. Traveling on foot for another 10 minutes, Naruto suddenly came to a stop and decided to speak loudly and clearly from a moment of silence. "You know I can sense your presence from a mile away, so you don't have to call out to let me know you're here." After this, he turned and looked at the young man who had struck a tree. Having arrived at a magical dark entrance only a few feet behind Naruto, the young man was about to call out to get his attention, but quite obviously, it wasn't necessary. "Naruto." "Zeref." Naruto nodded, saying that on reconnaissance, "I can't say I'm not surprised to see you here." The man who had endured it before was none other than Zeref, the strongest dark mage in the history of magic. Despite being a mage renowned for his extremely powerful and dangerous magic for over 4 centuries, Zeref had the appearance of a young man, with black hair and dark eyes. Much like Naruto, Zeref was an immortal, but his immortality came from the contradictory curse of Anxarum, which forced him to live forever. And kill something he desires. This had proven the fact that immortality was nothing more than a curse. When Naruto first encountered Zeref, he was quite shocked to learn that Zeref was an immortal like himself, and after examining everything, he had to admit that he felt bad for the guy, because, somehow, the contradictory curse had made Zeref's life worse than his own. However, at least Zeref was killable, so he could still find some peace in the end. Zeref had already planned his death out and had literally created a book about it. "It's been a while," Naruto, Dark Mage said, lowering his head only slightly with a small laugh on his lips. "It's hard to find you these days, but I see you're still doing very well." "Not like you, but thanks." Naruto rolled his eyes, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "How's this going for you? You were kidnapped the last time I saw you, if I remember correctly." "It's nothing important." Zeref shook his head, the laughter almost gone from his face as he approached Naruto. What's important is that he came, and what happened afterward. You mean Aknologia? This wasn't a question. Now that Zeref had mentioned the guy, Naruto couldn't help but wonder what the supposed Black Dragon of Apocalypse was doing, as well as feeling, at this moment. Aknologia had his pride damaged, his oversized ego crushed for the second time, and his right arm lost. They'd have 3 years of the worst things that could happen to a proud man in a single day, after all. He had him coming to try and destroy my house, Naruto said with a bored expression before adding with a satisfied smile, but he didn't get killed like that, and that little country of yours still has something to worry about, but the bright side is that the empire still has the original purpose of its existence. It would be better if you just ended that thing for good. Zeref frowned, but then shook his head with a laugh. But I have to admit that was a true display of strength back there. It's been a while since I've seen you use that much power in a battle, and it still amazed me as much as the first time. I'm just a guy trying to protect his home, nothing special. Naruto scoffed humbly, extending his weapons and tilting his head dramatically. Battle? He wouldn't call it one. A battle was something where both opponents had a chance of winning, regardless of how small they were. He could crush Aknologia without breaking a sweat, not that he could in something like that, so why would he call it a battle when the advantage was clearly his and his alone? Thanks anyway. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Zeref's words of gratitude. For protecting Natsu. I didn't save him, Zeref, it was Mavis. The immortal shinobi indicated, the fairy sphere manifested even before Aknologia's attack could travel halfway to Tenru, so it's Mavis you should thank. Zeref replied with nothing in response, his face showing no emotion, but Naruto could sense a slight shift in his feelings when he mentioned Mavis. Anyway, I saw your little meeting with the brat. This didn't turn out quite as you expected, did it? This didn't work. Zeref admitted, shaking his head sadly. Natsu isn't ready yet. I can barely feel anything when he pierces me. When he comes back, make yourself think you can. I've said it before and I'll say it again, Zeref, so you won't get your hopes up this time either. Naruto turned his head to look at Dark Mage, declaring impassively, I won't train your brother. I'll find someone else to do it. Besides, it's extremely annoying to train brats like him. It's up to you and him to decide who will die first. The immortal black-haired man sighed and looked down. Do you think Natsu can kill me in the near future? Doubt it. Naruto rolled his eyes, but then added, however, maybe. Nothing could happen, after all. There would always be something to expect and everything at the same time. I hope so. The dark legendary mage nodded, chuckling carefully at the thought. This took a few seconds, but he finally decided to ask, what are you going to do now, Naruto, now that Tenru is gone for the time being? I don't know, I think I'll stay here a little while. I don't know how long the fairy sphere will last, but I don't think this is going to disappear in a year or two. He then glanced at Zeref, only for a second before looking away and saying with a smile, his hands in his pockets, but I think I know where I should go next. Zeref nodded his head in understanding. This is actually a surprise to me to see you walking around without her after only taking a step behind, Dark Mage remarked, I hope everything is still alright between the two of you. Don't worry, everything is absolutely fine. It's just that I want her to spend a few years experiencing life with her own kind, not just with me. Naruto said. She listens, she takes out every word and command I say without a second thought, but from me, she won't be able to learn anything. Staying with me, Sayla would be the same demonic servant you programmed her to be, and I don't want that. I see I really should have asked for their opinions before creating it, right? Don't worry, in one way, I like her personality. It's just that she should loosen up a little and start having more respect for herself, like I always did for her. Then I shouldn't waste any more of your time. Zeref laughed. This is the time for me to take my leave. Come to her, Naruto. You don't have to tell me. The immortal shinobi smiled openly. Do you know where she's right now? It shouldn't be too difficult to find her. He shrank in response. She united Tartarus, right? I could detect them, but it's not really necessary. One more thing, regarding. But Zeref had never gotten the chance to finish that question because Naruto had given the answer without thinking. She seems fine on her own. He said expressionlessly before walking away with his hands in his pockets, Zeref leaving the action wondering if he would tell the woman in question about her encounter with Naruto and what he had said about her. Over a period of a few months, Oration Says had been defeated by Fairy Tail of Alliance, Blue Pegasus, and Lamia's Scale. Following their final defeat, the guild was disbanded and all its members were imprisoned by the Magic Council. In X 784, Grimwar the Heart was the strongest guild in existence, aiming to awaken Zeref, someone who had never had to awaken to begin with, hoping to create the ultimate magical world. This led them to Tenru, where they encountered the Fairy Tail Guild's Class S Mage promotion trial. A bitter war erupted between the two guilds, which Fairy Tail ultimately won, though not unscathed. most of their strength was decimated by Fairy Tail's mages. While 2 of their core members chose to leave the guild, the rest were killed by the dark mage they worshipped, Zeref, ending the Dark Guild's reign of terror throughout Fiori. However, the falls of 2 of Oration Seize and Corazon Grimoire did not end the alliance between the 3 most powerful dark guilds in Fiori. Tartarus was the name of the last guild of the Balam Alliance. Since this was always hidden behind the dark guilds under their control, preferring to control the dark underworld, their very existence was always a great mystery to the people of Fiori, so no one would have imagined the guild being understood above all by Aetherius, an extremely powerful race of demons born from the books of Zeref. Being one of these Aetherius demons, Sayla was a member of Tartarus and its main team. Kyukuman, 9 Demon Gates. Taking the form of a woman, with exceptionally large breasts and the most striking feature being the 2 large golden horns that protrude from the sides of her head and point upwards, Ryajetsutin, the goddess of the cold moon, Sayla was an extremely voluptuous display of unrivaled beauty, approved by her boy Aetherius as the most beautiful demon among them. The wide headband parted the front of her hair, framing her bangs from the hair beneath it. For her outfit, Sayla wore a beige leopard print kimono that was very revealing, featuring black markings on her shoulders. The kimono was cinched around her torso with a thick decorative yellow sash tied behind her back. Her ensemble was completed with thigh-high socks that revealed her heels and toes, a white strap tied around her neck, and a necklace with a crystal gem that hung just above her cleft. Seated in a comfortable armchair by the window of the main hall of the Tartarus Guild building, her legs splayed out across the room, Sayla ignored the attention she received from the lesser demons and focused solely on the book she was reading. Despite being the youngest of Aetherius, Zeref's latest creation, Sayla was by no means a weak demon. Her power was recognized by many, and this was the reason she was able to earn her position among the strongest, Kyukuman. But this was not her beauty or her intelligent mind or her power, which was a form of curse that allowed her to totally control the bodies of her victims and manipulate them as if she were giving the orders that made her special, unique, and different from others. While every other Aetherius possessed an innate drive to kill the creator, established at the genetic level, which was the reason they were created and deliberately expressed as a feeling to return to their side, Sayla was created with the sole purpose of serving her master to the best of her ability and an instinct to put his needs and desires at the top of her priority. Unconsciously, Sayla lifted her hand from the page of her book and reached for the beautiful necklace she wore around her neck. This was a gift from her master, something she treasured as much as she treasured his loving attention. Sayla was worried, as she always had been during the 19 years since she'd last seen him. She knew better than anyone her ability to care for him, but not a day went by that she couldn't stop thinking about him, wondering what he was doing and whether he was happy without her by his side. Serving him, Naruto Uzumaki, was something she took great pride in, so imagine her feelings when he suddenly decided to dismiss her to live with her boyish demons for a few years after more than 300 years of service. She was shocked and horrified when she heard it. She had thought she must have done something wrong or something that had seriously offended him, and on her knees, she had tried to beg for forgiveness. This came as a relief to Sayla when he told her she hadn't done anything wrong and spent the next few minutes comforting her with soothing words. He wanted her to experience life with her kind, and while Sayla had insisted there was no need for such a thing, he refused to change his mind. This was the only time she refused to listen to his words, which sounded more like a request than an order. However, she still wasn't extremely worried, more so for her, but for him. The next morning, she left him and went on a journey to find other demons from Aetherius, who had been gathered by a demon named Margir from Tartarus, according to the will of Final, the strongest demon in Aetherius. Much to her surprise, before she left, her master had given her his necklace as a promise to be the one who would come looking for her in the near future. His necklace, and his promise. They had finally brought peace to her heart, allowing her to continue on her own path without worrying about him, no longer having to employ her. It didn't take her long to find Tartarus, as her activities were very strong at that time. From that point on, she had become an active member of the guild and had proven herself more than enough to be a valuable asset to their goals. But what was bothering him? She had to wonder, because then, he seemed distracted. He usually didn't space out for any reason, and sometimes he'd ask her to stay behind so he could go somewhere else by himself. This worried her, and she had tried to ask him about it, but he changed the subject and began, full of admiration, counting the times as fast as he could move. Thinking this was a personal matter, Sayla willingly stopped bothering him with her curiosity, but she couldn't stop worrying whenever he came back and just went straight to sleep. Perhaps this was the real reason he had decided to dismiss her, not simply because he wanted her to spend a few years with his boy Aetherius. She wasn't stupid, and she had spent enough time with her master to know if he was capable of anything. In one respect, you could say that she understood him better than he understood himself. Carefully playing with the glass with her fingertips, Sayla exhaled eagerly and leaned back against her seat, turning her head to the side to look out the window. Perhaps he would come to her today, perhaps he would come tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. Either way, she would still happily return to his side again and accompany him for the rest of eternity as his loyal and faithful servant. You seem deep in thought, thinking of your master again. Deep in thought, Sayla didn't realize a demon stood only a foot in front of her until they had spoken over it. Turning her attention back to the front, Sayla's eyes widened for a second before she quickly rose from her seat to greet them with a slight but respectful bow of her head. Ioka-sama. Ioka had a very distinctive appearance, most notably due to her half-human half-aviary features. She appeared to be of average height and weight, yet possessed a remarkably large chest and a curvaceous hergless figure. Her form was covered by a tight pleat of skin that further accentuated her chest, revealing her thighs and partially exposing her buttocks. Her shoulders and arms were concealed by a long, striped jacket with flame-like sleeves, a four-way slit carabiner, and a high, deep collar that completely covered Kyoka's neck. Kyoka's hands, however, took the form of sharp, scaly claws, while a thick pair of ribbons wrapped around her thighs, stopping where a similar set of bird-like feet began. She completed her attire with an intricate helmet featuring a large gem on its brow, which covered almost her entire face, except for her eyes and mouth. Two long, wing-like tufts of hair protruded from the sides, twisting outward around her face. The rest of her hair fell farther back, bundled tightly in a thick ribbon. As Sayla, she was an Aetherius of the Dark Guild Tartarus and a member of the 9 Demon Gates, as well as its leader. Among the members of the Kaiukumen and her guild masters, Kyoka was the one she admired and respected the most, being one of the few demons who possessed power greater than her own, and the one who testified for her when she appeared at the threshold of Tartarus when the rest doubted her due to the differences in their innate desires. Do you read? The green-haired demonstrator laughed as she looked at the book in Sayla's hand. Yes, Kyoka-sama. I found this book quite interesting. Sayla replied with a nod. Is there anything in it that you need? You haven't answered my question. Kyoka leaned forward and looked Sayla in the eye, a malicious laugh crossing her lips. Were you thinking about your master again? The black-haired demon blushed and, with a soft laugh, nodded her head. I should have known. The goddess of the slave planet rolled her eyes. You're sure he still remembers you? It's been 19 years, hasn't it? Sayla sighed inwardly. There she goes again. The master is busy. He'll require my help again as soon as he's done. Whenever the two of them started a conversation about their master, she would bring up the matter, as if she thought Sayla's devotion to her master would change. It was quite obvious that Kyoka was infatuated with her and he was jealous of her exclusive affection for his master. Other than respect and admiration, Sayla felt no particular pity for Kyoka, but over the past 19 years, Sayla had ended up in the upper demon's dormitory and engaged in such behavior with her countless times, more than she could remember. This is a demon's business, so she really couldn't help her. She had a very similar relationship with her master, although her time with him was, in a strange way, much more enjoyable. So was she ashamed to let someone else, a woman, but someone else nonetheless, touch her inappropriately like that? No, she didn't. It wasn't like there was anything special about their relationship. She'd learned from books that men were quite possessive of the women they were in love with, but while he had shown her a great deal of affection, it wasn't like he was in love with her or anything. Besides, while she cared deeply for him and appreciated the attention he gave her, she had never seen herself as his lover. She was his servant, and he was not her master. Nothing more, nothing less. But suddenly, Sayla frowned and became worried. Isn't there anything wrong with this, right? Right? The saying goes, but you still have the doubt, huh? Kyoka smiled contentedly. Even though she noticed his frown and worried look, she had them mistaken for something else. Is there something you need there, Kyoka-sama? The goddess of the cold moon quickly changed the subject, feeling the need to go along with someone like Kyoka. Yes, I need you to carry out this mission for me. Kyoka replied, as you already know, Grimwar Heart has been demolished by the fairy tale. Sayla nodded her head in understanding. News of Grimwar Heart's fall was all over the human newspapers, and while she could never bring herself to read one because they were so boring, she had heard some lesser demons gossiping about it. This was a genuine surprise, but startling. Good, we need to make sure the dark guilds under your control remember where they belong. I'll need you to examine each of them to ensure they know their place. If they try to do anything suspicious, you know what to do. Sayla nodded her head seriously. I'll go to my space to prepare and leave as soon as possible, she said, bowing her head to the green-haired demon. Well. Kyoka laughed. Remember, I expect nothing but success from you, Sayla. After bidding farewell to Kyoka, Sayla quickly made her way back to her space. She had a mission, and she intended to accomplish it to the best of her ability. Opening the door, Sayla walked into her space and closed it behind her. It was at that moment that Sayla felt a presence behind her and without thinking, she turned and pushed her palm forward. Hey. Say, whoa. The person said in surprise and quickly dodged his head to the side, his hand harmlessly passing his head and striking the wall behind him instead. That part of the wall was completely destroyed and the force of his attack made the rock space slightly warp. Are you angry? He asked jokingly as his eyes widened in shock. Master? She exclaimed in happiness, but then horror washed over her when she realized she had tried to crush his head, not that she could, and immediately dropped to her knees and lowered her head so low that it touched the floor. I'm so sorry for trying to attack you. Please forgive me. That's fine. This is my flaw, for starters. Naruto said as he knelt down and placed his hand on her shoulder to lift her up. Please lift your head. There's no need for you to bend over. Master, you're here, she said, looking at him for a second before throwing herself at him, wrapping her arms tightly around his shoulder. I've missed you so much, she said happily. It's been so long. Smiling broadly, he hugged her back, returning her heartfelt welcome. I've missed you too, Sayla, he said as he rested his head against hers, taking in the scent of attraction he liked and omitted so much. I'm sorry for the long wait you've had this long, he said, gently stroking her hair before pulling her close to capture his lips in a scorching kiss. Of course, this wasn't the first time he'd kissed her, but this surprised her every time. This made her heart flutter, and soon, Sayla found herself kissing him back with hardly as much passion. After a minute, Naruto pulled away and laughed at her. Was Sayla as beautiful as he remembered her to be? How have you been? I've been doing well, master. Sayla laughed. I did as you commanded. I found other ethereous demons and came to live with them. She said before asking, how did you find me, master? But this necklace. Her hand reached out and touched the gem on her necklace. This is a special gem that responds to my chakra, so I can sense you even if you're halfway across the world. I've also added a special seal to it, making it a marker for the technique. You wear it and I can find you no matter where you are and come to you in an instant. The master. She laughed softly, brushing the pink dust off her cheeks. You've changed, Sayla. Naruto laughed as he looked at her with piercing eyes. But then, he frowned, do I owe you an apology, Sayla? I really shouldn't fire you against your will like this. It's just. Please don't say this, master. Sayla interrupted and placed her hand on his cheek. You have your reasons, and I respect that, as much as I respect you. Naruto sighed, but laughed at her nonetheless. Are you free right now? He asked, and Sayla uncomfortably shook her head. What is it? Tartarus wants me to go to the dark guilds that were in control of the Grimwar Heart to remind them that we're still here. Naruto nodded in understanding. The Grimwar Heart, they. I know what happened to them. I was there and I saw it. Naruto shrank back, making Sayla's eyes widen in surprise. To tell you the truth, I couldn't care less about it. Anyway, dark guilds, huh? Do you mind if I continue? You don't do. I don't have to because I want to. Naruto smiled broadly. We have so much to catch up on, and I'm dying to hear your stories with Tartarus, so why waste any more time? The W is fine if you insist. It's just like what he said. They had a lot to take. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. The category with its back against a tree, Naruto crossed his weapons over his chest and watched the fire building before him slowly crumble down to the ground. The door was then smashed apart and Sayla came striking from the Dark Unicorn Guild building with a calm and hard expression on her face, but this didn't last long and immediately softened when she saw him standing outside, waiting for her. Did I keep you waiting, master? Sayla asked as she stood before him, playing apologetic. Nah, don't worry, it's fine. Naruto shook his head and then noticed a small smear of blood on Sayla's left cheek, probably from one of the dark mages she'd killed in the nearby range. There holding on with a small laugh on his face, Naruto reached for his hand and carefully cupped her cheek, keeping her head still so he could wipe the bloodstain from her face with his jacket sleeve. I guess the negotiation didn't go too well, did it? As Sayla blushed at his affectionate attention, her immortal master turned his eyes to look at the burning building and saw it had completely collapsed. Those people really didn't agree with the way we controlled the underworld. What's more, they despised me and tried to touch me. This was a complete waste of time, so I ended their stories. Sayla looked at him and answered sincerely, making the blonde man laugh silently with amusement. The Dark Unicorn is a weak guild anyway, so even if they accept my offer, I don't think they'll have much use for Tartarus. She said unpleasantly, but then realized that Naruto was wiping her cheek, but nowhere was he holding her face in his hand. Master? She asked in confusion, looking directly into his eyes. She saw the love in them, the same love he always had for her after she came to his side. You are very handsome, do you know that? His question surprised her. These were just simple words meant to compliment her facial features, which he always described as stunning, but of all the words he could say to her, they were the least of her expectations. This wasn't the first time he'd said those words to her, and she didn't expect it to be the last. But for the first time ever, she felt the weight and depth of his words, the real reason why he always said them with such love and affection. The Etherius. For the past 19 years, they had lavished praise on her beauty more than she could remember. Among them, she had the least facially striking feature of a demon, other than the horns atop her head. This made her look more human, the race she had come to hate with a passion, but the demons didn't seem to mind, and neither did she. Kyoka, of course, had Sayla complimented multiple times. She was the only one besides her master who had seen more of the cold moon goddess than just her face, and the generous amount of hex appeal that her clothes could barely conceal. However, now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but notice the difference between her master's and the Etherius's praise, especially Kyoka's compliments on her beauty, as well as how she felt about them. Although she would never have shown this, Sayla allowed herself to be easily impressed by their praise, as she took great pride in her appearance. Other than this, she felt nothing. She was beautiful, possibly the most beautiful Etherius female, so it was natural for them to find her beautiful and attractive. Even the humans she had taken great pleasure in killing couldn't avert their disgusting eyes from her. But when this came to his master, it was a whole different story. In no case was she the only one to whom he had given those words. Having accompanied him for more than 3 centuries, she had watched him fall in love with many women, as he had a tendency to fall in love with women for whom he spent a great deal of time and recite the same words more than any of them could remember, but in a strange way he always made his meaning more special than any of them. Why? She didn't understand. Her heart warmed every time he did this. This brought a laugh to her face for no reason, making her feel butterflies in her stomach. Butterflies in her stomach? Sayla almost chuckled at her for using the strange human definition. She'd read about it in one of her boring books, and she'd never really understood the definition until now. Was it because she had been in love with him, her master? The romance novels she had read over the years had given her the answer, but she didn't trust any of them, she didn't like any of them to begin with, but she always forced herself to read them for 2 reasons. The first being the limitation of the demon library, as most demon books had been made in Etherius, and the second being that, as her master, she might understand him better, since he had once been human. She felt so many compassions for her master, respect, admiration, reverence. But she still didn't know if love was among them, or if she could have the honor of calling herself his lover. She didn't know if it was possible for Etherius, like her, to develop anything outside of how they were programmed, but whenever she was around him, she felt dizzy and supremely happy. Sayla always kept her behavior behind a calm mask, but whenever she addressed him, she felt the mask slip, and she began to act not so much different from a female human who was madly in love with someone. Love was always a strange concept to Sayla. For 300 years, she had accompanied him across the world, yet she had never given it a second thought. They were close, but was love a feeling they could truly share? The master cared for her deeply, but was that his love for her? Or was it something more? Was this how he always treated his servants? He was a god to an entire era, so she wouldn't be surprised if she wasn't his first servant or the first on his long list of servants who had the honor of keeping his bed warm with their bodies. In particular, immortality. This is the one thing that made her more special and different from them. Should she admit that she didn't really care whether he was in love with her or not, but if she were truly in love with him, then so be it, but it still wouldn't make any difference to her position as his servant, right? Right? For the second time that day, she doubted her. She almost chuckled at this. The cold and calculating Ryajetsutin was being confused by his own feelings. It wasn't something one saw every day. Lost in thought, deep in her own world, Sayla didn't realize that the two of them had been staring at each other for a while, but the next second, when she blinked, she felt his lips on hers, kissing her gently. Sayla was rather surprised, but she kissed him back nonetheless. Wrapping his arms around her neck and parting from her lips, she closed her eyes and let him deepen the kiss as he pleased, moaning softly as his tongue explored her mouth once more. His hands tangled in her hair, and she felt them slide down to her hips to pull her closer. They stayed like that for a while. Even after Naruto had stood up, Sayla continued kissing him. Naruto had no other choice but to stay with her for longer. He wasn't too bothered about it because he always enjoyed the feeling of her lips on his, especially when she put so much effort into the kiss. And suddenly, still kissing him, Sayla removed her hands from the back of his head and moved them down to his pants. Before he could do anything, Sayla had already unbuttoned them. She was about to take the rest off after she pulled down the zipper, but Naruto decided to stop her by grabbing her shoulders and gently pushing her back, but not too hard so she wouldn't misunderstand his intentions. Whoa, put it down right there, girl, Naruto said as he looked at Sayla, whose eyes widened as she finally realized what she had tried to do. The master, I am like this of course, she would try to apologize in a panic. He had expected hardly so much from her beautiful demonstration that he always tried to apologize whenever she thought she had done something wrong. No, it's fine, I don't care. It's not like I don't want to do it with you or anything, but now's not the time for it. He then raised his hand and pointed toward the completely destroyed building in front of them. Besides, we're not in the right place either. You only killed a bunch of people whose corpses were only a few feet away from us. Slaughtering most of your enemies and then having Hex right there on or next to their corpses would just make us look like a couple of psychopaths, you know. He was immortal, and he had been many things. But a psychopath definitely wasn't one of them. Although, Naruto would admit that he had lost his sanity a few times in the past due to the harsh life of an immortal. Quickly zipping up his pants and fastening the belt around his waist, Naruto glanced at Sayla and saw the worried expression on her face. Laughing, Naruto leaned forward and kissed her again, much to her surprise. Just don't stand there. Taking a step back, Naruto grabbed her hand and pulled away, throwing himself at her. You're just going to get your mission for Tartarus done, then we can go somewhere more private. I promise you won't wear any of your clothes when we get there. He winked playfully, making Sayla blush. If that's what you wish, master. Sayla nodded her head, finally bringing laughter back to her face. So Sayla, tell me about Tartarus. Naruto asked, how did they treat you right as they traveled through the forest? Were you able to make any friends there? Yes, master, they treated me very nicely. Sayla answered sincerely. Although, I wouldn't call any of them my friend. Well, we're friendly to each other, the concept of friend doesn't really apply to us. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. Fair enough, he guessed. The lesser demons respect me for my strength, and I also have some respect for those stronger than me. The Kyuukemen are the only ones I usually communicate with, so I don't know much about the others. Not that she cared about any of them. Tell me more about them then. Well. Jackal-sama is a boisterous demon who takes great pride in his curse, so I don't really enjoy his company, much like Franmath-sama, who can be quite excitable and impatient, and Ezel, because he has very little respect for me as well as no dignity. Tempester-sama and Kiz-sama are both calm types, while Tarafuser-sama is the most serious of the 9, so I really enjoy working with him. Silver is a new member of our team, but I enjoy his company the most. We usually sit and have pleasant conversations with each other. He's also a great listener, so I usually tell him stories about my travels with you. Well, the guy seems nice, I might try to find an opportunity to meet him sometime. Naruto nodded before making the request. Okay, this has 7 years of them, as for the last one. Ioka-sama is the leader of the 9 demon gates, and she's the one who's been the kindest to me, and the one I have the most respect for. Sayla laughed. She testified for me when I reached the threshold of Tartarus. Since we have different goals, another Aetherius didn't have much faith in me back then. I'm very grateful for what she's done for me, so I've tried to repay her as much as I can. Refund, how? Naruto asked with interest. I perform every task she asks me to do, and… She stopped, unable to bring herself to say it. And? I'm not important, love. She replied, unable to bring herself to look at him when he looked at her. She had never thought too seriously about it before because she believed he wouldn't care, as it wasn't anything serious. Now, she thought differently. She was afraid of how he would react to her answer. What is wrong with her today? Answer me, Sayla. Naruto continued crossing his weapons over his chest. This is an order. Sayla swallowed nervously. I have Hex with her whenever she ever asks me. She said it very quickly, but she was nowhere near fast enough. Naruto blinked once, then twice. He heard it very clearly, but decided to ask anyway, forgive me. What is this again? Swallowing, Sayla steeled her nerve and replied, I have Hex with her, whenever she asks me to. I'm the master, so pathetic. She added quickly, lowering her head in shame. So, you have Hex with her? Naruto asked. Many times in the past 19 years. Yeah. Sense good. Ioka-sama's curse can be used to increase the sense of pleasure, so she immediately slapped her hands over her mouth in horror. She looked up and saw her master smiling mysteriously at her with half-up eyes, his satisfaction mysteriously satisfied. Master, she stammered nervously. Why are you so nervous, Sayla? Naruto asked with a bright laugh, too bright for her liking. You shouldn't worry too much about it. I'm not mad at you or anything. He leaned forward and looked into her eyes, their faces only an inch apart. Kyoka is the one who should be worried about her life, because I'm going to kill her for touching her inappropriately. Sayla gasped in horror, but then he continued, wait, I'm going to have you kill her because the look on her face is going to give me so much fun. Was it possible? How could Kyoka be stronger than Sayla? The big deal, he could make her 10 or hundreds of times stronger than Aetherius was, finally, stronger with his chakra, let alone a mere demon like Kyoka. Sayla tried to open her mouth to speak, but when she saw the earth beneath him and around them cracking and the wind beginning to gather uncontrollably under the pressure of a fragment of his power, she knew he was angry and there was nothing she could say to change his mind. She didn't want Kyoka to die, not because the two of them had shared some intimate moments in her bedroom, but because she was an Aetherius boy. Humans killed each other for their own gain, but almost every Aetherius demon shared the same goal, the same dream, something they wanted to accomplish together and for which they had a mutual respect. Even though Sayla was created for a different purpose, she knew how this seemed to be driven by inner desire. She understood their devotion to their goals, so she didn't want any of them to die before they could achieve them. However, if this was her master's order, and he rarely gave his orders, then she would carry it out without question, and to the best of her ability. Then so be it. Sayla lowered her head, calmly declaring, "I will carry out your order this instant, master." She turned and was about to walk away when suddenly Naruto shot her hand and grabbed her wrist, stopping her from going any further. "Relax, I was just kidding." Naruto chuckled quietly, causing Sayla's jaw to drop in shock. "I won't kill her, or have you kill her." Her expression immediately improved. "Really, love? Other than the fact that you were doing it behind my back, which I don't like one bit," her laughter subsided, "I'm not worried about this so much. Maybe it's because Kyoka is also a woman and I'm kind to that girl about the girl thing, you see, but maybe it's because it's something I really deserve to take my eyes off you for more than a second. The master, you." But he raised his hand and stopped her from saying anything else. "I really shouldn't fire him, but then again, it's not like I have any other choice." Naruto mumbled the last part to him, so Sayla wasn't able to hear him. "So having Hex with her really felt like, huh, good?" he asked, giving her a teasing laugh that made her blush. "Think you might introduce me to her? A threesome, maybe? Amo? Ah, I know you like that idea." Naruto smiled broadly, placing his hands on both of their cheeks. He could feel their blush quite clearly. Who would have thought that their usual calm and aloof servant could blush like a teenage girl like that? "Please stop teasing me, master." Ah, then she could make a request as well. It seemed her decision had turned out better than he thought. Anyway, she needed a reminder and he knew exactly how to remind her. "Sayla." He suddenly moved his head and turned his eyes forward, ensuring she was looking directly into his eyes. "Do you know what I want to do next?" "Unfortunately not, master." Sayla shook her head. Smiling contentedly, Naruto leaned forward and whispered in her ear. Aetherius immediately blushed a red beet. "The master of M it is." The demon stammered nervously. His face, which felt so hot that only she knew it, had turned a bright shade of crimson and glowed almost visibly, even in the broad daylight. She could also feel his heart pounding hard and fast, accelerated by the filthy thoughts that scanned his mind. However, she was no less excited. "So you really like this, huh?" Naruto asked, his smug smile becoming sly and widening. "So what do you say? Screw into your mission and let your master remind you of his awe-inspiring power that no enhancement magic can hope to match." "If that's what you," but Sayla never had the chance to finish answering. Everything happened so fast that she actually felt a little dizzy. She was seized by her master, while at the same time her surroundings changed faster than a blink. Then, her clothes were ripped to shreds by his hands and shrieked as she was jolted onto a decent-sized bed. She turned and he was already on top of her, their lips crashing together before he forced his hands above her head. With just one hand, he pinned her wrists together and let her hand roam free over her bare forehead, feeling her smooth skin and the incredible softness of her firm, heavy chest. When his master whispered in his ear, he had promised his two things. Intense pleasure. And incredible pain in the time they were made and cared for. She knew better than anyone that Naruto Uzumaki would always keep his promise, no matter what. One thing is for sure, in the end, she wouldn't be able to think of someone or something, but he would. It's something she was really looking forward to. Time jump 7 years later. 7 years had passed since the day Tenro Island, had sheltered protectively within one of the three great fairy magic. The fairy sphere completely disappeared from the surface of Earthland, bringing stronger fairy tail mags down to the deepest part of the sea with it. Fairy Tail, once the strongest guild in Fiori, had become the weakest mage guild in the country. Without their former income, the guild fell too near bankruptcy and could no longer afford to save their building, which they forced into execution shortly afterward. After they left, the remaining members of Fairy Tail moved into a small tavern on the edge of town and made it their base of operations. 7 years, huh? Wakaba, a member of Fairy Tail, wondered aloud as he extinguished the smoke from his cigar. "It's really hard for me to believe it's been this long." "The good old days," Max said as he sighed longingly. "What really takes me back?" "Nothing has been the same since then," Warren declared, weeping as he looked at the paintings that had fallen to the ground after the new guild in town, the Twilight Ogre, had come and ruined the place. After studying the horrific new discovery, the remaining members of Fairy Tail had tried to find their family with everything they had, but none of them were found. All kinds of different organizations had joined the search, but none of their efforts had yielded anything. The Magic Council had informed them that it was Acnologia who had eradicated the entire island. This had shaken them to their core and crushed all their hopes because they all knew the story of the legendary dragon who single-handedly destroyed an entire continent. It was simply that no living human would be able to take on that dragon. Suddenly, while they were still in the midst of their tearful moment, they all heard a loud booming sound coming from above them. "What is this?" Droy asked in confusion. "Is the ogre coming again?" Motor asked, growling in frustration. Hurriedly, Mag ran out of the guild hall and looked up, only to have their eyes widen when they saw the Blue Pegasus Guild's magic airship. Kushina floating above them. Before any of them could say anything, an expressed shout from the ship, for whatever reason, getting louder and louder before the second men. Suddenly, an object crashed to Earth with a terrifying impact, startling Fairy Tail's members. Looking back at the small crater that appeared once the dust had finally settled, everyone's eyes widened in shock when they saw it was the infamous Uchiha of the Blue Pegasus lying on his side in the crater. "Just for you, Fairy Tail," he said, pointing towards them. Appearing to be natural from the fall, "I'm Uchiha. We understand how you feel, Uchiha-sama, but won't you settle down a little?" Another voice came from above. "We could have floated down with my wind magic, you know, Uchiha-san," an irritated voice said. "It's been for a while, each of us." A third voice could be heard afterward, this one softer than the previous three. The three men gracefully landed on Earth, revealing themselves to be the famous Blue Pegasus Trimen. Hibiki, Nuen, and Eve. "Why is the Blue Pegasus here?" Motor asked in total confusion, but not paying attention to his question, the Trimen gathered around Laki, currently the only female fairy mage in the guild, and started flirting with her. "You're so beautiful, Laki-san," Hibiki said as he stroked the lavender-haired girl's head. "Those crystals, this really pleases him," the Nuen said with a slight blush, adding another compliment. Thank you," she said nervously, unable to think of a better response. "Could you guys stop flirting and tell us why you're here?" Max shouted loudly. "Stop this right now, men." Uchiha intervened after the rebellion at his feet. "Please forgive us," the Trimen said in harmony as they bowed their heads in Laki. "Please forgive us." "Why are you still here?" Warren asked. "We did it," Uchiha said, dusting himself off and striking from the crater. "Something corresponding to Christina's movement characteristics that we have recorded in the information files has been discovered in Ethernano de Fiori that Lee." Hibiki began with a small laugh. "What does this mean?" Uchiha said energetically as he pointed his hands forward. "Tenro Island still exists." The members of the entire fairy tale could only stand there in shock at the news, while several miles away, a certain blonde immortal awoke from his slumber when he sensed something he had been all too familiar with. "Is this the time, huh?" Naruto said as he moved away from the woman sleeping beside him and got out of bed. Moving to the window, the blonde grabbed the curtain and carefully moved it to the sides just a little so that it would give him just enough room to look out at the world outside, but not wide enough to allow sunlight in and ruin his lover's sleep. 7 years. It had been 7 years since the day he kicked Tenru into the ocean. He'd never admit it or say it out loud, but he had to give Mavis and her brat some credit because the amount of magical power that was covered, their obligations, and their faith in each other were simply exceptional. Even he couldn't have done any better. "The master, what is he doing wrong?" A laugh made its way to his face as he turned his head and saw Sayla sitting on his bed with the cover only concealing her body from the waist down, leaving her entire upper body out of his view. "Did I wake you?" Naruto asked when the beautiful demon yawned sleepily and rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand. He always enjoyed a good sleep, but unlike her and the human, he didn't have to sleep as much, so even after having hex with her all night until 7 in the morning, he felt completely fine. "No, master." Sayla shook her head and got out of bed as well, letting the cover fall over her body. She made her way to him before wrapping her hands around his torso and pressing her body against his. Since he was much taller than she was, her head could only rest against his chest. "Does something bother you, master?" "It's nothing like that." Naruto shook his head and wrapped his weapons around it as she tilted her head back slightly to look at him. "Can you stay here for a while? There's something I need to do." "Yes, love." Sayla laughed, nodding her head. "But please come back as soon as you can, I'll be so lonely without you." "Is it a lawsuit?" "This is a request, master." Sayla giggled foolishly, and at the same time, Naruto chuckled softly before lowering his head to gently kiss her lips. The rental was over. Naruto turned and gathered his clothes, which Sayla had scattered all over the room the night before. Putting them on, Naruto turned to look at Sayla and saw her doing the same to him, putting on her black kimono. The previous kimono had been destroyed by him 7 years ago, but the current one was no less of a revelation, and placing the headscarf on top of her head to keep the ribbons away from her face. "Make breakfast if you can, it shouldn't take too long," Naruto said as he put on his jacket and disappeared in a flash of light. Sayla stared at the spot he had just been enduring with a worried expression. Did he forget that she didn't know how to cook? With a laugh on her face, Mavis Vermilion outstretched her weapons to her sides and allowed the fairy tale Holy Land, Tenrojima, to shelter within the burning golden fairy sphere, resurfaced from the bottom of the ocean, startling everyone who looked from a ship not too far from her. After gesturing for them to follow her by the hand, Mavis turned and flew away. The fairy tale wizards got their boat onto the beach and tried their best to catch up to her, but she simply drifted away too fast for any of them to follow. Pretty soon, she disappeared from sight, but when the group tried to search for the girl, they weren't able to find something, or rather, someone with a familiar pink-haired mop buried under the dirt. "Natsu?" Mac said as the rest gasped in shock. As fast as he could, he ran as fast as he could and got to the side of the fire dragon slayer. After giving him a quick check to make sure he was still alive and breathing, he grabbed his shoulder while Motor and Droy tried to pull him off the ground. "Natsu, get you. Wake up, you bastard," Warren yelled. "What? Closed." Natsu roared and broke free from the ground, ready to fight. "Natsu? Wahhh." The engine, Warren and Droy screamed and launched themselves at it with their weapons wrapped tightly around Natsu's neck, bringing him in a gigantic bear hug to his crash. From afar, Mavis watched, laughter never leaving her face. Any last words? But in the next second, Fairy Tail's first master shuddered and forced a laugh into her laughter when she heard his voice and felt something pointy touch the back of her neck, which shouldn't be possible because she was a ghost, and something that wasn't spiritual would simply pass right through her. But anyway, she knew all too well that only he was capable of doing something like that. "That was a long time, you little brat." Beep. The blonde squealed in shock as she was grabbed by the back of her dress and lifted into the air. "Put me down, Naruto. I thought we were over this by now." She whined like a child, swinging her weapons around as she came face to face with him. "You've gotten over this, meanwhile, haven't." He twisted the kunai around and clicked his nose with the curved end of the blade, making her grimace and puff out her cheek in annoyance. "You cheeky brat. Do I have to remind you again that this is my island? But I was born here." She crossed her arms over her chest and declared clearly. "Excuse me, but did Tenru make your island?" he asked with a deadpanned expression, but Mavis just stuck her tongue in his. Naruto then dropped Mavis, much to her surprise, making her get over her end. "Alright, brat, I'll give you 2 minutes. You get those people off my island, or I'll do it myself." Okay, geez, there's no need to be such a jerk." Mavis stood up, rubbing her end. "At least it gives me a few more minutes to properly greet you all." "What oratory? Why don't you come with me?" "No," Naruto stated coldly. "What about Urza? Don't you want to see her again this time after all?" 2 minutes, no more." Putting his hands in his pockets, Naruto replied in the same tone, staring off with a blank bored expression on his face. "Jerk. Brat. You heartless bastard. Dwarf. Yes. Is she trying to imitate Zara?" Naruto thought before smiling with satisfaction. "Do you still know what that word means? Are you really questioning my intellect?" Mavis frowned as she crossed her weapons over her chest. "Time to move, the clock is ticking." She saw him wave his hand dismissively, urging her to move as quickly as she could. However, the moment she turned her head back, a quick plan formed in her mind. She smiled wickedly with satisfaction. When the lost members of Fairy Tail had been awakened, Mavis stepped forward and cleared her throat, making herself known to each one. "Hello everyone." She greeted them gently, a warm laugh spreading across her face. "I'm so happy to finally meet you all for the first time. My name is Mavis, the first Fairy Tail Master, Mavis Vermilion." She introduced herself, causing the fairy tales, except for the current master, to scream in shock. "How?" Urza said in surprise, looking at the first master with wide eyes, much like all the others. "I passed away long ago, so this is merely an ethereal body," she replied, closing her eyes. "Then I took the strength of everyone's obligations and faith and transformed it all into magical power." All her thoughts allowed one of the 3 great fairy magics, the fairy sphere, to be activated. This is an absolute defensive magic that will protect the guild from any evil. However, each one was sealed in a frozen state even though it has been released, a span of 7 years has passed. They all gasped. This was 7 years of nothing. "What now? So he was the first one who protected us?" Makarov said between tears, smiling openly at the young woman with long golden hair. "It's nothing. Since I channeled everyone's strength into magic, I had to give it my all." Mavis laughed. Strong faith and resilient obligations will still bring miracles to your side. She then looked at them and laughed, her head tilted to one side. This makes a wonderful guild, Tercio. It really is, Mavis-sama. Makarov laughed back at her, and they all nodded their heads in agreement. Meanwhile, Naruto checked the time. It had been 2 minutes and 10 seconds. That was just enough time for him to kick them off his island. He had plenty of ninjutsu to wash them away, but a tropical storm should be more than enough. Before you go, there's someone I'd like to introduce you all to, Mavis suddenly said, causing Naruto to stop channeling his chakra. While I was the one who created the fairy sphere, he made sure that your Acnologia is safe. Mavis continued intensely, too intensely. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, and he is. But before she could finish her introduction, Naruto appeared right next to her and slammed his right fist into the top of her head. They're happy now? Naruto asked in annoyance as he glared angrily at Mavis, who was clutching her head in both hands, tears threatening to fall from her eyes. With a sigh, he turned his head and looked at the Fairy Tail members, who were staring at him with wide eyes. With a quick scan, he was able to recall all their faces and the rest of their facial appearances, something he had disregarded 7 years ago in favor of his battles. His attention shifted to Natsu for a second time, before stopping at Urza. Urza almost shuddered. She could have sworn that he, Naruto Uzumaki, was right about her. She believed they had never met before in the past, and yet Urza Scarlet could sense something very familiar about him. Curiously, she felt a warmth when she looked back on him. He gave her the warm, heartfelt feelings of the people who had cared for her and shaped her into the woman she was now over the past 19 years, and she wasn't thinking of Makarov. Sure, he had been nothing more than a grandfather to her after she joined the Fairy Tail, but it was the people who came before him. Before she joined the Fairy Tail who gave her all those feelings. He also looked a lot like someone she used to know. Naruto cleared his throat to break the silence before the refrain, since this little runt's already spilled the beans, you guys already knew my name, but I think a proper introduction should be included. He pointed at Mavis, before placing both hands behind his rear, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm a member of Fairy Tail. The owner of this island. The immortal shinobi and the first Fairy Tail master finished their introduction simultaneously, causing each to gasp in surprise. Naruto turned his head slightly to the side and glared angrily at Mavis, who stuck her tongue out at him before breaking into a white intense smile. What did you mean when you said you owned this island? Makarov was the first person to ask. It's not Tenru. Mavis's house, but my ancestor was here even before her. We owned this land before you villagers came here and dumped your trash. This is our birthright. Naruto replied expressionlessly, lying through his teeth. However, his statement wasn't entirely untrue because his ancestor had been there before her and even before him. Is he telling the truth, Master Mavis? Mira asked. Naruto turned to look at the girl in question and silently promised unimaginable pain and humiliation if she dared to spill the whole truth. Yes, it's him. Mavis Vermilion nodded. Hold on tight, you're a one-tailed fairy mage. Laxus decided to ask. He was the oldest member of the current younger generation and yet he'd never seen Naruto before and didn't he look a bit older than him? But I've never seen him join our guild before. I've been staying here for most of my life, Naruto said shortly after. But. For most of my life, Naruto repeated, interrupting the lightning dragon slayer in the same tone, the oratory of which, lives are given. Welcome here, then I'll give you 30 seconds to get on that boat. He pointed his hand in the direction of the boat on the beach and move your donkey from my island before I make the ride for you. He sounds like Perusica. Natsu shouted. If you compare me to some old hag, Naruto clasped his hands together and formed a hand seal, something that was not unnoticed by a certain Redeed, immediately causing the sky to darken with lightning that violently cracked across the clouds, making Fairy Tail consider the shock, then I guarantee you that I'm nothing like this Perusica. Whoa, how does he do this? Natsu said as he looked up at the sky. This is awesome. Aya, this isn't impressive. Lucy cried as one of the lightning bolts struck the spot next to her. They're going to come out here. Yes, I think this is time for us to leave. Makarov nodded and was about to follow, but stopped when he saw Urza raise her hand to stop them. Please hold on for a second, Master, Urza said as she took a step forward. I want to ask you a few questions. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but he didn't say anything. Standing beside him, Mavis laughed. Did this turn out better than she thought? Have we met before? No, we've never met in that person. So you're familiar with Minato Namikaze? Each of them turned their heads to look at Urza after this. He is my father. The immortal shinobi answered sincerely, making Urza's eyes widen in surprise. Really? You're his son? Naruto shrugged. I didn't know. You probably didn't. Naruto replied, what was he to you? He was my teacher, the one who taught me the magic of new joke, Urza replied, and the rest of Fairy Tail couldn't help but gasp. This was a story she had never shared with anyone. He also taught me everything I know and showed me the path of my magic. He was like a father to me. Well, this explains it. Naruto crossed his weapons over his chest. He might be a great guy to his student, but he's not a true father to his own child. He was particularly true, more so than A. You know that's not true. Do you want to argue with me? Naruto asked, glaring at her. He was an ass, I tell you. He was my teacher, someone I could call my father. Urza summoned her sword and pointed it at him. I won't tolerate you continuing to badmouth him like that. She growled, and Naruto rolled his eyes. Alright, please calm Urza down. Realizing the tense atmosphere between the two, Mira stepped in front of her best friend, placed her hand on his shoulders, and said, hoping to calm Urza, we'll leave your island immediately. Mira turned and laughed at Naruto. Please forgive us. She tried to push her away, but Urza refused to move and continued glaring at Naruto. When Fairy Tail mags started to move, they were stopped, and it was Mavis who did this. Hold on. Mavis stepped forward and turned to face Naruto, holding her hands behind her rear. What? Naruto didn't like the laughter on Mavis's face. This promised trouble for him. Why don't you come with them? Forgive me. You're a member of Fairy Tail, right? Since when did he become a member of Fairy Tail? Why don't you try life as one of its members for once? Naruto was about to reply without taking a second to think of an answer, but Mavis hit him for following up. I promise you this is going to be a lot of fun. She then clapped her hands together and gave him those infamous big puppy dog eyes, something that, combined with her cuteness, was overkill even for someone like him. Please, Naruto, do it for me just this once. What do you say to Naruto? Would you like to come with us? Master Makarov asked with a smile. You're a member of Fairy Tail. What's more, you seem like a good friend of the first one. We would be more than happy to take you on as an official member. He completely ignored Makarov's words. Fine. Naruto finally said and snapped Mavis's fingers across the forehead, knocking her to her knees, but the spirit of Fairy Tail's first master laughed heartily nonetheless. Sayla's breakfast would most likely have to be eaten by his breeding stock because he couldn't think of any better option. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. X791, Magnolia. Marahin Strauss, the triumphant Fairy Tail, laughed heartily as she danced between the chairs and tables to serve cups of beer to the Fairy Tail members. Each one around the small guild hall drank, sang, and talked to one another, as if they were trying to make up for 7 years of lost time, nothing but tears and sorrow for the forgotten members of Fairy Tail. They were once the best guild in Earthland, but she didn't care all that much because the guild was still pretty much the same as before. After all, it was the Fairy Tail members that mattered. Nearly a decade had passed in real time, and yet Marahin was still the same 19-year-old she had been 7 years ago. She was still the beautiful young woman of below average height, with long, wavy gray hair that curled slightly at the ends and had 2 bangs framing her face and reaching down to her chest, then pulled back into a high ponytail by gathering and tying the hair that covered her forehead. She had large blue eyes and a curvy, voluptuous body with very large breasts. Mira wore a beautiful sleeveless ankle-length chestnut dress with a pleated skirt, with high heels that matched her dress, accessorized with a small chain necklace with an oval blue gem attached to it, and a bracelet made of white flowers encircling her right wrist. In general, she hadn't aged a single day, and the same could be said for the other fairies on Tenro Island when Acnologia attacked them. The fairy sphere was truly an amazing spelling, Mira had to admit, because not only did it protect her and each of them from Acnologia, but it also protected them from time itself, preserving them in a static state many years before their disappearance. She was grateful for what the first master had done to protect them, and 7 years of life was only a poor price to pay for such a miracle. Here's your order, Urza. Mira laughed heartily as she handed the red-haired Nidus, who had changed out of her usual armor and was now wearing a high-collared, long-sleeved blouse and blue skirt, a medium slice of strawberry cheesecake on a plate with a silver fork, which she happily accepted and began to serve herself. Is this okay? The waitress asked in the amusement when she saw the happy laughter and heard the satisfied groan from her best friend. It's delicious. Urza nodded her head with a laugh, beaming at Mira. Thank you so much, Mira. Please don't mention it. She then glanced away at a table in the corner of the tavern for a moment before turning back to Urza. Tan, what's his type? My type? Who? Urza asked in confusion before looking in the direction Mira had been looking a moment ago. You mean that? For your information, Mira, he's not my type, and to answer your question, he hasn't done anything suspicious yet. The Fairy Queen scolded. Clearly, her opinions of him hadn't changed one bit, mainly because he hadn't done anything to change that. Literally, nothing. From that moment on, Naruto Uzumaki, who sat with his feet up on the table and leaned back on the legs of his chair, took a step into the Fairy Tail building, if they could call the tavern their guild hall. He had created his own space, completely separate from the others. He found a table in a corner of the space, said nothing, and silently enjoyed the drink Mira gave him. Sometimes, Mira heard him make comments whenever a fight broke out among the male members of the guild, but other than that, he remained completely silent. So, is he really her teacher's son? This came out as a question. Mira had never met Urza's teacher before, and because of their rivalry when they were younger, Urza had never shared her life outside the guild with her, but she first learned about him by eavesdropping on one of the conversations about him between Urza and the master a few years ago. Yes, he is. I mean, he looks just like his father. Urza rolled her eyes and then continued unpleasantly, but he's nothing like Minato-sensei. He's never mentioned his son before. Urza shook her head in response. Then she held the empty tray to her chest and asked with a laugh, "You really do have a lot of respect for your teacher, don't you, Urza?" "Respect? Look, I love him like a father." Urza replied, laughing warmly at the thought of her teacher. "I grew up respecting Minato-sensei. He was the one who taught me how to fight, how to survive, how to take care of myself, and much more than just my magic. I wouldn't be half the person I am today without him." Mira gasped slightly in surprise as Urza crossed her weapons over her chest and looked at Naruto again. She hadn't expected that she would have the honor of calling someone sensei my father, something she didn't know if she would ever have. "He's really amazing, isn't he?" "Yes, he is." Urza laughed before looking at Naruto, quietly growling in annoyance. "He's Minato-sensei's biological son and yet. Come on, Urza. Give him a chance, won't you?" Mira laughed. They barely know each other. Something must have happened between the two of them to make him dislike his father like that, don't you think? Urza nodded, but she didn't say anything. She had thought about this. She couldn't bear it if someone badmouthed him, especially when that someone was his own son. Minato Namikaze was a man who had become a father figure to her around the time she was trying to master her magic and was still haunted by the horrible days at the Tower of Heaven. He was a great man, an amazing teacher, and an even greater father. She refused to believe that Naruto hated his dad for no reason. Something, which in her opinion must be a misunderstanding, must have resulted in him having such a negative opinion of his teacher, and she intended to find out what it was. However, looking at him right now, she wasn't sure if she could approach Naruto and talk about Minato Namikaze without starting a fight with him. They had a rough start, so it would be best for both of them if she kept her distance for the time being. Unbeknownst to both girls, Naruto listened to their conversation and paid extra attention to Urza's opinions about her teacher. "He's a member of Fairy Tail." Mira continued as she removed her hands from her chest and placed them on her hips. "Master Mavis has accepted him into our guild. He's one of us, so you shouldn't be too difficult about him." She then added before Urza could say anything, "Although, you have to admit he's hot." When she heard that, the scarlet-haired mage nearly choked on the soft piece of cake she was eating, saying it was almost impossible to say hotter than the guys we have here. "Don't you have a job to do?" "That's a shame, I was just joking around." Mira laughed foolishly before the request. "Oh, one more thing, what happened to your teacher?" "Well, he went on a trip to other countries after my education was finished," Urza replied with a sigh. "I haven't heard anything about him since." "I'm sure you'll find him again one day, Urza," Mira said as she placed her hand on her friend's shoulder and squeezed it comfortingly. "Yes, I really hope so." She laughed because she too had high hopes that they would meet again someday. Perhaps Naruto would know where he was, then she would have to ask him about it later. The game continued for more than 12 minutes before the door of the small tavern was pushed open and 5 very familiar faces walked in with a laugh over their faces. "Welcome back, everyone." Jera's Blendy waved cheerfully to them. She was a beautiful young woman with blue eyes, pink hair, large breasts, and a curvaceous figure. She wore a black waistcoat and matching skirt. The waistcoat had a collar and bow that reached only to her mid-chest, leaving her navel, belly, and the lower inner portion of her breasts completely exposed. She also wore a dark ribbon with dots that resembled cat ears and long black gloves that reached her arms. "It seems this has turned into a noisy guild again," said Lion Bastia, accompanied by Jironikis, Yuka Suzuki, and Tobi Horhorta. Lion was a slender young man of average height with a muscular and toned physique. He had bluish-silver hair, most of which consisted of spiky strands sticking up the top of his head, except for a few that were tucked down and partially covered the upper left side of his face. "You guys." The sight of his rival and his teammates, Grey Fullbuster stood up from his seat and exclaimed in surprise. "Lamia Scale." Lucy gasped after the example of the grey color. Lamia the Scale was one of Fairy Tail's allies during their mission to destroy one of the strongest dark guilds in the Balam Alliance, Oration says. When searching for Tenro Island, Blue Pegasus and Lamia really helped each other out, one of the guild members informed them, forcing Grey to chuckle, while Lion simply smiled contentedly. "Well, this looks like we're in their debt now." "Don't worry about it, the Blue Pegasus was the one who did it there first, but we have much more power," Lion smiled confidently. "Who cares about this?" The gray sweat dripped, saying inhumanely. Well, in these past 7 years, we, the Lamia scale, have risen to the number 2 guild in Fiore. The Sherry said with a laugh, placing his hand on the aforementioned of his important chest. It's too bad for you, St. Lucy. So does that mean number 1 is Blue Pegasus? Lucy asked curiously. Absolutely not. Toby shouted dramatically. There's no way through. Settle down, Yuka tried to reassure her friend before turning back to Lucy. No, this isn't the Blue Pegasus. Well, enough about this, everyone. Jura chuckled as he placed his hands in the sleeves of his dark-colored Haori. The important thing is that everyone is alright. His eyes then caught sight of the young man sitting completely alone in a corner of the guild hall. Since Fairy Tail was in the middle of a match, such a sight was quite unusual. The blonde was also an unfamiliar face, so he couldn't help but ask, and who is that young man over there? We've never encountered him before, have we? Who I am is none of your business, Naruto said lazily as he folded his hands behind his head and leaned back even further. The chair looked like it was about to tip over at any second, but for some reason, Naruto was still keeping it balanced on the ground without any problem. What's your problem? Jairus couldn't help but ask, placing his hands on his hips. He's just shy, that's all, Mira said with a small laugh. Naruto decided to take her advice and went back to finish his drink. Anyway, realizing that Naruto wasn't going to say anything in response, Lion returned to his gray hair. That being said, I think it's time for us to take our leave. The Fairy Tail Ice Mage nodded and offered his hand to his rival, who immediately took it in a firm handshake. I'm glad you guys are finally back because things weren't as interesting as they used to be without Fairy Tail around. The Fairy Tale of good luck, Jura laughed, because you're going to need it to climb back to your position and regain your reputation. And you guys better watch out because we're behind now. Natsu declared and punched his right palm with a burning fist, smiling openly with confidence. Nodding his head, Lion turned and left the guild. His teammates quickly followed after him, with Jairus being the one who stayed behind for a few seconds longer to say goodbye to Lucy. The blonde happily accepted it before waiting for the dull mage to give a warm goodbye. The game continued, and Naruto was thinking of leaving to go home to Sayla when he suddenly noticed a pink-haired mop appear from under the other end of the table, accompanied by the head of a certain blue cat. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto put his feet down and leaned forward to look at them. What are you two doing? Naruto asked as Natsu, who had his scarf wrapped around his forehead and probably the lower half of his face, looked up at him from his position. We were wondering if you're a ninja, Natsu asked curiously. Always. Fellas spoke his trademark slogan and nodded his head in agreement. What makes you think I'm a ninja? Naruto asked. You make your hands like this when you use your magic. The Fire Dragon Slayer brings his hand together in the most common hand seal known to people outside the shinobi world, the Ram seal. This is a ninja's signature, right? Where did you even get that idea? Do you even know the difference between a ninja and a mage? Immortal Shinobi rolled his eyes. Natsu raised his hand and pointed to a certain young woman in the small building, but before he could answer his question, Naruto continued, you forget. I don't want to know the answer. It's probably something stupid anyway. He muttered under his breath and of course, with his heightened hearing, Natsu heard him. You use magic oratory, what kind of magic do you use, Naruto? Lucy decided to ask when she realized Natsu was about to explode right in her face. Can you manipulate time or something? What Naruto did was something she'd never seen before, but she read about it in some magic books. This was an extremely advanced magic that allowed the user to manipulate time. Storm magic was its name, if she remembered correctly. Unfortunate, but it's for me to know, Naruto replied by accident. Since you're the son of Urza's magic teacher, do you know the new joke magic too? The guild immediately fell into a deathly silence, and Natsu immediately realized it was incredibly stupid of him to ask that question. They could only nervously glance between Urza and Naruto, who, for the first time that day, had finally looked each other in the eye. Good? Urza broke the silence, crossing her weapons over her chest. Does it? It's for but before he could finish his answer, which was the same one he gave Lucy, Naruto felt his inner alarm blare and immediately brought out his sword to summon a weapon in defense. He heard the clang of metal on metal as he felt a counterforce against his blade, but showed no surprise when he saw Urza standing in front of him with a sword in her hand. Impatient, aren't you? Naruto asked, and Urza smiled contentedly at the reply, while other members of Fairy Tail looked on in surprise. They had never seen anyone who had the ability to pick up on a new joke as quickly as Urza and managed to block his strike without any trouble. It's because you're not going to answer her question. She explained before looking at Naruto's sword, a katana. You're very quick, aren't you? She expected nothing less from her teacher's son, who was the only person who could use the new joke faster than she could. I thought that brat over there was the one who wanted to pick a fight with me. Naruto gestured toward Natsu, who yelled in frustration at having been called a brat again, but was restrained by Lucy and the gray-haired boy. You want to fight me too? he asked. The burning determination in his eyes, something he was so familiar with, had already answered his question. I'd like to see exactly how strong you are, Urza said. I want to test my strength against Minato-sensei's son. Naruto immediately stuck his tongue out in displeasure. What? Are you afraid of getting your ass kicked by your student? She said insultingly, but Naruto wasn't bothered by it one bit. Instead, he decided to say. I know what you're trying to do, Scarlet Urza. His statement made Urza's eyes widen slightly in surprise. Are you trying to prove you're better? That you have more right to call yourself my father's child than I do? Seeing the worried expression on Urza's face, Naruto smiled smugly. Fine, you can run around calling him dad all you want, but don't tell me to do the same. He's never been a real father to me anyway. He said, drawing his sword back and making it disappear. From the very beginning, everything that happened was because of him. He was a failure as a man and an even bigger failure as a father. He failed to save the love of his life. He failed to protect his own child from a horrible childhood, and little did they know that Naruto simply didn't speak ill of his father. What happened between you and him? Urza asked slowly. Her expression softened slightly as she stood up and sheathed her sword. She was halfway to his right. Damn, that happened, miss. Naruto said as he leaned back and put his feet up on the table, folding his hands behind his head. Damn, it turns out Urza could only wonder what he meant by that. Would you like another drink? Mira asked cheerfully as she appeared on his side, placing a cup of beer in her hand. You can put it on my table, Naruto said shortly after, not taking his eyes off the book he was reading. On the table to his left was a pile of books, something he'd seen him with since his conversation with Urza ended. With a laugh on her face, Mira substituted Naruto's empty cup for the one she was holding. Thanks. He nodded and picked up the cup to take a sip. He couldn't get drunk no matter how much he drank, but a good beer was still something he greatly enjoyed. Fairy Tail might look like a dump, but they had good drinks, something he was grateful for. What are you reading, Naruto? Mira asked with interest, trying to get a glimpse of the inside of the book. Don't you think you should introduce yourself first before attempting to start a conversation? I don't even know your name yet. His words made her blush with embarrassment. Now that she thought about it, she rightly hadn't introduced herself yet. I'm so sorry. Where's my way? Returning her usual sweet laugh to her face and doing her best to restore it to its normal healthy color, Mira introduced herself, placing her hand on her chest. My name is Mirahin Strauss, but you can call. But before she could finish her introduction, Naruto interrupted, don't worry, I know who you are. From the stack of books, Naruto pulled out an old weekly issue of Sorcerer's magazine and showed it to her. The gorgeous model featured on the front page was none other than Mira, dressed in a white bikini top, a very short skirt, and nothing else. Ah. Looking at the picture of her in the team reveal, Mira could only nod her head in understanding. However, she immediately frowned when she looked at him. You were teasing me, weren't you? Just because I have dad's publication doesn't mean I don't have a sense of humor. Naruto replied with a shrug. So you like what you see on this page? Mira asked as she picked up the magazine and held it to her chest, giving the same seductive laugh she did in the photoshoot years ago. Naruto stared at her and at the Sorcerer's magazine for a moment before replying, this would be a lie if I didn't. Well then, I'm glad you're not an emo bro. Mira giggled foolishly at the thought, while Naruto could only chuckle silently at her statement. What makes him think this? He had been many things. A troublemaker, a noisy ramen-loving brat in orange clothes, a good friend, a hero, a strong leader, a father, but an emo bro wasn't definitely one of them. Pretending to be something he wasn't was also one of his big projects for the future. I have my imagination. Mira playfully tapped his head, rolling his eyes. Naruto suddenly had the feeling that his imagination wasn't something he should underestimate. Okay, let me tell you, I'm not an emo at all. I just don't feel like talking. I'm surprised but I believe him. Mira laughed foolishly. Hey, are you married? A familiar voice caught Naruto and Mira's attention, and when they turned their heads in that direction, they saw Urza staring at Alzak and Biska, her eyes widening like dinner plates. Blushing rather childishly, she too appeared to be caught off guard. Yes, for about 6 years now, Alzak replied. Urza-sen is right. And you know what? I was the one who suggested it. Biska said with a laugh, nudging her husband with her elbow. He was so nervous and… Can we just skip that part? Alzak laughed silently in embarrassment. See, congratulations. Urza stammered, bending down. I might be a little inexperienced and naive, but please take care of me. She nervously followed Alzak. Mira giggled foolishly as she looked at her best friend. Wasn't it actually strange for her to see Urza, who always had a strong and confident aura around her, acting so feminine? Then she was the only one who wasn't surprised by the knight's odd behavior. She's somehow twisted all that around to be herself, hasn't she? Well, she'd better not think about it. Naruto grumbled, it's better for young people not to think about love at this age, since there's so much more to the world around them. Her eyes widened slightly as he realized what he had just said, but it was too late because Mira had heard him. This is profound, you know. He asked humorously, and here I thought you hadn't thought about most of the people around you. I guess I was dead wrong about you, wasn't I? Don't you have a job to do? And now you sound exactly like Urza. 20 years older and I'd definitely mistake you for a wise old man, or Urza would mistake you for her teacher. Naruto continued staring at her, his face remaining emotionless. However, even after this, a chuckle didn't completely disappear from his face. Ah, relax, I'm just kidding. You enjoy yourself, don't you? Naruto asked as he looked back at the book he was reading. However, before Mira could make any comment about it, a certain pink-haired dragon assassin charged at Naruto with a huge grin on his face and charged first, intent on punching the immortal shinobi right through the face. Naruto Uzumaki, however, could see Natsu's attempt to attack him coming from a mile away. By moving his head out of the way, Naruto dodged Natsu's punch at the last second, causing the pink-haired dragon assassin's fist to slam into the table instead. Hey. Don't run around attacking people like that. Most of the Fairy Tail members shouted out dramatically, pointing their hands at Natsu. Surprise. Naruto grumbled mockingly as he bent down to pick up his books. True to his personality, Naruto was actually a little surprised that it took Natsu so long to put his mind to it and challenge him. Here you go, Mira said as she handed Naruto some books she had picked up from the floor. Thank you. Naruto nodded before they disappeared in a flash of light. Natsu? Urza said sternly, rising from her seat. What do you think you're doing? I challenge him, what else? Natsu stood up, piercing his palm with the fire that blazed around his body, smiling openly with confidence before pointing his finger at Naruto. I challenge you to a fight, Naruto. Why should I fight him? Naruto asked, folding his weapons across his chest. You're strong, and I want to become stronger. Natsu smiled broadly. You use the same magic as Urza, so if I defeat you, I'll be stronger than her. What ridiculous logic. Naruto grumbled. Do you even have a brain in that head of yours? It was still hard for him to believe that Natsu was actually Zeref's brother. Was he literally all brawling and no brains? Does anyone want to stop him? Naruto asked, looking around the guild. Well, Natsu will always be Natsu, Makarov said. He looked drunk. He won't stop the implantation of hidden microphones in you unless you give him exactly what he wants. Gildert continued with a small smile. You should fight him. Urza spoke as she crossed her weapons over her chest, tilting her head to the side. He just wants to fight you, so it's better to give it to him sooner rather than later. Fine then, it's not like I have anything better to do. I'll fight you, Natsu. Naruto accepted the challenge. Natsu cheered loudly. However, he then reached into his pockets and pulled out 5 wallets very familiar to the members of Team Natsu. If I win, I'll take all your money, including your team's money as well. Those who were drinking immediately spat their beer out when Natsu, Lucy, Urza, the Grey One, and Wendy checked their pockets and found them empty. When did you steal it? They all shouted and pointed their hands at Naruto. Even Urza's wallet, which she kept in her pocket dimension, was stolen, much to her shock and astonishment. I'll cook your cats too. Ignoring her question, Naruto continued with a smug smile, much to everyone's shock again, he raised his other hand, which held Fellas, Carla, and Lirio by their tails. Carla. Happy. Lily. The entire guild burst into laughter. I'm serious. His tone immediately extinguished the laughter, and everyone stared at him in shock. Hey. Don't pull a prank like that. Natsu yelled and tried to grab his wallet, as did Fellas, who was very uncomfortable with Carla and Lirio. Give me back Fellas and my money. Naruto then released the cat, but he still held the wallets in his hands. Do you still want to fight me? Naruto asked as he put the wallets away with his magic. You'd better choose wisely because I'm not giving them back when this is over. Fine. Go do this. Natsu declared, pointing his hand at Naruto. You're over. Hold on. Lucy stood up from her seat and looked at Natsu. This is all my money. What if you lose? Wendy, who was sitting next to her, nervously nodded her head. That's right, don't forget you've never even hit Urza before. Gray indicated. From what they could see, Naruto was strong. Perhaps as powerful as Urza because of his newfound speed and ability to block her strike with ease. Being the son of their teacher, there were no storytelling tricks he'd invited up his sleeve, and fighting an opponent whose magic and fighting styles were completely unknown to you wasn't something anyone could fully prepare for beforehand. They're right, Natsu. Urza stepped forward, declaring firmly, it's not like I doubt your strength, but what if you lose? Are we going to lose all our money? She had never doubted Natsu and his power, as she always thought he was stronger than her. She had to admit that she secretly wanted to see Naruto's strength, but she was more concerned about their money. She didn't care about Natsu in the slightest, because Naruto had the element of surprise on his side and might just decide the outcome of the battle. Don't worry. I'm going to kick this guy's ass. Natsu smiled smugly, cracking his knuckle, but even with so much determination, Lucy wasn't convinced. Fine. Like about this. Naruto said, making a thoughtful expression. He loses, I'll take his money, but you guys can find a way to screw him over later. How? Lucy asked nervously. This is for you to understand. Naruto finished with a small grin. So? You still want to fight? Natsu nodded, smiling broadly. Well, you want to stop it. He looked around. The members of Team Natsu remained silent. Although Lucy seemed to want to argue, while Wendy was too nervous and shy to say anything, in the end, the girls didn't say much like the gray-haired one. A few minutes later, everyone was waiting, eager for a good show to unfold. Some chatted about random things while others placed bets on the winner, and of course, Konoha was taking bets from all over the world. Naruto and Natsu's fighting ground was a large open area of grass and dirt in the middle of the lush forest near the city of Magnolia. The fairy tale mages were gathered around the southern edge of the area. Phew. Natsu ignited flames around his body in anticipation. Come on, let's get this fight started already. He yelled, with Naruto standing in front of him. Put your shorts away. Kana shouted at Natsu, a barrel of beer standing by her side as she gathered bets from other guild members. I still got people placing their bets. Everyone was betting on Naruto to win. Only his teammates were praying that Natsu would come out on top so they could get their money back. I want to fight him now. Natsu then pointed his finger at Naruto, who held a rather relaxed stance for someone about fighting, shifting his weight to one leg and placing a hand on his hip. Impatient, aren't you? Naruto said, making a thoughtful expression. You know what? I think I'll add one more rule to our fight. If you manage to land even the slightest blow on me, you'll win. No one gasped in surprise, no one except Urza. What? Do you despise me? Natsu shouted. Nope, I'm being very serious here. Naruto replied, resisting his hand. He's coming at me with the intent to kill, the brat, I mean. You could be killed instead. Urza finished and saw that everyone was looking at her. Minato-sensei said the same thing. Everyone paled, wondering why she was so much more powerful than them. What kind of horrifying education had Urza undergone at her teacher's hands? Meanwhile, Naruto couldn't stop smiling. She remembered. Alright then Natsu ignited his fist with fire and sprinted at Naruto. Kiryu no, but even before he could make a punch, the fire dragon slayer suddenly felt his eyes swirling black and red without his initiative. The next instant, Natsu realized he was facing away from Naruto, his right arm tucked behind his head. He tried to move, but stood still, his blood running cold as he suddenly felt something pointy behind his neck. I haven't even started yet, Naruto blurted out, holding Natsu by the wrist, a knife poked behind his head. Much like Natsu, those watching from outside were terrified by his speed. Urza swallowed nervously. He was much faster than his teacher. Naruto was fast, even though he didn't seem like he was trying. This meant that he could move even faster than this. Remember, I'm not your friend. I'm not part of your family. Right now, I'm your enemy. Naruto stoically recounted, steel your nerves, gather that resolve, picture me as someone who tries to hurt the people you care about. He released Natsu, and the boy took a few steps forward before turning to face Naruto, who laughed when he saw the determination in Natsu's eyes. If you're ready, then go begin. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. At night, when Naruto stepped into the two-story house on the Fiori coast and made his way to the living room without making the slightest sound, like a true shinobi when he moved into enemy territory, he was greeted by a sight that amused and annoyed him at the same time. The man, who was none other than his shadow reproduction, sat on the lounge chair in the middle of the room, sporting a blissful laugh on his face as he leaned back and rested the back of his head against the headrest of his chair. Now, even though only his head was visible, as the rest of his body was hidden behind the comfortable lounge chair's backrest, Naruto knew perfectly well that his reproduction was naked from the waist down, and his impressive manhood was hard as a rock and adorned for full attention. Even better, there was a woman kneeling on the floor between his outstretched legs, as if this were her proper place, and using her mouth to pleasure him like the good and naughty little servant that she was. From a moment of doing nothing, allowing his reproduction to enjoy the pleasant and awe-inspiring service of his or her beautiful demonic servant for a few more seconds, Naruto decided to speak until both were aware of his presence. You two are very lucky that I'm in a good mood. Almost instantly, both jumped. The reproduction Naruto turned and stared at the original in surprise, while Sayla, who was naked except for her knee-length socks, hurriedly stood up and looked at her true master, nervously. The boss, you're in the back. The reproduction greeted cheerfully, but in truth, he was quite nervous. The boss was walking around the house and he didn't know anything about it, the boss himself, Naruto was just that good. How long Naruto had been watching him with Sayla, he had no idea. Master, welcome back. She bent her head deeply, completely unaware that her action caused her large breasts to jiggle. Having sex with her offspring, which was basically him, wasn't counted as doing so with someone else behind his back, right? This wasn't the first time she'd done it with her offspring, or even more than a handful of them, but this was actually the first time her master, the original Naruto Uzumaki, knew nothing about it. For starters, having sex with her wasn't the offspring's mission, as he was sent home to have breakfast with her and guard her company while he was gone for the day. How was it? Clean your mouth first, Sayla. The Aetherius blushed and hurriedly used the handkerchief his master gave him to wipe the drool and saliva from the corners of his lips and his chin. She had basically made a mess all over his face by sucking him in the most pleasing way possible. And you, Naruto turned to his reproduction, dissipate before I do. The reproduction giggled nervously and did as he was told. Everything the reproduction had experienced immediately rushed into his head. This was a fairly quiet day for Sayla and her reproduction, but nevertheless, it was much more interesting than his morning with the fairy tale. Sayla's breakfast was absolutely awful and downright disgusting, but the reproduction managed to force a laugh through each course to make her happy, something he understood Sayla was genuinely grateful for. They spent the entire morning training, keeping each other in top shape before Naruto took Sayla out for lunch, and he enjoyed the rest of the day peacefully and quietly on the beach with her. It began when dinner was finally over. They started with a passionate kiss, which heated up after a few seconds, before moving on to something more physical. Sayla couldn't resist, not that she tried, when he removed her clothes and began feasting on her breasts before working his way around the rest of her body. He took his time, savoring the pleasure in the moans that escaped his mouth. His hands reached for her breasts as his face buried itself between her thighs, wetting her chin, her nose, and filling her mouth with her juices as his tongue moved inside her. To make a long story short, this was going to be a hell of a night, and the replay was definitely enjoying it. Until the original Naruto showed up and ruined all the fun with his presence. Well, enjoying you a little too much, aren't you? Naruto asked and continued before Sayla could say anything. Relax, Sayla, I'm just joking. I'm not crazy about you or anything. This isn't really your first time with one of my reproductions, is it? But you didn't know, Sayla said, lowering her head in shame. This is fine. The reproductions are copies of me, so in a way, this just shows me how much I want to get my hands all over you and inside you. Sayla blushed, but she laughed nonetheless. Hex wasn't something she was shy about, and her master knew this very well. Come here, just because my reproduction has already spent some high-quality time with you doesn't mean I have to. The Aetherius happily let herself fall onto her arms and pressed her naked body against his, allowing her master to wrap his arms around her and place his hands on her back before pressing his lips against hers. How was your day, master? The playback had filled her with the basics, so she knew where he'd gone. Was it boring? You must be bored out of your mind. Her hand moved away from his hip and traveled down to his pants, where she didn't hesitate to put them on. Would you like to entertain me? She asked, trying her best to be seductive. However, in her opinion, Naruto thought she didn't have to because her voice and the way she usually addressed him were seductive enough. Daring, isn't it? Naruto said as he gazed off into the distance with a thoughtful expression. To tell you the truth, it wasn't exactly boring. Things got rather interesting this afternoon. How so? Sayla asked curiously. She heard everything he said, but she wasn't bothered by Fairy Tail all that much. Moreover, her master didn't object when she removed his pants, so she continued. Would you like to know? Naruto asked, moaning slightly as Sayla took him into her mouth. You know that. I think you should know. Aetherius Beautiful widened his eyes, but his mouth was too busy to give an answer. He took a seat on the lounge where his reproduction had sat a few minutes ago, giving him a more comfortable position to tell the story and enjoy the hospitality Sayla could offer. He had to admit that he was connected by the memories of his replay. Before that day. Remember, I'm not your friend. I'm not part of your family. Right now, I'm your enemy. Naruto stoically recounted, steel your nerves, gather that resolve, picture me as someone who tries to hurt the people you care about. He released Natsu, and the boy took a few steps forward before turning to face Naruto, who laughed when he saw the surprise, but still burning determination in Natsu's eyes. If you're ready, then go begin. Alright, I'm powered up. Natsu grinned broadly, before charging forward. When he was close enough, the Dragon Slayer sent a barrage of punches toward Naruto's head, only for the blonde to dodge out of the way by shifting his body sideways, moving at an even greater speed than Natsu's punching speed. Calmly, Naruto's hand suddenly shot out and grabbed Natsu's wrist, stopping him from attacking his right arm. Almost instantly, Natsu tried to punch Naruto with his left fist, only for the blonde to block with the back of his other hand. Faster than his eyes could follow, the immortal shinobi grabbed his hand from behind and punched Natsu twice, sucking in his midsection. The punches made Natsu cough in agony before he was met with a square of punch to the jaw, sending him flying backward as Naruto released his wrist. Those drills were incredibly powerful, and even with a stamina greater than a normal mage, Natsu could feel it very clearly. They inflicted extreme pain on him and had enough force to send him flying several meters. He rolled the dirt. His face hit the grime once before he forced himself to his feet. However, the moment he did so, Naruto was right to say, his right leg was positioned for a kick that would most likely land on his face, and given how powerful the drills were, Natsu would parry them. Parry no. As quickly as he could, Natsu gathered the fire in his mouth before releasing it in a torrent of flame, directing it at Naruto who was above the collision in midair. Hoko. The fire completely engulfed his body, but when Natsu's roaring attack came to an end a second later, with smoke pouring from his mouth, the owner of Tenrojima was nowhere to be found. To those watching from a distance, it appeared as if Naruto could move so fast they thought he teleported. Before the fire blast could hit him, Naruto vanished into a blur and almost instantly reappeared directly behind Natsu. When Natsu realized Naruto was behind him and turned his head, Naruto suddenly disappeared from sight again and then, much to the shock of the viewer, appeared right in front of him, where he had been just a second before. Natsu only had time to turn his head halfway because Naruto wasted no time in sending a punch to his right cheek, sending him flying again. "You make this too easy for me, you know," Naruto said over Natsu as he managed to pick himself up again. There was a tender bruise on his cheek, but overall, it wasn't anything serious. "They're getting serious." "Don't worry, it was just a warm-up," Natsu declared confidently, releasing the fire from his hands. Something like that wasn't going to bring him down. "Try to dodge this." "No Kiryu," he yelled, charging at Naruto, who calmly watched the pink-haired youth's movement, still completely unfazed. Tekken. Natsu punched through with all his might, causing the area in front of him to explode in a wave of dragon fire that once again engulfed Naruto. "Did he get it?" Lucy asked. However, she was confused because she didn't understand why Naruto didn't dodge Natsu's attack when he was more than fast enough to do so. Then, before anyone could answer their question, the smoke was cleared by a strong gust of wind and Fairy Tail's eyes widened in shock when they saw Naruto standing in the same spot, holding Natsu's burning fist as if it were nothing, completely unharmed by Natsu's devastating attack. Even Natsu, whose fist had been immediately stopped, couldn't believe what he was seeing because until now, only Gilderd, the strongest Fairy Tail member, had shown the ability to block his punch without moving an inch of his body like that. "Is this it?" Naruto asked, staring at Natsu's hand with a bored expression, but in his mind, he was thinking very seriously, this is his magic. No wonder Zera said he struggles to feel anything. The immortal shinobi tightened his grip around Natsu's knuckle, making him wince in pain. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to come at me with the intent to kill? Get serious." He thrust his arm forward, forcing Natsu onto his knee, or he's lost. With the same grip on Natsu, Naruto spun his body around and shook the boy across the field. "TCH." Grunting in annoyance, Natsu was able to regain his balance over the mid-air collision and land on his feet this time. Using brute force to push forward, the pink-haired youth covered the distance as fast as he could, unleashing a large stream of fire from each of his hands. "Take this." Natsu yelled and slashed his hand vertically at Naruto, but the blonde simply raised his hands and stopped each burning fist with enough force to push Natsu back. When the Dragon Slayer tried to kick him, Naruto stepped forward and blocked with his left hand before slamming his fist into the top of his head, knocking Natsu to the ground face first. When he looked up, Natsu's expression turned serious. He raised both legs and spun around, igniting his feet with the flame, only for Naruto to raise his right leg and block Natsu's kick with his shin. Kiryu no. However, this time, he was totally prepared. With a massive amount of fire already gathered in his mouth and lungs, the moment his foot made contact with Naruto's leg, Natsu opened his mouth and roared like a dragon, while still holding his body upside down, igniting a wave of fire that was even larger than his first roar attack on Naruto. Hoko. The range of his attack was even greater than before, carving a path of destruction across the land, as well as a portion of the forest in front of him, setting the trees and plants ablaze. "What do you think?" Natsu smiled with satisfaction as he stood up and finished the attack, expecting to find a badly burned Naruto lying on the ground in front of him. However, he was taken aback when suddenly a hand shot out of the ground and grabbed his ankle, immobilizing him. The next instant, the ground cracked open and Naruto burst from the earth, sending an uppercut to the stunned Dragon Slayer's jaw. Natsu gritted his teeth and a pair of rear-end feet sailed out as the punch slammed into his face before he landed on his back with a grunt. The old trick never gets old. Naruto grumbled as he brushed the dust off himself. "Is that it?" he asked, looking at Natsu, who was staring at him in disbelief. There wasn't a single burn mark on his body, and his clothes looked fine too. There was no way he could have reacted to an attack as quickly as that. That was nice, but it's not nice enough to catch me off guard, Naruto remarked, folding his weapons across his chest. He's playing with him. Lucy screamed in the crash, holding her head with both hands. He's not using his magic yet, the gray one grumbled, sweating slightly. Those attacks were pure physical force. Are you kidding me? The motor, the mage with the high-speed magic, couldn't believe it. He doesn't use magic and he already moves this thing fast, what the hell? And he could really hit hard, too. Mira nodded, watching the damage from Naruto's uppercut landed on the Dragon Slayer's face. Urza, meanwhile, was strangely silent. She had been watching Naruto the whole time, thinking he would fight like his father, but much to her expectation, he didn't. He had a fighting style of his own, a style that was unpredictable and on a whole new level. With such speed and strength, Urza believed that Naruto could end the fight at any moment he wanted to. You're a tough bastard, aren't you? Natsu asked as he wiped the blood from his chin, keeping his eyes on Naruto the whole time, as if he believed the blonde would disappear and then randomly appear somewhere around him to deliver another devastating punch or kick. Naruto took a stance, one hand behind his back and the other extended forward. The little dragon has come, he said, taunting Natsu by making the come upon gesture with his hand. Show me your strength. You asked for it. Natsu gritted his teeth as he unleashed his magic, engulfing his body in a column of fire. Ryu mode, lightning fire dragon mode, much to his surprise, lightning began to appear around him and soon surrounded his body. The ground around him was either destroyed or burned as his magic power surged like a rocket. Wow. Wendy gasped at the clash as the two elements strongly demonstrated their presence. As this Lucy was also surprised. Taking a leap into the air, Natsu generated a large amount of fire in his right hand and lightning in his left hand, which he then combined before unleashing the massive combination of his magic on Naruto, creating a very large and bright explosion around him, wreaking havoc on the ground and sending Mag flying a little. The entire area trembled from the blast. Natsu gasped as he stared at the dome of fire and lightning. It was nowhere near as strong as before and it took a lot from him, but at least he didn't pass out after using it. He just hoped it would be enough to get Naruto. This it did, but at the same time, this it did not do. This continued for a second before the explosion was carried away by a huge gust of wind that was created by the man who had been standing in the middle of it. Wind? Urza, being one of a few mag who were still standing, as the rest had already been knocked to the ground, spoke in surprise as she used both weapons to protect her face from the strong wind. I'm not finished yet. Natsu roared as he descended upon all four of them. Combining fire and lightning once more, the dual-element Dragon Slayer gathered them within his mouth and then unleashed them toward Naruto, generating an enormous and destructive burst of sparks that wreaked havoc wherever it struck. Naruto, however, showed not the slightest nervousness or even surprise. Calmly but swiftly, he returned his hands before bringing them together in front of him, palms facing forward. Water formed around him and shot toward the blast of brilliant fire in the form of a gigantic circular torrent of water, even larger than Natsu's lightning fire dragon's roar. A large amount of steam was created above the collision between the two powerful techniques, but Naruto's water vortex quickly overwhelmed Natsu's roar attack. The Dragon Slayer's eyes widened in surprise as the water wave, which was infused with the lightning of his attack, extinguished the blaze and continued traveling in his direction. Brink magic too. Juvia Lockster, a water mage herself, couldn't stop exclaiming in surprise. However, it was clear to her that Naruto's spelling was on a whole different level. Natsu wisely stepped aside because he knew that water and lightning simply didn't mix well and being struck by them simultaneously wasn't going to be pretty. He blamed Naruto, creating a sphere of lightning and flame around his fist. Naruto slammed his hand vertically above it, causing a massive chunk of rock to erupt from the ground, standing between him and Natsu. Fairy Tail Mag could only gasp and stare at Naruto in the collision. Arr! Natsu roared and punched through the rock with all his might, shattering it to pieces in the process. Naruto had anticipated this, so he quickly backed away before Natsu's fist could find his face, using steam to vanish from the Dragon Slayer's sight. My turn now. Before Natsu could begin searching for Naruto, he shuddered in pain as a sharp pain shot through his stomach, caused by Naruto shoving his elbow into his lower abdomen. This battle is over. Naruto said and thrust his hand into Natsu's chest from below, sending him flying. Naruto then vanished, and as Natsu stood amidst a mid-air collision, he was suddenly struck by something moving incredibly fast, causing him to scream in pain and plummet downward with extreme speed. However, before Natsu could even get 2 feet close to the ground, something suddenly hit him again, sending him flying through the air. The force of the impact was so great that it created a small, yet still perceptible shockwave. The attack continued, and Fairy Tail Mag watched in shock and amazement as Natsu seemed to be tossed, pierced, and turned around seemingly by the air himself. They knew perfectly well what or who was attacking their fire dragon killer, but no matter how hard they tried, their eyes couldn't catch up with its speed. It moved and attacked so fast that it was almost invisible. "What's next?" Lucy asked, her body jerking. I can't see anything at all." The next second, as Natsu floated through the air, Naruto appeared, nominating him and delivering a punch straight into Natsu's stomach, smashing him down to the ground with such force that it created a shockwave strong enough to knock some unprepared Fairy Tail members back. Naruto landed back on the ground a short while later, his feet bouncing off the earth for about a meter before he managed to stand. Turning around, he glanced at Natsu, whose vision had been plunged into darkness the moment he hit the ground, before turning his attention back to Makarov, who, along with the rest of Fairy Tail, could only stare at him in fear. "I guess," he began, slowly nodding his head. "This is your triumph. Only then, I don't like cat meat for starters, so don't worry, I won't cook the cats," Naruto said as he summoned the wallets. "But I think I'll take this." He took the money from each of them before shaking them back to their owners. He counted out a few thousand jewels and gave them to Mira. "Keep it, it's for my food and tips for you." Mira didn't know how to respond, so she simply accepted his money with a nod. Naruto walked over to Urza, who was standing with her teammates, and patted her on the shoulder. "You'd better start thinking about it now." He reminded them of their promise before making his way back to the guild. "You defeat him." Sayla nodded, laughing triumphantly. "As expected of my master, not even Final can hope to match you." A few decades ago, Naruto had told Sayla about the true identity of Final, the strongest Aetherius demon. To say she was impressed to learn that the demon with the greatest power was her creator's brother was an understatement. While she had never met him before, Sayla had an immense amount of respect for Final for his power as the strongest. However, this still couldn't compare to the respect she had for her master, Naruto Uzumaki, the strongest being she had ever known in her lifetime, whose powers could shake the entire world to its foundation. Although she had never seen him going all out against someone or something, not that he needed to, because they had never found anything that managed to push him that far yet, she knew perfectly well that he had long since surpassed the pious level, and there was nothing in this world that could hope to defeat him. "I don't think he's a little stronger than you right now," Naruto said thoughtfully. "He has the guts, the will, and the potential to become even more powerful than he is now, but sometimes, those just aren't enough. So, he can't kill Zero-sama right now. Not without his Aetherius power, something I don't think he has any control over." Sayla nodded her head in understanding. The Final wasn't Aetherius to begin with, so he wouldn't have any control over his curse like the rest of them did. Moreover, as the strongest, his desire to kill Zeref would be a whole lot stronger than the others, meaning he was more likely to miss the moment the demon seed was awakened. "Please continue then, master." "Man, this sucks." Natsu Dragneel crossed his weapons over his chest and snorted in annoyance. He had bandages wrapped around his body from head to toe, but overall, he was fine. Wendy had already taken care of most of his injuries with her magic, but he still had a few bruises here and there and some broken ribs, which would take some time to heal properly. "Closed," Lucy shouted, pointing her finger at Natsu. "This is your fault. Our money was taken so carelessly." "Hey. Wasn't it Naruto who stole it? Then don't ever challenge him again." Then she grabbed her head with both hands and it fell onto the table. "How am I supposed to pay my rent this month?" Ignoring Lucy, Natsu turned to Naruto and asked him, "Hey. Naruto, how did you become so powerful?" "I trained hard to get stronger." The blonde man replied simply, not bothering to take his eyes off the book he was reading. "Do you have any helpful advice for me?" "You figure it out." Giving Natsu a cold reply, Naruto then turned his head to the side when he saw Mira making her way to his table with a cup of tea in her hands. "Ah, here we go." He immediately perked up and laughed. "Thanks." "You're welcome, Naruto-kun." The waitress laughed and put down the cup. "So, this is Naruto-kun now?" Naruto teased. "Do you have a problem with this?" Mira asked sweetly as she stood up. "Call me whatever you want." Naruto shrank back, not offering any objection. Naruto. Can I help you?" He didn't have to look to know it was Lucy. He had already memorized her voice and magical signature in his head. "See, can you give me my change?" She stammered nervously. "This is all I have to do." She clasped both her hands together. "Please," she said hopefully. "No, I can't," Naruto replied curtly, shattering the Sky Mage's hopes into pieces. But Naruto then closed the book and placed it on the table before turning his head to look at Lucy. What? She was a little taken aback by the way Naruto was looking at her. Naruto began, "Are you constantly worried about your money? Like, since I came to this place, I've heard you whine about the rent a total of 52 times and..." "Wait, you counted yourself." Someone shouted in surprise, interrupting Naruto. Do you have a problem with this? The mage wisely looked away when he met Naruto's cold glare, while Lucy could only blush in embarrassment. Anyway, Naruto cleared his throat and then turned back to Lucy. Was his emphatic speech actually hard to notice because she kept doing this from time to time, even in the middle of the game? It's just that I can't understand why a girl like you has to worry so much about money. Take Mira here for an example. He gestured his hand to Mira, making her point at it in surprise. She's pretty much in the same position you're right about now, and while I don't know if she's a tenant like you or not, what worries me is that she advertises free food and free drinks. Naruto-kun, it's actually because. Ignoring Mira, he continued, there are many ways for you to raise your income, so you don't have to worry about money. You can become a model or something with this kind of body. Have you ever tried modeling before? Yes, but. Guess what, you were modeling and those guys came along and ruined it. Naruto pointed his hand at Natsu and Gray, his teammates. No, I mean, yes, they really did do something like that, but my dream is to become a writer, not a model. Lucy laughed quietly and nervously, scratching the back of her head. A writer? Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise before looking at Lucy with interest. Any books yet? He asked. Yes, but, you know. Naruto shook his head with a laugh, gesturing for her to stand up. She didn't have to say it because he already understood that her books weren't going to sell very well. Here. In a flash, a book appeared in his hand and he gave it to Lucy. I'll let you borrow this. What's this book? Lucy asked as she picked up the Naruto book and read the title, The Tale of the Completely Impetuous Shinobi. She turned and looked for the author's name. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. She had read many books, but she had never heard of an author with such a strange pseudonym before. Muahaha. What a lame name. Natsu and his cat shouted in laughter. However, they immediately stopped and turned as pale as ghosts when a sword appeared in their field of vision and impaled itself on the wooden wall just a millimeter away from their faces. That book is very important to me, Naruto said. It wasn't a bestseller once, but to me, it was always the best kind of book. Naruto said with a laugh as Lucy opened the book to take a look. This is, she said in amazement. That right. I was named after the main character in that book. The immortal shinobi nodded, chuckling fondly at the memories of the past. It was poorly sold, no one bought it. He then returned to eat his bite. I hope this will allow you to have more faith and belief in yourself. Lucy nodded and the guild fell silent as they listened to Naruto's words. Guard your dream as a living writer and remember that all things are possible as long as you believe in them. Lucy then hugged him tightly to her chest before bowing. Thank you. She stood up, raising a bright laugh. Naruto then reached into his pocket and summoned several thousand jewels from his dimensional pocket, which he then gave to her, much to everyone's surprise. Congratulations, you've just earned your return. Lucy gasped in shock as she accepted the money. I'm giving you this so you have a copy of each and every one of your books, given that you still have them. I'll have them in a moment, please wait here. The blonde quickly lowered his head before leaving the guilds as fast as she could, making his way to the house to grab the Naruto books he'd bought with his money. The laughter on his face couldn't get any bigger or any brighter. Since the door was closed, the guild quickly returned to what they were doing, Naruto's words echoing in their minds. The shinobi, meanwhile, had gone back to drink his tea, but when he realized that Mira was watching him the whole time, he couldn't help but ask. Why are you looking at me like that? You're so nice and quite sweet too. Mira declared gently before placing another cup of tea in her hand, replacing Naruto's empty cup. Here you go. This one's on me this time. Fine, thanks. Naruto laughed and picked it up. The perk of being a good person. I still can't get used to it. He grumbled before taking a small sip. It was very delicious as everything Mira had been making for him. It didn't take long for another member of Team Natsu to arrive at their table. This time, it was a petite girl with fair skin and long dark blue hair that reached down to her waist, with two bangs framing her face and reaching down to her chest next to her black eyes. She wore a pleated top, a dress shirt, and a short skirt with a wide sash holding the top and skirt together. She completed her outfit with dark stockings and black shoes. It was Wendy Marvel, the Sky Dragon Slayer. Can I help you? It was clear she had come to try her luck, but what could a girl like her possibly offer in return for her money? And Naruto-sensei, can you to tell the truth, Wendy was a little terrified the way Naruto was looking at her. His eyes only made her worse, because they were icy cold and devoid of emotion when he wasn't laughing. Do you have self-confidence issues? Naruto asked before looking away. Too bad, you can't win her back like this. But money is everything Carla and I have. Wendy tried to argue. You can't. Her eyes widened as she saw Naruto's hand directly in front of her face. Faster than he could react, he smacked her forehead so hard she was knocked to the ground, clutching her forehead in pain. Don't bother. I'm actually more stubborn than that brat over there, so you can't argue with me about something like this. He summoned Wendy's money and waved it around. "You look like such an ass." Carla, Wendy exed, appeared at her side, her paw pointed at Naruto, saying sternly, "Why are you so stingy with her?" "I said I didn't like cat meat, that didn't mean I couldn't eat it." The white man was taken down by his words. "So, would you like to be cooked with an apple in your mouth?" Some laughed, thinking it was a joke, while many others didn't find it funny at all. Scarlet Urza was one of them. She was back eating her favorite dish again, but her full attention wasn't focused on it. Instead, her mind was focused on Naruto and his magic during his fight against Natsu. In one way, the way Naruto handled his magic was very similar to how she switched between armors to use different types of magic. He could use a lot of elemental magic. She, too, could use a lot of elemental spells because of her armor. He was fast, and while she doubted she could be as fast, she could increase her speed with some of her armor. The same could be said for physical strength and defense. Nevertheless, she had the feeling that this spelling was not the full extent of his power, and he still had many tricks up his sleeve. There was something she wanted to confirm. Suddenly, Urza stood up from her table and walked over to Naruto's. Then, before he could say anything, she summoned a silver sword into existence, and with lightning-fast reflexes, she stabbed him through his table, shattering it in the process. Her action shocked everyone except Naruto, who quickly grabbed his bowl of cookies and cup of tea without spilling a drop. "Is it necessary?" Naruto asked, looking at her. The fairy queen's expression turned serious as she steeled her black eyes upon him. "Naruto," Urza announced, "I challenge you to a one-on-one battle." "So?" Mikao commented. "Urza never challenges anyone. This is usually a different story." "I can't believe it." Lucy, who had returned to the guild just a second before Urza had declared her challenge, yawned in surprise. Did Urza really only challenge Naruto? Naruto didn't answer right away. Instead, he gave Mira the tea and biscuit before the request. "Why should I fight you? Like I said, you had nothing to." "This isn't about Minato-sensei." Urza shook her head. "I want to fight him because I want us back," she declared firmly. "Is this so?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Yes, if I win, you have to give us back my money and Wendy's return." "Hey. What about me?" the gray color shouted. "And gray too." Urza quickly added, "I want them back." "So what if I win?" "We'll pay for your meals for the rest of the month," she answered without thinking, causing Naruto to smile contentedly. Lucy almost dropped her book, Wendy and Gray gasped, and it seemed they wanted to argue, but a quick flash from her was enough to shut them up. "How about it? Will you accept? Or are you scared you'll get your ass kicked by your father's student?" "Alright Urza," Naruto said. "But let me warn you, though, at most." Those 4 words caused the members of Team Natsu to tremble terribly. For the second time that day, the fairy tale was treated with hospitality. But they all understood that the next battle was going to be much more exciting. From beyond the crowd, Kana could see the increasing bets from other guild members, who had split into 2 factions. One side was betting their money on Urza, while the other was betting on Naruto. Natsu and the gray-colored one, along with Lucy and Wendy, were among the group betting on Urza because first, they didn't want to lose any more of their money, and second, they doubted he could win against her. After all, she was one of the girls who had haunted them and tormented their nightmares since they were children. The other was Mira, but she had changed and become a sweet angel. Master Makarov and Fellas were part of the small group that bet on Naruto. Mira had her money on Naruto as well, but only enough for about 100 jewels. This was part of the money Naruto had given her, so she wasn't too worried about losing it. "I don't know if this is such a good idea," Lucy said nervously as she looked at Urza and Naruto, who stood facing off in the middle of the battlefield. "Fine, Urza," Naruto said as he slashed around her neck. "Same rule. You land a hit or leave a scratch on me, you win." "Still very confident, aren't you?" Urza asked as she pointed her sword at him. "Fine then, so be it. All bets are on." Kana shouted. Once Master Makarov heard Kana's announcement, he stepped forward from the front of the crowd and raised his hand, deciding to be the one to announce that the match this time begins. In a flash, Urza re-equipped her armor and charged into Naruto, re-equipping her armor using his magic. In a flash, the armor Urza now wore featured very few weaponized parts, with the breastplate shaped like a very revealing cheetah, the top of which was decorated with armor, with some bare armor protruding from the top of it, corresponding to her breasts, and some fur striping the lower edges. There was no waist guard, the armor instead sporting a pair of revealing black shorts, with a belt holding a cloth that hung over Urza's left leg connected to them. The outfit had a large collar around Urza's neck and a tail hanging from the back of her shorts, both made of thick fur, plus a pair of large cheetah ears, adorning either side of Urza's head. Urza summoned the spear that came with her armor and tried to stab him with it at high speed, but Naruto was even faster. He swiftly moved his body out of the way, then grabbed her wrist to pull her toward him. Urza knelt hard on his stomach, coughing in pain, a swordswoman's cough, before being knocked to the ground by an elbow to the back. Urza gritted her teeth and quickly summoned swords, wielding them with her feet, wielding the hilts between her big toe and second toes. She placed her hands on the ground and spun her body with her legs in the air, trying to slash him with the newly summoned sword, hoping it would catch him off guard. He didn't do this, and she waited so long. He summoned a sword and easily parried the sword strike to her left foot before following up with the right. Urza twisted her body around, slashing with her left and right swords, but he dodged and blocked them as quickly as she delivered the blows. She rose and began adding the knives in her hands to the attack. An opening. Urza's eyes widened as she saw Naruto drop his left shoulder. Quickly seizing her opportunity, she rolled in that direction and slashed her sword down. "Bad," Naruto suddenly said, as if he could read her mind. "This is a decoy," he said and summoned the second sword in his hand. This one, however, was a broadsword and was much, much larger than any sword she had in her arsenal. It had two cutting edges that were off power, a circle near the top, a semicircular one closer to the hilt, and an extremely long handle. Sparks flew between them as Naruto raised his sword as if it were Urza's knives, weightless and blocked, and thrust into her back. Wielding it with only one hand, Naruto leaped toward her and slashed down. Urza instantly transformed her armor into the purgatory armor and brought up to block Naruto's much larger weapon into a spiked mace. However, the strike came far, far stronger than she anticipated. It was so powerful that her mace was knocked away from her body, numbing her hands. Naruto continued to wield the blade with mastery and strength beyond anything she had ever witnessed. How he could wield such a sword with only one hand and with such speed without tiring was beyond her comprehension. However, it was the least of her worries as she feared that the slightest touch would leave her with a gruesome wound or worse, amputation, so she re-equipped her armor back into the flight armor and dodged as fast as she could. "You have good reflexes," Naruto commented as he lowered his sword, instantly switching his hand to slash at her. Urza was able to dodge it, but a few strands of her hair weren't lucky enough to catch her. "My father trained you well, didn't he?" "Absolutely." Urza gritted her teeth as she was forced back. "That's why I can't lose to you." She raised her hand and summoned multiple swords into the air. "What are you going to do with them?" Naruto sneered as Urza hurled them at him from every direction, but the blonde easily deflected them by twirling his sword around and performing several strikes. "It's useless." "Bad." Urza screamed as she lunged at him and began mercilessly slashing at him from every direction with two long swords. "This is a decoy," she yelled, and with a devastating slash, she knocked her sword away from his hand. As her eyes flashed happily after the flick of her sword in the air, she didn't see the laughter appear on Naruto's face as he glared at her. It didn't last long, and it vanished immediately when she turned her attention back to him. She slashed her swords horizontally, but she had learned that such an attack wasn't going to do much against him. So she changed her strategy. She decided to fight him with something else. At the same time, she understood that she had to end the fight as quickly as she could. Her body was bathed in light and she re-equipped her armor once more. Before her new armor could fully appear on her body, Urza had already summoned her weapons and blamed Naruto. "Alright." Natsu and Feliz cheered when they saw the armor Urza was wearing. "What is that armor?" Lucy could only ask in surprise. Looking around, she could see that the others shared the same expression. It appeared that only Natsu and Feliz knew about this. Naruto didn't hesitate for a second. He summoned his own weapon and attacked Urza as she passed him in a blur. The red-haired woman stopped a few feet behind Naruto and a moment of silence passed between them before Urza broke it. "I knew it," Urza said with a small, satisfied smile. "You really are a shinobi." The armor she wore was what people of ancient times would call ninja attire, consisting of a black kimono-style sleeveless upper arm warmers, black metal scale-like arm guards and shin guards, and black tabi with wuragi. She completed her outfit with a black scarf which she wrapped around her neck and extended down to her thighs. And in his hand was a kunai, one of the ninja's signature weapons, identical to the one Naruto held in his hand. "I didn't know my old man would go this far." He turned to look at his clothes before the smile faded. He closed his eyes, chuckling softly as he raised his hand and wiped the blood that had trickled down the small cut on his cheek. He could have made it heal instantly, but he didn't. "Well, I guess this makes you the winner." The moment Natsu asked if he was a ninja, he immediately understood it was Urza, and the armor she wore gave him that impression. "You let your master hit you and missed her intentionally, you, the master?" Sayla asked, and Naruto could only nod his head in response. "You're just too soft sometimes." "Well, you know I can be as hard as a rock too." Naruto joked, but the Aetherius didn't find it funny. "When this comes to people I care about, I just can't help you, you know," he stated gently, stroking Sayla's cheek with his thumb. Her expression immediately brightened as he stood up from his seat and took off his shirt. "Come on, let's not waste any more time." He quickly picked her up and took her into the bedroom with him. "I only hope you know what you're doing, master." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Where is everyone? When Naruto stepped into the guild that morning, he was rather surprised to find the place almost empty, save for Murahin and the other couple, who were cleaning up around the bar. Team Natsu was nowhere to be found either, which was quite disappointing, because he had really been looking forward to a conversation with Urza about her Kunoichi armor. "Good morning, Naruto-kun." Mira spoke, eliciting a nod from Naruto in response before answering his question. The master returned with some new missions for the guild, so everyone has already left to complete them. As you can see, everyone is close to bankruptcy, so we have to do our best to regain our former reputation. Naruto nodded in understanding. Although Natsu and his team left earlier this morning, I haven't heard from them yet. Mira said as she placed a finger to her lower lip, tilting her head to the side with a thoughtful expression. I see. Naruto looked at the beautiful waitress. And what about you? Oh, me? I have something else to do today, so I can't continue any mission. Mira replied with a sweet laugh before continuing, besides, I'm not too worried about money like everyone else, so I've decided to stay for a while and help my friends clean up the mess the others left behind after the game. Oh yeah, I almost forgot you're a part-time model. Naruto laughed and then asked, so the pay's okay? For a supermodel. Mira raised her hand in the air, striking a definite pose. Confidant, right? Naruto laughed quietly and Mira winked at him. The girl has the right to take pride in her beauty, right? She asked, laughing softly. Anyway, is there anything there you'd like? I'm almost done with cleaning, so I can make you a plate for breakfast. The waitress offered with a laugh. Big, but something you have in mind should be fine, Naruto said as he took a seat. I'll be back in a moment. After saying this, Mira disappeared behind the counter and made her way into the kitchen. Since everyone had eaten almost everything at the game the day before and Loki hadn't returned from the market yet, her options were rather limited, but she had a specific dish for Naruto in mind, and luckily, Mira found everything she needed in the pantry to cook him a perfect breakfast. She had only made this dish a few times in the past, but she was confident in her abilities. She made sure to make more than enough for Naruto. She didn't know how much he could eat or would eat in the morning, but it was clear to her he ate a lot, as she had learned yesterday. Everyone liked their cooking, and Naruto would definitely like this too. After a few minutes, Mira came out of the kitchen, carrying a tray of food in her hand. Here you go, Naruto-kun, she said cheerfully and placed it on Naruto's table. Okay, what do we have here? Naruto asked as he looked at what Mira had prepared for him. There was a plate on top of a bowl, which was the main course, a glass of milk, and a plate of chocolate chip cookies that had just been baked. You managed to make all of this in just a few minutes, I'm impressed, he said, removing the plate from the bowl. He raised an eyebrow when he saw what was inside. You got this from me, didn't you? He asked, turning to look at Mira, who just laughed in return. There was something that did not disappear even after a few thousand years. Ramen was one of them, and Mira had cooked him a very large bowl of shioi ramen, with an egg, 4 slices of pork, chopped green peppers, lots of vegetables, mainly salads, and a topping that Naruto was very familiar with, crickets. Do you like it? She asked, handing Naruto her chopsticks and spoon. Well, I have to try it first before giving the cook the feedback she deserves. Naruto lowered his head and took in the delicious smell. This smells good, no surprises, he said, and Mira nodded happily. Mixing the noodles, broth, and toppings with chopsticks and a spoon, Naruto then picked up some noodles and twisted them around his chopsticks before putting them in his mouth, noisily drinking over the strands that stuck out. Naruto then ate a whole slice of pork, some salad, and a piece of cricket before finishing with a spoonful of broth. Delicious. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that she had cooked for a professional. Look. Naruto glanced at her, before a small grin crept back as he held her hand to make sure he didn't spill anything from his mouth. It's bloody delicious, Naruto finally said, making Mira clap her hands together in front of her and laugh happily. The broth is amazing, perfectly blended with the noodles, which you made from scraps, right? Mira nodded, beaming at him. The pork is cooked well, and I just like the amount of crickets you put in this. No pun intended, but I like crickets. They add a nice touch to my name. The immortal shinobi chuckled quietly. In my opinion, the vegetables aren't necessary, but I won't complain, because they add some wholesome touches to the dish. He pushed the vegetables out with his chopsticks, but ate them at the end. Great effort. I can see most of your cooking skills. This isn't the best thing I've ever eaten, but you take me to heaven with that. This was no softening of the blow. Mira's ramen was far from the best he'd ever tasted, but it was something he'd actually like to have every day, or at least every morning. A hit, I mean you sound like you know what you're talking about, and the tasting. I was hoping for something like this, but you sound like a real professional food critic, Naruto-kun. She admitted sincerely as Naruto returned to eating his breakfast. I'm very serious when it comes to ramen, Mira. Naruto shrank back. In fact, with thousands of years of experience, he could judge any dish. He could give the best review anyone could get unless they did something new, something he'd never seen before. This was my absolute favorite food in the world when I was young. Ramen means a lot to me. Is this how it is? Mira asked, panting slightly. She hadn't expected this. Did you know that when I was 12, I was this tall because I had ramen for every meal, every day? Naruto explained, raising his hand to a specific height, making Mira gasp. Yep, I ate ramen that much. She couldn't believe that a man who was now over 6 feet tall was that short when he was younger. She guessed they weren't joking when they said ramen was an unhealthy food. However, she couldn't help but wonder where her mother was, because no mother would let her children eat unhealthy food at every meal, every day, like that. She didn't know about her father, because while Mira was fairly certain that Naruto was older than her and Urza, he had become her father's student when she was between 11 and 12 years old, probably almost 2 decades after the day Naruto was born, at least, in her opinion. Did their father abandon them? Did something happen to their mother? Was this the reason Naruto hated his father so much? Did he spend his childhood alone? As Naruto finished his ramen and turned over the desserts, she could only look at him sadly. He must have suffered a lot, perhaps more than any of them. Well, that was delicious, Naruto said as he set down the empty milk glass and sighed in satisfaction. Cooking like this for me every morning, and you'll get more than just tips and praise. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a few thousand jewels, and placed them on the table. For delicious ramen, he said before Mira could come up with any excuse to properly refuse his money. Well, I guess I won't have any choice, but I'll accept this then. Mira laughed and took the money. Thank you, Naruto-kun. No, thank you. The blonde man laughed as he stood up. Do you need help? He asked as Urza picked up the tray with the empty plates. Okay, Naruto-kun. I'll be nice. She laughed and walked away, humming softly. As Naruto's eyes followed Mira as she disappeared back into the kitchen, he had to admit once again that her cooking was truly amazing. With his experience, he could cook even better, but after some time, he had grown bored with his own cooking and preferred to eat other cooks' dishes prepared for him. Sayla didn't know how to cook and it was impossible for him to teach her. She had tried to learn to cook many times in the past, but her attempts usually turned into kitchen disasters, much to her amusement and disappointment at being unable to make her favorite dishes. But she wasn't meant to be a housewife, so he understood and wasn't too bothered by it. There was a woman who could cook ramen better than Mira, and he used to like her cooking as much as he liked everything about her. You found the mission board. A voice broke out of his reverie. Deep in thought, Naruto didn't realize that he had gotten up from his seat and made his way to the other side of the guild, where he stood before a board with some papers mission assignments pinned to it. Turning, he saw that Mira was laughing at him. I'm guessing. Naruto nodded as he turned to head back to the mission council, banishing the thought of a certain scarlet-haired woman from his mind. What do we have? Are you interested in them? Mira asked curiously. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm a member of Fairy Tail. Naruto stated unpleasantly. Mavis Vermilion praised him, and isn't it normal for a mage from a legal guild to undertake assignments? You're right. Mira laughed, nodding her head at the agreement. Well, we don't have that many jobs left, and unfortunately, they're all under-aligned missions, but I hope you can still find something interesting here, so let me know if you decide to take it. I have to register everything. Naruto nodded, making a thoughtful expression as he looked at the mission assignments on the council. Mira wasn't lying when she said they were all underlined on missions, as most of them were BB. The others had probably taken all the good-paying missions and forgotten about the bad ones. I think I'll take this, and you know what, I'll take all of them. Naruto removed everything from the mission board, causing Mira to gasp in surprise. Are you sure? She asked, looking at him as if he were crazy. I mean, this would take an entire team to complete all these missions. Don't worry. Naruto smiled broadly before winking at her. I'm a multi-assignment person, so these are nothing. I can handle them. But Mira still wasn't convinced. Do you need any help? Strauss asked beautifully, I'm sure I can find some time too. Like I said, these are nothing I can't handle. Naruto interrupted with a laugh. You focus on striking various attractive poses in underwear or bikinis, and I'll make sure these missions are completed by the end of the day. I guess I can't change his mind then. Mira shook her head before walking behind a counter and posted the job book. Give me the assignments, please. Naruto handed her the papers and waited patiently for Mira to jot down the details of each mission. However, he omitted the surprise that crossed his face when she glanced at a crank job. This didn't last long, though. Alright, I'm done. Here you go. Mira handed him his mission back. Good luck, Naruto-kun. You're going to need this. She waved her hand, laughing sweetly. I'm going to see you later. Naruto nodded and left the guild. Later might be sooner than you think, Naruto-kun. She giggled foolishly before heading back to work. Master, are you sure you don't need my help? Sayla asked worriedly as she watched him run back from master and forward between shelves with great speed, carrying many books in his hands. The first mission was very simple. He had to put the books in the Oniba City Library back into their sections and sort them alphabetically. He had Sayla help him sort the books, and while with her curse she could move them to their sections and finish his mission in less than 10 minutes, Naruto decided he didn't want this. He would do most of the work himself. Don't worry, Sayla. Your master can handle this. He just needs to tidy up. Naruto gave his lover servant Aetherius a chuckle before continuing to put the books back in their places. With just a glance, he was able to memorize everything inside the library, so he didn't have to look twice to know where he put the books. They were in the right places. Although it was a very heavy task, this was a very simple job for him, and it reminded him of the time when he was still a completely normal person or a shinobi with superpowers. Either way, this took him back to the good old days. The other one's done, master. Sayla spoke over as she pushed another stack of books forward. Nodding his head in gratitude, Naruto picked them up and quickly sorted them into their sections before placing them neatly back on their shelves. Find something you like, Sayla. Naruto asked when he turned around and saw Sayla looking at some books in front of her. Nothing, master. Sayla shook her head and placed the books on top of each other. Stories written by people are so boring. Even their titles sound ridiculous. Chuckling quietly, Naruto picked up the books she had been looking at and read the titles aloud. The Prince of Olympus. The Dragon Emperor. Silent Night. New Chance of a Second Life. Yes, they sound ridiculous, but they're all good stories. I skimmed them all a few years ago. Naruto said, laughing as he handed them back to Sayla. It's too bad the author has stopped writing. Many fans, including myself, always hoped he'd return to writing someday. Is that so? Sayla asked before the refrain. But he's probably not as well as you are, master. I'm flattered. Naruto smiled broadly, rubbing his head. Now that you mention it, maybe I'll do it again sometime. It's been a while since I published any of my books, after all. After this, they both went back to work and it didn't take long to complete the entire library. The mayor and the librarian were shocked because they hadn't expected Naruto and Sayla to finish the mission so quickly. However, they were pleased and gave Naruto his reward for completing their request. He had no need for the money, so he planned to give it to the guild later. No special feelings or anything of the sort. It was because they looked so miserable and pathetic that he wanted to do something. They were so desperate for money that Naruto could almost imagine himself standing on a table, throwing money around, laughing like a rich arrogant brat, while the Fairy Tail members slowly crawled across the floor collecting their money and begging for more. We can grab something to eat before heading to our next destination, Naruto said as he glanced at one of the latest mission assignments in his hands, tossing the one he'd just finished behind his shoulder. Two of them were currently walking down the street in Oniba City. Go see Oh well, I wasn't expecting this. A small, smug smile crossed his lips as he saw the address on his last mission. He decided to save it from the last one and hoped his luck would still hold. He had lived long enough to know that everything that happened around him could never be coincidental. What is it, the master? Sayla asked, turning her head to look at him. Nothing. He said, putting the allowances back in his pocket. So, want something to eat? Something you desire should be fine, master. Naruto wasn't surprised by her response. Sayla could eat and enjoy a good meal, but in the end, she had no need to. She only enjoyed eating because her master did. She hated everything about humans, their personalities, their voices, their presence, their magic, and also their ability to seduce their master, in the case of female humans, but their food products were not included. She liked her master's cooking, which was made from human ingredients. She would never admit it aloud, but when her master wasn't the one cooking the food, Sayla always enjoyed something beautiful, finer, and more elegant, just like her. Deep in thought, Sayla didn't see the man coming towards her from the right until he had almost bumped into her as they crossed an alley. He nearly knocked them both to the ground, but Sayla swerved to the right and easily dodged him, keeping her balance on her feet while the stranger fell miserably on his face. Grumbling in annoyance, Sayla glared at him and sneered, "You stupid human, watch where you're going." But he ignored her words and stood up and fled as quickly as possible. "Why did you?" She snarled and was about to use her curse to take control of his body, but a hand was placed on her shoulder, stopping her. "Sayla, easy, he's been careful." She was quite curious about her master's words when suddenly another person sprinted out of the alley and took a right turn with abnormal speed, chasing after the man who looked like he was escaping for his life. This, however, was a young woman carrying a sheathed katana in her hand. She ran fast as Urza could move in her flight armor, but Naruto's eyes easily caught up to her and in an instant, he took in all of her features. She was a young, slender, large-framed woman with long, straight black hair that fell to the middle of her back and was cut in the traditional princess style, something he hadn't seen much of lately. She wore an elaborate jacket with gold lining and a large collar, which was open to reveal a collared shirt and the red bow underneath. The cuffs of this jacket were tucked into a pair of high, wrist-length white gloves. On her legs, she wore a pair of black tights tucked into knee-high boots and sitting under a short ruffled white skirt. She also wore a white headband with a white ribbon tied in a bow down the middle, pointing straight up. She looked at him in a strangely familiar way, and because of which, it didn't take him long to remember her. She had grown up, but that hairstyle and headband were unmistakable. She was from the town of Rosemary. As the girl passed them, unconsciously, she turned and looked at Naruto. Her impassive eyes widened for a second, but the surprise on her face didn't last long before she continued her pursuit of her target, whom they tackled down to earth and restrained with ropes less than 15 seconds later. "Are you alright, master?" Sayla asked when she saw the look on his face. "It's nothing, really. Come on, go outside." Naruto shook his head and turned to walk away. Sayla quickly followed him, rather confused by the mysterious laugh on his face. A small world, he thought as he gazed at the sky. With everything that had happened lately, it seemed the past was catching up faster than he'd expected. But for how long, he could only wonder. How long would it take for the past to catch up with him, and how long for it to completely disappear from his life? Years? Decades? Centuries? As an immortal, Naruto could only move forward and let it pass behind him. He mustn't cling to the past. He had to eagerly await the future and forget everything that couldn't last longer than a century or so. This didn't take them, or at least Naruto, long to complete the next 4 mission assignments. From basic farming and road fixing to escorting a child to their grandparents in another town and washing dishes at a local restaurant, Naruto finished them all without asking a question, and to the best of his ability. Sayla proved her worth whenever he asked her to help, but this didn't mean he liked what she did, simply because she did it for the kind of person she hated the most. Sayla didn't make any negative comments, but even if she did, she wouldn't say them to his face, knowing her master would be displeased with her choice of words. The Aetherius thought those jobs were a complete waste of time and considered Tartarus's missions for her to be far more exciting. But in the end, those missions involved killing dozens, maybe hundreds, of people at once, something Sayla could greatly enjoy and derive immense pleasure from doing. "I think we're here," Naruto finally said after 10 minutes of travel, glancing between the building in front of them and the sheet of paper in his hand to make sure he'd gone to the right place, which was pretty unnecessary because there was a massive panel with the words "The Sorcerer's Studio" written across the middle. "Hey. Sayla." He then turned around at the demon standing next to him, who was drawing quite a bit of attention from the citizens because of his horns. "Yes, master." The hateful glare she had for the people around her immediately disappeared when she turned around. "This is the last one, so why don't you let me take care of this one alone?" He created a replica, causing many people to stare at him in surprise. Since there was Shinentai, thought projection, a type of magic that allowed users to create a physical copy of their bodies, no one questioned how he was able to do this. "My replica will accompany you home and take care of you," he said, gesturing his hand to his replica, which smiled broadly in response. "Are you sure, master?" Sayla asked uncertainly. "I'm pretty sure." Naruto nodded. "They're just going home and having fun with him, but the day is still young, so don't get carried away. I'll be home as soon as possible, okay?" Sayla nodded, and Naruto turned to her. "You're taking care of her, right? You know better than this, boss." His replica laughed and offered Sayla his hand. "Are you coming with us?" Sayla laughed and took his hand. They both disappeared in a flash later. Shortly after, Naruto approached the entrance, where he was greeted by a man who appeared to be one of the building's guards. Naruto accidentally walked up to him, the mission assignment in hand. "Stop right there, young man." Naruto mused as the guard lifted him by the hand and stood him up with a firm tone. The guard called him young man. He really had no idea, did he? "What are you doing here? State your business." "Fairy Tail mission." Naruto replied curtly, handing him the sheet of paper. He briefly held it up to him to make sure it wasn't a fake before looking at Naruto once more. "Fairy-tailed mage? You don't look like that," he declared, eyeing Naruto up and down. He was tall, but Naruto was taller, and while he couldn't see any muscle because of his clothes, the blonde looked like he could stun a well-built man with a quick flick of his finger, which, actually, he could. His experiences as a bodyguard told him so. "And I'm sure as hell I don't want to be like that person." Naruto replied expressionlessly. "What are you? Can I come in now?" he asked calmly. "Well, I'm guessing you're legitimate," the man said with a small grin before handing the paper back. "You'll have to go to the principal's office. Just go straight ahead and then follow the signs from there. This isn't something you can skip." He continued, earning a nod from Naruto before stepping aside, Naruto's permission to enter the studio. Following the guard's instructions, it didn't take him long to find the office. Without further delay, he raised a hand. I'm here in response to your request to summon Fairy Tail, Naruto called, knocking on the door. Ah, please come on in. A voice called out cheerfully, and Naruto didn't hesitate to do so, opening the door and stepping inside. He found the director, who was a short elderly man with gray hair. He also had a beard and wore a blue uniform with the Sorcerer magazine symbol on his chest. Please show me the mission request. It's just for precaution, of course, he requested, extending his hand. Naruto gave it to him. The principal glanced at it quickly before returning it, then laughed at Naruto in a friendly manner. My name is Takagi Sachi. I am the director of the Sorcerer Studio. The man greeted in a friendly manner before offering Naruto his hand. Naruto. Naruto nodded, taking the man's hand and shaking it. Only Naruto? You don't have to know the rest, Naruto calmly replied. I shouldn't make friends here. This made the principal look at him strangely, but he shrugged it off. I guess so anyway, thank you for answering this request so quickly. Takagi laughed. We're in need of some extra help, you see. Where do you need me? Naruto asked, putting his hands in his pockets as he leaned back and looked around. Please follow me. Nodding, the old director trudged past his desk and left his seat. Naruto followed the argument, remaining silent the entire time. He had been to many studios. Being one of the greatest heroes of his era had its advantages. Koyuki Kazuhana, the daimyo of the Land of Snow and a famous actress of her time, had personally requested that he play a role in some of her films. Being a well-trained shinobi, acting seemed second nature to him, so he had performed his roles with ease, including a part in the film adaptation of Ichigo Paradise, much to Hinata's displeasure. Admiring my amazing study, young man. Naruto heard the man's request. Yes. The immortal shinobi nodded, looking around the lobby they were traveling through. They found many workers and some models. Being a friendly director, he seemed to like Takagi very much. Miranane-chan is not his guildmate. Yes, it's her. Naruto answered before he could even ask, she's here, right? Of course, Mirahin-chan only returned an hour ago. She used to be our top model until that terrible accident took her away for 7 years. The man said solemnly, but immediately improved his tone as he continued, we're so pleased that she's decided to return. Her fans will be delighted to see her on the front page of the weekly Sorcerer magazine again. After passing through 2 main corridors, 2 of them arrived at the studio's photography area. The space was large, with many lights, cameras, and large magical backdrops on the carpets that could be changed into whatever the photographers desired for their photos, all of which was presented directly in front of the cameras. The team was present, and Naruto's entertainment and the models' enjoyment were immense. They stood all around the venue, directing each other or posing for photos, wearing everything from the most fantastical outfits to revealing lingerie and swimwear. They were young and beautiful, no doubt about it, and some were incredibly attractive, while others were simply cute and adorable in their own right. Some, however, managed to stand out more than others, simply because their beauty was more radiant. One of them was a slender young woman of average height and weight, yet she possessed an exceptionally curvaceous Hercules figure. She had long, wavy, flowing blonde hair, gathered at the back of her head and tied in a ponytail that reached down to her mid-back, with 2 short bangs framing her face, and a decorative flower with large petals adorning the right side of her head, above her right ear. Her face was soft in shape, and she had large, light blue eyes with long eyelashes and full lips, which were covered in light pink lipstick. She wore a revealing 2-piece bikini that did nothing but showcase her stunning figure. He recognized her instantly. After all, how could he not, when he read the Sorcerer's magazine every Wednesday? Her name was Jenny Reelite, a blue Pegasus mage. She was the most famous supermodel and the current Miss Fiore. She looked like she was taking a picture of herself shooting. Ahem. The director cleared his throat, requesting the attention of the models and photographers from the studio. Please gather over here. They promptly did as he said, gathering around Naruto and Takagi. Naruto, however, soon found himself the center of attention for the models, as they all looked at him and began whispering to one another, giggling foolishly with excitement. Alright everyone, this is Naruto. He's from Fairy Tail, and he'll be our helper today. Hello. Naruto-san Naruto-kun. They greeted him. The models greeted him amicably. Hello. Naruto greeted them properly before letting out a charming laugh and lowering his head slightly. How are you doing, ladies? The girls giggled foolishly and laughed at him in return. Naruto stood calmly. He had grown accustomed to this kind of attention a very, very long time ago. Now, Naruto, you're going to do exactly what they tell you to do, okay? Takagi said, and Naruto nodded his head. As long as there's no funny business, I'll do it. The immortal shinobi said, making the models groan silently in disappointment. If you need help, feel free to ask. I didn't expect Mage to accept this mission request on his own, but again, I'll pay you well at the end of the day, so work hard and keep those laughs off your faces, okay? The blonde man nodded his head again as the director signaled everyone to return to their jobs. Naruto-kun. As soon as they were far away, Naruto felt someone's hand on his shoulder. Turning his head and glancing down, he saw the beautiful Murahin laughing at him. She had put on light makeup, which only enhanced her beauty and made her look much more mature, as she always had an aura of innocent beauty radiating around her. She was wearing a bathrobe which covered most of her voluptuous figure, but he was certain that regardless of what she wore underneath, Naruto was sure as hell that she was extremely attractive. "So, you really did it." She gave him a bright laugh, something that could brighten up even the darkest day. "Did you think otherwise?" Naruto asked, laughing jokingly. "Never." Mira shook her head, laughing sweetly. "Anyway, you were able to complete 4 missions in one morning alone. How did you do it?" "I told you, right? I'm a multi-assignment person." Naruto smiled smugly, making Mira giggle. "Pretty much about me. As for you? Anything yet?" "You mean my shot?" "Not yet, but you're in luck because next is my turn." The white-haired model replied, "So make sure you don't miss it, okay?" She winked, making Naruto chuckle quietly. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Mira?" A voice came from him and Naruto turned to see Jenny Reelite standing with her hand on her hip just 2 feet away from him and Mira. The girl was laughing rather confidently. "Jenny." Mira chirped happily as she clasped her hands and tilted her head to the side. "It really has been a while. I'm so glad to find you again." "Please, the pleasure is all mine." Jenny laughed, closing her eyes for a moment before continuing, looking at Naruto. "Why don't you introduce us? I don't think I've ever seen or even heard of him before." "Oh yeah, this is Naruto. He's a fairy tale mage just like me." She introduced him and Naruto chuckled. "He just joined the guild a day ago." "Is this so?" She extended her hand in a friendly manner, laughing softly. "I'm Jenny Reelite. I'm sure you've heard of me, Naruto-san." "Of course, how could I not? You're the famous Miss Fiori X 791s, aren't you?" Naruto shook his hand, which was soft and much smaller than his. To be able to find 2 incredibly beautiful and attractive ladies on the same day and at the same time like this, I'm in luck, aren't I? It's very nice of you to say that, Naruto-kun." Mira blushed and giggled softly, while Jenny laughed and nodded her head in approval. "Although, I'm sure Jenny is prettier than I am. She is the current Miss Fiori, after all." "You shouldn't say this, Mira. You're the one who was considered a senior model." Jenny smiled contentedly, tossing her hair behind her back. "You haven't aged in 7 years, so you're still the same 19-year-old you were. I wouldn't be surprised if you managed to climb to the top again." It's very nice of you to say tan, Jenny." Mira laughed sweetly, resting her cheek on her hand. It was as clear as day to Naruto that while Mira viewed Jenny just as she viewed everyone around her, the older model didn't share the same hospitality and saw the now younger woman as competition, almost a threat. He wasn't surprised, because 7 years ago Mira had been considered Fiori's top model, topping the Mage Would You Like to Be Their Girlfriend list, and the only reason Jenny was able to rise to the top of Miss Fiori and make it was due to Mira's absence. A little while after this, Naruto went to work. It turned out there wasn't much to do, and his requests were easy to carry out. Dusting the mattresses, setting up the lights, carrying the cameras, bringing the models into the water much to his liking. The list went on and on. It was no surprise that this was just a crank mission. "Alright, time to work your magic, Mira-chan." A photographer exclaimed excitedly, catching Naruto's attention. Immediately, the immortal shinobi turned his head to the side and saw Mira walking onto the stage, tying the belt around her waist. Their eyes met and Mira winked playfully before finally letting the bathrobe fall to the floor. If Naruto didn't have so much experience with women, he'd probably be panting like an idiot. The only garment Murahin Strauss wore was a white sleeveless sweater hanging just below her ankle. The sweater had a halter neck in the shape of a silver choker, the strings of which fell to a small point on her back. The most revealing feature, however, was her back, which failed completely. The gap was so low that the upper half of her ankle and her buttocks were fully visible, and so wide this reached all the way to the front, exposing a portion of her incredibly large breasts. The front and lower half of the sweater still covered the important areas from view, but in the end, her daring sweater revealed so much and left very little to the imagination. The combination of Murahin Strauss and such an erotic sweater was truly deadly. Many virgins were going to die next Wednesday. Also, he could almost imagine his lovely Sayla wearing similar team clothes. It seemed Mira took her deal to heart because Naruto was treated to one of the most erotic photoshoots he'd ever seen. Fairy Tail's performance was truly professional, as she could shift and change between poses in under 3 seconds. The photographers didn't have to do anything other than capture every angle with their cameras, as Mira had completely taken over the moment the photoshoot began. Naruto wasn't a man in the business, but he could see that everything she did, every pose she struck, was absolutely perfect and truly mind-blowing. By the end of the day, Naruto had his eyes cleaned. Good morning, Naruto-kun. When he walked into the guild the next morning, Mira immediately came to greet him with her usual 1000-watt laugh and cheerful expression. Have you had breakfast? Would you like anything? She asked happily, her motormouth not stopping for a second. Something you have in mind should be fine. Covering up her usual response, Mira nodded her head before running off into the kitchen, happily humming. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle softly at this before the title reached Lucy's table, the only place where there wasn't a fight. Star Mage was reading the tale of a completely impetuous shinobi very seriously. I'll take this if you enjoy what you read. Naruto took his seat in the chair in front of Lucy and said with a laugh. This is incredible, are you sure it was sold incorrectly? Looking at him, Lucy could only ask in amazement. Well, you could say that around my godfather's time everyone thought of it as a joke. Naruto chuckled quietly. It really was a long time ago and people's points of view change every day. Lucy nodded her head in understanding. So, what are you all talking about? He asked, looking at the group of mag who were arguing about something. They're arguing about whether Fairy Tail should really participate in this year's Grand Magic Games. The blonde boy replied, laughing nervously. Oh yes, I heard about that event. Naruto nodded his head as he rested his chin on his hand. You want to reach the top in a short amount of time? Apparently, this is the only way right now. With a quiet laugh, Naruto leaned back precariously and put his feet up on the table. This was just going to be another day at Fairy Tail, wasn't it? Makarov, who was sitting on a table, asked, scratching his chin, but do you think you can win with your magic power as it is now? Yes, of course, we will. Mikao agreed, willing to lead the opposing idea team. However, his adopted son only knew how to inspire the third guild master. If we win, the guild gets the 30 million jewel prize. Let's go. Makarov said with a laugh, I'll drive, and his finger pointed to the ceiling. Amo. It's impossible. There's Blue Pegasus and the Lamia scale. And Sabretooth will be there too. And in the past, we always came in last. Don't go bragging about this. Elfman shook his head while his little sister, Lysana, could only laugh foolishly. Don't leave that nuisance to yourself, we'll be fine. Makarov smiled broadly and pierced the air quickly. Alright. I'm full on. Natsu, who had completely healed back into form, screamed with fire coming from his mouth, causing other mag to back away in fear. He's lost it. When does this happen? Natsu asked, turning his face to Romeo. In 3 months. Gosh. This is a lot of work for us to get into shape. Natsu grinned broadly and pierced his palm with a fiery fist. Fairy Tail will once again be the #1 guild in Fiori. Other members of Fairy Tail nodded their heads with confident laughter, believing they could win this game to reclaim their guild's #1 spot, even if others refused to participate. That's right. He slammed his fist together and looked around for a specific target. It didn't take him long to do so. Yo, Naruto. What is it, the brat? Naruto asked, not bothering to look at him. Why don't you do it? Tell me out. The blonde interrupted sharply. He didn't even have to think about it to come up with that answer to Natsu's incoming question. Hey. I haven't finished it yet. The Fire Dragon Slayer yelled in frustration. Then continue. Naruto taunted. But you already knew my answer. Well then, why don't you join us in the magnificent magic game? He asked excitedly, a broad laugh spreading across his face. No. Naruto simply replied, why should I get involved in something that's going to be a complete waste of my time? Because you are a fairy tale mage. Praise Mavis Vermilionov. He stopped when he saw Urza standing beside him, a puzzled expression on her face. Can I help you? He asked, sideways. The guild immediately fell silent as they looked at each other. I want to ask a favor, Urza said firmly, placing both hands behind her back. She waited until Naruto had nodded his head before continuing, could Master Kunoichi's armor help me? I don't think I understand what you're trying to say, Urza. Naruto looked away. I can use the new joke, but I don't make the new joke armor. Since I don't fight with armor, how can I help you Master One? It's because the Kunoichi armor is different. It's unique, Urza explained. It's not about the armor's powers. She recalled the words her teacher had said. It's all about my skills as a ninja. Minato-sensei said that I could only use the Kunoichi armor to its fullest potential if I improved my skills as a Kunoichi. She lowered her head. You're the only one who can help me become a true ninja. Didn't my elder train him to use that armor when he gave it to him? How did he do it? Call it my instinct. Only my old man would think of something like that. Naruto said immediately before Urza could get confused. Now, answer my question. He did, but I spent more time training with swords and spears than with kunai and shuriken. Urza nodded her head, looking away sheepishly before turning to look at herself hopefully. So. Why should I? You defeated me, right? Naruto asked, pointing to the spot where Urza had cut him. You're letting me win, right? His question caused the entire guild, except for Makarov, to gasp in surprise. "And why do you think I let him win?" he asked, his tone becoming much softer. "Ninjutsu? You're a ninja like your father, but you didn't use any of them," she replied. The others stared at her in confusion. Only Natsu and Fellas had excited laughter on their faces. "If you had used them, I wouldn't stand a chance." She then added, "Furthermore, you hit Natsu with a speed my eyes couldn't follow. The Kunoichi armor grants me speed, but I'm nowhere near as fast as you. You could easily dodge my attack with half the speed you used against Natsu, but you didn't." Naruto looked at her for a second before the corner of his lips curved above her in a small, satisfied smile. "Great observation. You've earned a flower circle for this." Naruto clapped his hands, making Urza raise an eyebrow. "Anyway, why did it make you think I could use ninjutsu?" "About Tenru, you position your hands like this." She clasped her hands together. I recognized it immediately. Time began to change after that, so unless you're using magic that can manipulate time, I'm pretty sure this is ninjutsu. A laugh then came to her face as she said, "And yes, this is Minato-sensei teaching me how to take note of everything around me. Can you please stop mentioning my old man?" Naruto sighed, making Urza chuckle. "Anyway, I think I've got the answer to your request." Urza looked at him hopefully, a slow smile spreading across her face. She could finally become what her teacher had wished for her to be, a mage, to be specific, a witch, which had always been her dream since she was young. "The answer is no." And he crushed it just like this. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. The woman had told him that he looked strangely peaceful and more human when he slept, but Naruto had never been an early riser and he himself knew that better than anyone. So he had long since decided that he would not sleep unless he felt really, really sleepy and tired, something that would never happen because of his unholy stamina, which was a perk of being an immortal, and spend his time doing something else, something truly valuable to the night's time, and last quite a long time to take it all the way to morning, when he could start yet another day as someone who would live forever. Phew. Standing in his kitchen wearing only his orange sweatpants, Naruto sighed after he drank a cup of water. It was 4 in the morning. At this moment, he was alone at home, and since Sayla hadn't been there with him last night, Naruto had spent the entire evening quickly reading some of Lucy's novels, which he had found quite interesting. Placing the empty cup of water on the table, Naruto moved to the magic coffee machine standing on the counter on the other side of the kitchen, so he could brew a cup of coffee for himself. Normally, Sayla would be the one to do it for him. She might not be as good at cooking, but she had no problem using a magic machine to make her master a cup of bitter water, as she had decided to call it. Filling his mug with the hot liquid, Naruto made a beeline from the kitchen, taking a book with him from the living room, and headed for the front door of his house. Quickening his pace before closing the door behind him, the immortal shinobi moved to settle into the rocking chair on his left. Placing both feet on the footrest in front of him, Naruto leaned his back against the chair's backrest and unfolded the newspaper before taking a sip of coffee from the mug in his right hand. This was a beautiful morning. The sun was slowly rising over the horizon, its rays gently caressing the immortal's face and body as he sat in his chair in front of a beach house that was quite simple, but had everything he needed, rocking him back and forth, reading a book and enjoying a cup of hot coffee, even though he had no need of it in the morning, waiting for the girl he liked with all his heart to return so they could have yet another day together, peacefully and quietly. He could never ask for anything more than this. His mind drifted to Sayla, and he couldn't help but wonder what she was doing at this moment. She had left last night to attend a very important guild meeting. Before she left, Sayla had also promised to return as soon as possible. Even though she had spent the past 7 years with him, she was still an active member of Tartarus, remaining one of its strongest demons. Naruto felt no need to completely remove her from his class, the demons with whom she had spent 19 years, so he allowed her to come and visit them at any time. They had never found him, and he had never found them in the person. Or the demon. However, from what he had learned of Sayla, the Aetherius all had a certain amount of respect for him, simply because he was the only one the goddess of the cold moon would bow her head and willingly obey. Even Margir Tartarus, the current master of Tartarus and the leader of the Kyukumen, Kyoka, had never received that kind of respect before. It didn't help that Sayla always spoke very highly of her master whenever anyone asked about him, and they all knew she had no reason to lie to them. To them, she was simply too cold to tell a lie. There was a reason they called their goddess of the cold moon, after all. Speaking of Kyoka, Naruto had to admit that she was a woman who always amused him. For the past 7 years, she hadn't stopped trying to lure Sayla back to her dormitory for Hex. However, heeding her wishes, the Aetherius had decided that from now on, Naruto Uzumaki would only be allowed to touch her hexily and intimately, unless he decided otherwise. She had rightfully rejected every tempting offer from Kyoka, but most of the time Sayla had turned her back on his flirtatious advances, much to the frustration of the green-haired demon. From what he'd learned, Kyoka had been furious, and she had begun to feel an intense amount of jealousy toward him, which was as clear as day to Sayla, who recounted every moment she had returned to his side. Luckily, Kyoka was a proud demon and had too much respect for Sayla to force herself on his girl. This was very lucky for her because Naruto wouldn't hesitate to tear his book to pieces and burn it to ashes if she did this, even if she was the one directly responsible for the positive and also some negative, like hatred towards humans and many disgusting tongues, changes in Sayla. So, more or less, she had earned a little of his respect and would like to meet him someday. Naruto yawned loudly as he flipped the page to the next chapter. Lucy had read many interesting novels the night before, but the one in his hands was rather dull. It was well written, but the plot and characters were quite simple and straightforward, with only a few minor interesting touches. Turning the book over to look at the publication date on the back cover, Naruto could see that it had been written and published almost 9 years ago, which was nearly 2 years for Lucy, because she had been stuck in the fairy sphere for 7 years. For an author with very little experience like her, this was still a huge achievement. Lucy had the talent to become a great author in the future, as she had improved considerably over the past few months. I want to ask you a favor. Can you help me, Master Kunoichi of the Armor? Thinking about Lucy's work made him think of her, and thinking about her made him think of Fairy Tail, and thinking about Fairy Tail made him think of Urza and her request. His flat refusal had come as a shock to Urza, and she had tried to change his mind. She had tried to challenge him again, but much to the red-haired girl's annoyance and frustration, he had ignored it and gone back to his guild business. Sooner or later, after Urza had realized that her efforts were in vain, she gave up and returned to her desk, sulking in disappointment. This morning, she was going on a 3-month training trip with her team to prepare for the Grand Magic Games, where they would have to fight against some of the best guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori. The event was something he had heard about, but he didn't want to take part, thinking it would be a complete waste of his time. To begin with, he cared very little for Mavis's childish creation and its standing among the mage guilds of Fiori. Something like a Grand Magic tournament would attract a lot of attention, something he always tried to avoid after deciding to live peacefully among humans. There was no one in the Fairy Tail Guild at the moment other than the oldest members, as the younger generation of the guild, who had gathered in groups, had decided to follow Team Natsu's example to prepare for the upcoming tournament, so there was no reason for him to return to that place, at least not anytime soon. Maybe I should take a nap. Naruto muttered as he put the book over his face, shielding his eyes from the rising sun. Reading Lucy's book bored him rather quickly and made him feel truly sleepy. The gentle breezes, the warm temperature, the sounds of the waves. Didn't help either. He hoped that when he opened his eyes again, it would be his favorite demon greeting him. I think the mountain path is this one, Marahin said after taking a look at the map in her hand. She was currently traveling with her siblings, Lysana and Elfman Strauss, and Kana Alberona. The 4 of them had decided to go to the mountain a few miles from the town of Clover to train. The mountain was famous for its natural beauty, only 2 miles from the beach, but it had very rugged terrain. This was a perfect place for training. Are you sure about this? Kana asked as she put her hands on her hips. We've been walking around like this for 3 hours, you know. She bent down and looked at the map when Mira showed it to her. Well, it seems like we're not lost, but where is that mountain anyway? She asked, looking around and searching for a mountain. They were standing on the beach, which, as they said, led directly to the path on the mountain, but somehow it still seemed nowhere to be found. This can't just disappear, can it? Elfman asked as he, being the real man that he was, carried the heaviest bags for the girls. Perhaps we should ask the locals. Lysana decided to voice her thoughts clearly, raising her arm to wipe the sweat from her forehead. We won't be able to get everywhere like this. There's a house over there. Marahin pointed to the 2 historic houses not too far from them. I'll go. Ask for directions, and the guys will be waiting here. The 3 nodded and stood waiting as Mira walked over to the house, waiting for the owners. Even before she reached the house, she had seen a shirtless man asleep in a rocking chair in front of it. He had a book covering his face, blocking the sun's rays and his view. Laughing with relief, Mira climbed onto the threshold and approached him as carefully as she could so as not to frighten him. As a supermodel in the business, just by looking at his torso, Mira could tell he must be one of the most attractive men she had ever seen. He was tall and bucking ripped, there was no better word to describe it, with lean firm muscles and well-defined 8-pack abs that gave her the impression they were chiseled from diamonds, and when compressed over his frame, giving him a look that screamed incredible attractiveness, immense power, and speed, something his brother, Elfman, probably couldn't match due to the bulky sizes of his muscles. Swallowing heavily, Mira forced her eyes away from his shirtless body. She was blushing almost uncontrollably. Her face was as red as her friend's hair and hot, so hot it could burn. Staring like that for another second and she'd surely die of blood loss. Sighing calmly, Mira reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder, shaking him gently. "Excuse me, sir," Mira laughed as he tugged lightly and began to move around. The sudden movements caused the book to slip from her face and fall to the ground. And Mirahin Strauss found herself staring directly at Naruto Uzumaki. "Who is she?" Naruto asked as he blinked his eyes several times to clear his vision, before slightly raising an eyebrow when he saw the familiar long, wavy gray hair, large blue eyes, beautiful face, and voluptuous curvy body with very large breasts that could unequivocally only belong to a woman. "Look. Naruto-kun. What are you doing here?" she asked, trying her best not to laugh. Should she expect anything less from him? "This is my house." Naruto stood up, towering over Mira, and pointed his thumb at the house. "Really? You live here?" Mira asked in surprise. "But isn't this place like a few hundred miles away from Magnolia?" The station opened at 5 in the morning, but he was always there at 6. There was no road he could get there on time. "I like to calculate in the morning," Naruto replied simply, smiling openly in a charming way as he crossed his weapons over his chest. "I can see this." Mira laughed foolishly and carefully bit the right side of her lower lip when she found herself looking at his shirtless form again. "You should take a picture, this would last longer." He tugged at her hair, snapping her out of her thoughts. "I'll take it. Do you like what you see?" "How?" he asked, and Mira nodded her head with a soft, silly laugh. Unlike a certain someone, she wasn't shy enough and had too many posts to admit what she felt about the super hot new guy in the guild. "So what are you doing here? You couldn't possibly find out about this place, could you?" Knowing her luck, she could. "Well, we hope you can show us the way to the mountain." "Us?" "My siblings and Kana." She gestured with her hand and Naruto turned to look in that direction. He could see Lysana and Elfman, Mira's younger brother and sister, as well as Kana Alberona, Gilder Clive's daughter, who had left the guild the day before to pursue her 100-year-old mission. "We're on our way to the mountain to train, but we can't find it anywhere." She showed him the map and pointed to a specific location, which Naruto quickly recognized. "Well, nothing surprising why you can't find it." Naruto nodded, the action of smiling openly. "Why?" Mira asked, confused. "It's because that mountain is mine." "So, you own an island, and now you own a mountain," Kana said playfully as she gulped down a mouthful of beer. Unlike the Strauss brothers, Naruto had chosen to serve his beer instead of tea, much to his delight. "Is there anything else you own?" "Just the island and the mountain." Naruto, fully clothed, said as he took a seat on the solitary sofa in his living room. "You might not know this, but they call it Mayaboku, the mountain of stupefaction." He then added before any of them could ask, "And no, this didn't belong to my ancestors. I was given ownership of the mountain by the leaders before he passed away. There was no need for them to know more than this." I see that Mira nodded her head slowly. "But why did you hide it away?" Lysana spoke up, raising her hand. "The tourists came every year, and let me tell you, visiting sites and camping are fine, but they didn't come to Mount Mayaboku with pure intentions." Naruto stated before continuing, "They destroyed lakes and rivers with their waste and littered the land with garbage, which took me hours to collect every day." Naruto replied coldly, clasping his hands together in front of his face. "When they started chasing wild animals for sport and cutting down trees to make houses and things, I couldn't take it anymore, so I hid this place away to prevent them from coming back." He shrank back, his expression softening only slightly. "You guys should have read the newspapers before coming here, you know. Keeping track of the world's progress is very important." Team Mira nodded. He was right. It was very important, Naruto said. The article about the mountain's disappearance had been on the front pages of Sorcerer magazine X788 for almost 2 months before the Magic Council shut it down because even those old geezers couldn't find it. This caused Mira and the others to gasp in shock. They already knew he hadn't been to the island for 7 years, so they weren't surprised about the year. It's very similar to Tenro Island. Unless you know the way around like the back of your hand, not even the 4 strongest magic saints can find or enter the mountain once the magical barriers around it have been connected. It was he who had created those barriers, but of course, they didn't need to know. Well, Mira laughed nervously as she turned to look at her team. "I guess they can't help you. We'll just have to pick a different place to train then." "Yes," Lysana said, and Elfman nodded in agreement. "Condemn 3 hours of nothing." Kana sighed longingly as she drank another cup of beer. "If you'd like, I can show you some good positions for training," Naruto offered, making their eyes widen in surprise. "There's a forest not too far from here. I train there every morning." "Really?" Mira's expression immediately improved over "Thank you, Naruto-kun." She lowered her head gratefully, laughing sweetly at him. "But of course, you'll have to make sure you keep the place exactly as it always was, or I'll kick you out and make sure you can't train for anything. I've heard that you fairy tale mages have a tendency to destroy everything in your path the moment you use your magic, so you'd better watch yourself there," he said, pointing his hand at them. Mira and his team could only laugh nervously. "I've never had much tolerance for ecologically destructive behavior. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. We'll make sure to remember this. Mira laughed. She then had a brilliant idea, which she didn't hesitate to say, why don't you join us? Junction what? Naruto asked inhumanely. Education, what else? The beautiful model replied intensely. While her brothers and Kana looked at her in surprise, Naruto didn't seem to share the same kind of expression. We really can use your help, you know. What makes you think I'll train you? Naruto asked, leaning forward. Don't you remember that I? No, you got it wrong. I don't want you to train me, Naruto-kun. Mira interrupted, shaking her head. I want you to train with me, she quickly added, and my brothers and Kana, of course. She then continued before he could say anything, you said you trained there every morning, right? Unless you have something else to do, which I highly doubt you do, Naruto glared at her, but Mira kept laughing. Why don't you train with us instead of training alone? Who said he trained alone? Furthermore, you can keep a close eye on us to make sure we don't by chance destroy anything. Naruto made a thoughtful expression after hearing this. Should he train with them? For starters, Mira wasn't Urza, and she didn't want him training her either, Akka wasting his time around her. However, they probably couldn't keep Naruto up, unlike Sayla, who had already become accustomed to being raised by her master. But it's just like she said, it's not like he had something else to do in the morning. So, how are we going to do this? Naruto asked the four mages who were standing in front of him, their hands in their pockets. Usually, he would start with some regular exercises, like 1,000 push-ups, while Sayla sat on his back, 1,500 handstands around the forest as fast as he could, while balancing his cute little demon on his feet. Nothing too serious. We'd like to test our strength against you first. Naruto nodded. He wasn't surprised. From there, we'll see what we need to do to become stronger. So I'm your training dummy? Immortal Shinobi crossed his weapons over his chest. So much for training with me. He said sarcastically. Relax, Naruto-kun, I promise we'll go easy on you. Mira laughed foolishly, waving her hands around in embarrassment, but all five of them knew it was Naruto who would have to go easy on them. I'll try my luck with him first if you don't mind, Kana said, smiling broadly as she took a step forward. She already had her magic cards in her hands. Mira nodded her head and took a few steps back from her brothers, giving Naruto and Kana some space. Now Naruto, this is just a mask, but I want you to fight me seriously, okay? Ready? Naruto ignored her request, looking at Kana, who smiled contentedly in response. Then begin. Kana raised her cards and was about to throw them, then suddenly they vanished from her hands, and Fairy's daughter, the Ace of Tai, found Naruto standing directly in front of her, a kunai pointed at the spot between her eyes. And you're dead, Naruto declared impassively. Her cards were pinned to the tree behind her by Shuriken, which had been summoned and thrown with great accuracy and speed, faster than she could blink. The W-wah. Kana stuttered in the shock. She took a step back and immediately fell onto her end because her legs had become too weak to move. Unfortunate, Naruto chuckled quietly in embarrassment as he took the kunai back and offered his hand to Kana. It's just so you know that you can't train with me when I'm serious. F for true? Kana asked, impressed. She took his hand and let him throw it at her feet. This is a bad idea. Don't worry, I'll try to control myself next time. For the next 2 hours, Naruto trained with Kana, Lisana, and then Elfman. He let Kana use every card in her arsenal, but he didn't allow any of them to hit him. He stopped after Kana ran out of magic cards. He held back a lot while he physically fought Mira's siblings, especially Lisana because she was the weaker of the two. He easily defeated the younger Strauss in his feline form before giving Elfman a real beating with his intense speed, something he couldn't continue even in his Werediger Assumption form. Ah, I guess this is my turn now, Mira said as she put her cheek to her hand, laughing nervously as she watched Elfman limp away, being helped by Kana and Lisana. He was badly beaten, but overall he was fine because Naruto had only hit hard enough to force him out of his transformations, leaving him completely vulnerable to his fists. Come here. Naruto smiled contentedly, beckoning her to step forward. He was going to enjoy this. He'd heard that Mira was a Class S mage and claimed to be as strong as Urza, so she would undoubtedly put up a better fight than her siblings and friends. Anyway, frankly, she's no good at public speaking. He couldn't handle it. Please go easy on me. Mira laughed sweetly at him before asking for his magic. As the magical purple power blazed brightly around her, making the wind pick up, a large matching circle in magical color appeared above her head, and in a blinding flash of light, Mirahin began to transform. Mira's eyes grew darker and her eyelashes grew longer, with a thin, dark mark in a light zigzag pattern, crossing her right eye vertically. Similar markings were present above her right breast and on both of her bare thighs. Her hair became unruly, defying gravity and sticking up, also becoming curlier, with her front ponytail growing longer. Her ears enlarged, extending backward and gaining pointed edges, while her lips were coated in dark lipstick. Her forearms and hands underwent noticeable changes, becoming covered in scales and each sprouting a fin-like protrusion on its outer side. She also grew a large, stubby tail seemingly made of metal plates or scales, becoming smaller and smaller near its end. Her clothing had also been changed, replaced by a dark, skimpy, one-piece petticoat that revealed her arms and legs and was open at the front and back, exposing most of her belly and a wide cleft. The petticoat had colored gold edges that took on pointed shapes, and its similarly pointed collar was tied around her neck by a fancy cravat. Her shoulders were fastened with thin belts that protruded from her one-piece petticoat, and her feet were covered by matching thigh-high boots with high heels, which were decorated with light ornaments on their upper parts, taking the form of serrated blades that pointed downwards on the front of her legs and on the lower parts, corresponding to her ankles and feet. She also donned a pair of gauntlets that covered the backs of her transformed arms. The moment her transformation ended, Mira spread her wings and flew at him in a blurry appearance. She pierced him, but Naruto simply raised his hand and blocked her punch without any problem. The force of her punch was released around him much like a shockwave, but Naruto barely felt anything. Well, aren't you a pretty cute little thing?" Naruto remarked, grinning broadly and smugly, clutching his scaly fist in his hand. He'd seen her demon form before, so he wasn't surprised to see such a sweet-looking girl transform into a sinister-looking demon. He certainly had his personality do a complete 180-degree turn as well. He was so damn attractive, he had to admit. "I'm going to enjoy smashing that smug smile right onto your face, Blondie," Mira said with a dark, smug grin and threw another fist at his face, only for Naruto to catch it by his other hand just as easily. "Tough, huh?" Naruto didn't say anything in response. He gripped her right hand tightly and convincingly twisted it, tucking his right arm behind her back and another around her neck. "Ara. Want to put this naughty devil in his place already?" She bent her back slightly, lightly pushing his hips behind her and rubbing him against her crotch. Demon form or not, they had only known each other for 3 days, and yet she was already doing something challenging like this. He just didn't know if it was because he was simply that charming, or he just had that kind of effect on the demeanor, or maybe both. "We'll have plenty of time for this later." Naruto smiled smugly as he tightened his grip around her hands, making her flinch slightly in pain. "Do you want to fight me seriously or not?" He released her, but before she could make a move, he grabbed her tail and spun her around before pulling it off. "Ah no," Mira grunted as she flapped her wings and rebalanced herself in the air. "That's where my dick would go if you didn't fight me seriously," Naruto called out, and despite her best efforts, Mira blushed furiously. Weren't Kana and Lysana much better than her? Demons like to get dirty, right? He asked, smiling with satisfaction. "Charming, aren't you?" Mira remarked before launching herself down like a bullet, emitting a large amount of dark magic from the palms of her hands. The stifling heat had completely vanished from her face, telling him that she had finally gotten serious. As she approached him from above, he calmly assumed a stance, placing one hand behind her back while extending the other forward. "Come. Wow. So good." Normal Marahin, moaned happily as she took the bottle of cold energy drink from her mouth. "Want some, Naruto-kun?" She asked the man sitting next to her, offering him the bottle. "Take as many as you want, I have plenty at my house." Naruto shook his head, laughing at her. It was midday and the sun was right overhead. Lysana was training with her brother, while Kana was messing around with her cards, leaving Mira only to head over to Naruto. "Thank you," she said, taking another sip before commenting while looking at the sun, "It's so hot," she exclaimed, waving her hand rapidly beside her face to get some fresh air. She was sweating profusely, and the long-sleeved shirt she was wearing clung to her body like a second skin. "It's summer, duh." Naruto rolled his eyes, "and you're wearing a dark shirt, so you'll absorb more heat than usual. Doesn't this bother you?" Mira looked at Naruto, who, unlike them, wasn't sweating at all. "This does sometimes." Naruto shrugged. He looked at the bruise on her cheek and couldn't help but ask, "I didn't hit her too hard, did I?" He really did hit her hard because anything less would only scratch her demon skin. While it was nowhere near as hard as he normally would have hit her at full strength, it was almost enough to knock her out of her transformation. "Don't worry, Naruto-kun. I'm resilient even without my demons." Mira shook her head, then her eyes widened as Naruto placed his hand on her chin. What are you?" Her cheeks turned red. The assurance of her pretty face stays quite long. Naruto said and placed his other hand on her cheek for a second before removing both of his hands from her face. "There you go," he said, smiling. Mira touched her cheek and her eyes widened as she could feel the bruise the most. "How did you do this?" she asked in surprise. She was sure this wasn't some kind of healing magic because she couldn't feel anything coming from his hand. "I have my own path," Naruto replied with an air of superiority. "Is that one of your ninja techniques?" Mira asked. Curiosity got the better of her. "On one path, that's right." The blonde man nodded his head in response. They're very useful and far more powerful than ordinary magic, but I haven't found much use for them lately. The world is too peaceful now. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? A sweet little thing like you doesn't need to worry about. Naruto chuckled softly, making Mira blush, both because of his laughter and his compliment. Speaking of ninja techniques, you think Urza trains like hell to master them? Mira asked as she turned her head to look at him. Knowing her best friend, she probably wouldn't try to do anything less than that. She can use them too, right? Naruto closed his eyes for a second before answering with a shrug, not at the same level as me, but yes, she can use them, or at least some of them. My old man probably didn't teach her anything beyond the basics, which is just enough for her to use the Kunoichi armor. I see that. Mira nodded her head, looking away. She remained silent for a second before continuing, it really upsets her when you rejected a request like that. Did she throw a tantrum or something? No, she only ate the strawberry cheesecake. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Normally, she'll only eat a small slice, but when she's in a good mood, she'll eat two. When she's angry or sad, she won't eat anything, but when she's upset or stressed, she'll eat a lot of them, maybe enough to make a whole cake when gathered. Mira giggled softly, tugging at the collar of his shirt. Now that Mira had mentioned this, Naruto remembered that Urza always had a slice of strawberry cheesecake in front of her for the rest of the afternoon. He had thought she was on such a bad mood that she didn't want to touch her food, but it seemed he was wrong. He would have to remember that she had high hopes that you would help your Kunoichi master with the armor. She carries it with pride, you know. You seem to know quite a bit about that armor. To tell you the truth, Natsu isn't the only one who's seen Urza wearing that armor. When I was younger, when I was different, I was always getting into fights with Urza, who I considered my rival back then. Sometimes it was just a friendly rivalry, but sometimes we got really physical with each other and then we fought, holding nothing back. They both chuckled softly at that. Sometimes she won, sometimes I won, but whenever Urza put on that armor, she defeated me. I didn't know what it was back then. I thought it wasn't anything special, just another ridiculously revealing armor of hers. It was something he wholeheartedly agreed with. She told me how she felt wearing it. It really is special to her. Are you trying to convince me to train her now? Naruto asked suspiciously, turning his head slightly to the side to look at her. Is it me? Mira gasped slightly before shaking her head. Even if I try, I don't think I can. Besides, she's already left with her team and you're stuck here with this rather small thing, so I guess it's too late now, isn't it? It's never too late for anything, Naruto declared gently as he gazed at the sky. Furthermore, I can find her even if she's halfway across the entire world, so you don't have to worry about it. So you are. The answer is no, I won't train her yet. Naruto interrupted, making Mira pout. But I think I'll come if they raise something. The pout immediately disappeared and was replaced by a sunlight-like laugh. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Mira laughed at him. You're a really good guy. So, you thought I was bad? Naruto asked in feigned disbelief. When you rejected my best friend's request, yes, I did. Mira winked, making Naruto roll his eyes. But being bad isn't always a bad thing, you know how much girls like bad boys. So you're into bad boys? Mira flinched before their arms crossed and her hands reached for the bottom of his shirt. Whoa, what are you doing? He asked in surprise as Mira suddenly yanked him off and ripped the shirt off his body, leaving her in nothing but a white lace bra, which did little to restrain her breasts. This couldn't help that her sweaty body was glowing rather erotically. I'll change, she said innocently. My shirt is soaked, you see. She then looked at him teasingly. You're not that shy. You've already seen me half naked in the studio and on every front page of Sorcerer's magazine. Something like this doesn't bother you, does it? You can do it at my house, you know. Naruto pointed his hand toward his house, stating the obvious. Do you have a problem? Hell no. Naruto shook his head and exclaimed excitedly. For the first time in a while, he smiled openly like an idiot. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. What? Why not? Marahan Strauss whined playfully when Naruto gave her a very simple answer to her question, something they had given to someone who asked or requested something they didn't like. No. As Naruto crossed his weapons over his chest and glared at the white-haired demon, who was pouting with her hands on her hips, I only have one bedroom. I don't have a spare room for anyone, and I can't leave any of you girls sleeping on the couch, and quite frankly, I don't want to sleep there either, so yes, you can't sleep at my house tonight, sorry. He replied expressionlessly before pointing his finger eastward, there's a town a mile from here, you guys can find some nice hotels there to stay the night. Mira opened her mouth to speak, but Naruto slammed it shut, and you don't expect me to take you there, this doesn't look like you can't find a town in the middle of the night, right? He smirked. Normally, as a gentleman, it's my duty to escort a beautiful young lady like yourself to that town in the middle of the night, Naruto declared, causing Mira to giggle foolishly, but the problem is, I don't want to. Mira had the urge to the palm of her face, but she had expected him to say something like that. How charming of him. Damn it, you're no fun at all. Kana groaned, downing the last bottle of wine in one gulp before sighing eagerly in satisfaction. But damn it, you have some amazing wines there. What's this? Can I have the other one, please? She looked drunk, but obviously not drunk enough to be stunned. This is good. People generally don't make that kind of drink these days, Naruto replied. How Kana found and took the bottle from where he was hiding was totally beyond him. And no, you can't. I want to keep the rest for myself, thank you very much. The immortal shinobi deadpanned, causing Kana to groan in disappointment. The card mage turned and walked away. Well, we'd better get going then, she said to the rest of the team, who nodded their heads in response before they quickly followed her. Are you coming, Mirani? Lysandra asked loudly when she noticed her sister was still standing in front of Naruto. I'll just for a second. She looked at him, before turning to look at Naruto. Well, I guess I'll see him tomorrow morning then. Don't wait impatiently. The blonde man shook his head. I couldn't be around when you come tomorrow. Anyway, a girl can wait, right? The gorgeous supermodel winked before smiling beautifully. Thank you for spending your time training with us today, Naruto-kun. You don't have to mention it. Naruto laughed. I only did it because I had nothing to do today. The reason is everything you want, Naruto-kun. You might put up a tough front, but I can see right through you. Mira laughed foolishly, making Naruto roll his eyes. As if she could do something like that. Well, it's getting late. I think I'd better get going then. Then the safe stays put and doesn't wander around. You don't want to know it's lurking in the middle of the night. You really should take that stick off your donkey, you know. She looked at him, teasing him, making Naruto glare at her. The others are waiting for him there, right? Naruto asked, gesturing his hand towards his teammate. Really, they are. Mira nodded before waving her hand in a wave. Christmas Eve, Naruto-kun. We hope so, I won't get to train with you tomorrow. She winked, giving him a meaningful look before walking away. You too, Mira? Naruto nodded, giving her a small tremor, and waited until Mira and the others had completely disappeared into the night before returning home. He made sure to lock the door with a regular lock and a couple of magical barriers to ensure that no one would be able to disturb him and his night. Taking off his shirt and then his pants, Naruto quietly made his way to the bathroom, which was occupied by a certain Aetherius who had returned that afternoon, but probably didn't want to disturb him while he trained with Mira and his teammates in the forest. The perfect distribution mechanism, he could only think with a sly, satisfied smile as he saw his most beloved she-devil in the world standing in his bathroom, naked, bathing under the shower, facing away from him, soap still clinging to her flawless skin. No matter how many times he'd seen her, and no matter how many years had passed, Sayla's voluptuous figure was a sight that always made his pants feel several sizes too small. He always wondered how Zeref could create someone like Sayla. He'd never seemed that kind of guy to him unless he secretly had a perverted mind, which he doubted he did. After taking a few seconds to admire her amazing backside, Naruto decided to make himself known by opening the washing machine lid and throwing his dirty clothes inside. The sound, of course, startled her, and the Aetherius immediately circled around. But when she realized it was him, Sayla lowered her guard and quickly bowed her head, as she always did to greet him. Welcome back, master. Yes, I'm in the back. Naruto smiled broadly. Did I scare him? Yes, master. I couldn't sense your presence at all. Sayla admitted sincerely because there was no reason for her to lie. Not that she could or would want to when he was her master. Caution was one of her best skills. Even if he wanted to, not even someone with the magic to hear a person's soul and thoughts could know that he was right behind them. Do you mind if I join you? The blonde man asked by accident, but he already knew the answer. Of course, help yourself, master. With permission given, Naruto slipped out of his boxer shorts, tossed his last piece of clothing into the washing machine, and stepped into the shower. Grinning broadly from ear to ear, Naruto grabbed his demon lover by the hip and pulled her toward him for a scorching kiss, which she happily reciprocated, her arms possessively wrapping around his neck. Moving his hands down even further, Naruto groped her cheeks and pulled her even closer. The master. She moaned as their lips parted, but their tongues had no intention of doing the same. Sayla rolled her hips and pressed her large breasts firmly against his muscular chest. After he had given her another kiss and a playful slap on her right cheek, Naruto pulled away and laughed at her. Me so much for huh? He teased her, and Sayla just laughed in return. How was your day, master? Sayla asked. She was afraid he might be bored without her around to entertain him and keep him company. Who were the people you spent your time with? You saw us. This wasn't a question, as he already knew she'd been there, looking for him while he trained with Mira and the others. She returned home a little while later. Well, they're the fairy tale people. They're here for education. At first, they wanted to train on Mount Mayaboku, but I wouldn't let them, so they had to train in our education grounds. Since I had nothing else to do, I decided to train with them for a while. He then added, I guess we'll have to avoid training there for a few months. Sayla nodded in understanding and released him from her grasp when he did. Turning, the Aetherius grabbed the shower gel bottle and squeezed the lotion into his palm. This is the time for her to perform her duty as his servant in the best way possible. One of them makes the demon drive, right? Turning off the shower, Sayla put her hands on her chest and began spreading the gel over her body. Yes, Mira can possess demons and use their powers. Naruto replied with a nod. I think her magic is called Soul of Satan. Satan, then, is a lesser demon. You shouldn't underestimate her, Sayla. Satan might be a weak demon compared to you, but Mira has plenty of potential to become as powerful as a top-ranking Aetherius. He laughed as Sayla's hand slid down his torso and lower body. Who knows, she might be able to take you and your powers on in the near future. I don't think it's possible, but I believe you, Master. Sayla looked at him as she finally got her hand on his manhood. Immortal Shinobi could already tell she was going to waste her time there, which didn't bother her at all. The others are much weaker compared to her, it seems. That's right. Naruto nodded, sighing in satisfaction as Sayla gently stroked his erection, fondling his balls with her other hand. And the Dark Guilds consider them a thorn in their side, unbelievable. Naruto couldn't help but smirk at this. No surprise when Sayla said it so rudely. Demons as powerful as her had never had much respect for humans, especially not for their magic. Well, there's a reason they're a force to be reckoned with. They destroyed two of the most powerful Dark Guilds after all. Naruto laughed. Sayla had finally removed her hands from his rock-hard member and moved them down to his thighs and legs. Anyway, enough about them and me. How was your day, Sayla? Did the meeting go well? I had a good day, Master. Sayla laughed as she got up and turned on the shower, allowing the water to wash the soap and lotion off her master's body, and the meeting went well. Something important. Considering this, they were the Dark Guild, whose members consisted of the creations of a wizard who wanted to destroy the world. Naruto believed he should expect something like the end of the world. Not really. The demonstrator shook her head. We were only talking about the future of Tartarus. I think Margir-sama and Kyoka-sama are planning something big. She then continued, much to his surprise, they're also planning to remove me from the Kyuukemen. She had to admit that she was offended by their decision, but what they said afterward made that feeling disappear immediately. They said that I would have more time with you, and I didn't have to concern myself with anything other than my innermost desire. Seriously? They actually do something like that? Naruto asked in surprise. Yes, because I've become a part-time member of the guild, and Tartarus has to be managed by the Kyuukemen, 9 demon gates, at any time. Our goals are also different. Sayla paused her work for a moment to continue, I'm still considered an active member of Tartarus, but I don't have to answer their call if I don't want to. Well, I guess the medium is more time for the two of us. The beautiful demon nodded his head with a laugh. So, any ideas that will take its place? Not yet, my love. Sayla shook her head. But I hope Kyoka-sama will let me know because I want to personally make sure this demon is worthy enough to stand in my position. Naruto nodded. Did Kyoka's oratory try to take it away with her eyes again? He asked jokingly, making Sayla blush. Unfortunate you, yes, she did make the master. Sayla nodded. Since she had recounted everything, including Kyoka's flirtatious attempts on him every time she returned from Tartarus, Sayla had no reason to hide anything from him. We spent the morning talking privately, but she didn't try to use her curse on me like last time. I swear, her ability to enhance physical sensations is annoying as hell. I mean, she can enhance your sense of pleasure so much that a light touch can make you cum, right? Sayla nodded, having experienced that kind of enhancement many times over nearly 2 decades. Damn, the talk about abusing her power. He raised his hand and cupped her right breast, making Sayla moan before continuing, however, this shows that she can't please you as well as I do, and I have to use her curse to compensate. He stroked Sayla's large breast, feeling its amazing weight and softness in his palm and fingers. Don't you agree? I couldn't agree more, Master, Sayla could only manage between moans. Pretty soon, Naruto was completely clean. There you go. I hope you're pleased, Master. I am. Naruto smiled broadly, placing his hand on the top of her head. You've already cleaned up, right? Sayla nodded in response. Unfortunate, because I plan to get you dirty again. Naruto reached out and turned off the shower, while his hand on the top of her head gently pushed her down. Now be a good girl and get on your knee. I'd like to start with that pretty face and hair first. Lemon skipped. The next morning. Is she really here? Sayla asked as she looked around, searching for a specific redeed, while doing her best to ignore the staring of the people around them. Of all the places one could use for education, they chose the beach. the demon muttered as she followed Naruto. When Naruto told her she was out for education, she had expected more from the girl who claimed to be one of the strongest and most annoying enemies of the Balam Alliance. The beach was no place for education. Surely Scarlet Urza could be more sympathetic and do better than this. Yes, she's here. Naruto nodded as he made his way to Urza's position. It was quite a feat for him to find her, as Urza possessed a very powerful and unique magical signature, one that only one other person possessed, a woman who had the same hair color as his. There they are. He suddenly stopped and pointed. Sayla looked in that direction and, quite sure enough, she saw a girl in armor with red hair training with a boy with pink hair. Is this the girl? Sayla asked in surprise, completely ignoring the pink-haired boy. You're right, master. She looks very much like her mother. She also takes after Irene in more than just fair looks. Naruto laughed as he looked at Urza saving with the gray color. However, despite this saying, he could see that Urza struggled with strong determination, and the burning will come, something her mother had lost a very long time ago. You know what? Naruto turned back to Sayla, took a few thousand jewels from his pocket and gave them to her. You take this and go to the nearest local grocery store or restaurant to buy yourself and me a decent breakfast and lunch, okay? You will, master. Sayla accepted the money. May I ask what you want, master? Something should be nice, I'm not picky. Sayla nodded and turned to walk away. Oh, and try not to kill anyone. You'll get me in trouble, you know. The demon bowed her head and disappeared after that. Putting his hands in his pockets, Naruto started making his way toward them. He already knew what to say and what to do. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to improvise because who knew how unpredictable Urza was. Wearing her fire-resistant armor, the Empress of Flame armor, Urza eyed her fellow student, Natsu Dragneel, very carefully as he launched a barrage of punches, which she easily dodged by shifting her body backward. When he tried to kick her, Urza countered by slashing her sword at his side, but the Fire Dragon Slayer was more than capable of dodging such an attack, and he did so without a problem. Hit him already, Urza. Standing a few feet away from them with the rest of the team, the gray-haired man called Strong, when will this be my turn? He grumbled impatiently, crossing his weapons over his chest. The two had been training for almost 15 minutes, and Urza had promised to train with each and every one of them, since she was, undoubtedly, the strongest among them, and currently had what it takes to participate in the Grand Magic Games. The Ice Princess is closed off and won't let me concentrate. Natsu growled and sent fireballs flying at Urza, who simply raised her sword and absorbed some fireballs into it while the rest struck her, but due to the fire resistance element of her armor, it could barely leave any damage on her body. I'm ignited. He punched his burning fists together and leaped into the air before generating a torrent of fire from both of his hands and creating a massive fireball without joining his hands together. Karyu no Kon. Ignite the brilliant dragon flame. He's exaggerating. Lucy shouted as Natsu launched the fireball at Urza when it reached its maximum height. The scarlet-headed Nidus grunted in annoyance as she raised her sword and braced herself to counter his massive attack, as well as preventing the area from taking the worst damage. Suiton. Suryudan no Jutsu, water release. Drink the dragon bullet technique. However, before she could do that, a gigantic powerful water dragon, gasping for breath in the clash, rose from the ocean, flew into the fireball, and struck it with formidable force, creating a large amount of steam and dispersing it in the process. Urza gasped and looked around, her eyes widening in shock because there were only 2 people in this world who were capable of using that kind of technique. Who in the? Natsu asked, but instantly he was knocked to the ground as an orb of cold water pulled at him and splashed him in the face. Turn it on. I think you need to cool down, brat. A familiar voice said as the steam slowly disappeared, this beach is a tourist attraction and nobody needs you ruining it. Naruto. Lucy gasped in surprise as the blonde finally came into view, standing a few feet behind Urza with his hands in his pockets and a small, smug smile on his face. The rest of Team Natsu and Shadow Gear both stared at him in surprise, with Natsu picking himself up from the ground and grumbling in annoyance. What are you doing here? Urza asked curiously, trying her best to keep her voice normal. He had refused to come with them and train her, so she had no idea why he was there. How did you find us? I told you, right. This place is a tourist attraction, so I need a reason to be here. He answered by accident, but then decided to tell the truth when Urza kept staring at him. Fine. I asked Mira. She told me where your party is. Your team's training position is right next to my house, so I found it yesterday. He turned to the others and gave them a simple greeting, good morning. It's a pleasure to see you all here again. But he greeted Lucy with a nod of his head. Lucy. Is this so? Urza nodded her head in understanding. You haven't answered my first question. She then re-equipped her Flame Empress armor, replacing it with her 2-piece black bikini swimsuit. Are you finally agreeing to my request? She asked hopefully. I'm not going to train him. His response made her laugh die away. However, Urza raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What did he mean? Before he could continue, a certain light blue maid with wine-pink hair appeared, pushing her head out from under the sand, right where Lucy was sitting. The light blue-haired wizard cried out in surprise and blushed slightly when she found herself sitting directly on top of the pink-haired maid's head. "I'm the emergency, Virgo, the maiden," the celestial spirit said with his usual impassive expression. "I am ready for punishment." "Why are you here?" Lucy asked as she lifted and helped the Virgo out of the sand. "Virgo?" The spirit of a maid, Carla pointed to her paw on the Virgo and said expressionlessly. "Lucy has been in the fairy sphere for 7 years, which means that all the celestial spirits who made contracts with her remained in the celestial realm," the grey color said, crossing his weapons. "Ah, poor spirits. Because of Lucy's flaw. Juvia screamed as she covered her mouth with her hands. "No, this isn't a big problem for us." The Virgo looked down, his eyes still showing no emotion, but everyone could see some sadness in them. "What happened?" Levi asked curiously. Each of them turned their eyes to look at the maiden, who awaited their answer. "The celestial kingdom is in a crisis of extermination," the maid said. Please help us." This everyone did, especially Lucy's gasping in shock. "That? What happened?" "The king of the celestial kingdom awaits you," Virgo bowed her head. "I must collect you here," she informed him. "Sure." Natsu shouted. "They're going to help them. We're friends." "Wait. People can't go to the celestial kingdom, right?" Lucy asked her spirit. "You can enter the kingdom in celestial clothing." The Virgo replied before a large magic circle appeared beneath them and shone brightly. "Ready to go?" she asked. "Hey. I'm not ready yet." "Hold on for a second," Natsu said, turning everyone's attention to him. The Virgo also looked at the immortal shinobi and was about to say something, but stopped when she saw him wink at her, which was insensitive to the others. "You all," Natsu indicated, "and the Shadow Gear team can go and save any world you want, but Urza, you stay here." His words, which came out more as an order, startled them, especially Urza, who could only stare at him in shock. What? Why?" It was Lucy who asked that question. "Which oratory? Why don't you come with us?" Natsu asked, crossing his weapons over his chest. "Since I don't want to, and this isn't my business," Naruto replied by accident. "What? The celestial kingdom is in danger and you're not going to help." The others immediately intervened to restrain him. "What an annoying brat," Naruto grumbled. "Sayla would be very disappointed. Anyway, Urza is staying here." He gestured to his feet. "You can decide to leave if that's what you want, but you'll regret that decision later." They would all regret their decision later. The moment they decided to go to the celestial kingdom with Virgo, he knew exactly what was going to happen. Urza looked at him, carefully considering her next decision. Should he stay, or should she follow the others? The Sky Kingdom was in dire straits, and she wanted to come with her teammates to save it. On the other hand, when she thought about Naruto's words, she wanted to stay. From what she had seen, he was a strong shinobi and might even be stronger than her teacher, who couldn't be found anywhere at the moment. If there was anyone who could help her master of the kunoichi armor, it was Naruto. He was the only one who could teach his master the art of shinobi and train her to be a proper kunoichi. Mentally nodding her head, Urza turned to face her teammates, who were looking at her and waiting to tell them what she was going to do. "I think I'll stay," she said to herself. "The guys are moving on. I think I'll stay here and see what he managed to say." She pointed at Naruto, standing behind her. "Really?" Levi asked. Had she decided to come with Lucy and the others? "Are you sure you're Urza?" "Yes, you can take care of a battle without me, right?" Urza asked, looking at her friends. "Of course we can." Natsu smiled contentedly, piercing his palm. "We'll save the Sky Kingdom and be back in no time." "I definitely have one, Natsu." Urza laughed, nodding her head. "But if the situation gets worse, come get me as soon as you can, okay?" The others nodded their heads. "This is set up then," Virgo said casually as Urza tightened the magic circle. "Is everyone ready? Go on, let's go then." After saying this, the magic circle beneath them turned and teleported each of them away in a flash of light. "Well, we'll see you guys later then, Urza Naruto." The engine and Droy said and left without another word. "Well, what do you want to tell me again?" Urza immediately turned to him and asked. "Follow me. Let's go for a walk, shall we?" Naruto gestured. Urza quickly followed after him, keeping a close distance between them. "Don't you want to know why I didn't let you come with your team?" Urza shrank back and shook her head. "Why then?" "The Virgul eyes," he replied, making Urza's eyes widen in surprise. "Nothing happens in the celestial world. This is just a pathetic excuse the spirits passed through to bring Lucy to their world." "But why?" Urza asked, confused. "Why did she lie?" "I mean she just has to ask and we'll come with her." As 1 day in the real world equals 3 months in the celestial kingdom. What? Urza shouted, impressed by the revelation. Time passes differently in different worlds, Naruto explained. You spent 1 day there and you'd only have 5 days left to train for the Grand Magic Games. Is this what you want? He asked, and Urza angrily shook her head. But what about the others? Why didn't you warn them? She placed both hands on her head, gripping her hair as she stopped walking. This isn't important right now. I have to warn them, otherwise they won't get any stronger to participate in the tournament. They'll find out sooner or later. Naruto chuckled quietly. Do they need me to remind you that you can't go to that place without the light blue clothes? Virgo is the only one who can give them to you, and since you don't know how to put them on, I don't think you're going anywhere. He shrank back. You? Even if I did, I wouldn't tell her. This was a lie, though, because he knew how to put himself there. Before he could say anything, Naruto spoke up. Well, I think this is the point to get to the conversation about your request. He pointed his hand at her. I'll repeat it again. I'm not going to train you, Urza. However, he said loudly, preventing him from saying anything, because I'm a man with a big heart, a lot of generosity, and a lot of leisure to spare, I think I'll reconsider my decision. Really? Urza was surprised. She hadn't quite believed in the big heart and generosity, but decided to keep that opinion to herself as she continued, but what's with the fuss? Can't you suddenly change your mind like that? You're right. Naruto smiled slyly, satisfied. Listen, I'll only reconsider my decision if you can master this ninjutsu in 3 weeks. Naruto spun his hand and created a blue orb of swirling chakra in his palm, which left Urza completely speechless. What is this technique? She asked, looking at the spinning orb with wide eyes. This is called Rasengan. Naruto slammed her hand away when she tried to touch him. Only then will you know, my old man, that your precious teacher is the creator of this technique. Really? Urza asked in surprise. Yep. It took him 3 years to create this technique. He taught it to his teacher, Jiraiya the Toad Sage. She recognized the name immediately. He was the author of the book Naruto had lent Lucy, who told him this was truly a masterpiece, who took 3 months to master it. Jiraiya then taught it to me, and it took me about 2 weeks to create it. He told her, making Urza look at him in surprise again. So I guess this is a fair deal if I give you 3 weeks to learn it. I'm guessing. Urza could only nod her head curiously before the request. But. Why? I mean. You said you weren't going to train me, and yet here you are, teaching me something that's your father's creation. Well, it's because we have this tradition of passing this technique on to our students, Naruto explained with a small laugh. So if you want me to train you, which means you'll become my student, you have to know how to use Rasengan. Usually, you have to become a student first before you're taught this technique, but I reversed the rule. Okay then. Urza nodded. What do I have to do? My father taught you the basics of chakra molding, right? Urza nodded. Well, you're good at chakra control. I still have some issues, but I think I'll get the ticket. Urza answered sincerely, I trained a lot. Stop it, I don't need to know this. Naruto interrupted, making Urza grimace in annoyance. Urza didn't have a massive chakra reserve like his, so she had much better control of her chakra than he did when he learned Rasengan. I'll explain the advanced details later. For now, you just need to know that to create a full power Rasengan, you have to follow 3 steps. Rotation, power, and containment. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a palm-sized balloon. We'll start with this. He handed it to her, and Urza accepted with both hands. Water balloon? She asked in confusion. The first one is all about practicing spinning your chakra in every direction. Naruto pulled another water balloon from his other pocket, held it up in front of him, and continued, I want you to spin the water inside it and then pop it. Like this. Instantly, the water balloon burst, splashing water all over her hands. Some of it splashed onto her face, but she didn't seem to mind. Try spinning your chakra and we'll see the results. And see if she had the talent to train in the art of a ninja. Okay, then Urza nodded and immediately got to work, holding the water balloon in one hand. It turned out that spinning her chakra was much harder than she thought. However, she was determined that she could do it. What other option did she have? End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. 3 months later. Bikini Beach was and always will be one of the most popular tourist spots in the land of Fiori. Among its many attractions were the impressive amusement park, the huge sandy beach adjacent to the sea, the 5-star hotel housed a casino in its basement where visitors and players could have enjoyed themselves, and the gigantic amusement park where everyone could have fun all day and all night with the exciting entertainment it provided. Wild. Iroker, Warkri, and Jaeger were 3 tourists who came to Bikini Beach almost every weekend last month. They were among the strongest members of Quattro Cerberus, one of the top mage guilds in the country. All three of them wore colorful swimsuits, leaving their muscular upper bodies exposed, attracting a lot of attention from the women, who liked the strong-looking men around them. They also made many others stare strangely whenever they shouted their trademark slogan with enthusiasm. Anyone want a drink? The rocker looked at his teammates and asked with a satisfied smile on his face. Nodding their heads in agreement, the three men from Quattro Cerberus quickly headed to the nearest bar and took their seats on the wooden chairs that had been placed around it. "I'll have a coconut, please," said the waitress, who nodded and then turned her attention to two others. "What would you like, two refined gentlemen?" she asked, giving them a cute laugh, which caused them to blush and giggle dreamily almost instantly. While some might find them quite handsome and attractive, because most of Quattro Cerberus consisted of male members with mildly punkish attitudes, none of them had interacted with girls much, which left all three of them rather inexperienced with women, especially as cute as these they were addressing. "Don't worry, guys. It's on me this time." The rocker smiled contentedly, pointing at him. "Savage." Both Warcree and Jaeger shouted with excitement at the same time before giving their orders to the waitresses, who nodded their heads and walked away to get their drinks. "So, the Grand Magic Game is going to happen in 5 days. Who do you think the guys the master is going to decide to represent us this year?" Warcree asked as he accepted his drinks from the waitress, which was the cocktail, while Jaeger had a cold beer for a drink. "Bacchus, probably." Warcree answered without a second thought. "He's our strongest. The master of the gold mine will probably choose him as our team leader too. To tell you the truth, I hope he picks me too." Jaeger spoke with a confident laugh. "I trained hard to prepare for this. You guys both had your chances last year. I hope I get my shot at the next tournament. I hope you're going. Anyway, Sabretooth is going to participate in this year's game too, right?" Anbu Warcree's teammates nodded their heads at his question. "Well, they are the strongest guild after all. They'll carelessly go to the tournament to make sure no one takes their place." Jaeger clenched his hand into a fist, saying, "That guild, after those 5 appeared, we never had a chance of winning. Hopefully, we can hold second place this year. Lamia the Scale isn't a real threat." Warcree smiled broadly. "Speaking of standing, I heard Fairy Tail is participating this year as well, but this time those who disappeared 7 years ago will be fighting. Weren't they the ones who made Fairy Tail the strongest guild 7 years ago?" "So?" the rocker asked arrogantly. "It's not like they can keep picking us up. We've gotten much stronger, there's no way those guys can keep picking us up after only 3 months." Akka said there was a mage named Urza Scarlet, Fairy Tail Titania. She was as strong as he was, and their fights always ended in draws. 2 others paled at the thought. They both knew how powerful Bacchus was. To learn that a girl as powerful as his strongest member was terrifying. The gold mine master also warned us not to underestimate them. "Go and just wait for us. Can I have a cup of strawberry juice, please?" A sweet voice caught their attention, and instantly the 3 Cerberus wizards turned their heads to the side to look at the source and nearly dropped their jaws in shock. The figure beside them was an exceptionally beautiful young woman with long brown hair. She had an amazing figure, athletic yet feminine, with large breasts and wide hips, a plump bottom, and mile-long legs. She wore sunglasses and a black bikini that hugged her impressive assets nicely. This left more to the imagination, but still revealed just enough to make her look incredibly alluring. Both men began panting like fish. Her beauty outmatched every woman standing around her. This also overwhelmed their minds, preventing them from fully controlling their bodies as they normally would. She accepted the glass of lemonade, taking a sip before turning her head to look at the yawning men. A laugh crossed her lips, and she lowered her sunglasses slightly to look at them. Her eyes were brown, and they had a rather seductive look in them, just what they imagined a woman like her to have. "Hey guys, how's it going?" Warcree, who managed to regain his composure faster than his friends, raised his hands and hit them on the back, bringing them back to the real world. "We were issuing a fine," they said at the same time, trying their best to keep their voices as normal as possible. As for you?" "I'm doing well, thank you for the request." She laughed seductively before leaning closer, introducing herself, "The name Nightwalker, what's yours?" "I'm the Rocker." "You have a strong name for a lady as beautiful as yourself." Nightwalker winked, making the Rocker blush. "My name is Jaeger." The white-haired man followed his friend's lead and introduced himself. "I am Warcree and we are Mag de Quattro Cerberus." Warcree introduced himself before all 3 of them shouted at the same time, "Savage." "Quattro Cerberus." Nightwalker gasped before the refrain in an excited voice. "Oh my god. I am your greatest fan." All 3 of them widened their eyes in surprise, but no less excited as Nightwalker came closer to them. "Is this so?" Warcree asked, scratching the back of his head, blushing intensely. "Yes, I've been a fan of the Hellhound's mage since forever." She took off her sunglasses and put it on the table. "Can I have your autograph, please?" Nightwalker asked, bouncing up and down before she magically produced a Quattro Cerberus poster and a quill pen, but the three wizards were also focused on boob jumps to notice such a feat from a normal girl. "Ah, here you go," the rocker said sheepishly, taking the poster and pen and signing it over his face. He gave it to his friends, and soon enough the poster had all three of their signatures on it. "Thank you so much." She laughed, clutching the sign to her chest. "Could you buy her a drink?" Before they could see anything, she followed with a beautiful innocent laugh that they couldn't resist. "Please, I always wanted to find you. This would be my honor." "Ah, of course." Warcry nodded his head. His face was red, and he couldn't take his eyes off Urza as she walked over to stand between him and Jigger. "4 beers, please." Nightwalker said to the waitress, who walked away and returned with 4 cups of beer, which she gave them. "Alright lads, go make a toast for Cerberus." Nightwalker held the glass steady. "Your souls will forever be wild." "Savage." The 3 men shouted with excitement and clinked their cups of Nightwalker before taking them to their mouths. They didn't stop until the cup was completely empty. "It was amazing," Nightwalker declared as she placed her empty cup down on the bar counter, along with the money for both of their drinks. "It's truly amazing to find him here, but I think it's time for me to take my leave." "Ah, that's a shame then," she said. "Yes, my boyfriend is waiting for me." Laughter erupted from their faces the instant she mentioned her boyfriend, feeling utterly disappointed. "He wouldn't be happy if it took him so long to get me a drink." She gestured to her strawberry juice. "Good luck in the magnificent magic game. I hope we meet again." She picked up her sunglasses and walked away, waving to the men of Quattro Cerberus. "Well, I guess this is time for us to go then," the rocker said to his friends, who nodded in agreement. He reached into his trunk's pockets, searching for his wallet. His eyes widened when he couldn't find it anywhere. "Strange, I thought I brought my wallet with me." "Maybe you left it at the hotel." "Let me pay for the drinks, you can give me my money back later," Jagger said, reaching into his pocket as the rocker could only laugh sheepishly. However, a shocked expression crossed his face when he couldn't find his wallet either. "Where's my wallet?" They both turned to Warcry, who quickly searched for his wallet and money. However, much like his friends, he couldn't find him. No. It was at that moment they realized that they had been put in the pocket by the same lady who claimed to be her biggest fan. Line break. Nightwalker hummed a victory tune as she walked along Akane's beach, holding the wallet she had taken from the unfortunate Cerberus mages. Her mission had gone a whole lot better than she had thought. Nightwalker had to admit that while she hadn't wanted to do it, it was something she had to do to prove to herself that she could do it without any problems. It didn't take her long to reach him. He was on the far side of the beach, away from the fun, excitement and hospitality, leaning his back against a coconut tree. He had his guns crossed over his chest and his eyes were closed, but she knew better than that. Even with his eyes closed, the man was fully aware of his surroundings. He, too, had his guard up and was more than ready to respond to her attempt to surprise him and slam his face into the sand if she tried to attack him. His name was Naruto Uzumaki and he was his teacher. "You're in the back." Just as she was about to announce her presence, he said. Opening his eyes, the man looked at her and the purses in her hand, chuckling slightly. "That was quick. You're better at this than I thought. Seems you really do have the talent to become a proper kunoichi after all." Nightwalker smiled victoriously with satisfaction and reached for the top of her head. Grasping a handful of her brown hair, she then pulled it back, removing it from her head, revealing the long, beautiful scarlet-red hair that cascaded down to the small spot on her back. The young woman shook her head, tossing her real hair from side to side, before running her fingers over it, tearing off the wig. "I told you, didn't I?" Urza Scarlet said as she clasped her hands together, forming a hand seal. In a puff of smoke, the blue crest of Fairy Tail reappeared on her left arm. "I'm not some innocent girl who knows nothing about seduction. You have to take me more seriously than this." She was well aware that she was beautiful and alluring, as much as she had been called. She also wasn't shy about putting them to good use. In numerous situations, especially during missions that required close attention, Urza had used her beauty to her advantage. Hell, she even had an armor, the seduction armor, which consisted of skimpy clothing. While she had never used it in a fight, Urza knew she could distract her opponents with her sexuality, if they were male, of course. For the past 3 months, Urza had been working her ass off to become a kunoichi. By giving Naruto a perfect version of the Rasengan after 3 weeks, Urza had become his student. While he taught her many useful tricks and trained her into a kunoichi, Naruto could be a real driver's slave when it came to training. He had pushed her to her limits, taking her to a world where there was no mercy and making her realize that everything she knew about ninjas up until now was nothing but a lie. It was difficult, very difficult, but Urza kept her mouth shut and accepted it. He said she didn't have the talent to become a ninja, which she had to admit, but she was always able to turn in her assignments on time. She might complain about him, his personality, and his methods whenever they strayed from proper education, but whenever Urza donned her kunoichi armor, the pride of her teacher, she was serious and didn't object when he gave her an impossible task, like mastering shuriken art in less than a week. She wasn't a genius in the art of shinobi, but she could use her skills to compensate for that. Don't be so arrogant. Naruto shook his head and gestured with his hands. Your targets are low intelligent. They also don't have much experience with women. You're also disguised with a wig and transformation technique, so they don't know who you are. Urza's right cheek puffed out as she frowned. This would be a whole lot more difficult for you if the situations were different, or if they were cheerful, or if they were your hated enemies, or if they noticed that all of this was just too suspicious for them. You really can't give me a little, small praise, can you? Urza asked as she crossed her weapons over her chest. Nope, not yet, not before you've earned it. There's still a lot for you to learn, girl. A kunoichi at the mid-chunin level will never get praise from a god primal shinobi like me. Naruto shook his head, saying it dramatically with his hands raised in the air. You have a massive ego, you know that, Naruto. Excuse me? Naruto asked with mock surprise as he leaned forward. Did you just call me that again? He turned his head to the side and pointed to his ear. Would you like to repeat that more clearly? TCH. Urza grunted, her mouth sharp as she glared at him. He could be a pain in the ass sometimes. It's nothing, Naruto-sensei, she said respectfully, but rather sarcastically. Naruto chuckled quietly and leaned back, crossing his weapons over his chest as he looked at his student. Tan, what have you learned today? To be seductive. That's why you haven't made any improvement as a kunoichi in the past 2 weeks, Urza, Naruto said, pointing his hand at her. Being seductive? Yes, perhaps. But this is only a very small part of what I'm talking about. Surely, as a kunoichi, you can take advantage of your body to distract your enemies, perhaps even resorting to hexual copulation to get what you want from them, but that's not important as long as you can deceive them first. Urza sighed. She hadn't known what he was holding. Having hex to get what you want? No thanks. Well, she wanted to be a kunoichi, in her opinion, it was too extreme. What I'm talking about is the ability to harmonize. Ah, I see. Interpretive skill is one of the most important skills of a shinobi. It's almost as important as caution, which you learned but still failed miserably. Urza frowned and felt seriously disappointed. Failed. She thought she'd done better than this. Just because she couldn't steal a slice of strawberry cheesecake from his space while he sat right in the middle of it didn't mean she couldn't move behind someone else and finish them off with a palm strike. It's very important for a ninja to harmonize with their surroundings and deceive their enemies with their actions. In the old days, it was almost impossible for ordinary shinobi and kunoichi to infiltrate their enemies' bases without proper preparation. One small mistake and they were exposed. Many of them had failed and were captured by their enemies, who enjoyed putting them to a fate worse than death. Urza shuddered at the thought. Naruto had told his many stories of the shinobi era, which was a very, very long time ago. This was one of the darkest times in human history, where hatred was the sole motivation. Did this make her realize how fortunate she was to have been born in such a brilliant era? But fortunate for you, that kind of time had passed long ago, but this never hurt to be extra careful with your attempts to distract someone and then steal their money straight from their pockets without them knowing anything about it, right? Yes, you're right. Urza nodded in agreement. Anyway, you wait here, I'm going to. Now where are you going, miss? Naruto asked her and stopped when Urza turned and was about to walk away. I'm going to return these to their owners, of course, Urza declared, holding up the purses she was carrying. I'm saying you keep them. Naruto rolled his eyes, making Urza's eyes widen in surprise. You don't steal someone's money and then give it back later unless they give you a proper reason. Well, they haven't done anything, and… You remember when Natsu challenged me, I made a bet and I ended up taking all his money. Urza nodded. Well, this is how it works. You'll only give them their money back once they do something to earn it back. But I don't think I can find them again. Urza argued, well, we'll probably run into each other at the magnificent magic game as competitors, but they won't know it was me who stole. Good, exactly, Naruto smiled contentedly. It was at that moment Urza understood that he would never leave the money with its rightful owners upon his return. He keeps it. It's what it takes to become a kunoichi. Seriously? Red-haired kunoichi asked with a deadpan expression. You know what, I don't believe you this time. Hide it yourself. Naruto smiled contentedly and turned his head to the side when he saw his favorite girl in the world approaching, carrying a wooden basket in her hands. Anyway, this is enough for you today. Next time, we'll go for a more difficult target and see if you can pull it off. He then raised his hand and called out, Sayla, over. The Aetherius turned its head when she heard their call and immediately walked towards them. I'm back, master, she bowed her head before turning it back to Urza. Urza, I expect no concern from my master. Urza could only shrink in response. The horned girl greeted the scarlet-haired mage curtly, but this was nothing new. "I've brought what you asked for, master." She turned back to Naruto and showed him the basket, which was heavy with many food items. "Good work, Sayla. I expect nothing less from you." He smiled broadly, giving her a thumbs up. "Of course, master." Sayla laughed, blushing slightly before acknowledging the purses in Urza's hand. "So you've done it. Congratulations." It didn't take Urza's past experiences to know that she didn't mean it at all. "Thank you for the compliment." Urza nodded, trying her best to sound polite. Sayla didn't like her in the slightest. Why? She had no idea. She'd encountered the black-haired demon only minutes after Naruto had shown her the first step of the Rasengan, but the first moment their eyes met, Urza understood that she had already gotten on Sayla's bad side. The two usually got into arguments about the most arbitrary things, usually about Naruto, much like he was with her and Mira when they were young, but while her best friend was an excitable, short-tempered guy, Sayla was as cold as ice and knew how to use her words to provoke her, insult her, and piss her off. All at the same time. Sensing the tension between the two, Naruto decided to speak up. The next thing he needed was Sayla trying to hurt Urza in the worst possible way on her next mast. Okay, this is pretty damn good, girls," he said. "Time for lunch. I'm hungry and I can use a sandwich right now." "Ah, of course. My deepest apology, master." Sayla bowed her head and quickly went to prepare a suitable place for her master to sit and enjoy his lunch. In a moment, all three of them took their seats on the orange picnic blanket Sayla had laid out on the ground. "I'll prepare the sandwiches for you, master." Sayla laughed as she opened the basket and took out a bag of sandwiches, a bottle of peanut butter, and a large bottle of orange juice, as well as various cooking utensils. "Okay then." Naruto nodded. "Sayla, if you don't mind," Urza began, but was interrupted when Sayla placed the basket in front of her. "You can help yourself, right?" the Aetherius asked, picking up a knife. "Okay then." That's all Urza could manage, and she opened the basket to get her lunch. When she found her favorite strawberry cheesecake inside, Urza couldn't help but laugh. At least Sayla remembered her request and bought the cake for her. "Here you go, master." "Thank you, Sayla." Naruto laughed and accepted Sayla's sandwich. Taking a bite, he then turned to Urza and asked, "If you don't mind me asking, why Nightwalker? I mean, this isn't exactly a name, is it?" "This is a surname," Urza replied with a nod, "and this is a long story." "Okay, go ahead, I'm all ears." Line break. In a flash of light, Natsu and the rest of his team except for Urza and Juvia were teleported back to the human world. It turned out that nothing had happened to the Celestial Kingdom. It was simply that the Celestial King, the ruler of the Celestial Spirit World, wanted to invite Lucy and her friends to his world to celebrate their return. They celebrated all day long there, and it was one of the best moments they had ever had. "Great. We've had such a good time," Natsu said confidently as she took a step forward. "They'll be back to continue training. We must be strong enough to strike other guilds in 3 months." The Grey One nodded seriously. "We have to prepare everything." "I wonder where Urza-sen is," Wendy said aloud as she looked around, searching for the strongest member of her team. "Oh, by the way, the Virgo, the maiden," the celestial spirit turned her head and spoke to Lucy impassively, gaining everyone's attention. "There's one thing I forgot to tell you." "What is it, the Virgo?" Lucy asked curiously. "Time moves at a different pace in the Celestial Kingdom." "Do you mean?" Natsu interrupted, saying excitedly, "that 1 year here equals 1 day in the human realm. So this is a dream zone for education." The grey color agreed with equal enthusiasm. However, what came next was something none of them had expected. "Actually, this is the front part," Virgo replied expressionlessly. 1 day in the celestial realm equals 3 months in the human world." His ruthless words froze them in shock. The team was completely startled by the information and didn't know how to respond. Natsu, Grey, and Juvia muttered in shock, turning as pale as ghosts. "Hey, you all." The engine and Droy appeared and greeted them joyfully. "We've been waiting so long. The magnificent magic fighting battle will be held in 5 days. You must have been training hard." Droy happily informed them, completely forgetting his sense of humor. "Oh my god." All 3 of them fell to the ground, facing each other first, while Wendy fell to her knees and screamed. "You mustache bastard." Lucy shouted angrily with a forced laugh. "They're turning back time." "What are they talking about?" Motor asked in confusion. A few minutes later, after Virgo had changed his clothes, they all sat with their backs against a tree branch, still unable to believe that 3 months had passed and they had wasted all those precious times on the game. The magnificent magic game was about to begin in less than 5 days, and none of them believed they could do it. "How did we end up in this mess?" Juvia asked, trying to force a laugh onto her face. "Our precious education time." Natsu couldn't help but let out a longing sigh. 3 months, just like this. The gray color nodded before lowering its head. What are we going to do? Lucy asked the other. I guess we have no other option, just let someone else compete this time. The stated imposition sadly caused Juvia to release a heavy sigh. What? Are you messing with me? Natsu instantly stood up and shouted loudly, there's no way I'm going to let those bastards take all the glory. We can still do it if we start now. We're going to have a 5-day shock education of hell. He yelled, fire blazing in his eyes. Everyone get up and get your ass ready. There won't be time for sleep yet. Lucy? Every one of you? Before anyone could say anything to oppose Natsu's crazy idea of education, they heard a familiar voice and turned their heads in the same direction, where they saw Urza running towards them, waving her hand above her head. Following closely behind her was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, and what annoyed them, Natsu and the Grey One, most was that he had a smug grin on his face as he looked down at them, as if he found their pathetic state amusing, which he did. Urza? Lucy gasped in surprise. Urza looked different. She had grown taller, her hair had grown longer, and she was even more beautiful than before. She hadn't expected her friend to change so much in just 3 months. They all got up from their spots, but before any of them could say anything more, she exploded right in their faces. It's been 3 months. Did you guys really take that long to get back? A whole day. What were you doing in the Celestial Kingdom? Do you know the Grand Magic Tournament is happening next week? We know, Urza. Lucy interrupted, raising her hands to shield her face in case Urza grew impatient and decided to headbutt her, and we're right in the fright here. Didn't we know that time was different in the Celestial Realm? She then widened her eyes in realization, they're holding on, you know. Naruto-sensei told me. Standing behind his student, Naruto accidentally raised his hand and gave them a peace sign. They were all surprised when they heard that the Urza Way had called out to Naruto and couldn't help but wonder if she had managed to convince the blonde to teach her. But this is his flaw too, Lucy, you should have known. It's written in every magic book about celestial magic. The well. Lucy convincingly laughed in embarrassment, I learned everything from my mother. I thought she had taught me everything like that. No excuses. Urza shouted, making them jump up in surprise. You know, Virgo was obviously lying when she said the celestial realm was on the verge of an extermination crisis, Naruto said as he looked at Virgo, who was kneeling on the ground, moaning in pleasure not too far from them. She had rope wrapped tightly around her body, and a pile of bricks lay in her lap. You realize that you will not be able to participate in the magnificent magic game like this, right? But what can we do now? Lucy asked. We're out of options here, Urza. There's simply no way we can become stronger in just 5 days. Actually, there's a way to get stronger in 5. However, Naruto was interrupted when a dove suddenly flew down and landed on top of Urza's head. How? Nice, the immortal shinobi muttered as he glared angrily at the dove. The pigeon? Lucy asked, confused. There's something tied to its leg. I think this is a message. Curiously, Urza removed the paper from her leg and read the message aloud for everyone to hear. To the fairy tale, please come to the suspension, deep within the forests. Well, what are we waiting for then? Natsu asked and turned around. The others were about to follow his example, but Urza stopped them. Hold on for a second. I don't think this is a good idea, she explained. We don't know who's sending us this message. This could be a prank or even a trap. She glanced at Naruto before adding, it's very dangerous to just jump into something without knowing anything about it. I couldn't agree more. The blonde boy chuckled quietly, nodding his head. This was one of the first lessons Naruto had taught him. So what do you suggest then? Gray asked, crossing his arms over his chest. We'll split into 2 groups. Urza gestured to them. One group will go straight ahead, while the others will follow closely behind undetected. If this is a trap, then we need to be prepared to deal with it. They all agreed to his idea and split into 2 groups. Natsu, Gray, Lucy, Juvia, Motor and Roy, the 2 halves of Team Shadow Gear, would be Team 1 and go ahead, while Urza and the rest of them would follow behind, carefully hidden in bushes and behind trees. Still don't think this is a good idea. As the groups made their way to the suspension bridge in the forest, Naruto asked when he noticed the puzzled expression on her face. Yes, this could be an ambush. We've made many enemies from dark guilds over the years, so this wouldn't be a surprise if the one who sent the letter was a group of dark mages. She turned to look at him. You taught me that, didn't you? To always be 1 step ahead of your enemy. 1, 2, 3 steps. It's not really important as long as you can anticipate your enemy and quickly come up with a plan to deal with them, Naruto told him. Dividing into groups is a very good idea and I can see you've thought this through thoroughly. He had to admit. Even he couldn't do any better in this situation. For the first team, Natsu, Gray and Juvia were the ones who could inflict some serious damage, while Lucy, Motor and Roy could provide the necessary support with their magic. The second team, meanwhile, had Wendy, Imposition, and Exceed, all of whom had small bodies and could easily hide behind a tree or inside a bush. Naruto and Urza, meanwhile, could hide anywhere and easily erase their presence. Are you praising me, sensei? Urza looked at him and smiled with amused satisfaction. What did I say? Naruto glared at her. Don't be so arrogant. Your head is already big enough. Urza frowned as he patted her head. And if you still think this is going to be an ambush, then I'll tell you that Sayla is following us. Urza could only shake her head. She knew the demon was following them. Why? Because Urza knew that Sayla could never stay 100 feet away from her precious master unless he told her to. No one here. Natsu grunted, piercing his palm, scanning the area with his eyes as they reached the suspension bridge. No one here. What the hell? Was this a prank? Gray asked, having the same frown as Natsu. Then suddenly, much to their surprise, the bridge was postponed together. Broken branches and ropes flew above and below and began to pull each other together, creating a whole bridge that looked as good as new and joined the rock on the other side. Natsu said to the entertainment as he witnessed a demonstration of magic called the Arc of Time, a caster spell that revolved around manipulating time for inanimate objects and non-sentient beings. The caster of this magic was Altair Milkovich, a former member of the Dark Guild Grimwar the Heart. She had been on Tenro Island with her guild 7 years prior. More reason for them to believe this was a trap, but because Naruto had seen the person she became after the events in Tenru, he didn't think she still harbored ill feelings toward Fairy Tail. Hostile or not, it was something he could have told instantly, but he decided against it because he wanted to see how this would play out. The gray color asked in the crash, turning to Juvia, you think is it them? He gave her a meaningful look, and Juvia couldn't help but nod her head nervously. This must be our invitation. Urza's eyes hardened at the mention of time magic. This could be a trap. I don't know who it could be, but they're going to go for it. Each of them nodded at Natsu's words and continued on their way. Then, after 5 minutes of travel, the first group shuddered when they saw 3 cloaked figures appear before them. He was right. Altair Milkovich was among them, and there was also the girl who had left Tenru with her, Merity or something like that. The third figure, however, was someone he had seen before. As far as Naruto could tell, none of them were hostile. They also had no negative feelings toward Fairy Tail, showing that they came here in peace and simply wished to find Fairy Tail, as they had stated in their message. Thank you for coming. The middle one, a male, said and slowly removed his cloak, just like his 2 companions. He was a young man with a cold fixed gaze, blue hair, and a red tattoo on the right side of his face. Fairy Tail. To his left was a woman with pale skin, dark purple hair, and black eyes, sporting a rather voluptuous figure. She wore little more than a similar garment that most likely exposed her back. The attire was open on both sides of her body, except for a small accessory at her waist, revealing a fair amount of her large breasts. She also wore long black boots that left her upper thighs bare, a white cloth around her head, and owned a large crystal orb near her hip. In her right, she was a curvaceous young lady with warm pink eyes and long, wavy pink hair. Her outfit consisted of a red dress with gold netting around a deep neckline that exposed a large amount of her ample cleavage, with a short skirt and a belt with a yellow ribbon tied around her waist, colored black stockings, and brown boots. Dull. Urza murmured in surprise, while her friends in front gasped in shock at the sight of their former enemies. Do you know that brat? Naruto pointed, asking unpleasantly. Yes, we're childhood friends, back in the Tower of Heaven. Urza nodded, omitting the unpleasantness in her tone. And also, don't call him a brat. He's not that much younger than you. Naruto just rolled his eyes at the response. You all haven't changed a bit. The blue-haired man, Jel, said to Natsu and the others with a small laugh. He paused for a second before looking around. Where are the others? I'm sure Urza was with you. I'm here. Urza spoke over the words as she quickened her pace from her escape point, with Naruto and the rest following behind. There was no longer any reason for them to be on guard. He can't be too careless, can he? You're right, Urza. Jel nodded. We should have included more details in the message, but we can't risk it. We're not an illegal guild, but we're not exactly friends with the Magic Council either. He explained before continuing, I'm sure you've heard all about my escape from prison by now. Yes, Urza nodded her head. Although, to be honest, it's not what I had planned. The man said with a puzzled look, staring away to avoid Urza's eyes. Merity and I broke it out, Altair said with a laugh. I didn't do anything, you did everything for yourself, especially Altair, the pink-haired Merity said. She then looked at Juvia and laughed heartily. Juvia, it's been a while. The water girl, who had been trembling only seconds before, couldn't stop laughing. Carefully, she turned to the cheerful pink-haired girl. Hold on a second, you got away? Lucy asked, and also, you're 2 of the Heart Grimoire. This makes them our enemies, right? Gray asked, looking at Altair. Yes. The sins I've committed throughout my life are many. Even if I used up my entire life's atonement, it wouldn't be enough. So I want to at least save as many people as I can, whom I encounter throughout my life. For example, Jello right here. Altair said as she placed a hand on Jello's shoulder. It's fine. You and I both struggle with the darkness. This is an old story, Jello told her. Jello, how is his memory? Urza asked, crossing their weapons together. It's all there, every last detail. Urza's eyes widened in surprise. 6 years ago when I was still in prison, my memory returned. Urza, I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Jello told her sadly. I was responsible for what happened to him on that paradise island. Jello was keeping an eye on me, though, so please, don't blame me too much. Altair added quickly before either of them could say anything. I thought I was going to die in prison, the death penalty. This is what I got. Until Altair broke me out, that's what I am. Jello said. So, does that mean you found a reason to live now? Wendy asked. Wendy, I should tell you the Jello you know and me are not the same people. Jello said with a soft laugh, remembering that she had once mistaken him for another man she knew when she was younger. Ah yes. I understand this now. Wendy confirmed it, nodding her head. Jello nodded and turned to answer the question she had asked him about finding a reason to live. A reason to live isn't something as wonderful as this. We created a guild. This isn't a legitimate guild, nor is this a dark guild. We are an independent guild, crime and sorcier. Jello replied. Oh yes, I've heard about the sorcier crime. Urza nodded. They've destroyed many dark guilds over the years. Yes, our guild must rid this world of all the evil brought about by dark guilds and Zeref. So that never again will dark mages like us be born, and never again will an innocent being be forced to suffer at their hands, Jello said. But then why don't you become an official guild through the council? Asked the gray-colored man. The W is because I'm a fugitive, Jello replied uncomfortably. And because we're long-time Grimoire members at heart, Merity added, laughing nervously. Besides, we can't hunt down dark guilds if we're an official guild. The laws forbid us from doing so. She's right. Our guild is fine, so this makes sense now. Jello agreed. So the reason we summoned you here was not merely to introduce ourselves. We have heard that you are entering the magnificent magical game, Altair explained. We cannot come near the event, otherwise we would appear to have a favor to ask of you. Do you want us to hire one of you? Natsu joked. We could do this for you. Every year, during the event I've felt a strange magical force. Naruto raised an eyebrow when he heard this. Reaching into his back pocket, the blonde pulled out a calendar and began checking the date. I want to identify the source of that magic, Jello said. Ah, dear, Naruto muttered sarcastically. He glanced at the date. Had it been 400 years already? He barely noticed. What is hell? Natsu asked in confusion. The Fiori guilds will be there, right? There are bound to be one or two suspicious magical forces, Lucy added. I thought so at first too, but this magic gave him a bad presence, like Zeref. Perhaps the presence comes from us, since we've been like this around Zeref, Jello commented. We want to know the true source of this magical power, Altair insisted. From this, we might be able to detect where Zeref is. Jello nodded, saying this seriously. Of course, winning or losing is a different story. Merity laughed. Let's cheer on the Shadow Fairy Tail. But in the meantime, please seek out the mysterious magic. Well, it sounds like you're on a completely futile attempt. Urza crossed her weapons over her chest before the refrain, but we'll lend you a hand, Urza promised. We appreciate it, Altair replied, laughing gratefully. Are you sure about this, Urza? Gray asked uncertainly, but reaffirmed her decision with a firm nod of her head. Well, if that's the case, then they're going back to school. Urza said as she looked around. We shouldn't waste any more time. About this, I think this is something I can help you with. Altair took a step forward. You're doing us a favor. It's only normal for us to give you something in return. Aside from Urza, the rest of you didn't receive any education during the past 3 months, did you? She asked, and those she mentioned looked away in embarrassment. To tell you the truth, we wanted to find you sooner, Merity explained. But you suddenly disappeared with Virgo, the celestial spirit maiden, and Urza were so focused on your education with him, she gestured to Naruto, so we didn't want to disturb them. Is this so? Juvia nodded her head in understanding. So what do you want to give us? We will give you your due compensation. She offered the lacrima orb she held. With my new enhanced time arc, I can raise the level of your ability. What? Natsu, Lucy, and Gray all said in confusion. A power beyond, I guess it's nice to think of it that way, but it's a little different. Altair explained. Each mage has something like a container within them that determines the limits of their magical power. In the event that the container becomes empty, the ether nano comes from the atmosphere and enters the body. After a while, the container is returned to normal. But recent studies have identified a portion of that container within each mage that is not normally used, a potential dormant power within each one second origin. Altair laughed. My arc of time can develop their containers so that they are able to use second origin. In other words, this will give a gigantic boost to their magical power, even more than any of the training you have done so far. She finished, causing the fairy tale members to cheer with excitement. Yeah. But you're going to have to endure pain greater than your wildest imagination. The black-haired woman turned to the rest and declared wickedly, making them sweat nervously. Alright. Natsu exclaimed loudly. They're going to finish this, then we can go to the magnificent magic game. Line break. Ah. 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 But this decided, they all returned to the beach, finding a small cabin away from everyone else. Natsu, being the most energetic, agreed to go first and let Altair begin the process. However, the moment Altair cast her magic and runes began to appear on his body, he fell onto his back and began to moan, writhing, doubling over, clutching his throat, and rolling around in pain. Gray-haired Juvia and Wendy could only stare at him in shock and horror. So he's your teacher now? Lucy asked Urza as she looked at Naruto, who was sitting on a nearby rock facing away from them. How did you convince him to teach you? I didn't. Urza shook her head. This must be Mira. He said he found her before we got here. Is this so? Lucy nodded with a laugh. Nothing surprising about why he changed his mind. Did the beautiful fairy tale demon always have that kind of positive influence on other people? You must be a whole lot stronger now, right? I do, but it wasn't easy. Urza answered honestly. He really put me through hell just to get to this level. Are you, what do you call this again, a kunoichi now? Urza nodded her head with a laugh. There's still a lot for me to learn, but I think I can call myself a now. Good for you, Urza. Lucy laughed foolishly, happy for her friend. Shortly after, Altair was killed by Natsu. Gasping heavily, the shaky young boy pulled himself up from the ground. This was one of the most painful experiences he had ever had. How do you feel, Natsu? The question was posed as everyone gathered around him, impatient for the outcome. I don't know what. Natsu said as he placed a hand on his chest. I didn't feel that much of. But then he stopped, his eyes widening in shock. You should be able to feel it now. Altair asked with a satisfied laugh as she held her lacrima orbiter hip. Why yeah, this is aha. He sighed and called upon his magic before igniting a huge amount of flame from his hands, which burned brighter and stronger than it had ever been. This is big. He roared and increased his magical power, causing his entire body to be lifted by the fire. Each of them widened their eyes in surprise at the impressive display of magic. The intense heat made them cautiously distance themselves. Whoa, that was strong, Lucy declared in amazement. Very impressive. Urza nodded her head. No pain, no gain, I guess. The gray-haired man smiled with satisfaction as he removed his shirt, making Juvia squeal with pleasure. Good, I'm next. Those bastards better watch out, because we're going to take the grand magic game by storm. Natsu roared to the sky, throwing both his fists into the air. I'm on fire. He then looked down, searching for a specific person who wasn't impressed by the spectacle. Hey Naruto. Yes. Natsu? Naruto asked, getting up and jumping down to the ground. I want to test my strength. Natsu shouted confidently. He's going to fight. And I'm surprised, Naruto declared sarcastically. Hey, you're not going to throw away another bet again, are you? Gray asked worriedly. Much like other members of Team Natsu, he didn't want his money taken again. Don't worry, I'm not. Naruto's head trembled. It doesn't get me wrong, but I want to see how powerful he has become after opening the second origin, no consequences of course. His words made Natsu smile openly and sadistically. It was exactly what he wanted. Are you sure about this? Carla asked. Pretty sure. Naruto nodded his head. Come on, brat, show me what you got. Fine. I'll burn your pathetic donkey to oblivion. Natsu said as he summoned his newfound power, fusing lightning and fire within his body. Renyu mode. Fire blazed and lightning cracked around his body, creating a powerful explosion of magic that nearly knocked those standing around him to the ground. Oi oi, you're exaggerating, Natsu. Lucy said as she tried to cover her face with her hands. Didn't he almost defeat Lord Hades with this power? Merity asked in amazement, startled by the display of magic. Natsu must be stronger than him now. Gel nodded his head seriously. The thought truly terrified the two former members of Grimmer Heart. Alright. Natsu said as he stepped down himself. I'm coming, Naruto. He charged forward without intending to stumble. Dipping his right hand into lightning and the other into flame, Natsu then swung his weapons around, extending both elements lengthwise, creating a massive vortex of fire and lightning that traveled towards Natsu with great force. However, instead of doing anything to get out of the way, Naruto impressed everyone by not moving and letting the vortex hit him, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire beach and knocked everyone who wasn't aware to the ground. However, before anyone could say anything, the fire was carried away and dispersed without a trace in less than 5 seconds. Everyone was speechless. Not one person could utter a word when everything was so clear. Even Urza, who had been training under him for the past 3 months, couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Is this it? Natsu's jaw dropped in shock when he saw Naruto standing in the same spot completely unharmed, his right arm extended to his side. You know what the good news is? I actually feel the warmth this time. Did he just do that by simply hitting his arm around? Having powerful magic doesn't make you powerful, Natsu. Naruto said as he turned away and snapped a piece of dirt off his shoulder. You've unlocked your second origin, but you still have to learn how to use it properly or you won't make any difference. He turned his attention back to them. Everything you do. He's right. Altair nodded her head in response. It would be best for you to have a lot of education after this to get used to your new ability. She turned to Gray and said, Gray, would you please step forward? Man, this sucks. Natsu snorted and crossed his weapons over his chest as Naruto approached him. Look at you didn't even get worn out after using Lightning Fire's Dragon Slayer magic, which is more than enough. The immortal shinobi said as he patted the boy on the shoulder. You have 5 days to prepare, so use it wisely because you're going to need it. He walked away, murmuring the last part to him. So who is he? Jelil turned to Urza and decided to ask her. He's a new member of Fairy Tail at least, the beginner among us. Urza replied. He's my teacher. You know I can singe this. I've found it somewhere before. The blue-haired man said, making Urza's eyes widen in surprise, but then she came to a conclusion for it. Perhaps he was his father. He was my teacher, the one who taught me how to use magic. Urza said, Naruto-sensei looked a lot like his father, so I guess you're confusing him with him because of the resemblance. Jelil just shrank back in response. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. Twice a year, the magnificent magical game for Mag was held. The capital of Fiori, the flower that blooms in the capital, the saffron, would be filled with its citizens, as well as Mag of Fiori, who came from all over the world to participate in this special event. At the center was the king of Fiori's palace, Mercurius, an extremely large and tall building, appearing as one of the most visible elements in the valley where the saffron was located and towering above all other buildings in the city. Mercurius was surrounded by a lush garden, which, much like the rest of the city, was adorned with a great quantity of flowers, possessing flowers and, moreover, artfully arranged plants and neat little hedges, which had square hollow spaces on their edges, storing ornately decorated street lanterns, with wavy poles ending in large orbs, with circular objects surrounding them, seemingly floating. The streets there were adorned with mosaics, which consisted of a variety of small, flat rectangular stones arranged to resemble semicircles. In front of the palace stood a fountain, surrounded by a level area of earth, both around and at the bottom. Jets of water rose up from both the fountain and the bottom, with the ancient also housing some plants, or possibly plant statues, on its base. In the mountains to the west, the great magical tournament was to be held at the Domus Flau. The place appeared to be a large round open battle arena and had no roof over the summit. This building has numerous arches in its walls and a large entrance. The Domus Flau also had 4 gigantic statues, each bearing a staff with a large circle on top, facing inwards, surrounding the Domus Flau. 4 gigantic chains could also be seen around the Domus Flau. Each beginning a circular metal structure above the ground around the Domus Flau, joining circles behind the statues, and reaching down to another circular metal structure in the ground. And in the middle of the city stood the strongest team of the Fairy Tail clan, Team Natsu. 5 of them lay sprawled on the ground in the middle of the street, exhausted from all the rigorous training they'd undergone to accustom themselves to their newfound powers. Scarlet Urza, meanwhile, stood perfectly composed beside her enormous luggage, a map of the capital in her hands. Boy, I still don't feel that big about all this. The grey color said through gritted teeth, trying to push himself up to his feet, we don't know for sure if that spelling will work. He still remembered every detail about the pain he had to examine to increase his own capacity and open his second origin. He didn't know if this was really worth it or not. Yes, but it really seems like my magic power has increased. Lucy said with a long sigh. All my joints are still totally sore, though. Geez, aren't you guys embarrassed? Urza asked as she looked away from the map and turned her eyes to her teammates. Why are you so incredibly thin, Urza? Lucy asked, a bead of sweat dripping down her face as she looked at the taller woman. She probably had her second origin open from the beginning, the grey color concluded, and Lucy could only nod her head in agreement. This makes sense. Natsu agreed without reservation before he stood up from his position on the ground, raising his hand above his head and asking the strongest Fairy Tail woman, may I ask you something? Move on. What's he doing here? The pink-haired dragon assassin shouted dramatically, throwing his hand at Naruto, who was standing next to Urza's luggage, reading the latest issue of the Weekly Sorcerer's magazine, while eating a large hot dog, something he snatched from Natsu before he could even take a bite. Didn't he say he didn't want to participate in the Grand Magic Games with us? After witnessing, and first experimenting with, the powers of the newest Fairy Tail member, Natsu had decided that his guild needed someone like him to ensure their victory in the tournament. However, much to Natsu's surprise and Urza's anticipation, when he asked Naruto to join his team, Naruto refused without hesitation, claiming he didn't want to waste his time fighting for the guild. His response caused Natsu to explode with anger, but a flash of Urza's glare was more than enough to shut him down and send him back away in fear. You know, as her teacher, it's only natural for me to come here with my student, Naruto replied simply, while Urza nodded with a small laugh. This tournament is a perfect opportunity for Urza to test her powers, and I really want to see how well she fares against someone other than me, who is much stronger than her. He finished with a broad, smug smile. And you said my head was quite large? Urza said sarcastically, but Naruto simply gave her a sly smile in response. Anyway, since you must be seeing the results of our training here, does that mean I can only use ninja techniques in battles? She asked, crossing her weapons over her chest. It would be too bad if he wouldn't allow her to use her magic. She was both a mage and a ninja. She didn't want to give up one for the other. She also wanted to fight for her guild to the best of her abilities, and with everything she had, something Urza believed she had to do to restore glory to the Fairy Tail Guild. Don't worry about this. You can use whatever you want, as long as you can come out on top. The scarlet-headed mage nodded with a laugh. After all, you're a mage first and a kunoichi second, right? Yes, you're right. Urza laughed, nodding her head. He might be strict with her education. He might be a pain in the ass at times, but in the end, Urza had to admit that he was a very good teacher, as well as a very understanding one. But of course, you lose just one match and there'll be hell to pay for it. Urza nervously took a step back when she saw a smug, self-satisfied smile cross his face. I'll try my best then. A forced laugh was all she could manage. Naruto then looked around and caught sight of the third Fairy Tail master, Makarov, with Asuka sitting on his shoulders, her father following closely behind them. Motor and Droy were with them as well. Those two weren't going to participate in the Grand Magic Game, since they too were afraid of undergoing the same painful examination Natsu had to go through to unlock his second origin. So you guys have finally done it. The master greeted them with a huge laugh. I didn't expect you to come here too, Naruto. He said intensely, looking at the blonde. I have my reason for coming here, he replied simply. Alright, go ahead and get on with this already. Makarov said, crossing his weapons over his chest. Hahaha. We'll show you the power of Fairy Tail. Makarov announced, laughing confidently. Did you hear this, Fairy Tail? Where? Them. Does the small weak guild always claim last place? BFT kufu for you guys who go get last place again this year too. Everyone knows that Sabretooth is going to dominate this year too. DRRR. Natsu gritted his fist in anger, evident with rage on the part of the citizens around them. Whoever wants to laugh at them, let them go ahead and laugh, Makarov said with a confident smile. We'll just wait and see who gets the last laugh. He then turned to look at Team Natsu, who he had decided would be the team to participate in the Magnificent Magic Game, since other teams couldn't. Alright everyone, the first day of the Magnificent Magic Game will take place tomorrow morning, but I've been informed that all participants must return to their accommodations by noon, so make sure you're back in place before then, okay? I see. It's just like that Cinderella story then. Lucy said with a bright laugh. You know, the story would be much easier to understand if Cinderella could have approached him and told him everything he should know about her, Naruto indicated, making Lucy look at him with a nervous laugh. They danced all night and they stared at each other the whole time. Couldn't Cinderella at least tell him something about you? It's a little creepy, don't you think? Lucy wanted to argue, but before she could, he changed the subject with a simple question, so, have you finished my book yet? Oh, of course, I'm sorry it took so long. Lucy nodded as she reached into her bag and pulled out the Naruto book she'd lent her. Actually, I finished it last night. It's really good, so I wanted to enjoy it thoroughly. Again, I'm glad you like this. Naruto laughed and put his book away. Have you finished my books? Lucy asked, fidgeting nervously, and followed up when Naruto nodded his head. What do you think of them? Honest opinion. Lucy nodded. Well, I can see you're not a professional. There are a lot of plot holes in your early work and your writing style is a bit inexperienced. Lucy's laughter subsided slightly. She had expected it but was still saddened to hear it. Anyway, I could see a lot of improvement in your later work, so all I can say right now is that you have great potential to become an author who will write best-selling novels in the near future. Is this so? Lucy's expression immediately brightened when she heard this. "Thank you. Only telling the truth." Naruto laughed in response. "Shut it up, guys." Natsu jumped between two of them with a toothy grin, his earlier frustration with Naruto gone. "Stop talking nonsense. We've come all the way to this town and still got so much time left, we might as well hit the town." He grabbed Lucy and fellas before running off. He also tried to grab Naruto, but the immortal shinobi easily shook off his grip and stood in the same spot. "Hey. Do you still know where the accommodations are?" Urza shouted after them. "Honeybone, right?" Lucy asked loudly. "We'll be there for 12 for sure." With that, the trio ran off. "Excited, aren't you?" Naruto asked before reaching into the inside pocket of his jacket and pulling out a thick book with the word rulebook written across the cover. He then handed it to Urza, whose eyes widened in shock at the book's thickness. "Urza, tournament rulebook final before midnight." "I read this." Urza stammered. "Before midnight." "Don't worry, Urza, I'll help her." The imposter stepped forward with a laugh, wearing windproof reading glasses. "Magic, how magical of them." While Urza laughed gratefully at her friend, Naruto could only groan in annoyance. "Alright then, do what you must before midnight." He pointed his hand at her before walking away. "Where are you going, sensei?" Urza asked, but Naruto simply waved his hand above his head without turning around before disappearing into the crowd of saffron people. "So Urza?" Makarov stepped forward and asked Urza with a small laugh, holding her hands behind her backside. "It seems things have been going well for the two of you." Ah. Yes, this does the master." Urza nodded her head with a laugh. The others separated far away after this, with Urza heading to Honeybone's lodgings with a mandate to read the Naruto rule book they had given her. Wandering around the streets of Saffron, Naruto turned his head, double-checking his surroundings to make sure no one, especially fairy tale mages, was following him or looking at him strangely. Talk about paranoid. After Naruto was certain he wasn't attracting any unnecessary attention, the blonde boy began searching for his favorite demon, Sayla, who he was sure had been following him since morning. He felt bad that he had to tell her to stay, because first, he wasn't sure about her opinions on demons like Sayla, and second, he didn't want her to feel uncomfortable around the race and people she hated so much. It took Urza 2 weeks to fully trust the demonstrator, and even longer for him to later consider the strongest female fairy tale mages someone worthy of his attention, despite knowing perfectly well who she was. Sayla had become a little more civil with the human after the expenses of the 7 years spent with him, but he wasn't sure how she would react, which she probably doesn't show visibly, if he introduced her to someone other than Urza. Spotting Sayla, who was standing by a local gift shop, Naruto quickly made his way over. Sayla wore a dark cloak with a hood large enough to cover her horns. The cloak concealed most of her features, except for her face, which wore a disgusted expression as she glared angrily at the people around her. However, seeing him approaching her, Sayla immediately got better on top of him. "There you are." Naruto smiled broadly as he stood in front of her. "Master?" Sayla lowered her head. "How are you?" "I'm fine." Naruto laughed before asking, "Have you been following me since this morning?" "Yes, I love you. When I said you should stay, I didn't really mean for you to follow me around, you know." Naruto sighed as he put his hands in his pockets and looked at her. "You're free to do whatever you want, so why don't you head home or find something fun to do?" "Since I want to make sure that those people won't bother you, Master," Sayla replied, the expression on her face remaining unchanged. "Don't worry, they aren't." He smiled broadly, shaking his head. "Besides, even if they were, you wouldn't abandon your escape and put the brakes on each of them, would you?" Knowing her, it was probably what she would do if she had the chance and permission. "Anyway, follow me, there's something I want to talk to you about." He walked away and gestured for her to follow him. "What is the master?" "This is the reason I'm here. Make it clear that it happened exactly 400 years ago, during the Dragon Festival." "They are late." Wearing her favorite Heart Cruise pajamas, Urza grumbled slightly as she glanced at the cards in her hands, her eyes half open. It was an hour before midnight and none of her teammates had yet arrived at Honeybone, the lodging assigned to the fairy tale team. The guards had left as soon as they'd reviewed the rulebook, leaving Urza alone in her space. With her reading glasses on, it took the two of them no more than 2 hours to examine the rulebook and recall a few more important points of the grand magic game. Unfortunately, after that, aside from cleaning some of her weapons to ensure they remained in top condition, Urza couldn't find anything else interesting to do. She checked her surroundings to make sure there was no suspicious activity, but she couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Punch. Punch. And suddenly, just as she was about to drop her cards, she was playing with them to kill time, she heard someone knocking on the door. Rising from her position on the floor, Urza quickly made her way across the space, hoping it was Natsu and the rest of the gang. "Arrival," she called when they knocked again. Turning the doorknob, Urza opened it and her eyes widened in surprise when she saw Naruto standing in front of her with a bag in his hands. "Naruto-sensei. What are you doing here?" "Just this once, I'll allow you to call me Naruto," Naruto said as he raised the bag he held at eye level. "I hope you're up for some late night food. I brought snacks." "Ah, thank you. I'm a little hungry right now." Urza laughed as she took the bag from Naruto's hand. Peeking inside, Urza's eyes sparkled with excitement when she saw a small, white box containing her favorite strawberry cheesecake. "Please come in." She quickened her pace and urged him to enter. "This place isn't so bad," Naruto commented as he took off his shoes and made his way into the space. "When I heard that Honeybone was one of the worst places a guild participating in the Grand Magic Games could get, I thought this was a dump or something." "Yes, it's very nice." Urza nodded in agreement. "Did you know that Sabretooth gets to stay at the Saffron Garden?" Urza shook her head. "This is the best hotel in the city." Conversation about the perks of being the #1 guild in Fiori. "Not for long, though," Urza declared confidently, "the fairy tale will rise to the top this year." "Alright, we'll think about this." Naruto smiled broadly before smearing the cards lying on the floor. "They look like you're in need of company. Want to have a few rounds with me?" "Of course, the sense is free to unite Naruto." With that, the two of them settled in. Naruto picked up his cards and looked at what he had while she was doing the same thing, only she was trying to form a plan to hit him with the cards she had. "So, have you finished reading the rulebook?" "I have," Urza answered his question. "This is fine then. What do you think?" "Well, that's very interesting." Urza shrank back. Since the competition changes every year and no one knows what they'll have to deal with until right before it starts, victory will be decided by those who can master several different classes of competition. I guess of the team members, I'm the one who can face all the tournament's challenges. "I agree." Naruto nodded, tossing a card aside. "Based on the competitions of the past few years, it seems there'll definitely be some infighting among the guild members. To tell you the truth, in my opinion, aside from the infighting, you can easily dominate the entire competition with just what you've learned from me. There are many strong mages participating in the tournament, you know." She indicated, "There's Baiko of Quattro Cerberus, those 5 extraordinary mages of Sabretooth who are responsible for their current #1 ranking, and even Jura of the Saint of Lamia's scale mages. I should keep my guard up around them rather than take them lightly because I have a few tricks up my sleeve. Those tricks can easily take someone's life and do more harm than good if you're not careful," Naruto reminded her. Some techniques he had taught Urza, while not yet close to A class, aside from the Rasengan or S class, were extremely dangerous in the current era as they were almost as powerful as the most advanced spellcasting. "You don't want to deliver a killing blow, do you?" "Yes, but I heard there's protective barriers around the arena to prevent competitors from facing life-threatening situations, so I don't have to hold back." Naruto nodded. "Speaking of which, when will you start teaching me the stronger techniques?" So far, the Rasengan was the highest aligned technique she had learned from him and she still couldn't use any lower aligned ninjutsu as powerfully as he could. "When you're ready." Naruto answered simply before she could say anything, he continued, "And for your information, I knew nothing other than Henge, the transformation technique, Kawarimi, the body replacement technique, a couple of basic wind styles and some arbitrary techniques, and Rasengan before I was 19. Urza's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto thought he shouldn't tell her about the number of Rasengan variations he could use at that age because it wouldn't fit with what he was trying to teach her. "You see, it's not about the ranks, it's about how effectively you can use them. Even a simple henge can create a distraction that can fool even a primordial god." "Fine, if you say so." This was the only answer Urza could accept. The game continued for a few more rounds, with Naruto always being the one who won, before Urza grew impatient and began pacing back and forth in space, waiting for her teammate to return. Around 11:45, everyone except Wendy stood up and Urza immediately pulled them to her knees. While Gray and Lucy looked on guiltily, Natsu trembled, growling and cursing in frustration. "You guys seriously, you're late," Scarlet Urza said, crossing her weapons beneath her broad chest, scolding 3 younger mages kneeling on the floor before her. "Where have you been wandering around all this time?" she demanded, glaring at them. Naruto, meanwhile, sat on his bed writing something in the small notebook with a pencil, which he had returned to its place as soon as he walked back to his own quarters. "Just another boring dinner," said the gray color with a nervous laugh. "Well, this is complicated, well I mean Earth," Lucy tried to explain, but all she could manage were some incompetent words. "You guys found the saber-toothed twin dragons, right?" Naruto asked. Wandering around the streets with Sayla, Naruto had seen 2 saber-tooth mages displaying their strength against the guilds, not too far from where Natsu, Lucy, and Fellas were playing. He had seen them before. They were the saber-toothed twin dragons, whose magics were Light Dragon Slayer and Shadow Dragon Slayer. "How did you know?" Lucy asked in surprise. "Ah." I'm going to get those guys back, no matter what it takes. Natsu and fellas yelled in frustration, balling their hands into fists. You'll have your chance pretty soon, Natsu, Naruto said, turning his eyes to look at the clock. It was 11:45. This is almost midnight. I wonder what the organizers have in store for us. Anyway, where's Wendy? Urza asked, looking around. We decided she'll be our backup. That's right. Lucy nodded. She's late, it's almost 12, though, that little girl is there all alone, Lucy said worriedly. I hope she's alright. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Fellas spoke up, since Carla is with her, I don't think they're lost. Do you want me to go look for you? Naruto suggested before he began counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. You need a team of 5 to participate in the tournament, you know. Tick-tock. I should have suggested this a little earlier, Naruto grumbled sarcastically as he glanced at his clock. It was 12 o'clock. The church bell at a local church began to chime. What's going to happen? Lucy asked, a little nervous in her tone. The whole city had become quiet and the only things that could be heard were the tolls on the ring road. All guilds here for the grand magic game. A loud, playful voice that could be heard throughout the city hit them, startling the Fairy Tail team. They immediately ran outside to see what was happening. Above the city was a hologram of a short man wearing a pumpkin head with large eyes and mouth, a striped shirt with white cuffs, a black shirt underneath, a dark cape with white trim and a white underside, a pair of white trousers, white boots, white gloves, and a dark witch-like hat. Good morning. So? Natsu gasped in amazement. He's massive. Show off, Naruto said as he leaned against the balcony. To reduce the participating teams from 113 down to 8. The pumpkin said, we shall now begin a preliminary event. Preliminary? The gray color screamed in the crash. Nobody said anything about this. Every year, more and more people come to participate in this event. Unfortunately, this is a sign that this event was starting to be taken too lightly. The pumpkin began to dance around and said in a song-like tone, this year, we've brought the number of final competing teams down to 8. He then pointed his index finger above and the entire town began to stir, startling everyone. Each accommodation for the participants begins to rise above the ground. You will now compete against each other. The goal is the event ground, Domus Flow. The first 8 teams to do so will participate in the event. Your accommodation will be the starting line for the preliminary round. After this, paths began to be created above the balconies of the accommodations all around the capital of Fiori and all connected to the place where the preliminaries would occur, a massive structure that floats in the sky. The sense is free to use any magic you like because there are no restrictions as long as you can be one of the first 8 teams to do so. But if all 5 members of your team don't make it there, you still lose. And 1 more thing, the pumpkin said with a dark little smile. We take no responsibility for anyone who loses their life in the labyrinth. The pumpkin shouted and the entire city lit up, raising lanterns. The preliminary event of the magnificent magical game, Sky Labyrinth, has begun. Oh no, we don't have enough members, Lucy exclaimed in horror as she looked at her equipment. Where the hell is Wendy? The gray color gritted her teeth, asking in both frustration and concern. We're not going to do it like this. Urza could only say this as her mind raced with thoughts. Why are you looking at this? Naruto said simply as he turned his head, glancing at other teams already heading towards the Sky Labyrinth on their respective paths. You guys better get going, I mean, you're not going to. He then stood up and turned his head to the side to look at Urza, who was looking at him hopefully. Why are you looking at me like that? It didn't take him long to realize his intention. No, not at all. We have no choice. Urza shook her head before the refrain, Naruto, we need 5 members to participate. You have to join us or the Fairy Tail will lose. The others widened their eyes and began to look at Naruto the same way. I've told you multiple times already. Tell me about this mess. He said, holding both my hands firmly. I can find Wendy for you. It'll only take a second. But before he could go anywhere, Urza grabbed his shirt sleeve, stopping him. Wendy can join later. Each team can have 1 reserve member. The whole team nodded in agreement. How do I bring Juvia here? Naruto suggested. How about imposition? They should be cheering for the team here, right? Are we really having this conversation? Natsu asked as he pointed his hand at the others have already acquired the Sky Labyrinth. You said you didn't want to participate because this was going to waste your time. I'm guessing you're wasting our time here. He snarled, shoving Naruto's chest with every word he said. Forget it, guys. He spun around and jumped onto the platform. Happy's a rightful member of Fairy Tail. He can be a member of our team too. Go get out of here before any other team can take our place. Always. Happy sang and flew after Natsu. Wait for me. Lucy shouted and quickly chased after the dragon slayer and the cat with the gray color. Urza jumped onto the balcony and followed her teammate, but before she did, she turned her head and flashed a glare at Naruto. What? Naruto asked awkwardly. He didn't need his ability to tell what Urza was feeling, because the moment he looked into her eyes, he could see the hurt, the anger, and most of all, the disappointment. This was the first time she had ever looked at him like that. Even when he told Urza that her precious teacher was an asshole, even when he pushed her through his awful education to make her stronger, she hadn't looked at him with those eyes. This almost made him shudder with surprise. Urza left with her team after this, completely forgetting about him. What is it all about? Naruto mused as he turned and made his way back into the lodging. He was alone now. Which would only lead to feelings of loneliness. Thinking about them, for the first time in a very long time, he began to hate those feelings again. This was strange because Naruto thought he had gotten used to those feelings by now. And Urza had looked at him, full of disappointment. He had disappointed in him. Damn it. Naruto cursed as he punched through the wall of honeybone, making the entire building shake violently. Damn it. He yelled and spun around, running as fast as he could, constantly cursing as loudly as he could in the hope of releasing his frustration. Damn it. Naruto became a blurry figure as he leaped onto the path that connected Honeybone to the Sky Labyrinth. It didn't take him long to catch up to Team Natsu, and when he did, he grabbed all four of them, much to their surprise. Naruto? Lucy asked in surprise. Hell man, slow down. Natsu yelled as he felt sick. He and the Grey One were being held by Naruto's weapons, while Urza and Lucy, who immediately wrapped their weapons around Naruto's neck, tried to hang on for dear life when he threw them onto his shoulders. I swear, Natsu, if you throw up on me and ruin my clothes, I'll buck your balls off, you got this. Natsu immediately slapped his hands over his mouth, trying his best to keep his dinner in his stomach. Pat. Naruto looked at fellas, who, even at maximum speed, found it difficult to keep it from lifting him up. Wendy and her girlfriend found it, I'll take it from here. Always. Happy shouted his slogan excitedly before taking flight. What are you doing, Naruto? Urza asked as she looked at him with her eyes widening in surprise. This is for you, sensei, girl. He yelled over the wind, and also, why the buck did this bucking cat choose to take the freaking position when I bucking rejected it? The number of curses in one question alone was enough for them to know how frustrated he was at this moment. A cat. A freaking cat. You think a cat bucks as well as I do? I say buck it. I'll take the position and join your team. Happy now? You know, your motives make absolutely no sense. The gray color laughed quietly and nervously. You have a problem with cats, buddy. You all owe me big time, got it? He grunted and three of them nodded their heads, one weaker than the other two. Thank you, Naruto. Urza laughed softly as she tightened her weapons around his neck. This is for you, sensei. Don't worry, just this once. This place is so confusing. Lucy cried out as she did her best not to fall off the gliding platform she was leaning on, her blonde hair to one side swiveling as she turned her head, searching for the right path. They had gotten through the maze and were currently finding their way to the arena. Naruto, who had calmed down and regained his composure, stood on higher ground, a massive pillar 20 feet higher than where the others stood, and explored the area with his eyes. We have to advance on the east, Urza instructed. Lucy grinned. I've got this. She pulled out a silver key and waved it above her head. Open. Compass gate, Pixis. In a bright flash of light, a small penguin-like creature with a compass on its head appeared, flapping its tiny wings. Right, Pixis, said Lucy, leaning forward, which way is this? After a few turns of the compass, Pixis squawked a cheer and pointed. The squadron followed its steady gaze and saw platforms upon platforms of difficult climbing. Actually, Urza mentioned, I have a compass right here. The fairy queen held up a small silver circle with a red and white needle in the center. This made Mage Celeste laugh and have to summon Pixis. We should get the move going. I saw some fights ahead of us, Naruto indicated. We'll try to avoid battles as much as possible, since we don't want to waste any more time than before. The others nodded in agreement. The labyrinth truly made things difficult for the Fairy Tail team, even with Naruto's help and Urza's compass. The gray color continually formed ice staircases for each of them to climb, and at several points, they stumbled upon other guilds. Even if they tried to avoid conflict, it was inevitable. The group attempted to create a map, and 3 of the 5 members were keen on the idea of stealing maps from other groups. But once the labyrinth began to shift, Naruto immediately knew the maps were useless. This thing is moving. Lucy howled and fell off the platform. Natsu immediately chased after his friend and grabbed her before she could fall, but he too fell off the platform when it shifted again. Natsu tried to grab hold, but the platform twisted around again, this time vertically, and flung his hand away. Both the salamander and the celestial mage gasped in shock as they began to plummet. Luckily for them, Naruto appeared in a blurry form and grabbed Natsu's wrist, saving them both. There you go. Naruto grinned with satisfaction and pulled Natsu and Lucy on top. His chakra allowed him to plant his feet firmly on the platform no matter the angle. be more careful. The two breathed a sigh of relief and nodded their heads. The man, I wish Fellas is here, he can take us safely to the Domus Flow. You said it yourself, Natsu. Fellas is a member of Fairy Tail and is considered a member of the team, so he can't come here. Naruto then suggested, much to Natsu's dismay, I can just grab you and get you all over there in a few seconds, you know. Hell no man, I almost threw up back there. Natsu immediately crossed his weapons in front of him. Sue yourself. So? Urza began to slide backwards from her platform, and her last member, the grey color, had quite a bit of trouble on his own platform. This place is a mess, was his comment before they helped him up to his feet. After a few minutes of travel, the Fairy Tail team encountered a group of men with a very familiar guild sign. Twilight Ogre. Lucy gasped. The man, who appeared to be their leader, said as his lip curled above his head, Fairy Tail. You really think you have a chance? He never finished his sentence. I don't have time for this, Naruto declared, leaping forward with his feet brought together in a teardrop kick, which then connected with the man's face and sent him flying. The remaining limbs snarled and gripped their weapons tightly, but they were met with a shot of ice cannonball, with Natsu's high-speed burning fist to the head. After dealing with the rest of the ogres, it didn't take them long to find a long path that led to a huge gate. Encouraged by the prospect that they were close, the whole team ran faster. It didn't take them long to reach the exit, where Mato Calabaza was standing waiting for them. Well, that was easy. Natsu smiled broadly as the team stood before Mato, who clapped his hands rapidly to congratulate them on passing the preliminaries. Just like we did. The color gray was quickly asked. Were we first, right? Mato rubbed his palms together nervously. Not exactly. The expected triumph that the Fairy Tail team had hoped for didn't come. You got 4th place. The hopeful laughter of this Fairy Tail member faded. Well, at least we didn't make it last. Naruto said before the request, I take this, but they don't also allow us to know who went through this before us, right? Yes, you'll hear from the others tomorrow morning. He laughed, nodding his head in response. Now, come, he ushered each one in through the entrance. You all deserve a good rest of the night. Around 7 o'clock the next morning, this was the moment they had been waiting for. The citizens of Saffron gathered inside the Domus Flow, excited for the upcoming event. The annual magical festival finally begins. The magnificent magical tournament. And the crowds were as wild as the announcement, eagerly awaiting the reveal of the teams that had made it through the preliminary round. I'm Chapati Lola here. I'll be covering today's events. He introduced himself. Chapati was a short, thin, middle-aged man with pale skin. His smooth face was rather unusual, square and very large when compared to his small eyes, thin eyebrows, nose, mouth and chin, all bunched together and located in the middle of his face. For attire, he wore a simple dark suit with a light shirt underneath, dark trousers, and a tie that read, The Magnificent Magical Games. We are honored to have Yazima-san, a former member of the Magical Council, as our commentator. It's a thrill to have you here, Yazima-san. The old man gave a nod of acknowledgement. The pleasure is all mine, Yazima replied, and Chapati continued introducing the day's special guests. During the day, someone's guest, we are privileged to have Miss Fiori, Jenny Reelite of the Blue Pegasus. Loud exclamations were heard, and much applause from admirers could also be heard as she made her comment. We're going to win this year, Jenny declared with overflowing confidence. Inside, 4 of the 5 members of Team Fairy Tail were dressed in purple and white uniforms, but with different designs. Urza wore a dress open in the front, revealing her midriff and short shorts. Lucy wore a white skirt and a purple top, while Natsu wore a long-sleeved shirt that covered his left arm, but left his right arm exposed. Gray, however, wasn't wearing his shirt at all. They were all waiting for their names to be called. Naruto, meanwhile, had put his clothes away and had no intention of changing them. Wendy, their reserve member, was currently resting in their infirmary. Fellas had found her unconscious in the street last night, attacked by what she claimed was a small black creature, which Naruto had a feeling Sayla would know what it was. She had lost a lot of magic power, which greatly weakened her physical strength, but with Puryusuka's help, she should be able to make a quick recovery. Alright, contestants are arriving. First up is Team 8 in the preliminary event. Go and welcome them, the Hell's Army Hounds, Cerberus in 4th. Wild. And some of them bent over to show off some muscles. The 7th place is a female guild. The Ocean Dancers. Mermaid Heel. Some of its members waved her blue kisses while the leader looked on nonchalantly. Their new guild, Lucy informed them, with only one Class S mage. I didn't know they could do the preliminaries too. The climb, the 6th place is the Wings That Glow in the Dark, the Blue Pegasus. Kaya. Eve-kun. Hibiki-sama. Nuen. Many girls screamed as they all struck their famously handsome male poses. However, Uchiha and the person in the bunny suit didn't make a very good impression. 5th place, Goddess of Love and Destroyers of War, Sacred Lamia Escala. Lamia the Scale, led by Lion, made her entrance. Fifth place. Were you holding back, guys, you idiots? Her elderly guild leader raged as she glared at the sidelines. Well done everyone. Despite the fact they always got last place for the past few years, they managed to pull off an incredible comeback this year, claiming the fourth row this year. Go and welcome the wild and rowdy Fairy Tail team. Naruto took the lead and made his entrance. The crowd booed them, but unlike his team, Naruto paid them no mind and continued making his way to the center of the stadium with his hands in his pockets. Izima, who saw this, gave them a thumbs up. This is wonderful. Congratulations, Fairy Tail. Hooray, hooray. Fairy Tail. The entire guild shouted from the band lines as they cheered with big signs and all. Isn't this pointy gray color stained next to his master? Hooray, hooray, Fairy Tail, she exclaimed and punched a fist in the air as her legs swung in the air. Van Naruto. I love Mavis. The entire guild screamed in surprise as their eyes bulged out of their sockets. Mavis wore an absolutely confident face as she laughed. I must salute you here. No one can see me unless they are Fairy Tail, so don't worry about this. Is it how so? He said nervously. Who informed her? Naruto grunted, pointing his hand at Mavis, who was still acting as innocent as ever. It's a relief to see the first one come here to encourage us. Natsu said as the gray one nodded in agreement with him. Even if she is a spirit, Lucy added. The announcer continued, third place, what a success for a new guild to achieve such a high ranking. Welcome to the Midnight Raiders, the Raven's Tail. Crow's Tail. Natsu yelled out in the crash. This is the guild founded by the master's son Ivan. Urza explained to Lucy, who nodded. But I think that she calmed down and Makarov finished the sentence for her. The Dark Guild. Makarov glared furiously. Should we let them participate? He raged as they all tried to restrain him, while Mavis observed thoughtfully. I really feel a malevolent force. She nodded her head. Isn't this a Dark Guild? Someone in the crowd whispered worriedly and the announcers began to explain. Well. According to official bulletins, the Raven's Tail has existed for over 7 years and it was recently approved as an official guild. Then this isn't a Dark Guild since it's been approved by the Guild League. Uzima finished the announcement for him. Hearing this, Makarov was indescribably pissed, with veins throbbing violently on his forehead. Ivan, what are you planning? How did you do it? The man in question, who sat behind the crowd, smiled wickedly with satisfaction. I have waited patiently for so long, father. All for this day to come. And next up, my. Can the fairies' broken wings be repaired and allow them to take to the skies again? Go and welcome back the Fairy Tail Team B. Her declaration led the crowd into stunned silence. Wah. Was all the Fairy Tail team could manage to say. Now, a team like theirs stared at their friends, who had formed a team of their own. What? They all exclaimed in utter shock. Even Naruto was surprised by this sudden turn of events. Look. Agiel. Juvia. Laxus. What's with that haircut? Another Fairy Tail team, the crowd whispered among themselves, confused by the fact that they had 2 teams participating in the tournament. Why is Mystigan here? Urza stared at him before she decided to ask. You say you're Jell. He quickly put a finger to his lips, signaling her to stifle her voice, as so many members of the Magic Council watched. Is it really you? Or not? Gray and Natsu shouted at the same time. What a surprise. Naruto said as he looked at Mira, who looked as beautiful and radiant as ever. I didn't know you guys could make it here and have such a striking entrance too. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Mira laughed foolishly. You joined Team Natsu? What a surprise, Naruto-kun. Unfortunately. He shrank back. Did you hear about Wendy? Mira immediately stopped laughing foolishly and nodded gravely. Well, they didn't have enough members to participate. Since I'm a very generous person, I decided to lend them a hand. He joked, trying to lift his spirits. You know, forming this team is really the master's idea. We want to have a team with the strongest members. Mira laughed, changing the subject. We wanted to have you as our reserve, but we couldn't find you anywhere, so we had to ask Juvia and Mystigan there instead. She gestured her hand to the masked man before turning her attention back to him. You guys did 4th place, not too bad. Mira said, but he could tell she was joking. Don't get ahead of yourself. Naruto smiled contentedly. I don't know about matchups, but we should fight each other in a battle, and for your information, we could beat you, you know. Mira then glanced around. Natsu was facing Gagiel in obvious competition, Juvia was trying to embrace the grey color, Urza was talking to Jell and clearly wasn't happy with him there. Lucy, meanwhile, was terrifying when she was left with Laxus, who was looking at the place where his father sat. Well, it seems 2 of us are paired up with each other now. I'm sorry to face you in a real battle, Naruto-kun. Don't worry, Naruto said lazily. I won't hurt you much anyway. Mira frowned before noticing the forehead protector on Naruto's forehead. But still I expect another fight with you, if you know what I mean. The white-haired demon laughed excitedly at the thought. Doing this in front of this crowd? No thanks. Even my demon, I'm not that naughty. She then glanced at Urza for a second before the request, so, having him. But before Mira could ask her question, the announcer continued his team introduction after he had finished explaining to the crowd why they allowed Fairy Tail to have one more team. Alright. For the last team to make it through the preliminary round. The crowd began to go wild. That's right, you all know who they are. The strongest. The invincible. The complete dominators. Sabretooth. Team Sabretooth, led by Sting, one of the twin dragon slayers from Fairy Tail's currently strongest guild, appeared to the booming welcome of the spectators. Everyone cheered out for them, as expected from Fairy Tail's #1 guild. Here they come. Natsu hardened his eyes as he looked at his strongest opponents. We're waiting for you, Natsu-san. Sting waved his index finger to the pink-haired dragon slayer. Don't do that thing that touches me, you bastard, Gajeel grumbled mysteriously. Gajeel, Rojo said, keeping a calm expression on his face. That's the strongest guild in Fiori, the grey-colored man nodded his head. Alright. Thank you all for waiting, here's your lineup. A stone council member, shot from the ground, announced, the magnificent magic games have been revealed. The crowd erupted in cheers once more as Chapati began to explain the rules. The tournament would be divided into 5 days, with 2 events held each day. A battle and a hidden event. For the hidden event, each team would receive a number of points based on their final position. For the battles, the winning team would get 10 points and the losing team wouldn't get any at all. If the fight ended in a draw, both teams would get 5 points. The battles would be decided by the organizers based on fan votes. However, they arranged some battles according to the wishes of the King of Fiori, and it would be set up as follows. Team A vs Team B. Team C vs Team D. Team E vs Team F. Team G vs Team H. Without further ado, I bring you the magnificent magic game. The opening of the game. Chapati shouted. They're going to begin, hidden. He then lowered his voice, so he wasn't as loud as before. Each team has 1 participant. After each team submits their player, I will explain the rules. Cerberus sent Jaeger in 4th, while Siren's heel had a girl, Beth, whose hair was tied in 2 pigtails behind her, enter the first competition. Raven's tail had Narpeding in the lead, and Nguyen represented Blue Pegasus. Rufus, nicknamed the Red Moon Singing Bard, removed his hat and greeted the excited crowd with a laugh. If it's smaller it's better, then maybe you or I should go. Shelia suggested, looking at her teammate with thick eyebrows. No, we should get this from the very beginning. Lion shook his head and gave a confident laugh. I'll go. Yes, in that case, the grey color stepped forward, looking at Lion, I'll go too. However, before he could take another step, Naruto surprised everyone when he suddenly took a step forward, grabbed the grey color by the top of his head, and pulled him back to step in front. No. The name of this game is a secret, so it's all about caution. Strategic oratory, someone with the best movement skills should participate. Naruto explained to the team before turning and looking at Urza. Urza, you handle this. What? Lucy, Natsu, and Gray asked in surprise. Even other members of Fairy Tail were surprised by their decision. Send Urza out on a whim? Makarov asked, tilting his head to the side as he crossed his weapons over his chest. And also, while she is one of the strongest, is she the most convenient for this event? Each understood that the members of Team Natsu were destructive by nature and they tended to fight head-on enemies rather than stealthily moving behind them. Well, Naruto is the best option, but I trust your decision. Mavis chuckled, nodding her head. You'll just have to wait and see. It seems they're not going to change their minds, Laxus concluded after observing Team Natsu. He then turned to Juvia, whom he believed to be the most suitable member of the team to fight in the game. She had the least destructive power among them and was also the shortest member of the team. Juvia, can you go first? I can. Juvia nodded her head rather nervously. She had fought Urza once before and it hadn't ended well for her because Urza had weapons to deal with her water body, which was a resistance to physical attacks. Don't lose, even if your opponent is Urza, Gajeel said, patting his friend on the shoulder. I'm going to. Are you sure, sensei? Urza asked, looking quite nervous. Sure. Naruto nodded. They consider this a test. Regardless of who you go out here, don't get caught, got it? God help it. Urza nodded her head and took a step forward, joining the other competitors. Other teams had already left the field, leaving only those who were going to fight in the first game behind. Most of the members of Team Fairy Tail had done the same, but Naruto was still standing in the same spot, watching Urza as she walked towards Juvia. Naruto, go ahead, Natsu called, looking back at the blonde boy. Hold on for a second. The blonde boy answered loudly from behind, before calling out to Urza, Urza, come here. Yes. Urza asked as she walked towards him. That's my thought, I can't let him fight without this. He reached into his pockets, searching for a specific item. Just how many things do you have in those pockets? Urza asked incredulously. A lot. He answered simply. They're all that's important. Well, I can use the new joke to store them, I want to keep them as close to me as possible. Ah, there we go. He laughed and took a comm bandage from a metal plate and a black ribbon from the cloth. There was a swirl symbol that looked remarkably like it on a leaf with a long horizontal scratch across the symbol. What is this? Urza asked curiously. It's a forehead protector, Naruto replied with a laugh. Well, you've been trained in our arts, it doesn't officially make you a ninja, or a kunoichi to be specific. He held up the metal plate. The forehead protector is one of the most important parts of our tradition, proof of someone's merit to the name ninja. He stated gently before presenting it, holding the headband by its metal plate. So, doing this means that? Urza gasped in shock. This bandage belonged to the most important people in my life, and now, it belongs to you. Naruto laughed. Congratulations, because from this day forward, you are officially a kunoichi. A huge laugh spread across Urza's face, and she almost squealed out like a schoolgirl because of his statement, but she stopped herself at the last moment so she wouldn't embarrass herself in front of everyone. Thank you so much, she stammered, placing her hand on the metal plate and gripping it tightly before Urza replaced her regular armor with the kunoichi armor. She accepted the forehead protector from him when he loosened his grip on it. They called it the forehead protector, so she had a basic idea of where she should wear it. Wear it with pride, Urza, like everyone before you did. Naruto said as he looked at Urza putting on her forehead protector. My father would be proud. He would be proud. Of course he does. Urza laughed as she tied the cloth in a knot behind her head. And what about you? Me? Naruto chuckled quietly. Fine, a little bit of this and that, but just because you become a kunoichi doesn't mean you can skip your daily training with me. Got it? Urza frowned, and he laughed. Anyway, good luck there. And don't worry about your performance. Show them hell. Thank you, Naruto-sensei. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. You look so cool in those gears, Juvia said, and turned her head to look at Urza as she and other competitors for the first game were growing in a group in front of Mato the pumpkin. Thank you, Juvia. Urza laughed as she placed her hand on her forehead protector and readjusted it, holding the metal plate with her fingers. Taking some of the information Naruto had given her during her training, she had added a few improvements to the kunoichi armor, one of them being a holster she wore around her right thigh. She also replaced the metal arm guards with a pair of chakra steel arm guards, which were lightweight but far more durable and suited her fighting style perfectly. She also wore black shinobi sandals, gauntlets, and a form-fitting net armor beneath her top. You are very strong, Juvia continued as she looked at the taller young woman, but I have no intention of losing here. I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Juvia. Urza laughed, nodding her head. Against someone like you, I'll have to go all out as well, Lion said as he glared at the two fairy tail witches. But of course, it's for Juvia. The rain woman blushed furiously at her statement, but of course, she was more concerned about what the grey color would think than some sweet words from her rival. I'll be eagerly awaiting your fight, Lion. Remember, I won't be holding back either. Urza said with a confident laugh before turning her attention back to Mato. Anyway, this has been bothering me since the preliminaries. What exactly are you? Exactly what I look like. The pumpkin said, clapping his hands together and tilting his head to the side. I'm a pumpkin. Urza shrank back. He might just be one of the organizers in disguise, but she couldn't care less about the situation Jelil and his friends had told her about. Excuse me for a moment. Narpading stepped forward. We haven't yet been informed about which competition we're participating in today. In fact, the entire competition is being kept secret, but regardless of what it might be, having two competition partners gives Fairy Tail a huge advantage, right? Dad. Urza spoke up firmly before either of them could say anything. Having two companions on the same battlefield is more of a disadvantage than an advantage, especially with two people who have never fought as teammates before. She crossed her eyes over her chest before continuing, taking hostages, threatening targets, interrogating them for information. You should know there are countless ways your opponents can use your friend to create their own advantage against you. She's right. Rufus of Sabretooth nodded his head with a confident laugh. I'm fine with it. This makes no difference to me. Jaeger nodded his head. I think it's good too. Beth nodded her head. Narpading could only complain and decided to keep his mouth shut for the time being. After this, when the teams had finally gotten to the supports and secured their gate positions, Mato la Calabaza announced loudly. Now let's begin. Field, open. He pointed his finger at the sky, causing the crowd to erupt in cheers. In a flash of light, the arena transformed into a city, startling the spectators. In an instant, as the other competitors vanished, Urza found herself alone in the middle of the entire city, which at a single glance she understood was a perfect replica of Saffron. How are we supposed to play the game and look around here? Eva worried, looking around the city. Where will we hide? Beth was worried too. Narpeding was unhappy, and Rufus remained calm with the same confident laugh. This is weird, how are we going to play the position and look like this? Jaeger commented, looking around. Each of you in the stadium. Please watch what's happening in the city through the Lacrima vision. Large scenes appeared before them, each focusing on one competitor. The 8 competitors don't know each other's whereabouts. The rule of this game is very simple. You will play both escape and search simultaneously. Find another competitor inside that city. You can use any kind of magic you like because you only need to land one hit, but a direct one. It doesn't matter if you are harmed or not. If a direct hit is made, a point is added to the attacker's score and taken from the victims. Damage is irrelevant, Chapati explained. Phew, what's he talking about? Natsu complained. Just a simple position and a twist, Naruto said thoughtfully, scratching his chin. While Urza could use her stealth ability very well, she would still have some trouble against those with tracking capabilities. Even in the past, shinobi who excelled at stealth could be easily discovered by those who specialized in tracking. Then suddenly, countless blurry aspects appeared on the street and then suddenly, the entire streets were then filled with reproductions of the 8 contestants. Urza said in surprise. Other contestants also shared her expression as they looked at the replays of themselves and their opponents. That's how each one is. Those are their reproductions. If you make a mistake and attack the reproductions, you'll lose a point. Chapati finished his explanation. They've all put on their faces, Lucy said nervously as she looked at the reproductions. Ugh, so many of them. Natsu grunted, feeling sick just from looking at the multitude of replicas. Seriously, this makes you dizzy just by looking at them. The grey color nodded his head in agreement. Then suddenly, all 3 of them heard a small laugh and then their heads shook slightly as they looked at Naruto. Muahaha. Then suddenly, he impressed everyone when he burst into laughter, slapping one hand over his face. He laughed so hard and so loudly that the others had to turn their heads to look at him strangely. Ah, come on, this is gold. He continued laughing, turning his head back. Is hell wrong about him? Gaji asked, annoyed as always, while staring at the strange man. His teammates could only look at Naruto, while Mira wasn't sure if she was truly amused by Naruto's odd behavior. Who the hell is that guy? The stinger asked in annoyance. The man, I hate his laughter. Urza called her teacher, right? Hibiki asked, and her comrade, the new N, nodded her head. What's wrong with him? Sharia asked as she frowned. Why are you laughing? Natsu and Gray asked at the same time. Ah, man, Naruto said after finally calming down. You know, I thought this game was a bit challenging, but they just made the whole thing so much easier for Urza. Their eyes widened in shock at his statement. This is a perfect playground for her. First, is he telling the truth? Makarov asked, looking at the laughing young woman. Yes, I think so. She nodded. She had no doubt that Urza was going to dominate the game. Alright then. Start. Vanish into thin air. Just like a black cat disappearing into the dark night. Chapati announced as the crowd went wild with excitement when an organizer struck the gong. Under this situation, you should start again from somewhere else after 10 seconds. You can start again as many times as you want within the time limit. The time limit is 30 minutes. The team that gets the most points will be team number 1. Instantly, each competitor began searching for their opponents while doing their best not to be discovered. The first minute had passed without any significant conflict, aside from a few mistakes made by other teams. However, when Juvia found Beth of Mermaid Talons, the battle officially began. Beth used her magic, firing multiple carrots at the Rain Woman, but each one passed harmlessly through her body. Then Jaeger appeared and tried to unleash a powerful attack on her, but Lion came to the rescue and froze him before he could make a move. You're welcome, my dear. Lion blew him a kiss, striking a dramatic pose while dodging Juvia's sharp blades of water. Hey. Hey. The gray-haired man growled as he glared angrily at Lion. The concentration on the competition, is it going to happen? Juvia wanted to use a more powerful spell, but before she could, Narpeding appeared behind her and attacked all 3 of them, hitting Juvia with her drill much to her surprise, earning 3 points in the process. What is Urza doing? Natsu asked as he focused his attention on Urza, who was still wandering around aimlessly. Why isn't she making a move? Can you see that no one has found her yet? Lucy asked. But this doesn't look like anyone she's found before either. The gray color indicated before looking at Naruto. That face tells me you know what she's trying to do. Would you like to share? Just wait and see, Naruto smiled contentedly. Then suddenly, snow began to fall from the sky, making everyone's eyes widen in surprise. What do we have here? Chapati said as he looked up at the sky. Snow falling on the city. It was Eve from Sabretooth spelling. Why my Eva-kun? Jenny giggled as she rested her cheek against the palm of her hand. PSH, does he think Mag will make us weak in the cold or something? Jaeger asked as he looked around. This is not it. Uchiha said, in this cold, you will see the breath of humanity. The reproductions are merely illusions. The true human will reveal itself. The new woman nodded her head. This is the idea. I see him. The beautiful blue Pegasus mage said as he looked up from the ground, scanned the area, and shot forward, attacking every mage he encountered, scoring 3 points. Lion was undetectable. Due to his ice powers, low temperatures had no effect on him. Urza looked around for a second before closing her eyes. Then her breathing became steady, slowing down, and soon it was gone. Hold on for a second, Eva said as he looked around. He couldn't find the strongest woman in Fairy Tail anywhere. Where's Urza? She holds her breath. Laxus nodded his head. But how long can she hold it? Mira asked worriedly. Last time I checked, around 2 or 3 hours, I give or take a few minutes, Naruto replied simply, making each of them scream at the collision. Everyone's doing their best, but for whatever reason, Sabretooth's Rufus and Fairy Tail's Urza haven't got a move at all. Chapati announced as he looked at the 2 competitors who hadn't earned a single point. They're not catching anyone, but they're not getting caught by anyone either. This challenge is far too simple, Rufus declared as he appeared atop the tallest building in the city. I remember it perfectly. The nuances of his movement, his steps, his magical signature. I remember everything memory does. Rufus began to cast his magic, causing everyone to stare at him in complete shock. Hashi Fury Oranai, on the night of fading stars. Several bolts of lightning, reminiscent of shooting stars, were unleashed in the air and struck all their opponents with great force, regardless of their positions. Even with a body of water, Juvia screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. Team Natsu was left in shock. They saw Urza being struck by the same lightning bolt as Rufus. Narpading managed to avoid the burst of gunfire and fired a shot in midair, directly at Rufus. You stick out like a sore thumb. He laughed and attacked the man. However, his fist passed harmlessly through the Sabretooth mage's body. Damn it, a reproduction. There was a memory of me enduring there. Rufus appeared behind Narpading and raised his hand, the same meteor then striking Raven's tail mage. I have no need for a decoy. He got them all. In an instant, he took the lead. This is the power of Rufus. This is the power of Sabretooth. The spectators shouted and cheered for Sabretooth, while their mag smiled openly with an air of smugness, glancing sideways at Fairy Tail's teams. This challenge is not interesting at all, organizer. Then I have no need to hide myself like this. Even if I were to be found, I wouldn't be able to hit myself. That he left me is only a memory. After Al, then suddenly, someone appeared behind him in a blurry aspect of swirling leaves, startling him along with the onlookers who were staring at him, even the members of his team. You have been found. Urza Scarlet murmured calmly as she summoned a kunai and slashed it through his back, making him scream in agony, before she delivered a powerful kick to his spine, sending him flying down to the ground. Luckily, he was teleported away before he could hit the ground. Rufus gasped in shock as he reappeared beside Urza, who was lying on the ground. I hit her. There's no way Rufus's magic can miss a target like that, Sting shouted in the clash. Then he and everyone else screamed in the clash as the red-haired woman in front of him exploded like a bomb, sending him flying again, earning Urza another point. This is not how our reproductions work. Mado shouted in a panic, throwing his hands around haphazardly. Of course. Naruto said loudly and smugly as he raised both his hands, because this isn't your cheap reproduction. It's a shadow reproduction. Shadow reproduction? Natsu asked in amazement. You can create more shadows. Create reproductions, the brain calls. The gray color immediately corrected him, scolding him for his stupidity. And that reproduction actually managed to deceive us, Rufus, and even the Lacrima visions, into believing this is the real thing all this time. How is that even possible? Makarov murmured. In all his life, he had never witnessed such skill as before. Placing her middle finger on the tip of her kunai, Urza then swirled the kunai around before catching it in her hand, wielding it upside down. Summoning another kunai in her other hand, Urza threw herself down, free-falling before she twisted her body in the air and landed on a nearby rooftop. The moment her feet touched the ground, the red-haired kunai leaped into the building's closet, then the next, and the next. Wah! Natsu and the gray-colored one shouted dramatically as they threw both hands into the air. They had never seen Urza move like that before, and so fast and gracefully too. There are a few minor issues here and there, but basically, this is how we get around, Naruto explained with a satisfied smile. Basically? Lucy exclaimed. It was too extreme in her opinion. But the speed Urza moved, it didn't take her long to reach her first targets, Beth and Eva. Silently, they both agreed that she was a much greater threat than the other and decided to attack her simultaneously. Eva ignited a medium-sized blizzard, the white fury, from her right palm toward Urza, but she simply rolled to the side to avoid it. Beth threw her spells and flaming carrots that flew as fast as bullets, but they barely slowed Urza down, as she could easily dodge them by moving her head and body from side to side. When she reached Beth, Urza slashed her weapons vertically, severing the siren around her torso and teleporting her away in a flash, taking another point. Instantly, she whirled around and didn't let Eva pass, who raised his hand to cast another spell. However, before he could even open his mouth to shout the spell, Urza got to him first, stepping onto her knee to climb onto his shoulder before wrapping her legs around his outstretched arm. She twisted around, hurling him to the ground with her. "You're dead." Narpading shouted as he didn't let Urza pass, trying to attack her with his massive hands, but Urza had seen him coming. Before his back could touch the ground, Urza had reached in and thrown the kunai in her right hand at him. The kunai impaled himself on his right shoulder, forcing the security spell to teleport him away. "The WY," Eva said, but Urza had already sat on top of him and punched him in the face. After he had been teleported away, Urza lay down and pulled her lower body up, then jumped to her feet. 4 massive petals with rows of teeth turned upside down on their inner sides and massive points on their outer sides suddenly rose from the ground around Urza and tried to close around her. Keeping a cool head, Urza placed one hand on the ground and summoned a windmill shuriken in her other hand, which she raised into the air behind her. Spinning it in her hand, Urza launched it at the petal in front of her, shrinking it in the process and opening a gap for her to jump through before 3 others could close around her. The windmill shuriken continued traveling forward and struck the spellcaster, Jaeger, who was too slow to dodge a weapon thrown with such great speed. "A huge success," Mira exclaimed in amazement. "I've never seen Urza fight like that before." She couldn't help but notice Naruto's reaction. This was undoubtedly the result of her training under him. "I've come for you, Urza." A ripple of water appeared and swirled around Urza, and she knew instantly this was Juvia, who had transformed into her body in the water. "I won't hold back, Juvia." Urza laughed as she dodged the flaming water shards of the wave. Leaping into the air and twisting her body, Urza threw her kunai at the water woman. "You really know it's useless, don't do it," Juvia asked with a satisfied smile. She wasn't wearing her Sea Empress armor, but even if she had a plan to counter. If they shielded her from it, she was confident she could land a direct hit. "I know." Urza smiled contentedly at the reply, forming a snake hand seal in front of her. "Next time, you'll have to double check that it's thrown at you," she pointed out, and Juvia looked down. Her eyes widened in surprise as she saw the kunai float inside her body with a strange piece of paper drawn to it. Before she could pull it out, it exploded, releasing a huge wave of electricity that pierced her body of water, which only made the attack even more effective. With a cry of pain, Juvia was teleported away. "Those are basic electricity-infused explosive tags, in case you guys were wondering," Naruto explained. This was an enhanced version of the traditional explosive tag created by the gun-loving Tenten herself. "Is this the basics?" Lucy exclaimed again during the clash. That tag lowered Juvia's armor and could seriously hurt her in a real battle. "Hold on tight, what is this?" Someone screamed and pointed at the gigantic ice foot that appeared in the air directly above Urza. It then crashed down on Urza, crushing her beneath her feet. "You've got your guard down," Lion Vastia said with a confident laugh. "Lion, behind you," Jura shouted, but even if he could have heard him, he couldn't when one of the Urza who was walking behind him suddenly turned his head and attacked the ice mage. The ice foot disappeared, revealing a crushed wooden log where each of them thought Urza had been. "What is it this time?" Natsu asked impatiently, getting excited. "Basic Kawarimi, the body replacement technique," Naruto replied. "How's this even possible?" Lucy asked in astonishment. "I didn't see her do anything." "High speed," Naruto replied shortly after. "She hasn't changed her armor yet, and yet she still destroys her opponent's Bacchus, another muscular man and the strongest member of Team Cerberus 4th, said with a lazy laugh, as expected of a fine woman. With that, he removed a gourd from his belt, put it to his mouth, and began to drink. After running for several blocks, Urza located Rufus, who had just taken 2 points from Narpading and Beth. In an instant, she had him right in her sights, ready to take him down. "Make sure you remember because this is the power of the fairy tale," she shouted and slashed. Without taking a second glance, Urza turned and went to find her next targets. An incredible. Is this the true strength of the guild that was stronger 7 years ago? The roar of the stadium rose to a fever pitch, with shouts and applause of admiration. With her amazing and flawless performance, Urza had turned the crowd behind Fairy Tail. The more they booed, the more they cheered for Fairy Tail. For Urza and Chapati, the announcer irritated them even more. "This is the end of the first round, everyone. Scarlet Urza has mastered Hidden. This victory, no one can complain about this. The cheers have to stop. Urza-chan's the very best." Miliana exclaimed with a wide smile, while Kagura, who was standing next to her, calmly looked at Urza. This is Uchiha-sen's bride for you. Hibiki sighed with a nervous laugh, I should have expected this. Jura clapped her hands, laughing. What amazing skills. Simply magnificent. So this is Fairy Tail Orga, and the saber-tooth wizards looked less enthusiastic than the others as Rufus limped off the sand. I don't like this one at all. Urza was imposing. Lucy exclaimed happily as Urza made her way towards them. Fight with those skills later. Natsu grinned toothily. So, what do you think? Urza asked, looking at Naruto. You could have done better. Urza frowned when he said that. But it was good work. He winked, making Urza laugh heartily. Ah, thank you, sensei. With that, the results were announced. Team Fairy Tail A took the lead, with Sabretooth following closely behind. Lamia the Scale and Team Fairy Tail B secured 3rd and 4th place, respectively, while Blue Pegasus captured 5th. Mermaid Talon, Cerberus in 4th, and Raven Tail rounded out the bottom 3. Wow, Fairy Tail, wow. Mavis exclaimed earnestly and excitedly along with the rest of the guild as the announcements came in. Now, if you'll excuse me, Chapati cleared his throat to the hushed crowd, you're going to look at the battle system. A hologram appeared in the air, showing the phosphorescent tall figures. The first matchups have been decided by the organizers themselves. I hope there are some interesting matchups, Yazima commented. The first round on the first day, please welcome Naruto Uzumaki of Team Fairy Tail and Bacchus Grow of Cerberus 4th. The crowd cheered. They knew how powerful Bacchus was, and while they knew nothing about Naruto, after Urza's amazing performance, they were all eager to see another Fairy Tail mage in action. Am I first, huh? Bacchus asked with a satisfied confident smile. Perfect. Ah. Naruto's first. Mavis squealed with excitement as the fairy team members clapped their hands, cheering for Naruto. I'm so exciting. Seriously? Naruto grunted before sighing anxiously, his head falling. Ah well, it's too late to back away now. Better go with the flow. The better, Naruto. Lucy encouraged Naruto as he stood up and turned to leave. Yes, yes. Show him hell, Naruto. Natsu and Gray acclaimed, laughing like two maniacs, throwing their right hands in the air. Good luck, sensei. Urza called after him, before adding such a strong, but you won't need it, it's coming to you. Naruto didn't say anything in response, just waving his hand. In time, he went to the arena. Bacchus had already gotten there long before, who clearly didn't want to take him seriously. He lay on the ground, with a bored expression on his face. Wow, Naruto-kun. Look, cheered along with the rest of Fairy Tail. You're Urza's teacher, right? Bacchus asked, shaking his gourd around. Then you must be stronger than her. He pointed his hand at Naruto, his smug smile still on his face. But tell me what, you don't look good to me. What's your point? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. I can easily beat him. He declared. However, to make my victory all the sweeter, like the wine inside this gourd, I want to have a little fun. He then turned to face Naruto again. How about we make a bet? Interesting. Naruto nodded his head with a small, satisfied smile. He never backed down when this came into the game. Well, what do you want then? Your guild has some real claim to beauties there. Bacchus smiled with broad satisfaction. You're Urza's teacher, and you look pretty facing off against a beauty Murahin. If I win, you lend them to me for one night, both of you immediately. Instantly, the Fairy Tail members roared in anger, while Urza and Murahin shuddered in shock at what they alone had learned. Excuse me, what? Naruto asked, his voice dropping and his eyes narrowing. What did you just say? He wasn't deaf, and he heard every word clearly. For the first time in a very long time, Naruto felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Cholera. How can he address her like that when he's challenged? Lend me the girls for one night, Urza and Murahin, both of them immediately. Bacchus repeated his previous words before continuing, they're bringing you two. So what are you going to do with them? Naruto asked. However, his voice was as cold as ice, so cold that it sent a chill down everyone's spine. Even Sayla, who was watching from a secret spot atop one of the statues around the stadium, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Well, I'm going to have a lot of fun with them, that's for sure. My bed always had a few places just right for beautiful women like them, Bacchus declared simply. Fine then. Naruto said, giving him a hollow laugh. You win, you're free to do whatever you want with the girls. He said. But if I win, I'll break every last bone in your body. He declared cruelly, creating a heavy atmosphere around the stadium. The FFT. What? Bacchus's cheeks shot out as he tried to stifle his laughter. You're an interesting man, aren't you? Are you sure you can do this? I keep my promise. Naruto nodded sharply. Urza, what is his magic? How can he be so confident that he can hit Naruto? Gray asked, turning to Urza who had fought him multiple times in the past. His magic type is one that focuses magical energy into his hands. This is relatively orthodox magic, Urza said in a serious tone as Beiko stood up and assumed a fighting stance. However, the secret of his strength is his mastery of a martial art that allows him to use that magic to its fullest potential. This is called Hakasho, the hanging/fist. This is a martial art that uses special stances to make the particularly effective use of palm strikes. But what is even more alarming is that he added some improvements to this and created a drunken hanging/fist. Drunk as with a drink, you mean? Gray asked. Yes. It's impossible to predict the drunken hawk's attacks. Urza nodded. On top of that, his destructive power is also enhanced, which is part of the key to his victory. He's certainly gotten much stronger than he was 7 years ago. Urza then pointed the gourd at the ground. Even more so, it seems he's decided to fight Naruto without drinking a single drop of alcohol. Is he still taking this fight seriously? Lucy asked, shocked. Urza just shook her head in response. A night's sleep with those girls, how wonderful, said Bacchus, still wearing a satisfied smile. As soon as the gong struck, Cerberus the fourth mage leaped forward and blamed Naruto, his fingers clasped together, sucking on his head. However, before he could deliver a strike, Naruto shot his weapon and grabbed Beiko by the neck. He lifted the man into the air and then slammed him back down to the ground before kicking him in the stomach, sending him back to where he had been lying just moments before. You're stronger than I thought, Bacchus said as he rose from the ground. My soul trembles. Ignoring his confiding words, Naruto turned Mato around and asked him. The pumpkin, are you the referee of these matches? Yes, I am. Mato nodded his head. Well, I want you to promise that you won't stop this fight no matter what. Each gasped in shock at his demand. Mato wasn't sure how to answer and he looked rather uneasy. I'm fine with it, Bacchus said as he picked up his gourd from the ground. He had to change his strategy. Naruto was faster than he thought. I lose and he'll break my bones sooner or later, so why wait? This is a promise between men, after all. He drank the wine, gulping down the entire gourd. Drunk, his movements became unsteady and the smug grin on his face became more disarming than ever. He then took a stance and charged at Naruto with greater speed than before. Okay, I promise. Mato nodded. This is all I need. With that cold declaration, all hell broke loose. Bacchus tried to strike Naruto's cheek with his palm, but the blonde simply raised his hand, grabbing the drunken mage's wrist and stopping him. He then moved his head to the side, dodging the second aimed strike to the other side of his head, before cultivating his other hand, placing it on the back of Bacchus's elbow, and pulling. HHHH. The entire stadium gasped at the clash and fell silent in agony as Naruto snapped Beiko's left arm, causing the mage to scream in pain. Releasing his wrist, Naruto then joined his hand with Beiko's, intertwining their fingers before tightening his grip. The bones in his fingers and hand twisted and snapped like toothpicks under his strength. By the time Naruto had balled his hand into a fist, Beiko's hand was completely useless. Have fun with this, Naruto growled as he thrust forward, quickly punching Beiko in the face. The more muscular mage tried to get him with a hook strike, but Naruto shot his other hand, answering back with his own punch. Beiko screamed as the bones in his right hand shattered the moment it made contact with Naruto's punch. His right elbow on the bones in his right arm also endured tremendous force and accustomed to the process. Naruto released his hand and sent a barrage of 20 punches into Beiko's chest in less than 2 seconds, breaking all 24 ribs he had inside him, before delivering a palm strike to the middle of his chest, pushing him back several feet. Here, drink this, Naruto growled as he ran forward, using his foot to kick Bacchus's gourd into the air. Naruto then grabbed the gourd and shoved it into Bacchus's open mouth, before jumping and kneeling under his chin, forcing his mouth shut and breaking the gourd and a few teeth in the process. With his weapons rendered completely useless, Beiko tried to give up, but Naruto wouldn't let him and continued his assault. He kicked the man on his right knee so hard that he broke it, causing the lower half of Beiko's leg to bend ridiculously forward as he fell, screaming in pain. Not stopping there, Naruto did the same to his other leg, kicking it so hard that his bones were snapped in half with a single attack. Beiko, at this moment, could barely remain conscious. He was experiencing immense pain. Naruto had broken all his ribs and bones inside his limbs, but his attacks were so precise that he hadn't inflicted any external wounds. Let this be a warning to you, trash. Naruto said as he picked up Beiko's limp body by the neck, because next time, it won't just be his bones. Releasing him, Naruto then leaped into the air and delivered a locomotive-sized roundabout kick to the side of Beiko's face, sending him flying across the field like a lifeless rag doll. He slammed hard into the wall, breaking his spine, neck, and the back of his skull in the process. Seeing that he wasn't going to get up, Mato controlled as fast as his short legs could to carry him to the man to make sure he was still alive. The pumpkin thanked the god, he's alive. Doctor. The pumpkin shouted after feeling his pulse, which was weak, but still there. In the end, Naruto didn't have to hold back that much to ensure he wouldn't kill the man. As a weapon in the mage fight, he possessed dense muscles and well-trained stamina. A normal human would never survive that kind of damage. The doctors appeared and quickly placed him on a cart to take him away. After the doctors had finally left the arena, Mato then turned to face Naruto, nervously stammering. The crowd was also too stunned to make a sound. Even Chapati and 2 other announcers were mute and didn't know what to announce. I guess the winner of this match is Naruto Uzumaki. Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement, chanting Naruto's name and fairy tales. The immortal shinobi almost chuckled when he realized how excited they were, the humans. Give them blood and they'll be wild. Human, Sayla muttered as he looked at the crowd with a disgusted look on his face. The era may change, nations may disappear. But humanity will never change. They would never change. The rest of the first day of the Grand Magic Games was quiet and rather less exciting for everyone because they were performing reliably. Sabretooth gained 10 points after Organonagir destroyed Crow's Tail Flare with a single blast of his god-killing magic. Lamia the Scale had secured a victory over Fairy Tail Team B when Jura defeated Mystigan, Akagel. Unfortunately for the blue-haired man, he was harassed by Ultier and Merity. Blue Pegasus claimed 4th place when the new Akatsuki defeated Arena Web of Mermaid Talon. Man, this shit was dark. Natsu commented as he looked at Naruto's match recorder on a Lacrima recorder. Ah. This is disgusting. He crestfallen when he heard another cracking sound. Great job, Naruto. He grinned broadly, giving the blonde a thumbs up. After the end of the first day of the magnificent magic game, both fairy teams went to visit Wendy and Carla to make sure she was alright. Before heading to the nearest bar in Saffron Town, with Kanda being the one sitting inside when they arrived, it certainly wasn't a surprise. Yeah, Naruto said lazily, waving his hand dismissively at Natsu. For a moment, I thought you were about to kill him right there. I was so worried you might overreact, but it turns out you knew exactly what you were doing. The third master of Fairy Tail said before the uprising, propping his beer mug above his head, so, let us give a good thrashing to Naruto who fought to protect our guild's flowers. Anyone else, besides Urza of Team A, would have failed and left our girls falling into the hands of that lecherous bastard. Naruto groaned as the Fairy Tail members roared in agreement. Damn old man. What do you mean by this? Natsu, Grey Color, and Lucy shouted at the same time. But you have to admit this. You can't defeat Urza, let alone someone as strong as she was. Pill joked, causing Natsu and the grey-colored one to glare at him with malevolent eyes. So, go do it. Each held their drinks before the master declared, to Naruto. To Naruto. The entire guild shouted in unison. This is for you, Naruto-kun. Mira appeared at his table and placed a cup of beer in front of him. It's on me. Fine, thanks, Naruto said as he leaned forward and picked up the beer mug. You know this isn't the bar in the guild, right? He looked at her and took a sip of his drink. Okay, I can be your waitress tonight. Mira winked playfully, twirling her finger around a strand of her gray hair. Do you have a problem with this? The intimidating sound, then I'm fine with this. Naruto shrugged, laughing at her. Anyway, I want to thank you, Naruto-kun. Mira said with a soft laugh. Just like Master said, if it weren't for you, I'd have to follow Bacchus back to his place. No, not that I have any problem with it, but it seems you still have so little faith in your friends. Naruto teased, I thought guys were all about trusting each other. This isn't that. Don't worry, I was just joking. Naruto shook his head, making Mira frown, and also, you're welcome. Anyway, I'll see you later then, Naruto-kun. I need to get my team back to discuss our strategy. Mira said, turning to the side and gesturing to her teammates, you need to find a way to save your team somehow, as we're supposed to be the elite team here and we're so far behind you guys. She walked away, muttering the last part to herself. Try your best then, Naruto called after her, before glancing at the seat they were heading towards. The laughter vanished from his face as he glared angrily at that person with half-up eyes. What? He pressed hard, are you doing here? Ah, I thought you'd be happy to see me. Mavis Vermilion pouted cutely as she kicked her legs back and forth. The ghost that stays a few feet away from its grave is a bad one. Naruto finished his cup of beer. You really know my body. Naruto was interrupted, but she continued in a low tone, holding his hand to her cheek. Isn't it inside my grave, right? This still doesn't change the fact that you're a ghost. You know what people call a talking spirit that stays out of a body. A freaking ghost. He raised his hands and waved them up and down in front of his face, saying hauntingly, ooh of ghosts. Would you lower it? Mavis wanted to swat his hands away, but his hands simply passed by hers. He could touch her, but unfortunately for Mavis, this didn't work any other way around. Anyway, I see you've made a lot of friends around here, good for you. Friends? Nah, more like colleagues apart from Urza, of course, she's my student. Speaking of Urza, here she comes. They both turned their heads to the side and saw Urza walking towards them, holding 2 empty cups and a bottle of beer in her hands. "I'll leave 2 of you alone, you know where to find me," she said before getting up and walking away. "Good evening, Master Mavis." Urza bowed her head to Fairy Tail's first master. "How are you?" "I'm fine, thank you. Good work today, you make me proud." Urza lowered her head and laughed gratefully. The short-haired blonde then gave Urza a wink as she gestured her head toward Naruto. "Have fun with him, okay?" "Thank you, Master Mavis." With that, Urza continued on her way to Naruto and asked him when she reached his table, "May I sit with you, sensei?" "Make yourself comfortable then," said Naruto, holding his hand and pointing to the seat in front of him. Urza sat down and they put down the cups, placing one of them on the bottle before opening it. "So what does this have to do with you?" "They're getting tainted." He looked at the rest of the guild, who were celebrating Team A's flawless victory. "Don't you want to play with them?" "Yes, but I also want to thank my teacher, who fought for me today." She filled her cup before moving to hers. "If not you, I'd have to follow Bacchus. Look, he came and said the same thing, so I would tell him exactly what I said to him, that you are welcome." He picked up his cup and laughed. "I also want to properly congratulate you on your victory today, so claim." "The claim?" Urza laughed and tapped her cup with hers. They both took a long drink before setting down their cups. "You know, well, I appreciate what you do for me, I don't think it's necessary for you to break all his bones like that. If I am not mistaken, then there are 2,000 different ways you can humiliate him, right?" You really didn't want to know how she knew this. "Yes, but I really don't want to humiliate him this time. I want to hurt him badly." He tapped his knuckle on the table before continuing, "And before you get the wrong idea, no, I didn't do it for you. He demanded you and Mira for a night and wanted to make a bet with me about it, which could only mean he had no respect for women. Pretty much, this is an insult to both of you." Naruto continued, "Now we're talking about the student-teacher relationship. You insult the student, you insult the teacher's teachings. You insult my teachings, you're basically insulting me, and everyone." He pointed at him. "So I couldn't take it lightly and I decided to teach him a lesson." Urza looked at him, blinking several times before the refrain with a small laugh while looking at her drink. "You know, Mira, she told me that when you were reasoning about something, especially when the reasons didn't make any sense at all, you were really just trying to keep up that tough guy act, that cool boy attitude, and that badass persona of someone who didn't give a damn about those around him. Well, in reality you were one of the nicest people in this business." "The F did she really tell him this?" Naruto asked in disbelief, turning his head to look at Mira, who caught him staring and waved her hand at him with a bright laugh. "What's with that woman?" He couldn't help but wonder. "Well, you know what, she's a badass then. She also said that you would instantly try to defend yourself when you were exposed. Everything she told me so far has proven true, so. Well." Urza laughed softly and Naruto simply grumbled in response. "You know. When she said you were one of the kindest people, it really meant a lot to me because these people, they're the most kind-hearted people I've ever known. My family." She stated gently, "I guess this makes you more than just my teacher now, sensei." "More than just a teacher, huh?" Naruto asked, chuckling quietly. "Family. I think so." Urza laughed as she leaned forward. "You act like a very strict father sometimes, sensei." "Father?" As Urza said, that word was hard to take more than once after everything that had happened. He did not stay with the guild that night and left before midnight to find Sayla. The next morning was the beginning of the second day of the Magnificent Magic Game. "The Magnificent Magic Games have finally entered their second day of competition," Chapati said. He was wearing a new wig on his head, the hair reaching down to his shoulders. "What kind of fierce drama will we be able to witness today?" The magician Saint Yazima laughed. He, much like everyone else, was impatient to see what would happen during the second day of the biggest magical event of the year. "The competition on the second day is the Jaleo," Chapati announced loudly. "There will be one participant from each guild." "Yosh, I'm all fired up." Natsu punched a hole in his palm and smiled openly and sadistically. "This is my comeback. So I'm going to leave those bastards in the dust and widen the gap between us. Sue yourself." The gray color nodded its head. However, before he could do it everywhere, Naruto grabbed the back of his scarf and pulled him back. "The pitiful child, but his time has not yet come," Naruto said humorously as he took a step forward. "I'll go." "Hey. What the hell, man?" Natsu asked amid the collision. "Strategically wise, this is my chance to save myself from all the trouble of this tournament for the next couple of days." He turned and explained, "I already participated in a match yesterday. There are 5 of us. This magnificent magical game is going to last for 5 days, so unless they want this tournament to be a simple spectacle of fighting, they won't call me again. Also, I've decided to participate in this game because I don't have to fight in the first event again and you'll all have your chances with them, right? Well, it's pretty fair." The gray-haired boy nodded his head in understanding, while Natsu grumbled in annoyance that he was dying to fight someone. From Fairy Tail Team B, Kana volunteered for this event. She was the team's reserve and was there today to substitute for Gel. Well, he was much stronger than the alcoholic woman because the guest for the second day was Leher, a member of a magic council and also the captain of the custodian execution squad. He couldn't participate. Cerberus IV sent a fellow named Novely, while Emiliana of Siren Talon stepped up her pace for the fight after gaining approval from their leader, Kagura. Jurenicus represented Lamia Scale, while Hibiki would head out for Blue Pegasus, while from Sabretooth, Orga made her way down to the arena with a satisfied confident smile on her face. Crowtail sent Abra, a mysterious mage with an odd-looking creature perched on her shoulders. Seeing Naruto walking into the middle of the arena, everyone cheered with excitement, while the expressions of the other teams turned serious. Based on their performance yesterday, Fairy Tail had proven to be a force to be reckoned with, but Naruto Uzumaki was probably the stronger of both teams. Seriously, do I have to fight him? Kana asked, laughing nervously behind her back. Naruto just smiled contentedly at her response. After the competitors had gathered around Mado, he laughed and waved his hand around. Alright everyone, I'll explain how the Jaleo works. A mass of magical power suddenly burst from the ground and formed a giant malevolent-looking castle, causing everyone to gasp and widen their eyes in surprise. Mado pointed at it before saying, "This is the temple where evil monsters nest. This is the Jaleo. It's huge." Kana shouted at the crash. "Imposing." Miliana couldn't stand either. Analysis beginning. Hibiki murmured, activating her archive with a laugh and beginning to analyze the place with her magic. While W. Novely murmured, sweating and covering her face, feeling so confident about it. Orga, meanwhile, looked up at it with disinterest. "Did Jura take a look at Mado, where monsters nest you say?" Mado brushed his head before continuing. "This is the setting Kabo. Inside the temple, there are 100 monsters. Well, we call them that, but they're really just magical instruments we created. They won't chase the audience or anything, so don't worry." His words calmed the now nervous crowd. Mado continued, "The monsters are divided into 5 battle classes. D, C, B, A, and S. With concrete game data like this. By the way, in greeting to how powerful Class D monsters are." A bursting lacrima screen lifts a camera inside the temple, where a massive hound-like creature growled and didn't let a stone statue pass, easily destroying it in one blow. The crowd recoiled at the sight as Mado continued, "These and even stronger ones. The ones where 100 of them are lying in wait, this is the Jaleo Kabo. The Class S monster is so powerful that even one of the Mage Saints cannot be guaranteed to defeat it." Lucy and Wendy looked hard, but Natsu swore through gritted teeth, "Damn it. I should have dealt with this." "You want to go on top of that monstrosity?" Lucy shrieked in shock. Mado continued, "Stop, each of you will take turns selecting a number of monsters to fight. This is called your challenge, right? For example, if a person selects 3 monsters, then that's how many will be featured in the temple. If that person succeeds in defeating them, then he or she gets 3 points, and the next competitor enters and gets to choose from the remaining 97 monsters. This will continue until all the monsters are defeated or until everyone's magical power reaches 0, at which point the competition will end." Miliana laughed, "So, this feels like a counting game." Mado nodded, "Exactly. Circumstantial judgment becomes important. Remember, monsters have rows, but no matter how many monsters you choose, the rows are always arbitrary. If you're extremely unlucky, you might choose 2, and the ending raises the class of S." Hibiki glanced at her spelling file, "So some kind of battle strategy to avoid drawing the Class S monster is necessary. If it's arbitrary, that strategy won't work." Orga dismissed with a snort. Hibiki shook his head, "Not exactly. With probability theory and my archive, the strategy will work to some extent." Mado held his hands, "You earn points for the number of monsters defeated, regardless of their row. Once you enter, you cannot leave until you have either won or been defeated. If you happen to fall inside the temple, the number of points you have earned up to that turn will remain as they are. The number of wins for that turn, however, will be counted as 0, and you will leave as such. So it's bad to be too greedy then," Pantalili concluded in a serious tone. "Yes, but you pick 1 monster per lap and everyone else will overtake you, right?" Happy asked. "There's also a lot of strategy and calculation to understand," Carla said as she scratched her head with her paw. "How many monsters you'll have to face and how much energy you replenish waiting for your next turn. It's difficult to do suddenly," Romeo commented nervously. And with that, a box full of sticks then appeared in Mado's hands, which he offered, "Please draw your parts, each one." The competitors did so, and a number appeared above the sticks as they were drawn. "Lucky me." Naruto grinned broadly as he looked at the number 1 on his stick. "You're so lucky, Naruto. This will come back to haunt you," she said, laughing ironically. She got the last point. I thought this whole competition would come down to the luck of drawing, the blonde boy said with a small sigh as he took a step forward. The luck of the draw. Mado couldn't help but sweat as he dropped his statement. No, not like I put this. This is a game where maintaining your pace and situational judgment are more important than just the battle order. Mado tried to explain, but Naruto ignored him. Don't worry, he then slashed his throat. I'm going to finish this shit. I challenged the 100 monsters. Almost everyone in the stadium was stunned, according to their statement. Some of them were still gasping in shock and stared at Naruto in their daze. I really shouldn't expect anything less from him. Urza laughed, shaking her head. She would have done the same if she were the one representing her team. Mado tried to stop her as Naruto continued making his way up the tower. That's impossible, Kabo. It wasn't designed so that one person could possibly defeat them all. I look like I'm worried, Naruto called out, and the door was closed behind him. Oi oi. Is he going to be alright? Makarov asked worriedly as Naruto appeared above the lacrima visions around the stadium. Don't worry, Mavis smiled mysteriously with satisfaction and didn't want to spoil anything else after this. Naruto soon arrived at a huge arena. Hey, Urza, he suddenly called his students' names instead of stating his challenge. This surprised each of them. Urza, can you hear me right now? Just speak, because I can still hear you from here. Of course, sensei. Lacrima visions have been activated. She replied. Okay. I want you to look closely. He looked around, observing the area. Today, we're going to test your observation and calculation skills. Seriously, right now I don't think it's the exact time to. Closed and listen to your teacher. Naruto interrupted and she immediately did as she was told. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small scroll. I want you to watch me closely because I'm going to show you the technique and its variations, something that made my good old days take down one of the most powerful shinobi in history. Urza gasped in shock. She knew her first teacher was strong, but she had no idea he was among the strongest. Naruto then unrolled the scroll and touched the seal in the middle with his hand, summoning a very strange-looking kunai. It had 3 blades instead of 1 and several black words written on the white handle. Naruto then picked up the kunai and held it horizontally in front of him. They don't call this technique Hiraishin no Jutsu. He said seriously, the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn, that's a badass name. Gray said, and Naruto nodded his head in agreement before the refrain with excitement. I want the one. He then turned to Urza and asked in the clash, what are you wearing? The scarlet-haired mage was wearing black crystals. The crystals, they help me think, okay. She raised her hand and summoned a small notebook and pen. Don't look at me like that. I have to write everything down. Trust me because this is going to be really hard. She said as each of them, even Combine the Bee, turned their heads to look at her. Just watch me and tell me how this works at the end of the day. This technique is too difficult for your level because after all this is the S-row. Bro S. Urza shouted in the crash, almost dropping her notebook. What does he mean? Row of S. Gajil asked, confused. Does this mean this is one of the techniques of the most powerful ninja? That's right. Urza nodded, readjusted her crystals, and began explaining to each of them, unlike magic, ninjutsu or ninja arts, is classified into ranks, from the weakest, Class E techniques, to the most powerful of all. Class S. Class E techniques are the most basic and fundamental for every ninja, like Kawarimi, while Class S is at an extreme level. The difficulty of ninjutsu also increases with its ranks. Some Class E techniques can be learned in less than a day, while most Class S techniques can take a lifetime to truly master, unless you are a genius or have a natural talent for it. The HHH. Does this mean you don't know any first-class techniques? Lucy asked. I know an A-class, but this took me 3 whole weeks to learn. Urza shook her head, making everyone's eyes widen in astonishment. Also, I've never seen him perform any A-class techniques before. My challenge is 100 monsters. Naruto's call drew everyone's attention back to the scene. Monsters of various shapes and sizes appeared and began to slowly advance from every corner of the area before they began to stalk Naruto as they stalked weak prey. 3 Class D monsters lunged at Naruto, who simply threw the kunai at them. They looked harmless and they moved aside without a problem. What the? Urza and the other mages gasped in shock as the Class D monsters fell lifeless to the ground when Naruto suddenly vanished from his position and reappeared behind them, catching his kunai in his hand. How did he do this? They were certain he didn't teleport because no one could teleport from one place to another and bring down a group of monsters standing in the middle like that. In a brief moment, all they saw was a yellow flash. Naruto smiled with satisfaction before spinning his kunai around in his hand. Let the game begin. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. Let the game begin. With that declaration, Naruto shot forward with blurry speed, slashing the kunai in his hand ruthlessly, but with great accuracy, reducing the Class D monsters that attempted to thrust at him from every direction, leaving them in 2 or 3 pieces before they exploded into several clouds of smoke and disappeared. The C-class monster roared and seized the opportunity, just as Naruto was crushing 5 D-class monsters under his foot to attack him. The C-class monsters were 10 times larger than their lower-class counterparts and definitely far more powerful. They wore dark crimson armor instead of white and had massive mouths filled with razor-sharp teeth, each as large as a fully grown man. Without turning around, Naruto stretched his right arm out to the side and snapped his fingers, launching his weapon away. It impaled itself on another C-class monster before he vanished in a flash of yellow and reappeared in less than a fraction of a second, directly next to the second monster. There, he delivered a devastating stomp to the top of its head, sending its face crashing to the ground. Using the counterforce of his attack, Naruto spun around and launched himself back at the first one. Summoning a pair of windmill shuriken in his hands, Naruto then hurled them at the beast, severing its head cleanly from its body. How? How? Natsu asked in disbelief, pointing both of his hands at Naruto. How can something as small as a cut such a massive head? Look at his kunai. Urza pointed, and everyone's eyes focused on the blades of Naruto's kunai, which had the faint almost imperceptible blue halo, shaped like a short sword, around them. He infused them with his chakra to sharpen the blade and increase its range, like a sword, and then he really slashed with power, Urza replied before writing it down in her notebook, noticing everything her teacher did. When she realized everyone was looking at her, Urza rolled her eyes and continued, basically, he increased his cutting power and generally extended his range with his energy, which is also how he was able to cut through Class D monsters with just a small kunai, got it? Ah, so why didn't you just say Tan? The young Kunoichi wanted to faceap him when Natsu asked that question. Is this the best you can do? Naruto provoked as he landed on the needle in midair, looking left, right, down, and over him with piercing eyes and a smug grin on his face. I've fought much scarier common ground than you pieces of shit, you know. He continued, recalling Tora the cat and his difficult days with that damned creature from hell. Does he still take this seriously? Makarov asked, crossing his weapons over his chest. Who knows? Mavis Vermilion stated softly as she watched Naruto fighting another group of 10 Class A monsters and 1 C-class monster, with nothing but small kunai and his immense physical strength, something that amazed and impressed everyone at the same time. In just half a minute since the beginning, Naruto had reduced the number of Class A monsters by half and the number of C-class monsters by 3. The fight continued as Naruto was attacked by 5 C-class monsters simultaneously. However, instead of fighting as before, Naruto stabbed his kunai into the ground and leaped into the air before summoning 6 more flying thunder god kunai with his magic. Naruto swiftly grabbed them, holding them between his fingers before launching 5 kunai at the monsters below him. The kunai pierced their armor, penetrated their heads, and flew out of their jaws, killing the monsters instantly. As the weapons pierced the earth, Naruto vanished and flashed down to the ground. However, that moment lasted no more than a tenth of a second, as Naruto had already disappeared even before the lacrima visions focused on him could be alerted. Urza blinked at the shock and tried her best to save her momentum, but she would only get to see him once as he stood and kicked a monster in the air, before chasing after it to deliver the killing blow with the same if not even greater speed than what he had been using, the only difference being that there was no flash of yellow. Not only Urza, but everyone around the stadium found it difficult to keep track of Naruto's attacks. They didn't dare blink because they didn't want to miss any of it, but no matter how hard they tried, they could only see a quick lightning-like flash that traveled across the battlefield inside the Jailio, hitting every Class D monster before it left, its body trailing behind. Those who could no longer keep up stared at the right screen, which displayed the number of monsters left in the arena, and gasped in shock when they saw how many Class D monsters were dropping faster than they could track them. The moment the number was dropped to reset to 0 was also the moment Naruto stopped and appeared in front of them. He's defeated the entire Class D Chapati announced, trying to pick his jaw up from the ground, unaware that the wig he was wearing was slowly slipping down his bald head. A C-class attack then charged at Naruto, but without needing to turn, Naruto threw the kunai behind his back, before vanishing and reappearing behind the monster with the weapon in his hand, forgetting the faint afterimage of the weapon's blades, which ran all the way from its head to its tail, made when he slashed the monster at extreme speed. I can't even remember how he did this. Rufus, the person who had been defeated at Urza Scarlet's hands the day before, murmured nervously as he witnessed his teacher's true power. He could never remember something his eyes had failed to follow. Then suddenly, he was struck by a huge fireball coming straight at him, but before anyone could ask if this was the end, the fire was taken away. You called that fire? Naruto, who looked completely unharmed, tilted his head back, sighing in a manner very familiar to the fairy tale members. Oi oi. Don't tell me that. Natsu shouted. No way. Impossible. High release. Great fireball jutsu. Naruto shouted and unleashed a large fireball from his mouth, which instantly engulfed the C-class monsters, taking them away in a massive explosion. Bastard. How am I supposed to be the one who breathes fire? You stole my technique. Natsu shouted furiously, throwing both hands into the air as smoke billowed from his head. No, Natsu, I didn't, Naruto said as he stomped his foot on the ground, using his magic to create a rock wall to block several fireballs. He then placed his hand on the ground and made several spikes erupt from the earth that impaled half a dozen monsters in front of him through their bodies. That technique was created a long time ago, even before the first dragon was born, so it's you fire lizards who violated our copyright. Natsu just snorted in response. And a ninja breathed fire too. Lucy turned to Urza and asked. This is actually a fire ninjutsu, or in our language, ninja technique. The mage nodded. Kaiten, in the ancient language, literally means fire release, while Gakakyu ninjutsu means great fireball technique. So ancient shinobi speak a different language? Lucy asked with interest. She wasn't trying to force it, but she enjoyed learning new things. Do you have to learn it too? This was tough, but I've managed to grasp the basics, literally. So there must be a release of wind, a release of water, etc. Urza nodded her head. Naruto then dodged an attack from a C-class monster and unleashed several blades of wind that sliced through several B-class monsters in front of him like butter, swiftly ending their short lives. 4 giant rocking pillars then erupted from the ground, immobilizing 4 gigantic C-class monsters before generating lightning between them, dealing massive damage before slaughtering them. Why you actually use ninjutsu without hand seals? Urza asked in surprise, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. She'd heard about it from him, but this was actually the first time she'd seen him do it. Yes, and don't worry, this is still too early for you to be thinking about something like that. Naruto grinned broadly as he blew another gigantic fireball at the monsters, killing them instantly. Just how powerful is he? Sting, the White Dragon Slayer, asked in disbelief, nervous sweat pouring down his forehead. While his partner, Rogue, remained impassive as ever, his eyes widened slightly, showing a hint of shock. The twin dragon slayers had never seen or even heard of anyone like him before. This isn't right at all. Orga clicked his tongue worriedly. He, who had the power to kill a god, wasn't yet sure if he could really handle Naruto Uzumaki, whose speed was simply inhuman. Such power and confidence. Yukino Iguria, the beautiful, busty young woman with light-colored hair and dark brown eyes, murmured as she gazed at Naruto. He not only fought with astonishing skill and strength, but also with a confidence she had never seen in anyone. If only she possessed that kind of confidence. He made his senses so small and so timid. But there are still many monsters left behind, and all of them are far more powerful than these he has defeated, Laxa said as he crossed his weapons over his chest. He can take down D-class and C-class monsters, but what about the higher class monsters? Gajila nodded his head in agreement, thinking that Naruto would surely have a tough time dealing with the more powerful monsters, especially the A-class and the S-class that had yet to appear. Come on, people. Naruto suddenly shouted as he raised both hands above his head. This place gets way too lively. Give me some noise. Instantly, the crowd cheered and began chanting Naruto's name. The magicians began to look at the audience, amazed by their reactions to his call. Now this is more like it. Naruto smiled contentedly. The master. Sayla said, laughing softly as she watched her master struggling from his secret spot. This was the first time in over 400 years that she had seen him enjoying anything so much before. The applause, the shouts, the monsters who didn't run away the moment they saw him, they weren't designed to do this, they revealed a side of him she had never seen before and had only heard stories of from his past. However, this was also the first time she had seen him be so reckless. Giving his name, exposing even a tiny bit of his powers, attracting so much attention, increasing his popularity, making famous. This was going to take him a long time, probably no less than 2 or 3 decades, to tighten all the loose ends and disappear from the world again. Even so, she was happy to see her master having fun. As the 15th class B monster was taken down by Naruto, a new type of monster appeared. This one, however, matched the preceding monsters but stood tall on its hind legs, had blue scales resembling armor, limbs larger than its own body, a long tail with a spiked tip, and a fiery mouth. The energy inside its mouth shone brighter, and with a thunder-like roar, it fired a beam of energy at Naruto, which disappeared and reappeared on the other side of the battlefield in an instant, causing the monster's attack to hit the ground harmlessly. Laser beam, seriously? Is this the best you can come up with? Naruto said mockingly before leaping into the air, cultivating his hand above his head and creating a Rasengan, which then dramatically increased in size upon impact. As he reached its maximum height, Naruto then slammed the Rasengan into the monster's chest, shattering its armor in an instant before he could detonate it, scattering the monster's remains far away, spinning like a pinwheel within a massive vortex. This crashed into the Jaleo with such force that the wall behind it collapsed before it could dissipate. So? Natsu gasped excitedly. What is this? He turned Urza around and asked in the same tone. This is the Rasengan, Urza explained. This is the strongest and only A-class technique I know. Is this the one that took him 3 weeks to learn? Lucy asked in amazement. This is right, just a little different. Urza offered her hand and created a Rasengan, but it was only slightly larger than her hand. They were identical, only the sizes were different. I'm still working on the larger version, but anyway, I had no idea Rasengan could get this big. She declared. Her visible eye widened dramatically. This is pure energy, so the more chakra you put into it, the harder it is for you to control. But is it wise to expend so much energy on a single attack, especially in a battle like this? Jiraiya asked curiously. What he could see, after observing Naruto's phosphorus technique, was that it was pure energy. How Naruto could release his energy and use it in such a way was beyond him, though. More and more monsters appeared within the chaos, and the A-class monsters soon joined the battle. They were muscular ape-like beasts with reddish fur. Their bodies were heavily clad in armor, and their heads wore samurai helmets. There were 4 of them, each twice the size of a B-class monster. The C-class and B-class began unleashing their attacks on Naruto, aiming at him from every direction. However, with a smug grin on his face, Naruto easily dodged them, moving between bursts with little to no trouble. As an A-class attempted to whip Naruto with its gigantic tail, the immortal shinobi executed a backflip, his hand positioning his scales for a split second to evade the attack, before waiting for the moment the monster's tail hit the wall to leap onto it. Rushing atop its body, Naruto created a normal-sized Rasengan, which was still far larger than Urza's Rasengan, and smashed the monster's head apart with it. Throwing his kunai to the right, Naruto flashed the Class B monster in that direction and launched several explosive tags into its mouth, which detonated the moment it mistakenly ignited the laser beam attack. Then suddenly, as soon as Naruto landed back on the ground, a massive fist shot skyward toward him from above. The attack was devastating, as the ground beneath him exploded, creating a huge cloud of dust that submerged half of the monster's arm. Ah. This is a direct hit. Chapati shouted as he leaned forward at his table announcement and looked at the Lacrima visions to make sure Naruto didn't dodge the attack by flashing away again. Naruto. The entire stadium went quiet as everyone held their breath and waited for the outcome. Hold on for a second. Leiher suddenly said as he looked at the monkey-like monster. What's wrong with the monster? Just as he said, the A-class monster that attacked Naruto was struggling, moving from side to side, while its right arm remained exactly where it was. It didn't take them long to realize that something, or rather someone, was holding its hand, preventing it from moving it around. When the dust settled, the audience was completely astonished when Naruto appeared unscathed, standing in the same spot with a serious expression on his face. His right hand held firm, gripping a hand that was much, much larger than his own without any trouble. However, what stunned everyone the most when the screen zoomed in for a close-up of her face were her eyes, which used to be sky blue, had turned yellow, with toad-like pupils and orange pigmentation around her eyes. As each of them was still reeling from this sudden turn of events, Naruto held his free rein and formed a Rasengan, which grew so large it became even bigger than the largest they had ever seen from him. Taking a step forward, Naruto then pushed the creature back despite the difference in their sizes, before leaping into the air and slamming the gigantic Rasengan into its chest. Naruto immediately detonated the Rasengan, sending the monster flying with such force that it crashed through the ceiling, or rather the floor, since the Jaleo was upside down, and continued flying until it cleared the highest point of Domus Flow before dispersing in a flash of light. Wasting no more time, the blonde calmly charged into battle. Incredible, Makarov muttered as he fell onto his end. He's finally gotten serious, hasn't he? Mavis asked with a small laugh as Naruto took down the monster one by one, or even two at the same time with ease. However, she couldn't help but wonder what he was doing and what his intentions were. Being well aware of his powers, Mavis knew he was more than capable of demolishing the Jaleo with just Rasengan, and his skills as the strongest shinobi in history, so there was no reason for him to push himself to a higher level of power to fight monsters that paled in comparison to those he had fought in the past. This was probably not part of her training. While Urza had grown much stronger as a kunoichi under her tutelage, sage art was still beyond her comprehension. Moreover, Naruto had already assigned her a task as difficult to understand as the Flying Thunder God technique. He definitely wasn't trying to impress anyone. Maybe a girl or two knew how he usually was, but he definitely had no reason to flaunt his strength to others. It wasn't just in his nature to do that. Naruto was also a man with many secrets, and he liked to keep them all to himself and the people close to him, like that demon Ethereal. Was he trying to send a message? Mavis considered the question, deciding to trust her instincts instead. Fairy Tail's first master turned his head to look at Team Sabretooth for a brief second before shaking it. If he really was trying to send a message, it couldn't be them, because unlike his teammates, he held no grudge against the Proud Tigers. He hadn't even had any interaction with them other than a few glances. So who could it be? Who important enough to him would he risk so much? Why was he trying to attract attention when that was what he'd been trying to avoid? Was there someone she didn't know? Or was it someone she did know? There were only a handful of them, though, and most of them were long dead, while those who were still alive. Mavis's eyes then widened in realization as she turned to look at Urza, who was again trying to explain to her friends, mainly Natsu, how extremely difficult it was to create a gigantic Rasengan, and she had no idea how her eyes had become like that. 87 monsters. The wig-wearing announcer shouted as another A-class monster fell behind Naruto in defeat. 87 monsters in just 5 minutes. Naruto Uzumaki has completely mastered the mayhem. But there are still 2 A-class monsters and a Class S left, and don't forget that this is the monster that is as strong as a magician saint, one of the 10 strongest magicians in Fiori, Leher said as he looked at the counter. Unbeknownst to each of them, the Class S monster had already appeared, and Naruto had noticed its presence from the beginning of the game, but as they said, he decided to save the best for last. As the last 2 A-class monsters fell to earth headless and vanished, the one left before him was a lone monster. It was, at least compared to the others, a small black creature that took the form of a gigantic eyeball with purple, spider-like legs and 3 small horns around its body. "So, you're the only one who left?" Naruto asked with a small, satisfied smile, pointing his kunai at the creature as it glared at him angrily with one gigantic half-raised eye. "You must be the Class S monster, right? That little thing?" exclaimed a spectator in surprise. "Are you kidding me, right?" Natsu said as his right eye was violently pulled back. "What is this Class S thing? What left down they go to?" The gray color nodded his head in agreement. "Is she serious?" Orga said, nodding his head in agreement. "There's no way that flimsy thing is Class S moving at that speed, there's a chance he could have taken down the higher class monster already." "Well, you must be incredibly stupid to refuse to accept the truth," Naruto declared mockingly as he pointed at the eyeball monster. "That one is obviously the Class S monster, simply because this is the only one of its kind around here." Naruto then asked, "So, are you going to reveal your true form or not?" "I'm running out of patience here," he said, slashing its neck around. Quite true, the eyeball began to glow, growing exponentially as his body changed. "That's why I told you it was impossible, the pumpkin," Mato shouted as he waved his hands around. "It's set up so that when the Class S monster is the last one left, its power is tripled, the pumpkin." His statement caused everyone to widen their eyes in shock, but Naruto only raised an eyebrow in amusement. "Is this so?" Naruto asked. "Then come on," he declared confidently, offering his hand. As the light faded, a gigantic humanoid monster appeared and stood before Naruto, staring down at him with 3 glowing eyes. It was so large that Naruto, who stood 6 feet 3 inches tall, couldn't reach its ankle. Its body was heavily clad in dark-colored armor, with the eyeball, its original form, located on the front of its torso. "The man, the king, put a lot of money into creating this thing, right?" Naruto asked before commenting, "What garbage?" I don't think now's the time for this, Naruto-kun," Mira said, laughing nervously. She, too, much like each of them, was rather terrified by the size and appearance of that monster. This was probably the biggest monster they had ever seen in their lives. "Alright, Urza, I think that's enough information for you," Naruto said as he spun the kunai and dropped it to the ground before heading up the stairs to dodge a giant foot as the Class S monster began attacking him. "Remember to finish your homework before midnight," he reminded her as he continued to dodge his opponent's attacks. "I'm going to." Urza nodded, but she didn't put her things away. "So? Can you put it down?" "Of course I can." Naruto nodded his head as he rolled to the left before lifting himself up and jumping back several times to create some distance between himself and the beast, which spun its massive head around to look for him. With how fast he moved, it wasn't easy for the monster to keep up. "Alright, I want you to watch carefully because I'm going to show you how to do this next one." "Really?" Urza asked, immediately rising up on top of him as her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Have I ever failed to keep my word?" Naruto asked as he raised his arm, holding his hand above his head before creating a large Rasengan. At first, it appeared to be a normal Rasengan, but then 4 small energy-like blades appeared and began to move around the central core. As the blades grew larger and spun around its core faster, giving it the appearance of a massive energy shuriken windmill, the technique began to emit a loud, screeching sound that could be heard throughout the domus flow. They could also see that the wind had begun to pick up. Wow. Urza gasped in shock. Wind release, Naruto said as he returned his hand. Rasen Shuriken. With that declaration, he launched the Rasengan at the gigantic monster in front of him. While many older mages wondered in amazement how he could launch such dense energy so far away, younger mages and the audience looked unimpressed because they had expected more. Can this really do anything to that monster? To tell you the truth, I don't want it to get any bigger than this. Mavis responded as the Rasen Shuriken flung above the ground, hurtling toward the S-class's torso, where the blade sliced in with ease before the Rasengan center exploded. What no one had anticipated was the size and destructive power of the blast, as it was a gigantic vortex of wind that swallowed the monster whole. Shockwaves raced outward, shaking the entire Jaleo, while inside the dome of wind, countless microscopic blades of wind were created, and they attacked the S-class at the cellular level from every direction, tearing apart its armor and ripping every heart within its body apart. The damage was so extensive that when the wind vortex dissipated, the monster, or at least what was left of it, began to shatter and crumble before turning to dust and vanishing. He did it. Chapati shouted in disbelief, terrified by Naruto's performance. With one attack alone, he's defeated the S-class monster. Naruto Uzumaki has conquered the Jaleo absolutely single-handedly. He yelled, making the crowd roar and cheer in excitement. It's flawless. Fairy Tail wins this event. It was incredible. He's amazing. Is this Fairy Tail the true strength? This isn't a big deal. Reader, the sting exceeds, said as he pointed his hand at Naruto. We could have done the same thing. He declared, trying his best to maintain a confident tone. This year isn't going to be easy for any of us with someone like him around, Lion said as the upside-down tower disappeared, allowing Naruto to return to Earth. That was amazing. You really did it. Lucy said as she approached Naruto with the rest of the team. You're really strong. Of course. Naruto nodded his head with a satisfied smile. Without a scratch, Gray smiled contentedly as he looked at Naruto, who shrank back in response. Man, I don't think any of us could do it without getting badly beaten. Is there something you want to say, Natsu? Naruto asked the pink-haired boy, who was glaring at him. Why didn't you use that technique from the beginning? Natsu asked. I mean, you could literally destroy everything from the beginning. Why are you watching this, Natsu Dragneel? Think for once. Naruto mocked, giving Natsu the urge to attack, which was normal. Relax, I was just joking. To answer your question, well, it's because I don't want to. He crossed his weapons over his chest and continued, I mean. Where's the fun in doing something like this? I was dragged into this tournament for no reason at all, so I might as well have fun doing it and make the most of it, rather than be bothered all the time. Ah, Natsu nodded in understanding before breaking into a wide grin. You're a hell of a guy, aren't you? He then pointed his finger at Naruto's face. Yosh. Fight me when this tournament is over. I've got to kick your ass. Don't point your stupid finger in my face, brat. Naruto declared expressionlessly and slapped Natsu's hand away. Also, I'm not going to fight him. He's annoying, a waste of time, and not to mention incredibly annoying. Boo. Natsu booed, lowering his thumb. And last but not least, Naruto then turned to his student, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression. I take this. You have a lot of questions for me, right? I have. Urza nodded. Why didn't you tell me that Rasengan is an incomplete technique? Ah, so you've already got it, huh? To be fair, I didn't tell you because it's quite complicated to understand and learn, and you weren't ready to handle it. Naruto laughed, nodding his head. As Team Fairy Tail left the arena, Naruto began, you've already learned about chakra control, right? Urza nodded. This was one of her first lessons, and because it was so important, she remembered it dearly and trained every day to master her chakra control. Well, there were actually two advanced forms of form transformation. Chakra control and nature transformation. Form transformation and natural transformation. That's right. Naruto nodded. Form transformation deals with controlling the shape, movement, and power of chakra, while nature transformation deals with changing the physical properties of chakra into an element. Ah, so the reason you can use all those elemental ninjutsu is because you can use nature transformation? Urza asked. Everything had finally become clear to her. You're correct. Although there's much more to nature transformation, I think you only need to know this much for now. He continued as they made their way back to their stand, completely ignoring the side game. The magnificent magic game had to determine the next teams behind Fairy Tail's team. Now, these two methods can be put into practice separately or together to create a technique. The attack power of a technique can be greatly increased when you can combine both methods, but the number of ninjas who can use both simultaneously is very limited. He then pointed at her. However, you already knew how to form the transformation. You actually mastered it. Urza's eyes widened for a second before she made her decision after carefully considering what he had said to her and how they would combine with the strongest technique she knew, the Rasengan. That's right, the Rasengan. Naruto nodded. Sensei, can a single technique determine that I've mastered shape-shifting? Urza asked curiously. I mean, it's not like I don't think you were anything, but I had tree climbing practice, water surface walking, and various other extreme exercises every day for 3 months just to make sure I had good control of my chakra. Trust me, you have it. It's because Rasengan isn't a normal technique, this is the most advanced form of shape transformation. Seriously? Urza asked, startled, before quickly making the request. So, does that mean that because this is a pure form of shape transformation, you can add nature transformation, like wind, to create Rasen Shuriken? Yes. Initially, my elder had developed Rasengan with the intention of combining it with his nature transformation. However, regardless of what he had planned, it never happened, not because he lacked the opportunity, but because he had failed to do so. He had failed. Urza stammered in shock. Her teacher, who was considered the wisest man she had ever known. One of the most powerful shinobi in history, and from what Naruto had told her, a genius, she reckoned that out because Naruto had called her a super know-it-all son of a bitch, much to his annoyance, had failed. If he had failed, then what chance did she have? Then how did he do it? Do you think it's easy for me? Naruto asked, chuckling slightly. Before I created Rasen Shuriken, everyone told me it was impossible. Rasengan alone is already an A-class technique. Combining it with nature transformation makes it a technique with an S rank or possibly even the highest level of difficulty to acquire. It was so difficult that I used to think it was as impossible as looking at your left and right at the same time. So what chance do I have? Urza asked in a panic, holding her head in her hands. Now, don't get scared easily. This is only theoretical talk. You still have a lot of training to do before you can even think about creating your own version of Rasen Shuriken or whatever hell that's going to be like. Naruto explained, but when he saw that she wasn't being convinced at all, he decided to say, now, if you still doubt yourself, then let me remind you that you're standing right in front of me, wearing that headband you've worked so hard to earn. He indicated the headband she wore across her forehead, despite not wearing kunoichi armor, and you proudly call yourself a kunoichi, despite not having any potential in the ninja arts. You might not be able to master a technique in 2 or 3 days, but you could in 2 or 3 weeks, or 2 or 3 months. A genius has their limits, but a hard worker doesn't. You're no genius, Urza, and you've never stopped working hard to become what you are now. So, listen to your teacher, have more confidence in yourself, okay? Urza could only stare at him in surprise. She hadn't expected anything like this from him. He was always so sharp-tongued that she used to think everything that came out of his mouth was full of venom and humiliation towards those who listened, so to say that she was impressed to hear something so nice from him was a huge understatement. However, it was truly touching. A soft laugh broke out on her face as she nodded her head. Good. Naruto turned and released a breath he hadn't known he'd been holding. This was the best way he could think of. It had been a very long time since he'd last tried mentoring someone, and it wasn't a pain or a bad move. Naruto then glanced at the stand to his left, sensing someone watching him, and saw the girl with the only female member of Team Sabretooth staring at him. When their eyes met, she immediately looked away and returned her attention to the arena, making Naruto wonder if he had already made a fan of the opposing team. Alright, Naruto asked Lucy as he stepped forward and looked around the arena. Other contestants were standing around a machine they called the Magic Boost Seeker, a device that, when struck with magical power, would display that power numerically. Because of this, the MPF was a device used to determine and measure a mage's attack power. Looking at the recording board, Jura of Team Lamia the scale was in the lead, which wasn't surprising since he was a saint of magic. The final challenger was none other than Kana, who stepped forward with a bottle of beer in her hands. She, too, looked drunk. As people began to doubt their ability to achieve a count higher than 4 figures, Kana threw the bottle and began to undress before tearing off their shirt, revealing the black emblem on their arm. And they said Shinobi was the one who didn't play the game, Naruto grumbled sarcastically as he looked at Mavis, who laughed innocently at him in response. Kana then raised her arm to the sky and began to sing loudly. Gather together. The river of light is directed by the fairies. Shine. To kill the fangs of evil. Fairy sparkle. As Kana brought it to be transmitted, a bright light fell from the sky, hitting the MPF and ruining the entire area apart. When the light went out, each of them gasped in shock when they saw the number and the broken pieces of the MPF. 9999. Kana Alberona of Fairy Tail B has surpassed even the Saint's Oath of the Wizard. What is Fairy Tail? Are they filled with monsters? The announcer exclaimed, impressed by this development, and the crowd went wild with excitement. So, with that in mind, we continue to the battle portion of Day 2. He spoke up. First up, we have Lucy Hertfilia of Fairy Tail A. against Raven Tail's Flamecrow. The crowd cheered as the two female mages walked ahead of their teams, both with different feelings. Lucy, nervous, while Flamecrow, confident and full of hatred for her opponent. Lucy. Show them our strength. Natsu shouted, cheering for Lucy. Good luck. Naruto nodded his head at her. Leave this to me, Lucy managed a confident laugh, I'll definitely win. Can we just be initiated, Blondie? An annoyed flare asked her opponent, making a face that made her gaze mentally unstable. Her expression made Lucy shudder slightly, but she kept it cool. Meanwhile, Makarov was completely fired up, lifting up those who were against him and propelling himself forward. The rival guild is led by that idiot Ivan. Come on, Lucy, this is the time for us to teach them a lesson. What is Crow's Tail's objective? Mavis asked, and Makarov, who had totally lost his cool, answered without thinking. Obviously, they want to humiliate us. So annoying. Mavis sighed and shook her head. I'd be fine if it were something as small as that, Mavis murmured as she returned to the sand. Okay, now for the first round advantages. Immediately after the signal was given, Lucy took out one of her golden keys and summoned her spirit, open. The gate of the golden bull. Taurus. The white bull appeared and charged into the blaze with its returned battle axe. It slashed its axe into the blaze, which quickly leaped and moved aside, but Lucy already had another key in her hand. Open, the gate of the scorpion, the scorpion. But that chant, she summoned her second spirit, Scorpion, who grounded both of them to the ground and ignited a tornado of sand in the blaze. The tangled tail witch just laughed at the response and used her magic, extending the length of her hair to create a shield in front of her, successfully blocking the scorpion's attack. Taurus. Scorpion sand. Lucy commanded, and the sand began to swirl around the Taurus battle axe. Sandstorm axe. The Minotaur shouted and slashed forward, sending the sand tunnel straight to Flare, which crashed into his body and sent him flying. The Crow's Tail mage quickly reached his feet and growled back in anger. Blondie Kamishiga Roga. The flame lengthened its hair into spirals and formed it into the front half of a large, furry, ferocious-looking and extremely realistic wolf, complete with gripping front paws, blank eyes, a canine nose, a pair of ears, a mouth full of massive sharp teeth, and a long tongue sticking out before sending it to Lucy. However, Celestial Mage countered by summoning Cancer, an expert hair designer. With two scissors in hand, he slashed the flare's hair, effectively negating her attack. Her cry of anger, "My hair, damn you. You bastard," sent her hair crashing to the ground and catching Lucy, swinging her around by the ankle. However, Lucy wasn't about to give up. She quickly drew her magic weapon and whipped it at the flare, hooking it around her ankle and swinging her around as well. Huge success. Chapati shouted as the crowd cheered. There wasn't even time to breathe in this battle. Battle of the father and the son's guilds. And battle of the women. Neither one retreats. Arg. The flame screamed and drilled his hair down into the earth. What are you doing? Lucy asked, confused. The flamethrower merely tilted her head and laughed wickedly as she turned to face the crowd. Lucy gained popularity and she quickly glanced at the rest of Fairy Tail, who were cheering her on from the sides. She noticed a sliver of the flamethrower's hair moving very close to Asuka, as if it was about to jump out at her at any moment. Asuka-chan. The second Lucy took her eyes off the flare, her red-haired mage immediately seized the opportunity and whipped her hair into a light blue mage, knocking her to the ground. Now, Blondie, they don't move or speak, meaning the girl dies. Crow's Tail mage laughed silently and wickedly as she twirled her hair, which lay beside Asuka, in a threatening manner. She got it. But before she could finish her sentence, a voice interrupted her. Hey Lucy. The blonde instantly snapped his head back and widened his eyes in shock and also relief when she saw Naruto standing directly next to Asuka, his hand gripping the strand of flamethrower's hair. Keep your head in the battle, you're gonna get there. He encouraged her with a small smile. Naruto. The master shouted in the crash before looking at the hair in his hand after he had torn it apart with his bare hands. In a place like this. Naruto. Mavis tipped her head to the side and laughed at him as Naruto snapped a few strands of the flare's hair away. You're welcome, Naruto smiled contentedly, waving his hand at her and walking back to his position. Lucy gave her a grateful glance before she glared angrily at her opponent, raising a new key after the Taurus closing and Scorpio gates. Open, Gemini Gate of Twins. She called to her spirit. In a blink, she was free of her bondage and ready to go. Become me. She cried. Yes, master. The Gemini, who took the form of naked Lucy, with only a bathrobe wrapped around her body, appeared. Why are you carrying a towel? Lucy shouted in the clash as the crowd went wild again. This is the last clothing you wore the last time you summoned me, the master, the Geminis replied, as they grabbed the bath towel, ready to undress. And no. Don't do it. Lucy shouted, stopping Gemini. Anyway, go do it. Gemini understood and rushed to their master's side to perform a spell that was sure to defeat their opponent, as well as amaze the audience. Then they shook hands and chanted the incantation, the magic power blazing brightly around them, as Lucy's magic power was doubled with Gemini's help. Study the sky, open the sky. All the stars, everywhere. Show me your aspect. With such brilliance. O Tetrabiblos. I am the ruler of the stars. The aspect was made complete. Open your malevolent gate. O 88 stars of the sky. Lucy continued as the 88 constellations of the sky appeared and then descended like spheres and bestowed their power upon the sky blonde mage, causing each to gasp in amazement and the blaze to fall on their ass and look at their opponent in fear. The brilliance. Uranus Metria. However, just as she was about to hit the flare, Lucy began to sweat profusely and found that her spelling had been cancelled out. The next instant, Lucy collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, confused as to why the spelling hadn't worked. Rather, this hasn't left a scratch on the flare yet. What happened? Urza shouted. No way. Makarov gasped at the crash. This feeling. Sayla murmured as she turned her head and looked around the stadium. It didn't take her long to find what she was looking for. A small, devil-like creature with a broadly grinning face standing on the shoulder of a raventail mage, Abra. The winner of this round is Crow's Tail Flare Crown. Chapati shouted into the mic and the crowd cheered loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto quickly jumped out of the stadium and rushed towards Lucy as she tried to cover her teary eyes as the crowd laughed at her. What in the world happened? Lucy's magic didn't activate. Yazima-san, this is Yazima-san. But the short old man glared angrily at a certain guild with a dark expression on his face. Around the stadium, the audience was completely confused and couldn't stop wondering what had happened. Odd, what did they do? Natsu growled angrily. He glared at Mag from Team Crowtail, who were all grinning smugly and laughing with satisfaction. I'm going to get them. Stay here, Natsu. Naruto shook his head and placed his hand on the Pinky's shoulder, stopping him. You wait here. Before he could say anything, Naruto had already jumped over the balcony and landed on the ground before making his way to Lucy, who was trying to get back to her feet, sobbing quietly. Why are you shouting? Naruto asked as he extended his arm, offering Lucy his hand. You've succeeded, you know. But she didn't get to finish because Naruto suddenly bent down and hooked his weapons under her knees and behind her back, picking his bridal style out, much to her surprise. Wow. Come on, go get him from here. Naruto laughed as he turned and walked away with Lucy. He's just a lost cause, we're still far ahead of them. Save the tears for later when we win, okay? But Lucy nodded and erased the tears. Did I ever tell you how much you remind me of someone I used to know? Lucy widened her eyes, making Naruto chuckle softly. No, I didn't. Line break. How is Lucy-sensei's condition? Urza asked when Naruto returned to the infirmary after taking his celestial mage, so Perusuka could run some checks on her to make sure she was alright. She's fine, Naruto replied. She said she was going to take a shower and would come back to watch the rest of the day with us later. Good to know. Urza laughed and nodded her head. Sorry to keep you waiting, now go and prepare for the first battle of the second day. Chapati shouted as two names appeared on the Lacrima screens, Marahin Strauss of Fairy Tail Team B versus Jenny Reelite of Blue Pegasus. The audience, mostly the male group, roared with excitement, which wasn't unexpected because they were the two most beautiful girls in the magnificent magic game, with well-known reputations in the swimsuit modeling world. He turned to Mira, who was about to leave, and called out encouragingly, Mira, do everything you can there. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Mira laughed and headed down to the sand just like Jenny. Marahin and Jenny endured the confrontation, both guarding the confident laughter on their faces. Come on Mira. Urza shouted as she put both hands in front of her, cheering for her best friend, fight with everything you've got. But then, her mouth dropped open in horror as she saw the battle. What's going on here? Ah, I see. Naruto smiled contentedly as he leaned forward. The organizers sure know how to put together interesting matchups, right? In a flash, Naruto had magical cufflinks in his hand that he then used to hold a much closer eye to the arena below. Doom girls. He laughed slyly, before turning sideways when he noticed the odd look Urza gave him. What? I'm a man, right? There's no mistaking the enjoyment of a view like this. He remarked before turning back to enjoy the spectacle. Meanwhile, Makarov, just like any other male in the stadium, watched a battle with hearts in his eyes. Because this isn't just a battle, this is a swimsuit battle. How's this? Marahin laughed seductively, changing into a two-piece orange bikini with a white floral pattern. She knelt on the ground, one arm tucked under her left breast and the other supporting her right breast, lifting them and making her breasts look even larger than before. And this? Jenny retaliated with a similar tactic, controlling her hands by pulling her hair back and smoothing down her chest to accentuate her own large breasts in her blue swimsuit. The crowd went wild now that the woman had finally won over the men, shouting with excitement at the sight of their idols in swimsuits. "I'm back. What's going on with each of you?" Lucy announced her return to Wendy, who had fully recovered, and asked with a bright laugh. To answer her question, Mira simply indicated the battlefield where the two models had changed into new bikini sets. Mira. And Jenny realized too. I guess this might help since they're both pin-up models. Apparently, there's some kind of rule that allows them to turn this fight into a cheesecake showdown. Urza sighed before laughing at Wendy. Hello. Wendy, how are you feeling? I feel fine, Urza-san, thank you. Wendy laughed back with a nod of her head. Naruto really enjoys it, right? Lucy asked, laughing nervously as she looked at Naruto. Urza could only shake her head. She agreed with her logic, but the need to show it so accidentally, so clearly, and so perversely. What do you think of this? Murahin struck another alluring pose, her hand holding the front bangs of her wavy white hair above her, bending her back to show off her ass. Her bikini was changed into another bikini, this one light blue in color. Hi, Jenny replied, wearing a leopard print bikini. Her thumb pulled down the bikini top to reveal more skin. Man, this is pure gold, Naruto commented excitedly as the two gorgeous models continued a series of bikini and lingerie. The themes changed rapidly, from school uniforms and catgirl outfits to bondage, stockings, and tights. The two really held nothing back. Seriously, what the hell comes next? Gray-colored, sweat dripping nervously. They can really do this kind of thing in a battle scene? Wendy asked, shaking slightly, feeling extremely down because of Mira and Jenny's voluptuous body, something she always wanted to have. As expected, quite impressive, Jenny noted, laughing at her opponent. You too, Jenny, Murahin admitted with a nod of her head. I didn't think you'd be okay with having a swimsuit competition like this. Yes, well, after all, I really don't like slugfists, Murahin confessed sincerely. We're better off if we can reach a peaceful outcome, aren't we? Ah. The former swimsuit model colleagues. With both of them employing transformation magic, this feels like a dream come true. Chapati shouted as he awarded a point to Jenny, while Leiher and Yazima went for Mira. But at this rate, this is never going to end, so let's make this next game the last. Here we go. Jenny grumbled, her eyes flashing with malice. Look, it seems this is the end. This will decide who the best model is. Apparently. Mira nodded, laughing innocently. To make the victory even sweeter, how about we make a bet? Jenny asked as she pointed her hand at Mira. How about the loser appearing naked in the Weekly Sorcerer's magazine? The men immediately gasped in shock, blood trickling from their noses. Even Naruto, who could keep his cool better than anyone, nearly dropped his cufflinks when Jenny declared this. That's for sure. And much to her surprise, Mira agreed with an innocent laugh. Wow, what an incredible bet has been made here. Chapati shouted. The final topic will be the battle form. Jenny, as her body began to glow, they're going to do it, Mira. When the light went out, Jenny had a new look. Her head was covered by a dark ruffled bandage connected to conical ear protectors that jutted out and back. Her torso was covered by a dark battle suit with light edges, divided into two main parts. A revealing shirt that exposed a fair amount of her cleft and belly, while her legs were covered in similar trousers, tight-fitting, but leaving the inner parts of her thighs exposed. The two pieces were joined together at the front by two thin, dark straps, creating an X corresponding to Jenny's abdomen, each edge secured by thin, light clasps, while at the back the shirt and trousers were made into a single garment, with a strap-like piece covering her lower opening and the upper center of it exposed. She wore light gauntlets that extended to her shoulders, each secured by a series of buttons on the inside of her arms, which had metal plating corresponding to her hands and metal bands along their upper edges. Each arm had the aforementioned portion joined together by a thick dark cord, firmly arched and not hanging down, similar to a hose. Her legs were covered by thigh-high armored boots, sporting particularly large upper rims that turned upward, as well as high metal heels. Jenny's neck was concealed by plate armor that extended over her shoulders in the form of turned-up shoulder guards and down to her chin, with two peculiar projections that concealed her ears, growing smaller as they moved further from her face. So I guess this will be my comeback then. Murahin laughed as her magic power blazed around her. This is new, Naruto said as he removed the cufflinks. There was no need for these anymore. She's not going to. Urza gasped as Murahin began to transform. She did. In this form, Mira grew taller and more massive, her facial features and expression changing accordingly, gaining a sinister look. She gained a fair amount of thin markings on her arms, as well as much longer, scruffier hair, sticking out in many pointed upturned tufts, still with her signature thread tie, which grew longer. Her torso and part of her lower body were covered by a dark overcoat with light-colored edges, which was torn at the bottom, revealing a fair amount of her slit. This slit was left open at the front, and the parts covering Murahin's chest were fastened at a high, wide collar. The coat came with noticeably short checkered sleeves, their outer portions amplifying her arms into a pointed protrusion, vaguely reminiscent of shoulder pads due to their sharp shape. The open coat was encircled and secured to Marahin's abdomen by a light belt that passed only under her breasts, fastened by a simple buckle, while a similar though slightly larger belt that encircled around her waist held light clothing, covering the back and side parts of her coat. The drapery across her shoulders was a large dark cape with ragged lower edges, not unlike her coat. The armor plating rose from Marahin's neck, forming 3 points above her chin and widening to cover her ears, flanking her face, with 2 large horn-like protrusions jutting out from her sides. Mira's forearms sported armored gauntlets. Her legs appeared to be covered in large dark tattoos, resembling the shape of thigh-high boots. Such markings could also have been ornaments on a pair of tight-fitting trousers. The most distinctive element of this already peculiar transformation, however, was her feet. These were completely obscured from view, and her calves instead ended in a sea of sharp flames, engulfing the ground in the immediate area around Marahin, their tongues reaching as high as the back of the class mage. Each leg also had 4 small glowing vertical lines placed close together on the front, where the feet themselves, as they were supposed to be, had been. Wendy and Lucy gasped in amazement at Mira's new transformation. What is that form? Demon Marahin Citri. Urza laughed as she crossed her hand over her chest. From what I know, this is the strongest Satan soul. I have acknowledged your wager, Jenny, Mira said, her voice rising in a much deeper tone, and now, I would like you to acknowledge my strength. Jenny paled at the response and glared terribly at her rival. Mira then lunged at Jenny and landed a single blow. The attack was so powerful that it knocked Jenny out of her fighting form, sending her sprawling to the ground, the top of her dress scorched to ashes, leaving all the spectators in awe. Lamentable. Mira shifted back into her human form and chuckled softly at the screaming girl. I can't wait to see you in your birthright, Jenny. After saying this, she walked away. Poor girl, Naruto commented as Jenny began to scream. She really has no idea what she's gotten herself into. Victor. Marahin. Line break. You have been chosen as the reserve member of this team. Do you understand what this means, right? Yes, I will not bring shame upon the name of Sabretooth. Yukino nodded. This means I have to win no matter what. As soon as she heard her name called to be Kagura Mikazuchi's opponent in the final battle of the second day, Yukino made a silent promise to her that she would give her best shot. If she lost, it would mean she wasn't worthy of the title of Sabretooth Mage. The young mage couldn't help but sigh with anticipation as she began to think about what would happen to her. This had been her lifelong dream to unite Sabretooth, and today would be the deciding factor. Would she sink? Or would she float? As she took to the field, nervousness shook her body and her pale hands became drenched with sweat. She quickly wiped them onto her skirt, her cloak, which flared at her feet, kept her action well hidden, trying to let her nervousness sink. It's nice to find you. Yukino lowered her head as she greeted Kagura. The swordswoman was surprised and she waved back as she turned, nice to see you too. Well, why don't we also make a bet like the previous contestants? She suggested. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in this. Kagura shook her head. Are you afraid you'll lose? I don't think so. This is simply because I believe people should keep their promises if they make a bet. Kagura closed her eyes as she continued, I have no interest in casual bets. So they're just going to make one big bet then. Yukino paused for a second before saying, life, they're going to bet our lives on this competition. Seriously, what's needed to take this far? Natsu asked amidst the shock. What's wrong with her? Gray asked while looking at Yukino with wide eyes. This girl, Naruto murmured thoughtfully. Yukino reached into her pocket and released the Pisces key, letting it gleam as the door was ready to open with just a few words. Kagura said, looking at the key. A golden key. Is she a celestial mage too? Lucy asked in surprise. Open, Twin Fish Gate. Yukino declared as she raised her key. Pisces. Pisces emerged from its gate in battle mode, its fish-like form resembling eels, not fish. Why this was the Twin Fish Gate and not the Eel Gate, Yukino could never understand. They were black and white, almost as if they were yin and yang. Kagura easily dodged aside as they attacked, her eyes closed. Yukino was impressed. Kagura was more powerful than she had expected. What a load of rubbish. If you're so good at dodging, then all I need is to land you. Yukino said, holding out the Libra key. Open, Gate of the Divine Scales, Libra. The 12 golden keys are here. Only great. The immortal shinobi muttered sarcastically as he continued watching the fight. 2 gates. Just like Lucy from Fairy Tail, Yukino must be a powerful celestial mage. Maintaining 2 gates is no easy task. Chapati said, eliciting cheers and shouts of excitement from the crowd. As Libra appeared, the crowd went wild as they watched her reveal her attire and feminine figure. Hearts could be seen fluttering in about half the men present. She's another incredibly beautiful zodiac spirit. Chapati shouted out. Izima said, she is a sight for sore eyes. Libra, change your gravity. As you wish. Libra replied, moving her hands up and down, causing Kagura to fall to the ground. She was being pulled down by a multitude of pressure, the result of a gravity shift. Isis. Yukino commanded, and the twin fish, knowing what she was thinking, went to attack. However, Kagura had escaped at the last moment. She's fine. Naruto nodded. To be able to deflect attacks from both sides in such a heavy gravity field isn't exactly a normal feat, I must say. I see. Yukino murmured. Her plans to win over Pisces and Libra fell apart. Kagura struck both spirits with her sheathed sword, knocking them both far away from the impact. Pisces, Libra, return, Yukino said, and made their spirits disappear. Are you going to open the 13th gate for me? Yukino asked her opponent. Kagura stared in awe, his eyes wide as Yukino posted a black, strangely designed key. The opening of the 13th gate. Which means you are unlucky, Yukino said. Whenever she used this key, her opponent always fell before her. This was her last key. The gate key glowed purple as she waited for it to speak the summoning words. Luck, huh? Kagura asked. I haven't relied on who I was since I was born. Everything that's happened is due to the choices I've made. She said, placing her hand on the hilt of her sword, archenemy. They lead me to the future. Open the gate of the serpent charmer, Yukino began calmly. Aphiaches. Yukino shouted. The great black serpent appeared, the dark swirling sands filled with purple clouds. A gigantic metallic serpent, Aphiaches delighted. Kagura gave no response as she continued forward. Aphiaches went to attack, but the mermaid easily dodged to the side and struck the gigantic serpent with her unsheathed sword, the blade of resentment, archenemy, unsheathed sword style. With a single attack, she cleaved Aphiaches in two, forcing the spirit back to the celestial spirit world. I don't think so, Yukino muttered horribly, her eyes widening in horror as Kagura approached and struck her with the back of her sword. Her decision to make a bet was too hasty, Kagura stated calmly as she stood behind Yukino, who had fallen, like a mermaid sometimes devouring tigers. Yes, Yukino stammered, tears continuing to stream from her eyes. She lost her life. Kagura said as she walked away. This belongs to me now, the right. Yes. Yukino said as the tears fell from her eyes, I will obey you. That was it. She was going to be expelled from her guild. His final defeat marked the end of the second day of the magnificent magic game. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. Were you? I'm sure I ate, Natsu said with satisfaction as he held his slightly bulging belly, making his way back to Honeybone with Naruto, Wendy, Lucy, and the two blue and white exceeds. This was the night after the second day of the Grand Magic Games, and Fairy Tail had had a huge party at a local bar to celebrate their massive victory that morning. Lucy had lost, but it was nothing to be ashamed of because Crowtail had cheated her way to victory. Naruto, Kana, and Mira's huge wins were still something to celebrate. You ate too much, Carla said sternly, pointing her paw at Natsu before turning to Fellas and giving him the same stern look. So did you, Fellas. I'm full too. He meowed happily, having gotten himself two of his favorite tuna catch in total. He might be a small cat, but he could eat a lot. Is the lodging this way? Wendy asked, turning around to see Lucy talking to Naruto about her upcoming novel. Yes, we're almost there. Maid Celeste nodded her head with a laugh. Is each of us in the same space? Wendy asked nervously, her cheeks turning slightly red. This is really the worst. Lucy forced a laugh before sighing anxiously. Natsu snores so loudly, the gray will be naked before you know it. Urza always makes slow incursions into my bed. The only one who doesn't cause any trouble is Naruto. He usually stays out all night and only comes back early in the morning to wake us up and get ready for the tournament. Don't you sleep, Naruto-san? Wendy asked, turning Naruto round. Lucy looked at him too, wanting to hear his answer as she always wondered about this. I only need 2 hours of sleep a week. Both girls' eyes widened in surprise. Yeah, I don't sleep much. But how can you stay awake and not feel sleepy? Lucy asked. I'm used to it, Naruto replied shortly, laughing at them. I waste my sleep time, which I can usually do better things like studying, meeting people, and doing things independently without someone bothering me. Since there's no one around, this is daytime time you can focus on yourself. It was like this, Naruto, that they weren't surprised at all. But anyway, I don't think you two should follow my example. Young girls like yourselves need to get enough sleep to stay healthy, as lack of sleep can be a pain to those who aren't used to it. Lucy and Wendy nodded their heads. They couldn't agree more. Damn it, you're definitely a monster man. Natsu, who had also been listening to his speech, had said with admiration before both of them threw their hands up in the air and shouted loudly, Yosh, I'm not going to sleep tonight either, so I can use that time to train. I don't think this is a good idea, Lucy said, forcing a nervous laugh. She then looked around, noticing the absence of Titania Urza Scarlet and the infamous fairy tail divider, Grey Fullbuster. Has anyone seen Grey and Urza? She asked curiously. Poor Grey. Carla giggled softly, shrugging her shoulders. It seems like the color Grey got swept away by Lion. What about Urza-san? Wendy asked curiously. I haven't seen her, now that you mention it. Lucy shook her head before turning back to Naruto. Naruto, do you know where she is? She went to the Mermaid's Heel lodgings to find that catgirl who I assume is another childhood friend of hers. I saw two of them walking together not too long ago. Naruto informed them before the request. She'll probably be back before midnight though, because she needs to give me the answers to the test I gave her this morning. They nodded. She had to figure out how the Flying Thunder God technique worked and give the answer to Naruto before midnight. She still didn't have the answer, but from what they had heard from the imposition, who had given her the record for the second day of the game, Urza believed it had something to do with her triple kunai blades. Hey, guys. Natsu suddenly called out when they were only a block away from Honeybone, pointing his hand ahead. There's someone in front of our lodging. His eyes flicked to the person standing in front of Honeybone. With their enhanced vision, it was easy enough for Naruto and the Dragon Slayer to see who it was, but Lucy and the cats were having a lot of trouble. That's really it. That person is. You guys have such nice eyes, Lucy said as she put her hand to her forehead. Huh? This took her a few more steps closer to see who it was, and to say she was surprised was an understatement. This was Yukino Ikuria, the celestial mage of Sabretooth. Line break. The business? Lucy asked in confusion, staring at the girl sitting on the sofa in front of her. With me? Naruto sat down on the chair at the table behind Lucy, as he had decided to hear what Yukino had to say. As things stood, two celestial mages who possessed the 12 golden zodiac keys were extremely annoying, not to mention dangerous. Yes. Yukino nodded her head. I have important business to discuss with you, Lucy-sama. What's Saber trying to pull this time? Natsu grunted, making Yukino glance nervously at him. Naruto then raised his hand and slammed his fist onto the top of his head, making him yelp in pain. Hey. You want to pick a fight? He shouted, but Naruto ignored the Dragon Slayer as he glared at Yukino. Too bad, he doesn't know how to properly address a lady, Naruto said calmly. When this was his turn to be nervously eyed by Yukino, he continued, personally, I don't have any problem with you or any of your teammates. Aside from some arrogant speeches and the holy the now attitude, Sabretooth hasn't done anything to me, so I think we're all cool here. Wendy and Lucy nodded in agreement, giving Yukino a comforting laugh. Thank you, Naruto-sama. Yukino nodded her head in gratitude. No need for the honorific suffix. Naruto shook his head. Yukino only glanced at him for a second before turning her attention back to Lucy. Anyway, Lucy-sama, this might be quite a bold request, but… Yukino said as she reached down and pulled something from her pockets. Placing it on the table, the silver-haired light mage took her hand behind her and revealed them to be her golden keys, much to Lucy's surprise and everyone's astonishment. The key to the mated Pisces fish and the key to the divine Libra scale, she continued. I would like you to take two of these, Lucy-sama. Everyone, especially Lucy, was impressed by her request. Naruto, meanwhile, stared at Yukino in a strange way. He saw her there with Lucy, didn't he? Had history been changed? It shouldn't be possible because, as far as he could remember, he hadn't done anything to prevent the door from opening. Yet. This is impossible, Lucy replied, looking at Yukino. I can't take them. When I saw Lucy-sama today, I decided that after the games were over, I would give her these keys, Yukino said, closing her eyes. The games aren't over yet. Did Naruto remember that, or is there something else we don't know? Yes. Unfortunately, my time is over, Naruto-sama, Yukino replied, causing the younger fairy to look at her in surprise. I was only a reserve member of Team Sabretooth. Minerva-sama will likely take my place. With this, the strongest five that Sabretooth has been assembled. So then happy saying, remembering what Max said about the strongest five, those whom the Sabretooth Guildmaster had gathered a few years ago. Those five were very strange but very capable mages. They were Rufus, Orga, the twin dragon slayers, the Sting and the Rogue, and finally the Sabretooth Guildmaster's daughter, Minerva the Orlando. Weren't you part of them? If Minerva-sama was in the middle of a job, then I was allowed to take her place, Yukino explained, gripping her hands tightly. But why? Wendy asked, looking confused. These star spirits are precious to you, aren't they? That's precisely why. Yukino replied. These celestial spirits will be happier, as will I, if they are entrusted to Lucy-sama, who is a more exceptional distant spirit mage than I am. Her eyes saddened for a moment. This is quite a happy request. Lucy gave a nervous laugh, fluttering her fingers. But for me? You have already collected 10 of the 12 golden zodiac keys, Yukino said. With these two keys Yukino looked at Lucy, her face more serious than ever. The 12 keys have been collected, she said in a serious tone, the gateway that will change the world. Do you know about that legend? Naruto asked. This wasn't exactly a legend, but he'd decided to go with the flow anyway. Yes, it's mentioned in many history books about magic. Yukino nodded her head. The entrance that changes the world? Lucy asked fearfully. What does this mean? As I said, this is just an old legend. Yukino paused for a second before continuing, I don't understand its meaning either. You might have noticed this already, but the number of celestial spirit mags has decreased over the past few years. Even a mage from our guild lost their magic, and there was the Zootopia incident a while ago, too. We might be the only 2 celestial spirit mags left now. She then laughed at Lucy. You're the one who likes and loves spirits. You should carry the 12 golden zodiac keys and ride along with these spirits. Yukino finished, laughing at Lucy. Unfortunate, Lucy shook her head, surprising Yukino. But I can't accept them. Lucy gave an impressed Yukino a gentle laugh. Celestial spirit magic is a magic of obligations and trust, she explained. There's no way the owners can be changed so easily. This wasn't an easy solution, Yukino said, sighing anxiously. What? Lucy asked, looking at Yukino, who stood up and bowed her head to them. I figured you'd say this, Yukino said as she stood directly above Lucy, laughing. When time comes the 12 keys will naturally be reunited. The blonde could only laugh at her. Even though she was a celestial mage, she was just as confused by Yukino's words as anyone. It would be nice if we could meet again, Yukino said as she waved goodbye and left. Naruto just stood there, staring into the empty space before him for a moment, pondering what he should and shouldn't do. Naruto knew he had to make his move carefully. He noticed the luggage outside Honeybone when the group entered his space with Yukino. It likely belonged to the girl. He guessed she was leaving town, but it would be very troublesome if she actually did because, first, he saw her there with Lucy, and second, if she really did leave and the future were altered, it would be impossible for Lucy to summon the 12 zodiac spirits. There was a chance she would risk her life attempting to do so. Naruto, where are you going? Lucy asked when she saw Naruto making his way outside. You're the one those guys are waiting for here. I'll be back in a moment, Naruto said as he put on his shoes and grabbed his jacket. Opening the door, he turned and spoke to Lucy. Line break. As she walked away from Honeybone, throwing her luggage behind her, she couldn't stop wondering where she should go and what she should do next. Hey Yukino. Then suddenly, Yukino heard someone's voice she didn't expect. Hold on for a second there. Yukino turned and saw Naruto walking towards her with a small laugh on his face, his hands in his pockets. Naruto-sama. She said, impressed to see him there. What are you doing here? I just wanted to make sure you're okay and that the safe gets home. You didn't seem very happy when you were coming towards us. In fact, I can see your mood is down, Naruto said. You went to all that trouble chasing me just for that? She asked in shock, her voice trembling. I noticed the luggage when you came here, Naruto said, eyeing the blue luggage Yukino was pulling. Where were you going in this distribution gear anyway? It's almost midnight, isn't it? Even if you're more of a Team Sabretooth member, why don't you stay and cheer for your team? He asked, looking around. It's just she stammered, trembling. Hey, are you alright there? Naruto asked, noticing the tears appearing at the corners of her eyes. Why are you screaming? He asked, his voice becoming soft and comforting. I'm sorry. Yukino said vehemently, tears freely tearing her cheeks. I just can't take it anymore, she cried and fell to her knees, screaming into her hands. The only people who ever treated me like this were my sister. Naruto stared at her in surprise, listening as the girl poured out her heart. I always respected Sabretooth. Last year, I finally got in, but I'm not allowed to come back anymore. What happened, Yukino? Naruto asked, lowering himself to one knee before placing a hand on her shoulder. Only that one loss, Yukino gasped. They kicked me out of the guild. They forced me to be naked in front of a lot of people. They forced me to erase my guild seal with my own hands. Naruto's expression hardened. He wasn't worried about them kicking her out of their guild because this wasn't just his business. But was it really necessary to humiliate a maiden like that, right in front of her guildmates? He had to wonder. He understood why Natsu had so much trouble with Sabretooth and its members. This was so bitter and humiliating, Yukino continued, and Naruto could only squeeze her shoulder comfortingly. My self-respect and guild memories were completely destroyed, Yukino said as she tried to wipe the tears from her eyes. Everything will be alright, Yukino. How many years had it been since he'd last said those comforting words to someone? He couldn't remember. This is that it's not Naruto-sama. I have nowhere to go back to. I still don't know what to do now. She said, hiccuping slightly as she looked at him. When I heard you said that Urza-sama has more confidence in her, I thought I could do it too. Even though your words weren't stingy to me, they gave me the courage, the strength, and everything I lacked to face Kaguya-sama in battle. I thought I could accomplish something if I tried my best as well. This makes me feel like I'm worth something. I'm so ashamed of myself to feel this way. Naruto didn't know what to say. Those words. This girl. She was just like a woman he used to know, love, and care for. Yes. Yukino said, trying to wipe the tears from her eyes. I'm sorry. Just. But her eyes widened in shock as Naruto suddenly moved his hand from her shoulder behind her head and gently pulled her to his chest, giving her a comforting hug. Naruto-sama. She said, looking up at him in surprise. It's okay, Yukino, it's okay for you to feel this way. You don't have to be ashamed of your feelings. They're just natural human emotions, after all. Naruto said softly before his tone hardened. Sabretooth should be the ones ashamed of what they did. Line break. I'm back. Urza announced as she entered their shared space, carrying a paper bag in her hand. Hello. Wendy, it's good to finally have you here with us. She gave a warm laugh to the sky blue-haired dragon slayer, who she had seen sitting on Lucy's bed and talking with her friend Carla. Thank you, Urza-san, Wendy replied earnestly. Lucy, Natsu, has the gray color returned yet? They both shook their heads, Urza nodding hers in understanding before asking, looking around. As for Naruto. He left after Yukino. She replied and then continued when she noticed the confused look on Urza's face. This is a long story. Is this so? Urza nodded her head and walked towards her bed. Hey, Urza, what are you carrying? Natsu asked as he glanced at the bag in Urza's hands before dodging her fist when she tried to punch him away. Instant ramen. Really? Can I have some? They're for Naruto, Natsu, Urza said as she pointed her hand at her face. Do you like instant ramen? Go ahead and say he likes all ramen, good or bad, but he usually prefers good, so I bought the best at the store, Urza said, but she nodded her head anyway. I bought these so I could bribe him into being merciful and fail his test. Usually, failures come with punishments, so the last thing I want right now is to be punished by him. Urza said with a horrified expression, causing the girls, especially Wendy, to look at her nervously as sweat dripped down their faces. What did he do to her? Lucy asked, impressed. Anyway, you still don't know how Haracian works. I do, but I'm not 100% sure. This instant ramen cup is just a backup plan in case I give you the wrong answer. She said, I couldn't cook ramen, at least not the delicious kind, so I decided to buy these. Well, good luck to you then. Lucy laughed quietly. Speaking of, why don't you call him sensei? Don't tell him this, but I don't like calling him sensei when he's not around. Urza said, scratching the back of her head. You know, it feels strange somehow to call someone who's only a few years older than you teacher. I mean. Urza Scarlet. I know you're in there. Open this door this instant. However, before Urza could finish her explanation, they heard a female voice shouting for Urza, followed by the sound of someone slamming their fist against the door several times with much more force than necessary. Whoever it was, she was quite impatient, loud, and not in a good mood. Her eyes widening as she recognized the voice's owner, Urza immediately turned and walked toward the door so she could open it. Quite certain, she saw Naruto's imposter servant on the other side. She was wearing her cloak, but she hadn't pulled up the hood, so her face was visible. Sayla, who are you? Where is the master? She broke out in fury. Where is he? Calm down, it's you talking. I couldn't find him anywhere. He suddenly disappeared. You know where he is, right? She asked again in the same tone. Her eyes were sharp and almost impassive. How do I know? Urza asked, crossing her weapons over her chest, feeling a little annoyed by Sayla's attitude. No, as you're supposed to, you're the one who follows him around everywhere he goes, like a loyal puppy. What did you say? Sayla grunted as she raised a hand. Unfortunately, no fight broke out because Lucy had finally decided to ask. Urza, what is this? This is Sayla. She's Naruto's servant, Urza introduced, turning her head to face her friends, who all gasped in shock, or at least, she likes to think so. Those horns, are they her? Wendy asked nervously, looking at Sayla's golden horns. Yes, Wendy. She's a devil, not a friendly type. Urza nodded her head. I think you say enough, Scarlet Urza. Sayla interrupted. Now, tell me where my master isn't before I. Lucy-sama. This was Sayla's return, only to be interrupted when Yukino rushed onto the set. The look on her face was a combination of worry and nervousness, as well as many others. Please, you have to help me. What is Yukino wrong with? Lucy asked as she stood up. This is Naruto-sama. Line break. Sabretooth was one of the luckiest guilds around the Grand Magic Games, as the entire guild managed to secure the use of Saffron Gardens as their accommodation for the duration of the games. It was nearly midnight and everyone was fast asleep, perfectly understandable that one of their childhood guildmates had just been expelled from the guild. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, something exploded. What the? Sting cried out in shock, jumping out of bed and looking around. His drowsiness instantly vanished when he heard a lot crashing, followed by an explosion and a scream beneath him. What's going on? Reader asked his cat as they heard another scream. Grabbing his vest, the light dragon slayer ran towards the door and saw his fellow rogue and Fro flying beside him. Eyes! The Sting exclaimed, running towards them. What's next? There's an intruder attacking us. The scoundrel explained, a bead of sweat forming on his temple. An intruder? The Stinger said in the shock as they ran toward the lobby. Who is it? Hit me, the Sting replied, gritting his teeth. But he probably has a death wish. Rushing through the lobby, the doors to the hall exploded and one of his guildmates was blown out. Hey. The Sting asked the guy who was lying about on the ground. Are you okay? Who did this? He's too strong, the guy muttered before heading out. The Stinger looked at the door, his expression changing from confused to startled. Get the hell out of my way, trash. He never expected to see Naruto Uzumaki standing right there, ruthlessly beating up the men who tried to stop him as if they were nothing. Worse, he looked like he wasn't even trying to do this at all. When the lobby was clear, Naruto walked toward the hallway with slow steps, cracking his fingers dangerously. Saber-tooth Mag gathered in the hallway, nervously watching Naruto as he made his way inside. They all knew just how powerful this man was, and clearly, the path of destruction he had carved out just now was not something to be taken lightly. You've got business with me, brat. A tall elderly man, distinguished by his massive, extremely muscular physique, untarnished despite his advanced age, roughly pushed his mag out of the way and stood in front of Naruto, clearly visible below him. This was Jima, the master of Saber-tooth. Are you the master? Naruto asked as each of them stared at him in shock, thinking he had gone mad. Well, it saves me time to find you. His eyes then darkened as he returned the glare the massive man was giving him. I came to kick your ass, old man. The others yawned in shock at his statement. Jima was impressed. Kicked out just because of a loss? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Does she sound familiar? Some of Saber-tooth's mages, like Sting and Rogue, immediately knew he was talking about Yukino. I don't know what you're talking about, but you act on your own sense of justice, huh? Justice? Ah, hell no, there's no such thing there. Naruto spoke, now, I might be a cold-hearted bastard, but even the hot tears of a young woman can melt the coldest heart. Naruto then pointed his finger at Jima. You kicked Yukino, a pure maiden of your guild, shattered her dream, and worst of all, you humiliated her in front of everyone in a way that was completely unacceptable and destroyed the good memories of Saber-tooth in her heart, all in one single night. People like you don't deserve to be a master, you don't even deserve to breathe down my neck like this. To make the skies roar, to make the earth's water boil, to make the seas silent, that is Saber-tooth, Jima said impassively. You fired her just because of a loss? Naruto asked. Why didn't you fire Rufus then? Didn't he lose my student, Urza? Rufus will have another chance to prove himself on the battlefield when he fights Fairy Tail. The guildmaster replied, I simply have no compassion for weaklings like her. You sound more like a tyrant than a guildmaster. How you can prune like you do, making yourself a guildmaster is out of my reach, unless every one of you standing here in front of me is nothing but disgusting lowlife trash too. Naruto said as he stretched out his weapons and looked around at the angry mages who glared at him as he called them trash. Hold on for a second, I'll take that back of you. You guys are even worse than trash. He yelled, the sadistic laugh on his face making the weaker magic users take a step back in nervousness. Now, enough joking around and getting back to business, I came here to beat the shit out of every one of you. He said, pointing his hand at each of them, and I promise you I won't leave this place until you're all good enough to pour into a superfluous arc, which I'll make myself. Hahaha. Jima laughed loudly. That's some big words for a fly like you. Surely you don't think a mere fairy can defeat a tiger. We'll think about this. Naruto's expression darkened. So, what are you going to do? Will you willingly let me collect their bodies, or are you going to put up a fight? It's still too early for you to go and challenge someone like me. Naruto made a mocking expression when Jima said that the Bengal would be a reasonable opponent for him. A man wearing shinobi gear walked by and knelt beside him. Yes, I love you. A ninja? Well, come here. Naruto sneered, holding one hand behind his back and making a come-over gesture with the other. This is 100 years too early for the taste of a common guild soldier like yourself to challenge me. Jima said. If you wish to fight those above you, show me that you are qualified to do so. The Bengal then charged at Naruto, his hands restrained, and they were submerged in the rainbow halo. But before he could do anything, Naruto moved to the side and drove his elbow into his right shoulder, breaking it and several other bones in his body in the process. He then slammed his hand around, creating a water dragon from the air and sending it crashing into the saber-tooth mage. The mage was hurled through several walls of Saffron Garden before being sent flying from the building, his body covered in deep cuts. No one dared to say a word after seeing one of their guild's top 10 members defeated just like this. Who's next? Naruto asked coldly as the water dragon surrounded him, glaring angrily at the mages before falling to the ground and returning to normal water. Master, let me. The Sting took a step forward, but his master extended his arm, stopping him. I see that. Amuse. Jima pushed down the right side of his kimono and said loudly, they're coming at me with all of you. However, before he could even finish his statement, Naruto had already been standing directly in front of him, appearing in a flash. The faster he could react, Naruto's fist flashed and he launched his punch, sucking the man's jaw shut. The force of Naruto's jackhammer caused a powerful shockwave that swept everything in the area away. Some Sabertooth members, unable to handle it, were knocked to the ground and had to spread the earth with a roller to ensure they weren't blown out of the building. The entire Saffron Garden Lodge shook as if struck by an earthquake, and the portion of the building in front of it couldn't withstand the shockwave and collapsed into pieces. When the dust had settled, Naruto wasn't surprised to see Jima still standing in front of him, unharmed. The category between him and the man was a girl with black hair and sharp dark-colored eyes, her arms outstretched and hands covered in the multicolored halo. Well, aren't you a rather small thing? Naruto said in an impassive tone. She had managed to deflect the force of his drill at the last second with her magic. It was, more or less, a considerable achievement. However. Stay out of my way. Suddenly, Minerva heard a voice to her right and before she even had a chance to turn her head in that direction, another Naruto appeared and threw several shurikens at her. Blinking in surprise as the Naruto in front of her disappeared in a puff of smoke, Minerva was then pulled apart by an invisible force, her weapons being fastened tightly to the sides of her body. This dragged her through the building and slammed her against the wall, the wind knocking from her lungs. As she struggled, she finally realized there was no unseen force. It was the weapons Naruto had thrown at her that had thin wires attached to them. The shuriken curved in the air, wrapped the wires around her body, binding her completely and pulling her against the wall. As Minerva tried to free herself from the wires, Naruto snapped a piece of paper at the nearest wall, much to everyone's surprise at the moment it came into contact with the solid surface, it exploded like a bomb. Stay where you are and don't try your luck, Naruto said. Minerva looked around and her eyes widened in shock when she saw him snap the same papers at her, pulling her body and the wall around her. There were many of them, at least 24. Those papers are more than enough to level this floor. The slightest impact could make them explode. Since your hands are tied, you won't be able to throw the territory out in time. There's no chance for you to make it out alive. Consider yourself very lucky, because I know you weren't there when your father humiliated Yukino right in front of her guildmates. You. Minerva gritted her teeth, but she didn't dare move. The mistress defeated just like this? Rufus asked, sweating nervously. What is he? A member asked, impressed. Don't make me reconsider my decision. Naruto said before turning back to Jima, who was looking at him with her expression unchanged. Now, where are we? So be it, brat. I'll show you true power. The Sabertooth Guildmaster said as a purple halo blazed powerfully around him, knocking back several mages standing nearby and causing the others to look nervously, startled by their master's display of power. However, the same could not be said to Naruto. Disappear, brat. He declared as he held his arm, palm facing Naruto. Hear that tiger's roar. The area around Naruto glowed intensely and then exploded. However. I'd rather not, Naruto declared coldly as he appeared in front of Jima and drove his elbow into his face, sending him flying with a startled expression. Naruto had to admit he felt a little satisfied when he saw the man's teeth fly out of his mouth. They were followed by saliva and of course, a lot of blood as Naruto's attack knocked his jaw out of place. The strongest guild. More like the most disorganized guild I've ever seen. Master. The Stinger shouted as the master tried to pick himself up and carry Naruto, but not before turning to face his teammates again. What do you expect? He despises us. Are you all seriously going to overlook this? Red was the first to react, then followed behind his teammate as they both entered their Dragon Force mode, blazing their magical power around their bodies. Oi, are we seriously going to do this? Orga asked. As other Sabertooth members considered their next moves, Sting let Naruto pass and threw a punch at his face, only for the blonde to catch it in his hand, before sending an even stronger hook right into the White Dragon Slayer's cheek, knocking him out. The rogue turned into a shadow and tried to help his comrade, but before he could get behind Naruto, the immortal shinobi's shadow spread and rose from the ground, wrapping itself around the rogue's body like a rope before launching him through the building. As he tried to get up, the shadow then transformed into a hand and wrapped it around the black-haired dragon slayer's neck, choking him with its strength. Gritting his teeth, Sting pulled back his head and gathered his magical energy in his mouth to unleash a tornado of holy light at Naruto, aimed at his face. Faster than light, Naruto jerked his head out of the way and raised his right leg, slamming his foot into Sting's face. The force of his kick shattered the dragon scales above his cheeks before the white dragon slayer rocketed off, flying over the walls of Saffron Garden before crashing through several houses in front of the place, disappearing under a pile of bricks as the last house collapsed and fell on top of him. I guess we have no choice, Rufus said as he placed his fingers on his temples, casting his magic, Moyuru Daichi no Virginia, remember. Karma of the burning earth. He declared and touched the ground with his hand, setting it ablaze. Great and fierce flashes, which grew larger and larger as they traveled farther from him, were directed at Naruto below. 120mm Kakurehu. Orga declared as he placed his partially open palms horizontally from his body, causing tiny sparks of black lightning to generate between his hands, before growing larger and larger in semicircles, until an electric projectile was ignited from his center towards Naruto, who showed no hint of nervousness, even as two powerful techniques made their way towards him. As the black lightning projectile drew closer, Naruto raised his hand and gathered the concentrated high-intensity light into it, producing a sound like many birds chirping before slashing his hand vertically as Orga's attack came right in front of him, completely neutralizing it. When the magic dissipated, Naruto lifted his right foot and then stomped it hard into the ground, swirling the area around him into molten lava, which completely overwhelmed Rufus of Burning Earth's karma before spreading in every direction, engulfing every mage who couldn't escape and scorching their clothes and even limbs with fire. Not even Rufus and Orga, who was too stunned to even utter a word, were spared its power. In the next moment, the entire building collapsed around him, but Naruto easily dodged a falling debris and landed gracefully at his feet. Naruto. Then suddenly, the door was kicked open, or at least it was left open, and a group of people came into the room. Former Sabertooth mage Yukino was the first to enter, followed by Sayla, Urza, and the rest of Fairy Tail Team A, who were impressed to their hearts when they saw the scene, which had Naruto in the middle. Holy crap. Everyone back off. Natsu yelled as the heat of lava fell upon the ground. This was no normal heat, he could tell. The master? Sayla murmured in surprise as she looked at him. Naruto-sama, this is… Yukino gasped, covering her mouth with her hands. It took him a pretty long time, Naruto grumbled as he cancelled his technique, making the lava disappear. This is Urza then looked at him. Naruto. You've gone too far. This is for you, sensei, Urza, Naruto said, pointing his finger at her. And also, this is nothing. I'm actually holding back a lot, you know. Is this contained? The gray color asked in the crash, man, you've destroyed the entire block, look at the destruction outside. Well, I like what you're doing here, Naruto, can you save him tomorrow when it's legal? Natsu asked before noticing the glares he was receiving from his more responsible teammates. I mean this could start a guild war and get banned and… Naruto-sama, cuties. Before he could finish his sentence, Jima burst from the ground and blocked Naruto's path. Die, you prune. He then grabbed the blonde boy by the head and used his magic to unleash a powerful blast at Naruto. It was so large that it engulfed the blonde boy completely and swept away everything in its path, destroying several houses and other structures within 50 meters. Master? Sayla shouted and glared hatefully at Jima. You. Trash. Look at you, how you're everywhere outside a trash arc is out of me. But before she could make a move, Naruto's voice was heard from inside, then the smoke, which was clear a second later, revealing Naruto that he still didn't have a single scratch on his body. His clothes were slightly damaged, though you know that. Naruto shot at his staff and grabbed Jima's wrist so tightly he snapped it. I generally don't like to get involved in unnecessary business and will leave it to someone else to do for me. However, you and your guild have forced me to make an exception. He then raised his right hand. First, you humiliated Yukino in a way that is completely unacceptable. Even a callous bastard like me would never think of mocking a young girl in such a way, just because she is weak. You disgusted me, so I decided to teach you and your supposedly stronger guild a lesson. Naruto then created a normal rank Rasengan in his hand, which was then surrounded by 3 smaller orbs of swirling chakra, in a manner similar to moons around a planet. And second, you, the person who is supposed to be the one guiding young people to greatness, Naruto raised Jima, who was struggling to break free, made you violate a rule that I still support my loved one to this day. This is something I cannot forgive. You, what are you? Jima said as he looked at Naruto. For the first time in his life, he felt fear. Who are you? Naruto Uzumaki, stop at this instant. Her and Durandbolt of the Magic Council appeared, bringing an entire platoon of guards with them. Don't do it. Durandbolt shouted and tried to stop him. But it was too late. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto said, and in that instant, everyone could only stare in horror as they saw a gigantic fox with 9 tails, excluding its fangs, eagerly taking down the Sabertooth Guildmaster. And that's all you need to know. With that, he slammed planetary Rasengan into the big man's stomach, blasting him away through the city in a massive turbulent wave-like vortex, which caused the people around him to raise their weapons to protect their faces from the violent winds. The place fell silent afterward, too startled to utter a single word. The man, Leiher, suddenly broke the silence with a loud shout, "Bring this man in." The guards nodded nervously. Some of them could still remember how the Team Natsu members had reacted when they tried to take Jello Fernandez away. "What?" Yukino gasped. "No, you can't, he's just. Like hell, we let him go." Natsu smiled openly and sadistically as he pierced his palm with a burning fist. "You heard what the man said, he was just teaching Sabretooth a lesson and punishing them to humiliate Yukino. There's no reason for him to be taken away." "Yes," the grey color said earnestly, and Lucy nodded her head in agreement. "Here we go again," Urza grumbled. Being the reasonable member of the team, she decided to step forward and speak to the forward captain of the custodial execution unit. "Can we talk about this?" "Stay back, it's all yours." However, Sayla was the first to take action. She stepped in front of her master and extended her hand forward. Watching her, some guards nervously stepped back. "Master, allow me to." But before she could do anything, Naruto suddenly placed his hand on her shoulder and intervened in front of her. "Master." "Now, there's no need for you to intervene," Naruto said as his chakra level surged, causing a golden halo to appear around his body. "I can take care of this myself," he said calmly, his eyes hardening, making the guards look at him even more nervously than before. "Are you really going to do this? You all saw me handle 100 monsters this morning, right? What can 24 guys do?" His power increased without limitation, causing the mages to stare at him in a daze and find it difficult for him to breathe normally. "Naruto, you can." "Alright, you guys got me." Then suddenly, the golden halo disappeared and Naruto declared with a laugh, clasping his hands together in front of him, "Take me to your prison then." "Bhhh." Yukino and Team Natsu could only stare at Naruto in shock. One moment he was more than ready to destroy them, the next he happily let them bring him into custody. But the master Sayla could only stare at him. She was shocked by his decision. "You stay with Urza, for now, Sayla," Naruto said as he let Leiher cast the magic that sealed stone handcuffs on her wrists. "Naruto Uzumaki, you are under arrest for attacking Sabretooth mages and destroying various structures in the Fiori capital," Leiher declared. "Hey. What the hell, man, what are you doing?" Natsu asked, crossing his weapons over his chest. "Naruto-sama, what are you doing?" Yukino stepped forward and asked. "Don't worry, Yukino. I know what I'm doing," he said, giving her a quick wink before looking at the blue-haired dragon slayer. "Wendy, you'll take my place on the team. I don't think they'll give me a test in this distribution gear." He then turned to Urza. "Urza, I'll give you a few more hours to get the answer right for my test." "Okay, sensei." Urza nodded slowly. She didn't know what else to say. "Time to go, Uzumaki," Leiher said, and with that, Naruto was taken away. The next morning. "Can you sign this for me? My daughter is your fan." "Already?" Naruto chuckled quietly as he moved his still cuffed hands between the bars of his prison and took the pen and photo from the guard watching over him. "Here you go." He handed the signed photo back, smiled at the man, and nodded in approval. "How old is she?" "She's 18. The guard replied with a shrug. "You know, the hormonal teenager, going crazy over guys like you." "Good luck, I've been there several times and examined them all." Naruto smiled contentedly, making the guard look at him curiously. "What I'm trying to say is, teenage daughters, they can really be a pain someday." "You're right." The guard nodded. "Anyway, may I ask why?" Before he could answer his question, the man yanked his head back and then smashed it against the iron grate of Naruto's prison, leaving him stunned. Meanwhile, Naruto wasn't surprised in the slightest. "Master, here you are." The door was forced open and Sayla came into the filming. "I'm not surprised to see you here, Sayla. I'm actually wondering what took you so long," Naruto said with a small, satisfied smile. "Master, what are you doing? Why did you let them take him away? Why are you letting him be contained like a low-life human like this?" she asked, throwing question after question at him. "One question at a time, please." Naruto chuckled quietly and twisted his hand, breaking the handcuffs with ease. "Didn't I already say you and each? I know what I'm doing." "But the guards will come through that door to take me to court in 4.5 minutes. If you decide to stay here longer than that, you'll have to fight your way out." "Let them come." Sayla growled, "I'll kill them all myself." "Now, calm down, dear. You don't want to make your master even more worried, do you?" he asked, causing Sayla to lower her face in embarrassment. "Now, I have a few questions for you. Did you watch the third day of the Magnificent Magic Games this morning?" Sayla nodded. Had she actually been forced to watch it because Naruto had told her to stay with Urza? Did the combined fairy teams really triumph? Unfortunately, Urza and her team didn't do well this morning. Natsu Dragneel took 6th place in the first game, the Chariot. Naruto had the urge to face the palm because just the name the Chariot hinted that this would include vehicles. Gajul Red Fox of Team Fairy took 7th place, while Yukov Sting was last. How did 3 Dragon Slayers enter the game with the name the Chariot? Naruto asked in disbelief. Anyway, what was Sabretooth's team like? They were fine, just minor injuries here and there. However, I heard their master is still recovering in the hospital. Naruto nodded. Regarding the matchup. The battle between Wendy Marvel and Sherry Ablendi of Lamia Scale ended in a draw, master. Naruto nodded with a laugh. Laxus fought a member of Crow's Tail, who turned out to be the guild master. He also brought the entire team with him, but Laxus defeated them all. Crow's Tail had been disqualified from the tournament. Sayla finished. That's all, master. I see. Thank you for your effort, Sayla. Naruto laughed. Well, time is running out. You should leave, Sayla. Are you sure, master? The demon Aetherius asked uncertainly. I mean, I can make them. You're not the only one who can control other people. Naruto gave him a meaningful wink before adding, go to the bar where Fairy Tail usually hangs out and wait for me there, okay? Good, master. Sayla nodded her head, but before she could turn away, Naruto placed both hands on her cheeks and gently pulled her face toward him to capture her lips in a kiss. I'm going to see you later. After the restraint, he said with a laugh before summoning a new magic that sealed handcuffs to put him on his wrists. I will wait for you, my master. Sayla laughed, going downstairs and picking up the broken pieces of the Magic Council's handcuffs. Sayla left after this, and the Magic Council guards arrived shortly after, just a few seconds later. Line break. The once boisterous and cheerful guild was now shrouded in deathly silence and worry. Inside a famous bar in Fiore's capital, the Fairy Tail mages were all sitting in front of tables, heads resting on their hands or lying across them. Only a few spoke to one another, but what escaped their lips were mere whispers. For the first time in years, Fairy Tail, the guild that was said to be the loudest and most carefree, was silent. It wasn't because of today's outcome, but because of the absence of a certain Fairy Tail member, whom they had grown quite fond of. This is my flaw. Sitting with the members of Team Natsu, Yukino said how she tried to make herself as insignificant as possible. No, this isn't Yukino. Urza shook her head and said with a laugh. But it's because of me, Naruto-sama. He only did what everyone around here does, the Grey said as he crossed his weapons over his chest and put both feet on the table, treating his guildmate like that they can't really call themselves a guild, you know. I agree with him. Natsu nodded. Naruto only did what he believed was right. This has always been one of the most important rules of this guild, Makarov said with a small smile. So please, don't be so grumpy, huh? We'll all wait for Naruto-kun's return together. Mira said to Yukino with a hot laugh. Yukino wasn't quite convinced, but she nodded her head nonetheless. You're surprisingly calm, you know. Urza asked Sayla, who was sitting next to her with a blank face. I have no reason to address any of you, and I don't want to either. Sayla replied coldly, the master told me to wait here. He didn't tell me to address you. Damn that cold, the Grey color commented as he looked at the black-haired demonstration. So much for her story. She glanced at Sayla, but a cold, demonic glare was more than enough to shut her out. Well, I'll abandon her then. The model laughed convincingly and stared away. Then, half an hour after this, the bar door was opened and Naruto Uzumaki stepped in with a huge laugh on his face. I'm back. He announced his strong return. The master, Sayla said with a small laugh before she stood up and ran to his side. Did I make him wait? Naruto asked. Certainly not, master, Sayla said, shaking her head. Naruto. Surprisingly, after Sayla, Murahin was the first person to greet him, followed by Yukino behind her. What was the test like? That went well, Naruto said with a smile. They let him have a free pass. Urza stood up from her seat and decided to ask. After you sent the Saber-Tooth Guild Master and half of its members to the hospital. Can you tell us what happened, Naruto? Makarov asked curiously. Well, I slept through the entire test, so I can't remember what they were talking about. Naruto replied with a thoughtful expression, causing the guild members to look at him in disbelief. But I was pretty sure I didn't get a free pass. Well, to start, I have to pay Saber-Tooth 30 million jewels in compensation and 10 million jewels for the damage I caused around the city. 30 million jewels. The entire guild shouted in the clash, 40 million jewels. Well, it's nothing, I can't handle it. Naruto shrugged accidentally. I mean, I own an island and a mountain, and I'm a rich bastard who doesn't know how to spend his money, so yeah, I'm sure I can handle that money. Seriously? Lucy asked, what else? Well, I've been banned from Fairy Tail Team A and also banned from participating in the Grand Magic Games ever again. Naruto said with a nod of his head. But doesn't this seem like you guys need me to win or something? You're forcing me to participate in this event, for starters. The members of Team Natsu could only nod their heads in agreement. That's it. Man, this is really bad, Natsu commented. But it could have been worse, Lucy said. Hima is, above all, still alive, so apart from the guild's war laws, I didn't violate anything. Naruto said as he held his hands. So good luck to you brats now. I'm out. It's too bad then. Mira said with a nod of her head. So please drink, eat, have fun, do whatever you want to do to lift your spirits. You guys still have 2 days to prove yourselves. The immortal shinobi said as he waved his hands dismissively at the Fairy Tail members before turning back to Yukino. May I speak to you for a second? Me? Yukino asked, pointing at her. Yes, you. Naruto nodded and turned to Sayla. Sayla, please wait here. The demonstrator nodded, but immediately cursed in displeasure after her master had looked away and gone on guild strike with Yukino. Line break. Naruto-sama, yo. You're welcome, Naruto said, smiling broadly. The two had taken their seats on a bench facing the river outside the bar, with Naruto being more comfortable than Yukino, who tried to sit as far away from him as possible. You want to thank me, right? Please say you want to thank me. I do. Yukino nodded her head. It's just. Is it just what? Why, Naruto-sama? Am I just an outsider, so why have you been only ever with me? Didn't I explain my reasons last night? He answered with his own question. But. You know, sometimes you don't really need a reason to want to do something, he said, leaning his head back. You want to do it, so you do it. Have confidence in yourself and do what you want to do. He would never say this, but Yukino remembered it from someone he used to know and loved with all his heart. I see that. Yukino nodded her head with a small laugh. May I ask you something, Naruto-sama? Continue. What was that rule? She asked. The rule that you said Jima-sama made everyone violate. Okay, if my memory serves me right, then this continues like this. He began, those who break the rule are thrown out, but those who abandon their friends are worse than. But he was interrupted when Yukino leaned forward and placed her lips on his cheek, kissing him gently. After 2 seconds, she withdrew, blushing slightly. Thank you, Naruto-sama. She said with a laugh. Thank you for everything. Heh. Naruto smiled broadly. So, what are you going to do now, Yukino? I don't know, Naruto-sama. Yukino shook her head. It's just she sighed anxiously. Why don't you join the fairy tale? He asked, making Yukino's eyes widen in surprise. Yukino said, but Naruto-sama, your guild is so strong, I'm not sure I can. Meh, aren't we currently the lowest ranking group in Fiori? Naruto asked. You'll be fine, don't worry about it. I don't think Makarov is too picky about new members. He looked her up and down. And with that kind of body, I doubt he'd disapprove of you joining us. It's that so Yukino nodded her head slowly. Come on. Naruto said as he stood up from the bench. You're going to get him a guild sign, right? Yes. She stood up and followed him. But did Naruto-sama really let the Magic Council have a free pass just like this? Of course, why not them? Naruto smiled mysteriously with satisfaction and walked away. Before that day. Naruto Uzumaki stepped forward. The man who stood in the middle of the court spoke loudly. I'm here, Naruto said accidentally as he walked forward and stood in front of the Magic Council members. Naruto Uzumaki, you are. Can I have your attention, please? Naruto suddenly interrupted and spoke loudly, making the old mages look at him strangely. Well, now he dropped his hands to the side, breaking the handcuffs in the process. Before any of them could react, he continued, I don't have all day, so please, can you make this easy for me and look me in the eyes? After this, he freely controlled them, however he wanted to. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. Here you go. Naruto said intensely as he handed Minerva the Orlando, Jima's daughter. Jima was the master of the Sabertooth Guild and the old man Naruto beat so badly and without an ounce of respect for the old man that he had to stay in the hospital and receive magical medical treatments for a few days before returning to his feet, a couple of suitcases. 30 million jewels. Await you. Don't take it too hard. Naruto continued as he looked at the people standing behind her. The entire team was present and they looked at Naruto warily as all 4 of them had been completely destroyed by him that night, unlike their leader, who watched and laughed at him. Don't worry, Minerva said as she accepted the blonde man's suitcase. He really deserved this, she said, looking at Yukino. The former Sabertooth member nervously watched her old teammate standing beside Sayla, who glared at the Sabertooth mages as if daring them to try something funny with her master. I'm guessing he's an even worse father, right? Naruto asked playfully before adding when he saw her open her lips to reply, you don't have to answer that. This isn't my place to interfere in your family business. That's fine. He's never been a real father to me anyway. I must admit, I was quite pleased to see you busting him by 12 blocks last night. Minerva laughed as she placed a hand on her hip. You've ended my father's reign of terror, and by your logic, Sabretooth has no need of a loser. Ah, so you intend to kick him out because he got beaten up by me? What are you going to do next? Take his place and act like the new guildmaster? Then what will you do? Naruto asked with a small, smug smile and continued before she could say anything, kick him out. Kick those guys standing behind you out. Kick every single one of them out. Naruto asked, his expression darkening slightly. Last time I checked, I beat the crap out of every one of them. I didn't do anything to him, but I could have detonated those explosive tags. Wouldn't that make him a loser? What are you trying to imply, Yuzu? I'm not trying to imply anything, it's just that I hope you don't take your father's logic and make it your own. Girl, I can read you like an open book. I know exactly what you're trying to do next. He shrugged with a laugh. My only advice to you? Well, you are your father's daughter, but don't become someone like him and fall into his footsteps. As you said, I've ended little Jimmy's reign of terror within Sabretooth, so I think you really should consider that a new beginning for you and everyone else. He gave her a smile before turning and walking away. So look around, guys, tigers. When he was standing next to Yukino, he turned back and placed a hand on the celestial mage's head, making her blush slightly. Also, Yukino belongs to the fairy tale. You want her back? Fine, figure it out then, I'm not worried. He laughed quietly. Sayla, we're leaving. Yes, master. The demon nodded and ran to her side. As the fairy tale members followed, Yukino suddenly stopped and turned to bow her head to her former teammates, saying apologetically. I hope we'll see each other again. With that, she followed her new guild, leaving the area. What an interesting guy. After a moment of silence, Minerva finally said with an amused laugh and left with her teammates. What he said to her, it really wasn't so bad. The man, should he really be giving away that much money? Natsu asked as he looked at Naruto. Personally, he had never seen that much money in his life. A Class S mage could make a lot of money with just one mission, but it would take them no less than a couple dozen to make that much. Where did you get all that money anyway? Well, I'm a rider. When he noticed the way they were looking at him, he added, I'm serious. I'm so surprised, Yukino said with a laugh. He really didn't look like a rider to her. I'm sure you are and will be continuously if you start circling me. Naruto laughed quietly. Are you a rider too? Lucy managed to ask. Now that he had revealed it, it had become clear to her, as Lucy had always wondered, why he could give her so many amazing writing tips for her novels. But I've read many best-selling books in the past 20 years, and I've never found your name on any of them. Lucy, here's another lesson you have to learn to become a successful writer. Never use your real name. You have to come up with something good, something different, and something eye-catching, like Natsu the donkey, the gray color erotic bookmark or something along those lines. He joked, causing both the aforementioned Dragon Slayer and Ice Mage to become furious. This is just a hobby, really. I find something interesting, get some inspiration, jot it down, make a couple of books, and publish them. Boom, I make a lot of money. If only it were easy for me, Lucy said, laughing nervously behind her back. So, can you tell me the names of those books? Urza asked. I'd like to read them if you don't mind. Nah, this is for you to understand. Naruto said thoughtfully before adding, the rhetoric of which I think we've spent enough time already. This is the time you give me the answer, Urza. He turned and gave the red-haired mage a laugh. Go ahead and just exclude first, please. Urza asked, laughing nervously. Line break. Now remember, answer wrong and the punishment is the same, you have to they grab their immediate ramen. Naruto asked in the entertainment as he looked at the bag on the table. They were back in the usual growing guild place, and almost everyone was present, even the spirit of Fairy Tail's first guild master, Mavis Vermilion. The blonde often made herself comfortable on the seat behind Naruto, close to Sayla, who couldn't see her. Just in case you decide to, Urza said, laughing nervously but hollowly, causing her teammates and everyone else in the fairy tale to look at her questioningly, wondering what punishment could possibly make Titania so nervous. So instead of spending your time figuring out the correct answer to safely sit there in front of me, you actually spent a single second thinking about this. Do you take this seriously? He asked sternly, making Urza look even more flustered. I'm just mocking you. Go see what you've got here. Naruto reached for his serving dish and grabbed it from behind before Urza, who looked relieved, could take it away. Ah yes, miso ramen, Ichiran ramen, the beef and chicken seasoned ramen, damn, that must have cost a fortune. He said after examining each cup of instant ramen. I think I'll take this as payment for your education. Urza looked like a rock had just fallen on the top of her head. Sayla, would you mind keeping this for me? Certainly not, master, Sayla said, accepting the bag from her master's hands with a shake of her head. But I don't have yet. If you want to bribe me, you'll have to make better than instant ramen. I like whole ramen, but I like handmade ramen best, especially good ones. He turned to Mira and winked at her, making her laugh in response. Anyway, go hear your answer. Hey, shut up for a second, are you going to? He spoke up loudly and the bar fell silent. Even if they didn't, Sayla would surely use her power to make them. She was more than ready to do this to stop them from staring at her. Urza cleared her throat before summoning her notebook with her magic. Actually, I'm torn between two answers. At first, I thought this was a teleportation technique because you could move between different positions in an instant, and I guess this had something to do with your kunai, those with 3 blades. If it wasn't, then he would never have thrown those kunai and used them to fight. You threw the kunai and then disappeared, but you reappeared in your positions, leading me to believe that the kunai served as markers for your teleportation ability. Naruto nodded, but kept his face straight. However, there was a time I saw you flash away in positions that didn't have any kunai, and you still hadn't thrown any of them, to begin with. Urza sighed before continuing, so, unless you're as fast as light, the Flying Thunder God technique allows you to instantly teleport to a previously marked position, and the marker. That will be his kunai. Stupid, he's not as fast as the speed of light, he's faster, Sayla muttered under her breath, but Naruto and Mavis were the only people who could hear her. You know what? Urza caught her breath, waiting for Naruto. You're right, Haracian is a teleportation technique. Urza's lips stretched into a huge laugh as he followed, summoning a kunai from her joke dimension and placing it on the table between them. To be more specific, it's a space-time ninjutsu, involving the manipulation of time and space. Urza looked at the kunai as Naruto pointed his hand to the handle. This is the technique's formula. This is used to mark an intended position. After the system is made, I can at will enter a dimensional void that instantly transports me to the seal position. The more seals I have, the more positions I can choose to appear from. Man, this is some mastered technique you have there, man, Gray commented, and the others nodded their heads in agreement. Ninjas are so cool, Natsu said with a face-splitting grin. That's what I'm talking about, Naruto said, smiling broadly and smugly. This makes us the shinobi way, the refrigerator you mag, don't you think? I have to disagree. Makarov chuckled quietly as he drank his beer. More powerful, perhaps, but the refrigerator. He shrugged, and many members of his guild, even Urza, nodded in agreement. Can I ask you a question? Naruto nodded and gestured for her to continue with his hand. Did Minato-sensei believe it? Actually, he perfected the technique, Naruto replied. The technique was created by Tobirama Senju, who was my godmother's great-uncle. Ah, okay. Urza nodded before she decided to ask, but as for. Before she could finish her question, Naruto placed his hand on the table. Actually, I don't need the kunai to do that, Urza. This is just a more convenient way to use this technique. He then withdrew his hand, revealing a Haracian formula. The signal can be applied to almost any area through physical contact. In fact, if Urza could maintain her speed during the chaos, she would see that he hadn't placed the markers anyway and moved with a speed that could easily match the Flying Thunder God technique. Ah, I see, I understand now. Urza nodded her head, laughing at him. Master? Before Naruto could say anything, Sayla called to him in a low tone and tugged on the flap of his jacket to get his attention. Can I ask you something? Go on. Should she let these people know about her abilities? Urza, I can understand, but. They know, so what? He replied with a laugh. It's not like they can do anything to me, especially since I don't even need Flying Thunder God technique to run around at light speed yet. You of all people should know this. Sayla nodded her head in understanding. Anyway, Urza, you have very good observation skills. You passed the test. That's all I can tell you for now. Naruto spoke over, turning back to Urza and laughing at her. We'll resume your education when the Grand Magic Games are over. He then glanced to the side when he noticed Mavis looking at him with a laugh. What? His question, while the Fairy Tail members didn't think anything about it, made Sayla look between him and the empty chair in confusion for a moment before her eyes widened in realization. He must be addressing Mavis Vermilion, she thought. It's nothing, Mavis said with a soft laugh and turned away, making Naruto click his tongue and glare at her in annoyance, because he knew exactly what she was thinking. Ahem, anyway. The third master put down his drink and stood up, speaking loudly to get everyone's attention. There's another matter we need to discuss. Since the Raven's Tail has been banned from the Grand Magical Game by the Magical Council, he said with a satisfied smile, the rest make the tournament quite unbalanced. So they've requested that we each choose 5 members from both of our teams and form one team to participate in the remainder of the tournament. Of course, our position will be Team A, since they're in the lead. With this, we'll be able to form our dream team, Mikao said with a laugh, his adopted son nodding in agreement. But who should we choose? Nab asked curiously, looking at the old master. I want Naruto on our team as the leader, but he's already banned from the tournament. Makarov said as he crossed his weapons over his chest and tilted his head to the side. Then I guess the best options are. It's obviously Urza, Natsu, Gray, Laxus, and Gagiel on the team, with Juvia as their reserve member. Naruto spoke over, but glanced at Mavis when he heard her say the same thing. Not exactly what I had in mind, but not bad. Makarov nodded. But may I ask why you two chose this formation? Isn't Mira a better choice than Juvia? Even the water woman had to admit that Mira was an extremely powerful S-class mage. Juvia is on the team because she can work well with the Grey One around, Naruto explained, causing the Grey One to cross his weapons in annoyance and Juvia to squeal out in pleasure and agreement. You should never underestimate the power of love. With the right motivations, Juvia can become as strong as, if not stronger than Mira. He then continued, since you're all from legal guilds, this tournament seems like a good place to settle your differences, so unless you want them to end up like me, why not let Natsu, the Grey One, and Gagiel participate in the tournament since they all have plenty to settle with their respective opponents. Naruto explained. The same can be said for Urza. Furthermore, I want her there to be a responsible and reasonable leader of the team. Laxus, well, he's there because he's strong. I can't even explain it any better, Mavis said with a laugh, and the fairy tale wizards nodded their heads in understanding. Then this is set. Urza, Natsu, the Grey One, Gagiel, and Laxus, with Juvia as our reserve member, will represent us and participate in the tournament. He declared, causing everyone to cheer with excitement. Yosh. I'm all fired up. Natsu said, grinning openly and sadistically as he thought, I'm going to kick the asses of that Sting and the scoundrel. Excuse me, those bastards. I'm going to kick all their pathetic asses. This is the spirit, Naruto said mockingly, nodding his head at the first guild master. Mavis will provide you with the necessary strategies. Your guild's reputation is in your hands now. Don't ask me to help you more than this, as I've been banned, he then added with a satisfied smile, and don't want to. Seriously, can you be honest with yourself for once? Mira asked, laughing at the amusement. I don't think I understand what you're trying to imply, Mira. Don't worry, I know who you are. The demon replied cheerfully. Hey. Naruto, can I ask you something? Wakaba spoke up, inhaling the smoke from his mouth. When Naruto nodded in approval, he asked, where did you find such a hot eye? Man, she might even be hotter than our very own demon Mira. It took Sayla several seconds to realize he was talking about her, and when she did, she turned to the brown-haired man and glared at him coldly, causing Wakaba and the veteran mages loitering around him to look away uncomfortably and start sweating nervously. I met her a few years ago, Naruto said. It wasn't a lie. He was immortal. 400 years was just a few years to him. She's been sticking with me ever since. He'd said the same thing to Urza, and luckily, she bought it without a second thought. This is a hell of a way to summarize a story in a man of pronouncements. Simplification isn't the best way to study, never forget that. Naruto gave a quick wink with his right eye before standing up. I think I should get my leave now. Where are you going? Mavis asked. My home, I'm going back to my peaceful life. You've all been keeping me safe here for quite a long time. He turned and walked to the door, with Sayla following closely behind him. Don't worry. I should see you there tomorrow. With that, they both left. Hayes, I don't think the demon girl like us is very much like that, Wakaba said, reminding them of the way Sayla had looked at them. Man, I should have expected there wasn't a demon like our Mira. He laughed quietly and picked up his cup, but before he could drink it, Wakaba suddenly splashed the beer all over his own face, before smashing himself across the face with the empty cup, calling himself out of his chair. The man from hell? Mikao asked in the shock, while the fairy tale wizard stared at him with the same expression. What's wrong with you? I don't know, my body just kept going on its own. The injured man said, checking his bloody face. Wendy, can you do anything? Line break. Some candy home. Naruto said loudly in satisfaction as he opened his front door and walked in. If I could forget this place in a few decades, he muttered the last tense, just for himself. You seem very happy, master, Sayla said with a laugh before the request, as they made their way into the living room. May I ask why? Isn't it obvious? Naruto grinned broadly as he threw himself onto the couch, leaning his head back with a laugh. I managed to fight the monsters that didn't run away the moment they saw me, beat the crap out of some asses last night, screwed over the entire Magic Council this morning, and I manipulated them into giving a pretty good excuse to get out of this tournament. He reached out his weapons and wrapped them around Sayla's waist, pulling her towards him and letting her sit on his lap before placing his hand on her thigh. Now, I'm home with the most beautiful, most amazing girl in the world and some really expensive instant ramen for dinner. They both chuckled softly as he picked up the bag Sayla set the table. So you can tell me one good reason I shouldn't be happy. I don't think there is a master. Sayla laughed, shaking her head before gently kissing his lips. Naruto laughed and returned the kiss, closing his eyes so he could savor her sensitive lips more. His hand reached under the skirt of her kimono and groped her clit, eliciting a moan in response. After a moment, Naruto broke the kiss, laughing at Sayla as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "I'll heat some water for you now, master," Sayla said. Her cooking couldn't do it, but instant ramen was something she could cook in a flash. However, before she could go anywhere, Naruto suddenly grabbed her by the back of her neck and bent her shoulders down onto the table in front of them, making Sayla gasp in surprise and forcing her to put her arm on the surface to support her body and her legs on his hips. Before she could say anything, Naruto lifted the skirt of her kimono above her, exposing her ass and hussy, and pulled down her panties before delivering a hard smack across her right cheek with his right hand. The master of M. Despite the feeling of connection due to the position she had been put in, Sayla couldn't help but turn her head and ask him because she had no idea what he was planning to do. "Now, before you can get all worked up, there's something we need to talk about," Naruto said, with a sly, smug grin. "Do you remember what I told you before I let the Magic Council guards take me away? Staying with Urza." He reminded her, rubbing his hand across her supple donkey-like cheek. "Yet you chose not to listen to me and went after your master, thinking this was the right thing to do. You, my dear, have gone against your master's wishes. You must be punished," he said, whipping her again. "And as a strict master, I will punish you myself." He raised his hand and smacked her donkey-like cheek for the third time. Suddenly, Sayla blushed and moaned in response, making the smug grin on his face widen as she clapped her hands over her mouth to stop it from escaping. What's that moaning I hear? That's not Mater, ah." The demon Aetherius gasped as Naruto gave his ass another hard break. Now, don't lie to your master," he said, his hand trailing down the curve of his donkey, making the demonic shudder as his finger brushed against her femininity. "Well, what do we have here?" Naruto took his hand back and looked at his fingers, which had Sayla's juice on them. "What a naughty demon you are," he remarked before placing both hands on his donkey. "Good. I'm going to punish you, Sayla, for going against my order and for lying to me. I will whip you 20 times, 10 on each side, and I want you to count every time. If you miss a count, I will whip you twice as hard and 3 times as hard, understood?" "Yes, master," Sayla fluttered, her eyes following the movement of his hand as he lifted it into the air beside his palm facing forward. The action of smiling openly, he brought his hand to bear, whipping her right and hard enough to make her sway. "1, master." Before she could even finish the word master, he had already delivered another with the same amount of force. 2. She didn't whimper out, but tried to hide her arousal. 3. She counted when Naruto slapped her butt with his other hand. 4. She shuddered as Naruto continued to whip her. "This is 10 years old, my dear, plus 10 to go," Naruto said with satisfaction as he looked at her red ass-like cheeks. Because of her demon skin, he had to whip her quite hard to send a fully cultivated man flying through space. Even for an Aetherius, Sayla's durability and stamina were something one could take lightly. To answer her words, the demon simply wiggled her ass as she ground harder in Naruto's lap. Naruto continued, and he had to admit that he liked what he was doing. Not that he was stingy. This was the first time they had done this, but it was also the first time in 400 years that he had taken on the role of a master. He had always liked how submissive she was to him, but he had never considered Sayla his servant, nor had he ever wanted her to see him as her master. "Den, master." Sayla screamed and fell onto the table, trying to catch her breath. "There's no time for you to rest, Sayla. I know this is going to take a lot more than just getting you down," Naruto said, releasing his grip on her body. "Now, stand up." As if she had been controlled by her own curse, Sayla stood up and turned, standing in front of him. "The ribbon." Laughing, Sayla reached behind her back and untied the ribbon that held her kimono together. Returning her hands to the front, Sayla slowly opened the front of her kimono and let it fall to the floor, leaving only her thigh-high stockings on her body as she stood naked before him. "The good girl." Naruto smiled contentedly, leaning back against the back of his chair. "Now dance." Sayla looked at him for a second, but Naruto quickly added with a smirk, "Just kidding, I know you can't dance." "I can order myself, master," she said, laughing at him. "I know you can, but we'll have time for this later," Naruto said. "I'm going to need you to let your imagination run wild afterward. I think you know where to." With a nod of his head, Sayla used her spelling to remove his gasp, knocking him down to her ankles and freeing his semi-hard cock. Picking this up and laying it on the ground beside him, Naruto opened his guns. "Now come here." He did as he was told, Sayla climbing onto the bed and straddling his lap again. However, before she sat down, Sayla took his cock from his hand and placed it at the entrance to her pussy. Holding her by her hips, Naruto watched as Sayla lowered her body, taking his cock into her pussy. "The master." Taking off his shirt, Sayla moaned and began bouncing up and down on Naruto's lap, riding his cock with enthusiasm. Then she stopped bouncing and began rolling her hips on his lap, moaning as his cock rubbed every sweet spot inside her for a moment before leaning forward and kissing him passionately. From her hips, Naruto slid his hands over her waist and stood on her breasts, feeling them jiggling in his palms as he rubbed them together, using his thumb to tease her nipples. Still teasing her, Naruto moved his hips in sync with Sayla, thrusting his cock into her thighs. They both groaned loudly as Naruto continued thrusting into her, squeezing her breasts with Sayla's cock as he came multiple times. Sayla whimpered and leaned her head back as Naruto kissed his way down her neck and rested his face between her large beautiful breasts, greedily tasting her soft flesh and sucking on her nipples, earning a moan of approval from her in response. The two remained like that for a moment until Naruto felt her hussy tighten around his cock, bringing him to his limit. Slamming his ass down her lap, Naruto exploded inside her, filling her womb with his sperm. Sayla caught her breath as she fell forward and rested her head on his shoulder, her breasts pressed together. Laughing, Naruto moved her down to his ass and lifted her on top of him, causing his semen and juice to come running down to the point between her thighs, before Sayla forced her lips close to keep his seeds inside. "I hope you've learned your lesson, Sayla." "Yes, master the retention." Sayla nodded her head with a small laugh before pressing her lips against his, allowing him to capture her mouth in another scorching kiss. "I've learned my lesson," she said after breaking her tongue herself. "What do you want me to do next, master?" she asked, laughing seductively. Naruto simply smiled with satisfaction. End of chapter 14. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.